Tragic news. Brian's dreams possess the uncanny ability to foretell the future. Even more disheartening is the fact that upon awakening, he is unable to recall the dreams he has experienced. By an unexpected turn of events, Brian finds refuge within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, assuming the role of a professor of alchemy. Initially intending to depart once the time was ripe, he unexpectedly becomes enamored with a young wizard named Severus Snape. Once fearless, Brian now exhibits a remarkable degree of caution and trepidation when it comes to the delicate tendrils of romance. He fears that he may frighten this more sensitive and timid wizard, who is even more delicate than he is. Clearly, Severus's hesitation and aversion toward emotional connections leave Brian utterly perplexed. Silence, as it stands, cannot ignite the spark of connection. Thus, Brian endeavors to manifest his affections for Severus. Both individuals perceive themselves as flawed, leading them to believe that no one could possibly harbor affections for them. Yet, Brian is resolute in his conviction that he cannot afford to overlook Severus. He is unwilling to exit this narrative with regret, and thus, despite his struggles with expression, he boldly presses on. Gradually, Severus begins to grasp hold of this light, which was meant to shine freely, claiming it as his own indefinitely. Brian inquires, "The pit is of my own making. Will you leap?" Severus replies, "I shall leap." Brian then asks, "How do you intend to leap?" Severus responds, "I will leap willingly." Chapter 1. The Tardy Professor. If one desires to possess a vibrant, resplendent rose, there are several avenues one may pursue. One may cultivate it oneself, investing time and effort into nurturing the flower with water, allowing it to bask in sunlight, and providing the ideal temperature for it to blossom into a breathtaking beauty. Thus, one may come to possess a rose that is truly one's own. Alternatively, one might purchase a rose from a florist, exchanging a sum of money for the pleasure of bringing a beloved bloom home. One could also venture into a garden that does not belong to them to pluck a rose, albeit at the risk of reprimand and fines, or, in more severe circumstances, physical punishment or monetary compensation. The rose obtained may be fleeting and marred. Lastly, one could simply pick up a discarded rose, a venture that incurs the least cost. However, unless by serendipity one stumbles upon it, time must still be invested in waiting. The rose acquired may lack its former luster. Of course, this serves merely as an illustration. My point is that without incurring a certain cost, one cannot expect to attain a rose that is truly theirs, one that brings satisfaction and beauty. It is quite frankly a fanciful notion, a mere delusion. Brian is tending to his rose. Although the rose initially resists and rejects his nurturing, time will mend these wounds, integrating Brian into the void left by the rose. Severus embodies this very essence. This is my perspective. To clarify, time belongs to Brian, and even if he had not developed feelings for Severus, which, as we all know, is utterly implausible, must Brian wait for someone to mature? Would he perish without Severus? Such notions of persistent affection and relentless pursuit are difficult to evaluate. Observe the subtleties. Severus, too, is stirred by emotion. He gazes at the light, draws closer to it, covets it, and ultimately grasps it. He is not as indifferent as you may suggest. While one may label Brian as foolish, I will not permit you to dismiss him as a mere sycophant, a saintly figure, or one who clings obstinately. There exists no reward without labor. Do you comprehend? Do you understand? When the hooded professor is absent from the classroom, the little wizards below are well aware that this lesson will devolve into self-study. Professor Cavendish is late once more. I still have queries to address. It seems I must await the next class. Merlin, let us hope Professor Cavendish does not forget he has 2 more sessions to conduct. I believe that if all the little wizards were to search together now, it would prove far more beneficial than merely praying to Merlin, remarked a little wizard, shrugging nonchalantly. Of course, if no one desires to see the Academy's hourglass points vanish entirely, that will not be the case. The empathetic headmaster Dumbledore will understand. The little wizards concluded their discussion and began to diligently engage with the content of their textbooks. "Merlin's pajamas!" exclaimed a Gryffindor lion, gazing at the canvas marred by what resembled insect trails, his tousled hair resembling a bird's nest. Who can explain why Hogwarts has a course in alchemy? It is utterly beyond the capabilities of a young wizard. In the absence of a professor, The little wizards felt liberated, their voices unrestrained. Naturally, even if their alchemy professor, Brian Cavendish, had been present, he would have paid them little heed. He was a taciturn individual. Even if the little wizards were to incinerate Hogwarts, he might not react at all. He would merely lower his covered head, forever concealing himself. To attribute one's own foolishness to the esoteric and mysterious realms of knowledge is precisely the folly one would expect from a dim-witted lion. The noble little snakes scoffed derisively, and the little lion glared at the snakes. Oh really? Has the self-important Slytherin completed his class assignments? The speaking little snake had, of course, not completed his work either, for alchemy is no simple art. However, he would not grant the little lion the satisfaction of a retort. I shall not be as foolish as you. Completion is merely a matter of time. Their quarrel escalated, their banter filling the classroom, disturbing even the little wizards from other houses. Merlin's hat. They have begun again. The entire classroom is engulfed in their noise. The discord between the Slytherin little snakes and the Gryffindor little lions is hardly a new phenomenon. I have grown accustomed to their intermittent clashes. We should consider ourselves fortunate to be in Professor Cavendish's class. He has cast alchemical ward around, or else they would have surely used their wands to send a Avada to their opponents, if only they possessed the skill. The classroom was in disarray, and Professor Cavendish remained oblivious, unaware that his little wizards were on the verge of turning the room upside down. After all, he was nestled in a corner of some corridor, lost in slumber, clutching his books and legs. Brian, the voice calling him in the corridor, gentle and familiar, roused Brian, who had cast the ignore me charm upon himself. Ah, it was Headmaster Dumbledore. The man leaning against the wall slowly awoke, his eyelashes fluttering before he opened his eyes, which were clouded and obscured his emotions. Dumbledore finally located his alchemy professor in an inconspicuous spot, observing the languidly approaching Brian with concern etched upon his kindly visage. He addressed him with care. Cavendish, my dear friend, you appear exceedingly weak. Neglecting to nourish oneself is hardly a commendable habit. Brian felt a foggy haze clouding his mind, and a sharp pang gripped his stomach. He nodded, responding to Dumbledore's concern. I understand, Headmaster Dumbledore. He rose, his voice barely above a whisper, belatedly recalling that he had a class to attend today. Apologies, I nearly missed a lesson with the little wizards. I shall head there at once. Brian adjusted his hood, ensuring it remained secure atop his head. The weather was splendid, sunlight streaming through the corridor's windows, yet it did not grace him. He walked in the shadows, far from the light. Dumbledore observed his retreating figure, contemplating. Brian was a wanderer in darkness, relishing in his concealment. He never forgot he wore the ignore me charm. Aside from the most formidable wizard at Hogwarts, which was him, others found it exceedingly difficult to detect his presence. Poor little fellow, he seems perpetually alone. Though Brian appeared to move slowly, it was not long before he found his classroom. Upon entering, the little wizards were quietly engrossed in their tasks, undistracted even by the arrival of a new presence. Perhaps Brian had forgotten that he had not lifted his ignore me charm. His potent magic rendered the weak and focused little wizards incapable of noticing that their sought-after Professor Cavendish had silently joined them. Of course, it was only when Brian finally remembered and lifted the ignore me charm that his sudden appearance startled several little wizards who had been dawdling. Among the reactions, Brian pondered for a long time, unable to recall the name, until someone revealed it to him. James, you bumped into me. A little girl, who had been jostled by his exuberance, shouted in anger, prompting Brian to remember his name, James Potter. Perhaps he should deduct points from Gryffindor, for one must not whisper in class, and more importantly, one should not disrupt the focused studies of fellow young wizards. I'm truly sorry, Lily. It was not my intention. His voice dwindled to a mere whisper, ultimately fading to a point where Brian could no longer discern it, yet he could still infer the soft words from his lips. It was Professor Quirrell's sudden appearance that startled me. Brian found this rather uninteresting. He lowered his gaze and waved his wand, diligently recording some of the class questions and relaying them to each of the young wizards. The young wizards, upon glancing at the exceedingly detailed instructions provided by Professor Quirrell, which surpassed even the manual, were instantly captivated. A luminous glow emanated from in front of a Slytherin young wizard, capturing Brian's attention, for he had only just distributed the materials for the young wizards to reference. Perhaps this little serpent accomplished it through sheer talent, exhibiting remarkable intelligence and patience. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, marking the alchemy lesson he taught, the glowing alchemical assignment. Brian disregarded the disputes among the young wizards, instead choosing to encourage them. He inquired of the young wizard, "What is your name?" Perhaps due to hunger, he appeared rather lethargic, his voice lacking in emotion, which strangely imbued him with an air of authority. The slithering young serpent, with his neatly cropped hair, lifted his chin, revealing an elegant neck, firm and resolute. Severus Snape, Professor Quirrell. The boy's face bore no signs of excitement, as if it were a matter of course, even tinged with disdain, though he certainly had the merit to feel so. However, Brian was adept at reading others' emotions, and from the child's eyes, he perceived, yes, joy, and a glimmer of anticipation. He was a child yearning for praise, yet awkwardly reluctant to let it show. Brian mused this to himself, articulating smoothly, "Excellent, Slytherin earns 10 points. The little serpents rejoiced immensely, while the little lions perhaps labored even harder, driven by the desire to surpass Slytherin. Lily Evans promptly completed her assignment. Gryffindor earns 10 points. Ravenclaw earns 10 points. As the class concluded, Brian skillfully cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and vanished into the throng of young wizards. With alchemy class now over, Brian ambled slowly, wandering aimlessly until he found a quiet place, free from disturbance, where he could close his eyes and take a nap. However, it wasn't long before Brian felt as though he had only lain there for a brief moment, before he could even allow his mind to go blank. He was roused by the sounds of an argument. His stomach began to ache once more. Perhaps it was time for him to eat something, which might at least afford him a decent night's sleep. Dark magic is both insidious and perilous. No one would wish to study the dark arts. Snape, you ought to be more discerning. The voice was unfamiliar to Brian, and he couldn't immediately recall who it belonged to. However, the name mentioned was quite memorable. He wondered if it was that same child who had been the first to complete their assignment, for which he had awarded extra points to Slytherin. Dark magic is indeed formidable, far superior to the triviality of flying on a foolish broomstick. Lily Evans, you must concede this point. Upon hearing the voice, Brian confirmed his assumptions. It was a Gryffindor and a Slytherin, and it was hardly surprising that they were embroiled in a dispute. Hey, snot-nosed brat, what are you doing? Bullying Lily? Brian turned his head. The voice was familiar, yet his decision to look over was prompted by the impolite appellation. He was completely unaware that a young wizard could be so rude. He felt inclined to deduct points from this little wizard. All wizards knew that those who belonged to Slytherin were wicked and malevolent. The snot-nosed brat would surely study dark magic as part of his curriculum. Another voice chimed in, and as Brian glanced over, he saw 4 young wizards gathered together. Unfortunately, their interaction was less than amicable. Otherwise, Brian would have been quite curious to see what games 3 little Gryffindors and 1 Slytherin might play together. Perhaps they could try a game of Do-de-jeu from the Muggle world, which was also suited for 4 players. Stupid Gryffindor. I truly do not understand why you would favor such reckless Gryffindors. Slytherin is the rightful home for wizards. The Gryffindor retorted, courage and loyalty define Gryffindor. Clearly, you possess neither. You are nothing more than a coward. Snot-nosed brat. They began to bicker. Holding his books, Brian paused momentarily before slowly rising to his feet. Hogwarts is a warm and friendly family. He felt compelled to intervene. What could he do? He couldn't think of anything. Yet, despite his indecision, his body moved forward and interrupted their conversation. May I remind you all to act like civilized and polite young wizards? Brian's voice broke the tension, and the previously boisterous group fell silent upon seeing him. James Potter and another Gryffindor boy exchanged glances, simultaneously hoping that Professor Kavanaugh had not overheard their disparaging remarks about Slytherin, given that he hailed from that very house. Apologize to Snape, Brian insisted, his gaze falling upon the 2 small wizards who were now looking down in shame. I apologize, Professor Kavanaugh, Brian interrupted their protest, his eyes now focused on the solitary little wizard standing aside. Perhaps it is not you who should be nicknamed? They clearly understood Brian's implication. Yet they were reluctant to apologize to Snape, struggling to justify their behavior. Professor Kavanaugh, Brian disapproved of their obstinacy, believing it to be misguided. 20 points from Gryffindor. Their expressions reflected disbelief. Why? You can't do this. Lily Evans sensed that Professor Kavanaugh was becoming irate. Merlin's beard. Is this the first time I've seen him angry? Please forgive James and Black's rudeness. Professor Kavanaugh, I apologize on their behalf. Brian was resolved not to repeat himself and was prepared to deduct points directly. but he noticed her pulling the two little wizards to face Snape. "You two," quickly apologized to Snape. The little lions begrudgingly mumbled their apologies. "Sorry, Snape." "My apologies, Snape." Snape might not have anticipated their apologies, even if they were coerced. He gazed at Lily Evans, feeling a mixture of annoyance and frustration. With a sigh, Brian stepped forward, taking the hands of the little lions and then the little snake, who stiffened in surprise. In the face of their fearful and resistant stares, Brian pressed their hands together. The faces of both the lion and the snake contorted in confusion, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, Brian found this scene utterly amusing, though it only exacerbated the discomfort in his stomach. "All right, let's have you hold hands and take a stroll. We are all friends here. Good friends, walking together. Perhaps sharing some snacks and a sip of milk." Brian released their hands, one in each of his, feeling their softness beneath his fingers. "Whether Slytherin or Gryffindor. Both are places you will encounter as you grow. You share the same meals, attend the same classes, and whether good or bad, it truly matters not for you who have just begun your first year." Brian ruffled the hair of the randomly chosen little head into a delightful mess before withdrawing his hand with satisfaction. Creating joyful memories together is what friends do. "Perhaps you might explore over there. There are glowing fish in the water." As soon as Brian released his grip, they swiftly withdrew their hands, their expressions complex, perhaps too bewildered to truly absorb Brian's words. Seeing that they had ceased their squabbling, Brian leisurely began to walk away, his stomach aching fiercely. He needed to find something to eat. With an hour remaining until dinner, he thought he should have a sip of water to ease the discomfort. Lily Evans watched Brian depart, her brow furrowed with concern. Professor Kavanaugh did not appear well. Snape hesitated for a moment before decisively stepping forward. "Yes? He does look quite pale." James waved his hand dismissively and leaned closer. "He looks just like my neighbor's dog." Lily Evans shot him a glare. And James Potter quickly clarified, "I mean, he seems sick like that dog does." "As if malnourished?" Brian knocked on the large door, and the guardian spirit at the entrance casually uttered a command. "Lemon honey," Brian replied. The door swung open. Dumbledore was not in the headmaster's office. Brian glanced around and found a plate full of fruit candies on the desk. Without hesitation, he grabbed a handful and exited the office. Dumbledore's absence conveniently allowed him to take a bit more candy, confident that the sweet-toothed and benevolent bees would not begrudge the poor, famished Professor Kavanaugh, who was nearly fainting from hunger. Chapter 2. The Awakened Professor. Upon returning to the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was informed by the guardian spirit that someone had entered and brazenly taken his sweets. He felt a pang of sympathy for the lost candies, but bore no resentment. In comparison to the few sweets, he would be far happier that Brian Kavanaugh was willing to eat something. Otherwise, he feared that one day his potions professor might starve to death in the halls of Hogwarts. Professor Kavanaugh was not particularly fond of staying in his office. He preferred to rest beneath the trees by the Forbidden Forest rather than in the dank, cold dungeons. Clutching the candies, Brian attempted to unwrap one, but the overly sweet taste overwhelmed his senses, causing him to wrinkle his nose and losing the desire to consume it altogether. Merlin's teeth. Should one truly commend the sweet-toothed bees? Why did the fruit candy make him feel nauseous? Just the scent was enough to make his stomach churn. Brian carefully wrapped the candy and ultimately resolved to sip a few mouthfuls of plain, healthful water. He intended to approach the dining table once the banquet commenced to procure a few manageable buns for himself. However, his expectations were evidently dashed, as the long table bore no sign of the buns he desired. Instead, it was laden with greasy roast chicken and sumptuous delicacies. Other than plain white rice, he found no light dishes to appease his palate. Perhaps fruit would serve as an alternative. The dining hall was abuzz with the joyous laughter of young wizards. As Brian passed by several professors, he departed from the lively scene, clutching his fruit, despite the likelihood that no one would notice his absence. He yearned for a solitary place where he could find solace. With both hands cradling a book against his chest, which, though not overly thick, possessed a sturdy spine, he stepped out from the shadows. The warm sunlight illuminated his form, yet it struggled to penetrate the depths of his dark, unilluminated robe, failing to reach the obscured visage beneath his hood. Even his hands were concealed, his entire being wrapped in an impenetrable shroud. He sought a distant spot beneath a tree and settled down, finding solace in the absence of chatter from the nearby young wizards. Allowing his head to rest against the trunk, he intended to relax, but as he rubbed his belly, a sharp pain surged again. Perhaps a sign that the food he had consumed had not adequately satisfied his hunger. Tilting his head back, he revealed a pallid face, nearly devoid of color. He had scarcely eaten properly, which rendered him somewhat frail. Fortunately, his body possessed remarkable recuperative abilities, having awakened after days without sustenance. He knew that with a little more nourishment, he could resume his vitality. As he lay there, he unwittingly drifted into slumber. He began to dream of a darkened sky, where he beheld a figure cloaked in black, brandishing a wand. The individual was tall, with Brian's perspective only able to reach their chin, and as fleeting images danced before him, he remained ensconced in sleep until he was gently roused from his reverie. Professor Cavendish? A youthful wizard's voice broke through, and Brian mused that perhaps he had slept too soundly, causing his invisibility charm to falter, thus leading to his discovery by a passing young wizard. Yet, if his memory served him correctly, he was on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, aside from couples seeking romance. The only other souls likely to venture into such perilous territory would be young wizards daring to explore its depths. Perhaps they were Gryffindors, as they were known for their penchant for thrill-seeking, and the Forbidden Forest would undoubtedly satiate their craving for adventure. As Brian languidly opened his eyes, he was met with the familiar Gryffindor crest, though the face belonged to someone he recognized. Night had fallen. It was now undeniably dark. Observing the 4 young wizards before him, he reflected that if they were out for a night stroll, they might be facing a deduction of points. Professor Cavendish, what are you doing sleeping here? Are you unwell? You should really visit the infirmary. Lily Evans expressed her concern, having been the one to awaken the slumbering Brian. The other young wizards behind her appeared somewhat anxious, likely aware that wandering at night was not condoned. I am quite well, Miss Evans. I appreciate your concern, Brian replied, though he could sense her skepticism as she took note of his pale complexion, which suggested he might faint at any moment. However, since he insisted he was fine, she reluctantly shelved her worries, realizing she needed to explain why they were present in the Forbidden Forest at this hour. Brian had hoped for a peaceful night's rest until dawn. Yet now he was awake and faced with the sight of several young wizards attempting to breach the Forbidden Forest. He could not ignore them, especially since a few of the students he had a rare impression of were amongst them. Watching the young wizards scramble for excuses, he felt compelled to offer them a means of retreat. I know that you all are exceptionally talented young wizards. He paused, noting the immediate tension that gripped them, their hearts likely rising to their throats. Perhaps they were lamenting the impending loss of points, or regretting their decision to awaken a professor during their nocturnal escapade. Standing at the forefront, Lily Evans was about to assume responsibility when Severus Snape stepped forward, and Brian anticipated that he was prepared to take the blame. Before Snape could speak, Brian interjected. However, I would advise against recklessly entering the perilous Forbidden Forest without means to protect yourselves. The young wizards sensed that he bore no ill intent, and relief washed over them. Lily Evans flashed a smile at Snape, clearly having noticed his initiative. Professor Cavendish, might we request your company to escort us? James Potter's eyes brightened at the prospect, having caught on to Brian's previous words. Lily cast a disapproving glare at Potter, as Professor Cavendish had already shown leniency regarding their nocturnal excursion. They should have been wise enough to choose another time rather than provoke a professor who had been roused from slumber. Brian was inclined to refuse. He not only wished to firmly dissuade them from their reckless venture into the Forbidden Forest, but also felt they deserved a lesson in responsibility. Yet the hopeful gazes of the young wizards, particularly that of the Slytherin boy, rendered his resolve weak. Perhaps a brief walk would not significantly encroach upon his time. He had ample opportunity to indulge the curiosity of a few young wizards. He hoped this would not encourage them to pursue further reckless adventures. With a faint smile, Brian acquiesced, though the dim light cast by his hood rendered him nearly unnoticeable. I trust that your adventure will be undertaken with utmost caution. Should you encounter any issues, do remember to consult the professors accompanying you. Of course, Professor Cavendish. They chorused as he followed them, the group of young wizards leading the way, their carefree demeanor affording him a sense of unwavering trust. Only Severus Snape, the Slytherin boy, occasionally glanced back, perhaps displaying the traits typical of his house, skepticism and inquiry, or merely checking to ensure he had not strayed from the group. Unlike the exuberant Gryffindors, the Slytherin boy maintained a constant vigilance and an unexpected maturity for his age. Brian recognized the temperament of such a young wizard. It could stem from either an upbringing in a noble family or a childhood marked by hardship. Reflecting on Snape's parents, Brian discerned it was the latter. He found it difficult to comprehend how a pure blood of noble lineage, endowed with a dazzling heritage and wealth that invited envy, could fall for a muggle, one who was unambitious and brutish. Perhaps they had ingested a faulty potion, leading them to mistakenly believe that muggle was their whole world. Perhaps this was what the muggle world termed lovestruck. Observing the Gryffindor, shielded by the Slytherin's unintentional protection, he couldn't help but muse that he ought to pray the affliction of lovestruck did not spread. Otherwise, Slytherin might soon welcome another heartbroken young wizard. And he hoped that the boy would not retreat into solitude to weep. As thoughts of the noble Slytherin students crossed his mind, each more adept at avoiding their beloved than the last, Brian sighed. In his pity for the Slytherin young wizards, he seemed to forget that he, too, belonged to that house. The path through the Forbidden Forest was uneven, as evidenced by the several near tumbles experienced by the exuberant James Potter and Sirius Black. They had already grasped this reality. Lily Evans, too, nearly stumbled multiple times, but fortune favored her, for she had 3 gallant protectors. Still, it appeared that Lily preferred to draw closer to James Potter. Brian observed as Snape, visibly frustrated, seemed on the verge of crushing his back teeth. The pitiful little serpent, perhaps unaware of his own demeanor, bore a fierce expression. They encountered numerous herbs described in their textbooks, and it was fortunate that they did not allow their curiosity and excitement to cloud their judgment. They began foraging only after consulting Professor Cavendish. Even Snape was diligently searching for the items he required. Brian, merely an alchemy professor, failed to discern the purpose of the herbs Snape sought for his potion. Suddenly, Lily Evans let out a piercing scream, causing Snape to halt his actions momentarily before swiftly turning to locate the frightened girl. Before Lily stood a colossal spider, prompting James Potter to exclaim, "It's a spider. It has 8 eyes." James glanced back at Professor Cavendish, suggesting, "We should leave quickly. I've seen it in the magical creatures textbook. It's a social creature." The young wizards visibly panicked. Snape observed the fleeing spider. It was a valuable specimen he wished to capture, yet harming one would attract its kin, leading to complications that even Cavendish might struggle to resolve. Brian noted Snape's hesitation, pondering whether the ignorant young wizards should realize that their alchemy professor was as formidable as Headmaster Dumbledore. With a flick of his wand, Brian dispatched the spider and captured it, only to realize he lacked a suitable container. After a moment's deliberation, he removed a ring from his finger. It was a storage ring he had crafted, possessing a space as large as a house, capable of holding numerous items, though he had many rings and few belongings. He beckoned to Snape. "Mr. Snape, perhaps you could come over here." As Snape approached, Brian slid the ring onto his little finger. Once in place, the ring magically resized to fit perfectly. Snape furrowed his brow, uncertain of the ring's significance, instinctively attempting to remove it. Brian clarified, "While the spider's blood is indeed a valuable ingredient, Mr. Snape, we must maintain a sense of reverence for the creatures of the Forbidden Forest. I am temporarily lending you this storage ring. It would be wise for you to return it to me after completing your potion." Snape contemplated for a moment before acquiescing. "Thank you, Professor Cavendish. I will return it to you promptly. I won't make you wait long." "I trust you," Brian replied, ruffling his hair before turning his attention to the young lions. Perhaps the students of Professor Cavendish should have faith in their alchemy professor, rather than viewing him as a mere ornament. Raising his wand, Brian uttered, "Lumos." The surrounding illumination expanded, revealing countless eyes that glimmered like fireflies in the night, moving in a dense swarm that sent chills down their spines. Unperturbed, Brian lifted his wand, casting Incendio. A pale blue flame erupted, encircling the wizards and spreading outward. The spider, terrified of fire, retreated hastily, soon scattering in all directions. "Wow, Professor Cavendish is incredible. Brilliantly done." The young lions showered him with praise, though only the little serpent expressed skepticism. "What spell was that? I haven't seen it in any book." Brian marveled at his perceptiveness. "Have you read every book?" Snape paused, nodding slightly, feeling somewhat deflated. "I lack access to those requiring permissions, which I do not possess." Noticing his despondency, Brian suggested, "Perhaps I can assist you." Snape was taken aback, and Brian smiled, his demeanor illuminated by the flickering light of the spell. "Isn't magic fascinating?" he continued, leading the little serpent onward. Just like this, sparkling with starlight. The sky above transformed into a starry expanse, twinkling under Brian's control, with shooting stars occasionally streaking across. Snape watched, his eyes reflecting the enchanting scene. "What is its purpose?" he queried, a penetrating question that struck Brian's core. He pondered, "Not every spell must yield astounding results, Mr. Snape. If it did, it would be remarkably beautiful." "A mere ornament?" Brian replied, somewhat resigned. "Well, one might interpret it that way. A vision that appears quite lovely, After a moment of contemplation, the little serpent resumed foraging, prompting Brian to question his own worth. This little serpent was indeed concerned with the practicality of magic, a driven young wizard indeed. He silently wished him a prosperous career and a bright future. Chapter 3. The Professor in the Tree. Brian observed the time as it ushered the excited young wizards out of the Forbidden Forest. They required ample rest to prepare for the lessons scheduled for the day. "Oh, Merlin's beard, I nearly forgot about my alchemy class." Brian felt a wave of despondency wash over him, further diminishing his already waning spirits. Breakfast time arrived, and Brian ambled to the dining table, grateful for Hogwarts' nutritionally balanced meals, ensuring he wouldn't encounter greasy meats. Nevertheless, he could only manage to drink a bowl of porridge. Even as his stomach churned uncomfortably, Brian refrained from expelling the food he consumed. He feared becoming the first professor in history to starve to death. his tale potentially immortalized in Hogwarts annals for future generations of young wizards to peruse. Oh, how embarrassing that would be. Having finished his meal, Brian left with little enthusiasm, stuffing some food into his storage ring, as he had depleted his previous supplies. Before long, Hogwarts would welcome Christmas, blanketing the grounds with pristine snowflakes. As students and professors departed for the holidays. Except for Brian, he had no residence in the Muggle world, though he didn't require one. Any clean space would suffice for him to rest. At last, the weary alchemy professor stood at his podium. Young wizards, Blake exhaled, his voice resonating throughout the room. Now, set aside any unfinished assignments and align your attention to me, if possible. Brian wished to place a memory stone on the podium instead of enduring the eager gazes of young wizards thirsting for knowledge. Brian produced a sheet of parchment, recalling, "In our first class, I covered the types of alchemy. I hope you Haven T returned that knowledge to me. Even if you did, your galleons would not be refunded. Of course, if you wish, feel free to approach the kind headmaster Dumbledore." As Brian spoke, he conjured a quill, directing its movements with magic, allowing it to inscribe words across the parchment. Life is a product of nature that commands respect. It is both mysterious and perilous, possessing its own consciousness. Brian paused, observing the attentive faces of the young wizards before continuing. Today, we shall discuss how to use inanimate objects to depict a living creature. The parchment depicted a small rabbit, and as the final stroke was completed, a burst of light erupted, causing the rabbit to leap from the drawing. It bounded across the desks of the young wizards before returning to Brian's outstretched arm. This is a created creature. I hope you understand why we refer to it as a creature rather than a being. The adorable appearance of the little rabbit captured the attention of most young wizards, particularly the witchlings, who have always been somewhat defenseless against charming creatures. Although they appeared no different from living beings, devoid of a soul, they ultimately amounted to nothing more than mere objects, obediently serving their masters. The little rabbit obediently perched upon Brian's arm, and when he released it, it hopped merrily toward a young wizard who was reaching out to stroke it. Suddenly, the rabbit's mouth split open, revealing sharp teeth as it lunged at the young wizard. Terrified, the young wizard reacted swiftly, casting a spell, and the rabbit, under control, deftly evaded the attack, returning to its docile stance in front of Brian. Therefore, young wizards, enchanted by appearances, must remain ever vigilant and refrain from allowing any suspicious creatures to approach. Blake glanced approvingly at the young wizard who had intervened, nodding in appreciation. "Well done, Ravenclaw, 10 points to your house." He lifted the rabbit, a creature conjured through alchemy, obediently following its master's commands without question or defiance, except in one circumstance. Brian produced another vial, opening it to reveal a transparent kitten forming amid the smoke. He continued, "Unless a soul is infused." He then drew a cat upon another piece of parchment, merging the transparent kitten into it. A cat leaped forth from the parchment, the newly embodied kitten appearing momentarily bewildered as it took tentative steps, soon meowing joyfully in the classroom. Its endearing presence quickly won over the hearts of most young wizards, who evidently had forgotten the lesson Brian had just demonstrated. Perhaps those lacking sufficient ability could understand that casually engaging in soul-related alchemy is exceedingly perilous, and they would refrain from recklessly attempting it. With unanimous assurances from the young wizards, Brian stepped out of the classroom just as the bell rang. Perhaps he had forgotten that there remained a rabbit and a cat within the classroom. Brian's lessons were straightforward, of course, exceedingly simple for him, yet for the young wizards, it felt akin to embarking on a hellish mode. The knowledge imparted in a single class would take the young wizards at least half a semester to master, greatly facilitating Brian's inclination to be lazy. As snowflakes began to drift from the sky, the season of winter had arrived. The young wizards donned warm clothing, particularly the noble scions of Slytherin, whose families were either affluent or of noble lineage. Although their uniforms were identical, the investments of galleons were evident in their fabrics and embellishments, perpetually showcasing their aristocratic nature. From atop a tree, Brian observed a certain individual, none other than Severus Snape. He was the offspring of a pure-blood aristocrat and a Muggle, his mother's family having never tolerated the inclusion of a Muggle descendant. The privileges of nobility did not extend to him. Today, he stood alone, perhaps differing in ideology from the Gryffindor, leading to their current quarrel. In a moment of distraction, Snape found himself encircled by a few young Slytherins. Were they his friends? It was only when Snape was tripped by a spell that Brian realized how pure-blood families despised the offspring of both purebloods and Muggles, referring to them as traitors to pure-blood status, loathsome sinners. The diminutive Snape tumbled into the snow, and Brian could only wonder how cold it must have been. Yet he did not intervene. Perhaps Mr. Snape would prefer not to be seen in such a disheveled state, much like he strived to uphold the decorum expected of a Slytherin. Or perhaps it was merely his small pride. Nonetheless, Bullying fellow students is not a virtue among young wizards. They ought to be educated. With a flick of his wand, Brian caused several Slytherin youths to slip and tumble. Their current state no better than Snape's. Cursed Merlin. Hogwarts' wretched floors. The aristocratic demeanor failed to maintain itself, but with a mere glare and a muttered remark, he departed. Snape had already risen, brushing off his sleeves, suppressing his fury and embarrassment, clutching his spell book as he walked away from Brian. Snape was quite the prodigy. Brian had already discerned this while grading assignments. However, when faced with the provocations of the aristocracy, he could do little but endure. After all, two fists cannot contend against four hands. Nobles would certainly disdain resolving conflicts through Muggle means, preferring to wield their superior familial status and authority to subdue others. Did his friend, or rather Lily Evans, know of the difficulties he faced? Perhaps Snape was ostracized not only for being half-Muggle, but also for associating with Gryffindors. The rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor had been brewing since before their enrollment, almost leading to a brawl over which house was superior. Brian gazed in the direction Snape had departed, lost in thought, when he heard a sound beneath the tree. Looking down, he discovered the experimental creations from his class, a cat and a rabbit, both white, silent amid the snow, unnoticed by anyone. The kitten mewed incessantly, a creature with a soul, perhaps sensing hunger and instinctively seeking its owner. Asking him for food would be futile. It would be better off checking the kitchens. For the little creature remained unaware that its master was a forgetful fool who often neglected meals due to slumber. Brian contemplated whether to descend immediately or simply disregard it. Alchemical pets do not require sustenance. Snape had not strayed far and instinctively turned at the sound of the animals. Merely following the kitten's gaze until it met that of Professor Quirrell, who had been pretending to be a tree, Brian felt a rare twinge of embarrassment, a sensation akin to being caught spying. Instinctively, he averted his gaze, attempting to conceal himself. Observing his actions, Snape remained silent for several moments before inquiring with curiosity. Professor Quirrell? Having been called out by Snape, Brian could no longer feign ignorance. He propped himself up with one hand, preparing to leap down, but as his hand slipped, he lost his balance and fell. Brian mused that today was indeed a day for tumbles, falling into galleons, and a bright future. Thankfully, he was adept in magic, so he wouldn't land himself in the infirmary. Perhaps acting on instinct, Snape rushed forward, catching him after Brian levitated himself. However, the weight of an adult was not something a young wizard could easily bear, and thus, Snape found himself pressed into the snow. The snow was cold, and Brian shivered. Quickly pulling Snape back to his feet, he was uninjured, but the exposed skin felt painfully cold. Brian grasped his hand, rubbing it gently. Mr. Snape, how can you be so cold? The two small animals promptly leaped onto Brian, and he seized the little white rabbit, placing it into Snape's embrace. The rabbit began to radiate warmth, akin to a hot water bottle, providing an unending source of heat. Perhaps you need this, Brian smiled, helping to brush off the snowflakes from Snape's attire. Snape furrowed his brow, about to decline the gesture when Brian interjected. As a reward for rescuing a clumsy professor who fell from a tree? Severus Snape replied, Professor Quirrell, why do you always end up in such peculiar places? Lurian paused for a moment, then shrugged his shoulders. The confinement of the cellar was not to his liking, for he preferred the outdoors. At least, upon opening his eyes the next moment, there might be a chance encounter with a daring young wizard. His jest sparked a recollection in Snape of the events from the previous night. Subsequently, they parted ways, as Snape had a potions class to attend while Brian sought a different spot to continue his slumber. The forgotten little kitten, realizing it had failed to capture its master's attention, anxiously circled about before finally settling beside him. After a considerable time, Christmas arrived, and the young wizards prepared gifts for each of their professors, with no exception for the alchemy professor Brian Cavendish. In Merlin's treasury, Brian longed to cast a disappearing charm upon himself, so even the owls would be unable to locate him. After all, being pursued by a dozen owls was hardly a pleasant affair, especially when one was abruptly awakened by gifts raining down upon him. Reluctantly, he gathered the students' offerings and returned to his office, only to discover a heap of gifts had accumulated there as well. The little kitten frolicked among the presents, eventually stopping at one and mewing at Brian. Curiosity piqued, he approached and picked up the unmarked gift box. Upon opening it, he discovered a pair of exquisite earrings that matched the hue of his pale gray eyes, dainty and finely crafted. Yet, as Brian pulled back his hood to reveal his head, it became apparent that his long hair was concealed beneath his black robe, with only the shorter strands cascading about. He tucked his hair behind his ears and touched them gently. Although he had no piercings, these earrings were undeniably beautiful. Perhaps he could have a hole made to wear them. The ear piercing was quickly accomplished, and with the aid of magic, he felt little to no pain. Adorning the earrings, he summoned a mirror to behold the reflection of a pale-faced man, his gaze wandering to the earrings swaying with his movements. In the frigid winter, he allowed a warm smile to surface. Though uncertain of the gift's origin, he resolved to reciprocate when the time came. Chapter 4. The Leisurely Professor. With a yawn, he waved his wand, sifting through a stack of invitations from nobles, incinerating them all. He separated out the candies and snacks, intending to present them all to Professor Dumbledore. Additionally, he bundled up various warm, plush garments, destined for a Muggle orphanage, which would ultimately serve as his haven. In the end, aside from the earrings adorning his ears, he left nothing behind. He also discovered a gift from Lily Evans and her fellow young wizards, a red scarf that appeared quite warm, destined for someone in need. He noted the gifts from James Potter and Sirius Black, yet found no offering from Severus Snape. Alas, the little fellow likely had no galleons to spare. Brian slumped over his desk, categorizing the gifts before dispatching them, feeling utterly exhausted. From his storage ring, he fished out a piece of fabric, an item that had been untouched for an indeterminate period, inscribed with runes he had carved long ago, imbued with warmth, automatic repair, and cleansing properties. Perhaps it could be fashioned into a gift for Snape. He hoped his goodwill would not be misconstrued, leading to its rejection. After all, such a loss would not be significant, though it might dampen his spirits. After some contemplation, he resolved to create a complete set. Thus, he toiled through the night, reminiscing about his interactions with young Snape, cutting the fabric to an approximate size. Once packaged, he prepared another storage ring for Dumbledore, limiting its space to that of a cupboard, fearing that if it were too large, the sweet-toothed Dumbledore would conceal an abundance of confections therein, endangering his teeth. Professor McGonagall frequently confiscated his sweets. They were good friends, and friends naturally care for one another. Aside from his familiarity with Dumbledore, the others were merely colleagues. One might even call them familiar strangers. After sending off the items, Brian rubbed his weary eyes. The cellar's lighting was dim. He ignited the fire in the hearth, seating himself on the sofa before it, curling up and sinking into its embrace. This very sofa had been a gift from Dumbledore the previous year, one he had grown quite fond of, finding it immensely comfortable. Yet, he only utilized it during the biting cold of winter. When Brian awoke, he found himself surrounded by darkness. The fire had extinguished, and the outside world was likely similarly shrouded in night. Groping about, he stood and reignited the hearth, its flames dispelling the shadows. He contemplated the door for a moment before deciding to venture out for a stroll. He ambled through the corridors of Hogwarts, the moonlight streaming through the tall windows, illuminating the snow-covered landscape as the winter winds danced about. In this dim environment, with the pure white moon hanging overhead, it was the perfect atmosphere for contemplating life. However, Brian found little to ponder, as much of his life had been spent in slumber. He stepped gingerly into the snow, and as the cold enveloped him, numbing his senses, he adapted to it. He even leaned against a wall and succumbed to sleep in the snow. Before him stood a figure, though indistinct. Brian could not discern who it was, yet felt a sense of familiarity. Who could it be? Why did they stand before him, wand in hand, without uttering a word? Was he being guarded? Was it me? Brian stared vacantly, with no one to provide clarity. Brian. Suddenly, the voice called out his name, a rarity indeed, as most were accustomed to referring to him as Cavendish. What is it? Brian instinctively responded, astonished to find he could speak. What are you doing? The voice was melodious yet tinged with anger, eliciting a startled reaction from Brian, who remained perplexed by the situation. Feeling somewhat wronged, he hesitated. Me? Just watching the snow? He vaguely remembered observing the snowfall. Professor? A voice shattered the scene before him. Professor Cavendish? Brian's eyelashes fluttered as light gradually seeped into his vision. Upon regaining clarity, he realized he had dozed off again, perhaps having dreamt, though the details eluded him. Attempting to rise from the icy ground, he found his limbs stiff, likely numbed by the cold. With a flick of his wand, he warmed his body slightly. The one who had roused him was a Ravenclaw student, perhaps merely passing by. But having seen him, she was compelled to assist. Brian reached into his pocket, producing a piece of candy as a token of gratitude for her kindness. Just a single sweet, she accepted it, satisfied to see Professor Cavendish in good health before departing. Ravenclaw students were often bookish. Perhaps she hurried off to the library in search of information. Brian shook his head, engulfed in a disorienting sensation akin to awakening from a long slumber. Unsure of the time or day, yet he had grown accustomed to such disarray. Poor little wizards, emerging from their warm nests, would soon be engaging with their equally busy professors as they commenced their next semester's courses. Achoo! Brian suddenly sneezed, furrowing his brow and rubbing his nose. Who is speaking of me? Reflecting on his pitifully few friends, he managed a resigned smile. The rest had long ceased to keep in touch, and now only Albus Dumbledore seemed to take notice of him. Surely it could not be Dumbledore alone. He was exceedingly busy each day, How could he spare a thought for a drowsy professor of alchemy? Brian, indifferent, clutched his book and meandered through Hogwarts when a small white cat unexpectedly approached him, accompanied by several meows. Glancing over, he spotted his alchemical pet, the little white cat, alongside Professor McGonagall in her animagus form, a black and white patterned cat. She had transformed back into her human form and looked at Brian with surprise. Professor Cavendier, what a delight to find you here. You were truly hard to locate. Good day, Professor McGonagall. Though Brian had little interaction with her, her presence compelled him to deduce that she must have come on Dumbledore's behalf. Is there a matter concerning Headmaster Dumbledore? McGonagall nodded. Indeed, we need to convene in his office. You are the last to arrive. Hearing this, Brian followed Professor McGonagall, realizing that everyone was waiting solely on him, an unusual occurrence. He could hardly fathom what pressing matter could warrant the attention of this seemingly inconspicuous professor. After all, they had specifically sent McGonagall to fetch him. In Dumbledore's office, all the professors were present, well, all except for the potions master. Dumbledore noticed Brian's gaze and waved his hand. All right, all professors are here now, he announced, letting out a sigh. I must declare an important matter. Our potions master is currently indisposed, which means our unfortunate young wizards will be without a professor to teach them about potions. Brian gathered the situation quickly, with one professor absent. The already busy staff would need to allocate time to cover the course. Observing from the sidelines, he thought this was hardly a concern for him as an alchemy professor. Yet, it was evident that the others held a different view. All eyes turned towards Brian, the palpable pressure of their stares plunging the office into an eerie silence. They were clearly communicating to Brian that he was the ideal candidate to fill the void left by the potions master. Stunned, Brian realized why they had waited for his arrival. It seemed he was to be the protagonist of this narrative. He felt a wave of reluctance, regret, and an urge to protest. Professor Cavendier, perhaps you should take a glance at the timetable. Your courses are double those of all the other professors, one colleague chimed in. And according to the young wizards, their alchemy professor often arrives late and leaves early. Brian felt a twinge of guilt, though it was fleeting. He retorted, the young wizards must have their own time to exercise their imagination. I am teaching them to manage their time. That sounds rather splendid, another professor interjected. So does this mean that the alchemy course does not always require the presence of its professor? With utmost seriousness, Brian replied, naturally. I am there to safeguard the young wizard's well-being. Dumbledore's jovial demeanor contrasted sharply with the dark expressions of the other professors. Brian rubbed his nose, perhaps feeling a slight pang of conscience. Very well, I shall accept this duty, he conceded, and upon hearing his compliance, the tension in the room eased slightly. The care of magical creatures professor remarked, since the potions master has been confirmed absent, I must take my leave. My plans require my attention. I too shall depart. Oh, Merlin, the parchment of the young wizards is on the brink of rewriting the history of Hogwarts. This voice belonged to a history of magic professor, revealing his deep frustration with the students' performance. This made Brian reminisce about the education in the Muggle world, where those who failed to remember history became the creators of miracles. What an endearing group of young wizards they were. You can hardly imagine the astonishment, he muttered as he exited. Brian cast a sympathetic glance at him. But the thought of having to prepare both alchemy and potions lessons for the young wizards extinguished any humor he might have had. Merlin's socks. What on earth is he so pleased about? He is the one who is in the direst situation. With a grimace, Brian noted Dumbledore's comforting gaze. Observing Dumbledore's white beard sparked a sudden realization. He had not taken on any teaching responsibilities. Headmaster Dumbledore, Brian inquired. Why don't you assume the role of potions master? I recall you having little else to attend to. Dumbledore paused, suddenly serious. Thank you for the reminder. I almost forgot I have important matters to attend to. I fear I shall be occupied for several months. Professor Cavendier, thank you for willingly taking on this arduous task. The future of our young wizards now rests upon your shoulders. Brian's eyes conveyed disbelief, a mixture of skepticism and incredulity, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Dumbledore was whisked away by his phoenix, leaving Brian momentarily bewildered. It wasn't until he began teaching the young wizards that he emerged from his stupor of being so unexpectedly ensnared. The eager faces of the students contrasted sharply with the professor's sense of resignation. Please turn to page 157. Brian inhaled deeply as he commenced the lesson. He demonstrated the effects and applications of various herbs, explaining when to add them to the cauldron. As the potion gradually turned a vibrant blue, he instructed them to add a third herb and await the appropriate time. Thus, a simple healing potion was created. Brian bottled the potion, delicately pinching the neck of the vial between his fingers, showcasing it to the young wizards. His fingers, elegantly structured and pale, added a certain aesthetic appeal as he held the bottle. He then raised an arm, rolled up his sleeve, and without hesitation, made a small cut on his fair skin. As the young wizards gasped in shock, He brought the potion to his lips and drank. Before long, the wound had sealed and healed. And that is the effect. He stated, "Of course, please do not attempt this lightly. One can never be certain if your concoction has transformed into a peculiar new variety." The young wizards nodded obediently. The better the potion, the more effective it is. However, compared to supplementary potions, I would prefer you to master your spells. For a restoration charm does not require the arduous search for materials and lengthy brewing. He addressed the young wizards. "I trust you have not forgotten the importance of taking notes. Now, it is your turn." Rolling down his sleeve, he placed the potion on the desk and stepped away from the podium, his cool voice resonating in each young wizard's ear. "I will be observing you from below. Should you encounter any questions or surprises, please inform me immediately and ensure your safety." Some young wizards froze in place, captivated by the demonstration, having completely forgotten about taking notes. However, as they saw their professor moving among them, they steeled themselves to proceed. Brian's keen eyes caught sight of one young wizard tossing an unnecessary ingredient into the cauldron. Swiftly, he covered the cauldron with a lid to protect everyone from the impending explosion. A loud bang triggered a chain reaction, resulting in more mistakes, shaky hands, and those who inadvertently added the wrong ingredient or lost track of time. Brian did not pause. He feared that even a moment's delay could result in injury to the young wizards. More than half the class began remaking their potions, and in the process, Brian deducted points. 10 points from Gryffindor, 10 points from Slytherin, 10 points from Hufflepuff. With a stoic expression, Brian meticulously placed a cauldron on the table, which only heightened the anxiety of the young wizards, compelling them to create even more chaotic concoctions. Brian sighed, contemplating how much simpler it was to teach alchemy. When provided with an illustration, the young wizards would labor over it for months. Sincerity bore fruit, and their efforts were immediately discernible. The little wizards attending potion class seemed to be merely floundering in murky waters. Professor Cavendish. Turning his head, Brian spotted Snape, who, unbeknownst to him, was also present in the class. "I'm finished." Brian approached to inspect the work and was taken aback, exclaiming, "Perfection." Unable to restrain his admiration, he remarked, "You possess a remarkable talent for potions." A smile graced Brian's lips as he declared, "Slytherin earns 20 points. Chapter 5, The Perplexed Professor. Professor Cavendish. A young wizard called out. Brian turned to see Lily Evans, who had also completed her potion. After a quick inspection, he found her work commendable. Gryffindor receives 10 points. James Potter frowned, evidently dissatisfied with the meager addition of points, especially since Snape had just garnered 20 points with his potion. Before he could voice his displeasure, however, his two companions behind him had already begun to grumble. Brian noted their names emblazoned on their robes, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin. "This is unfair. Why does Snape deserve 20 points? Lily had also completed her work. Why was she only awarded 10? Brian furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp for the first time, particularly as the unflattering nickname hung in the air, ready to be uttered. Perhaps Mr. Black and Mr. Lupin should first focus on completing their Dear Potion Professor's assignment before questioning his judgment and decisions. Brian felt a pang of annoyance, but he reminded himself that personal feelings had no place for a professor. Mr. Snape's potion is the purest in this class, surpassing the dubious liquid that has exploded from your cauldron. Brian's voice lowered. He wished to shield the young wizard from ridicule. "Let us keep it down a notch." With a flick of his wand, he restored the table to its pristine condition, returning the scattered materials to their rightful places. Suddenly, a smile crept onto his face as he gently addressed Lily Evans. "Perhaps if you concoct your potion before the bell rings, I'll grant Gryffindor an additional 20 points. A kind professor is essential for well-behaved children, and Lily Evans was certainly the most amiable among them. To the astonishment of several young wizards, Brian gracefully made his way to the podium, perhaps motivated by a desire to prove themselves or to demonstrate that they could rival Slytherin. James Potter and his two companions put forth their utmost effort. Ultimately, they succeeded in brewing their potion. Brian was quite pleased and, as they wished, awarded Gryffindor an additional 60 points. The trio celebrated with applause. Yet, Brian's gaze drifted towards the Slytherin table. Snape remained oblivious to the commotion, engrossed in the world of potion making. How fortunate that he was so focused. He had already begun to explore the creation of a new potion. After all, textbooks are not merely for propping up furniture. It is often said that earnest men are handsome, but upon reflection, it seems that concentrating children are equally endearing. Checking the time, Brian deemed it appropriate to assign homework. Truth be told, he was somewhat reluctant, as he would be the one to bear the burden of grading their assignments. "Tomorrow evening, I expect to see your essays on my desk in my office. The topics are how to brew the perfect potion or the process of brewing a perfect potion." As the bell rang, Brian gathered his belongings and left the classroom just before the final chime, unconsciously casting a disillusionment charm upon himself. Inside the classroom, James Potter and his friends were still buzzing with excitement. We've earned more points than that greasy git. Indeed, we're far superior. Lily Evans frowned, opting not to partake in their revelry. She silently packed her things until James and his companions finally noticed her absence. What is wrong with Lily? She doesn't seem happy. They exchanged glances before hastily pursuing her. Lily Evans shot them an angry glare. Stay away from me. I refuse to associate with rude individuals. James, is Lily upset with me because of Snape? It's not just you, it's all of you. You should understand that Severus is my friend. We are neighbors. You ought to show respect for my friends. With that, she tossed her head and walked away, heading straight for Snape. I truly don't understand why Lily wants to be friends with that despicable Slytherin, James mused. Perhaps you should consider that they've been neighbors and childhood friends for years. Lily has always regarded him as a friend. James bit his lip, remaining silent for a moment before finally muttering, fine, for Lily's sake, I want to call him by his nickname. Lily Evans eventually found Snape, who was engrossed in a book as he walked. Severus. Snape halted mid-stride, casting a shadow against the window, his features obscured, though his thin lips pressed into a straight line were visible. Where are you headed? After a moment of silence, he informed the girl before him. I'm going to the library. There are some resources I need to verify. Let us go together, Lily Evans exclaimed with a cheerful smile, then pouted. We'll avoid James and the others. They always say the most insufferable things. Professor Cavendish even deducted points from Gryffindor because of them. It's all their fault. As they walked side by side, Lily Evans effortlessly found topics to discuss, and upon seeing her smile, a gentle smile crept onto Snape's lips, subtle yet warm. Brian observed this scene from around the corner, surprised to find Snape's smile rather heartwarming. As they walked away, Brian slowly resumed his pace. Just then, James Potter and his companions rushed past him, chasing after Lily. That afternoon, Snape found Brian behind a stone, returning the ring and expressing gratitude for the Christmas gift. In passing, Brian granted him access to higher-level spells in the library, including his favorite, dark magic. Later that evening, Brian sat in his office, begrudgingly grading papers. Initially, he maintained his composure, but the mounting pile of assignments soon left him weary. After completing the alchemy assignments, he was faced with a daunting stack of potion assignments yet to be graded. Thus, Brian endured the entire night, for the first time truly grasping the sheer volume of Hogwarts' young wizards. In the morning, Brian, half awake, sipped on a bowl of rice soup, nearly collapsing onto the table. After finishing his meal, he had to muster the energy to teach the young wizards, his schedule packed with classes, an experience he had never encountered before. After enduring the day, he welcomed the arrival of night, only to be informed by Madame Pomfrey that her infirmary was in dire need of various potions. It was an essential remedy for the young wizards during critical moments, and Brian, endowed with the title of Potions Master, found himself shouldering this responsibility. He had nearly endured 2 sleepless nights. After consuming a meager meal, Brian hurried to the classroom, and thanks to his ever-present hood, no one had noticed his weary state over the past few weeks, save for his slightly hoarse voice. At this moment, he walked with his eyes closed, fervently hoping that Dumbledore would swiftly locate another wizard to assume the role of Potions Master. After all, he was merely an alchemy professor and had no desire to juggle multiple roles. Thus, half a year had passed, and Brian was at his wit's end. Since he had taken on the dual professorship, the overwhelming workload forced him into late-night toil, and scarcely a day had passed without him experiencing a restful sleep. Dumbledore had observed the dark circles beneath Brian's eyes, a testament to the toll this period had taken on him, yet he found himself unable to identify a suitable candidate. He suggested, perhaps you could enlist a small assistant within the academy? Brian cast a resentful gaze at Dumbledore. Perhaps, I mean. Is there a possibility that my lack of sleep has also rendered my temperament less than amiable during the day? As a result, the young wizards now tended to steer clear of him, for his countenance left little doubt that if they were to incur the wrath of Professor Cavendish, they would receive an unforgiving Avada Kedavra without hesitation. Dumbledore noted that Brian's face had darkened to an alarming degree and nodded in agreement. He resembled a failed potion, on the verge of exploding at any moment. Calm yourself, Brian. Distant waters cannot quench nearby thirst. You must give it a try. The young wizards are not as fragile as you imagine. Brian rubbed his forehead and conceded. All right, I understand. Before departing the office, Brian shot a glare at Dumbledore, whose heart raced at the sight of his bloodshot eyes. He would do well to hope that Brian could find someone. Should he fail to do so, Brian had already contemplated resigning from the professorship. He, a person who cherished his slumber, was now deprived of the luxury of lazily lounging on the grass, and instead found himself relentlessly grading papers in the office day and night. In a corner, in a profoundly foul mood, Brian apprehended a few students wandering about at night. He appeared silently behind them, casting a silent spell that illuminated the vicinity. The students recoiled in fright, exclaiming in alarm. Why you? Professor Cavendish? Unfortunately for them, Brian's expression remained impassive, his lips pressed tightly together. You have not mistaken your identity. He surveyed them, confirming their identities through their badges, and as two of them attempted to flee, he swiftly cast a binding spell to restrain them. Then, he turned to one of them, raising an eyebrow and slowly uttering, James Potter, good night? With a nervous chuckle. James replied, Gee, good night. Brian watched as he concealed something behind his back, and with a flick of his wand, he summoned the object towards him, a parchment. Professor Cavendish. You can't take that. It's ours. Someone hastily covered another's mouth, and the captured students were visibly flustered. Perhaps you could accompany me to my office, Brian suggested, holding the parchment to his side, to explain your nocturnal endeavors of mapping Hogwarts. He escorted the 4 students to his office, and through their stammered explanations, Brian gleaned their intentions, creating a marauder's map of Hogwarts. Quite the audacious and grand idea, indeed. Brian was uninterested in their lofty aspirations and smiled broadly at the 4 of them. I trust you wouldn't want Headmaster Dumbledore to discover your plans concerning the marauder's map, would you? The students broke into a cold sweat, but nodded vigorously. If Headmaster Dumbledore were to learn of their cartographic ambitions, expulsion would likely be their fate. Excellent. Brian divided their unfinished essays into 4 parts and, with a cheerful demeanor, continued, I trust your grades will reflect no favoritism or personal bias during my grading, and that you will diligently assist your professor, yes? Rest assured, Professor Cavendish, they assured him under his scrutinizing gaze, we will focus intently on our tasks. So, the matter of the marauder's map? Brian lazily glanced at them. Fear not, I shall not inform the headmaster. He returned the map, reminding them. Just remember to leave me a copy. Absolutely. Successfully enlisting 4 helpers, Brian finally enjoyed a brief respite. Seeing them reminded Brian of that boy, Severus Snape. He wondered how things were progressing with that girl. It was a fleeting thought, but he felt compelled to take a look. A few days later, he specifically sought out Snape, only to find him in the library, yet there was no sign of Lily Evans nearby. Were they not yet an item? He was alone. What had begun as a mere glance had turned into an unintentional observation spanning several days. Snape had a penchant for reading, Brian mused. He ought to be in Ravenclaw, where a conducive learning environment would shield him from the distractions posed by younger wizards. Thanks to having apprehended a few students to share the grading burden, Brian's time had incrementally increased. Dumbledore summoned Brian to his office, and upon witnessing him leisurely indulging in delectable sweets, Brian squinted, feeling a twinge of displeasure. All the professors were busily spinning like tops, yet he lay idle. Why? Simply because he was the headmaster? He had previously been the one to lounge about. Perhaps he could experiment with usurping the position. Dumbledore sensed the growing menace in Brian's gaze and instinctively concealed the candies. Brian, perplexed, felt speechless, contemplating defiance. His sleeves itching for a confrontation. Dumbledore hastily explained the reason for his summons. After listening, Brian dug into his ear, exclaiming, What? Dumbledore reiterated. It is time to teach the children the Patronus charm, Brian. Brian's expression conveyed disbelief. Headmaster Dumbledore, perhaps I have not mentioned. It is not that I do not wish to teach, but rather, I simply do not know how. Dumbledore fell silent, astonished. What? You cannot. Do not jest. Professor Cavendish. Sighing, Brian drew his wand and incanted, Expecto Patronum. The wand emitted no light whatsoever. Fearing Dumbledore's disbelief, he called out again, Expecto Patronum. Still, his wand remained unresponsive. Dumbledore observed the peculiar look on Brian's face, and without a moment's thought, Brian knew what he was thinking. If I were a Death Eater, Hogwarts would have a new headmaster by now, Headmaster Dumbledore. Dumbledore stroked his beard, conceding, You have a point. But why is that? Do you lack joyful memories? Brian shook his head, and then nodded. My happiest memory is simply lying in a comfortable spot and enjoying a good sleep. However, this is of no consequence. It is the most difficult spell I have ever attempted. Seeing that Brian was indeed unable to teach, Dumbledore sighed and offered consolation, perhaps while the young wizards are studying. You might observe? That could be beneficial for you. Brian waved his hand dismissively. He knew many spells, and missing this one would not significantly impact him. Nevertheless, despite his thoughts, Brian still chose to observe while the young wizards practiced their lessons. He beheld Severus Snape, along with Lily Evans and James Potter, within the confines of the small wizarding world. Remarkably, in just over a year, they had all grown taller and more refined. Snape's face had lost its baby fat, revealing a distinct jawline. How wonderful it was that they were still growing. Brian glanced at his own height, which he could only consider relatively tall among the girls at a modest 7 meters. Snape seemed nearly his equal in stature, and it was likely he would continue to grow. Chapter 6. The Bewildered Professor. Brian did not have to wait long before the charms professor commenced his lecture. To cast a spell, One must concentrate and recall the happiest moments in one's mind, uttering the incantation expecto patronum, like so. He began his demonstration. His wand emitting a radiant glow, a beautiful stream of light surged forth, and a fish with transparent wings leapt into the sky, only to vanish moments later. The charm's professor smiled and said, "Now it is your turn. Remember, focus. Recall your happiest memories." Happiest memories? Brian pondered, thinking of the blissful moments spent sleeping soundly in bed. His wand remained unresponsive. He then recalled his graduation from Hogwarts. Still, no reaction. Thoughts of savoring delicious food, witnessing breathtaking landscapes, or even the time he fell from the sky but fortuitously landed in a lake. None elicited a response from his wand. Feeling disheartened, Brian mused to himself that the Patronus charm was indeed quite finicky regarding joyful recollections. Perched on the railing, he observed the small wizards below, babbling incantations. Snape stood nearby, his mouth moving silently in concentration when suddenly, a small wizard nudged his arm. A strikingly handsome boy with platinum hair jested with Snape. Was this his new friend? He seemed quite amiable, yet Brian instinctively associated platinum hair with the Malfoy family, known for their allegiance to Voldemort and their devotion to dark magic. Snape, too, had an affinity for the dark arts and, like other aristocrats, took pride in following Voldemort. Brian remained silent, feeling an inexplicable discomfort wash over him. Confusion and doubt flickered in his eyes, and he ultimately shook his head to dispel the thoughts. "Lily, keep going. Just a little longer, and you'll succeed." In stark contrast to the silence surrounding Snape, the Gryffindors were quite animated, especially when Lily Evans' wand emitted a glow. It is widely acknowledged that the Patronus charm is one of the more challenging spells to master, with even Hogwarts professors struggling to fully manifest their own patron uses. Only Albus Dumbledore and his old companions had achieved advanced patron uses, with awe-inspiring phoenixes that left onlookers spellbound. Unbeknownst to him, Snape had already turned his gaze toward Lily Evans. His eyes reflecting emotions Brian could not decipher. Jealousy? It didn't seem quite right. Rather, it resembled the anger and possessiveness one feels when something precious is on display. Brian slowly opened his eyes, realizing that his earlier thoughts were rather troubling. There once was a Slytherin student who harbored feelings for someone who did not reciprocate, leading him, in his later years, to silence the object of his affection permanently, though his extreme actions were reported by well-meaning individuals. And he was subsequently imprisoned in Azkaban to atone for his misdeeds. The girl lost her magic, a terrifying fate for a witch, unable to adapt to such a life. She ultimately perished at home. He hoped this child could exercise a bit more rationality and avoid actions that could ruin both her life and his. Once the class concluded, Brian departed, heading back to the dungeon to brew potions. Following Madame Pomfrey's advice, he recalled that a young wizard had broken his bones while practicing spells, so he needed to concoct a bone-strengthening potion. To ensure a good night's sleep, he had to work overtime during the day. Strangely enough, as he busied himself, he noticed his appetite had become less discerning, and he no longer felt discomfort when eating. This was indeed a positive development. James Potter and his friends visited Professor Cattermole's office every evening, so their obligatory labor had not remained a secret from Lily Evans for long. Upon hearing about the tedious essays that left their hands sore, she surprisingly suggested they join together, which was splendid news, as it meant another assistant had joined their ranks. Brian was particularly pleased and indulged in a hearty dinner. The next day, he found yet another assistant had joined him. Upon seeing Lily Evans accompanied by someone else, Brian fell into unexpected silence. His attention toward Lily Evans remained undeniable. With the addition of two academic powerhouses, their efficiency soared, and before long, they had completed grading all the assignments. When Brian casually checked, he discovered that Snape's batch of papers contained an alarming number of grades of P, D, and T, while OS were nearly non-existent. In stark contrast, Lily Evans' papers were primarily OS with few PS. Snape's comments were so astute that even Brian found them impeccable. He even felt that the PS were too few, underscoring Snape's extensive knowledge and talent for potions. As his remarks pinpointed the core issues, Brian smiled as he collected the parchment. Poor novice wizards, utterly overshadowed by undeniable talent. Well done. Today's labor period concludes early. You may return to rest. After speaking, he turned his attention to James Potter and his companions, hoping that during his nightly patrols, he would not encounter Mr. Potter again. The small wizards lowered their heads. Understood, Professor Cattermole. We assure you we won tea, they replied. Brian nodded and smiled, sending them off, satisfied that his task was complete. He intended to seize the opportunity for a brief rest. Lily Evans noticed the earring peeking from Brian's ear while he was observing James Potter. Curiously, she inquired, I just saw a gray-brown earring on Professor Cattermole. Wow. It matches the color of his eyes perfectly. Who would have thought Professor Cattermole liked earrings? Maybe I could try gifting him one for Christmas. The group exchanged glances. Some skeptical of her observation. All right, Lily, boys don't wear such things in their ears. Although Cattermole is rather handsome, he is still a man, one remarked. James, how would you know if Professor Cattermole is handsome? Have you lifted his hat? Another teased. James Potter shook his head. Of course not, Peter. I merely caught a glimpse through the light. It was right next to him. Peter smirked. Who knows? He never takes off his hat. Perhaps it's because he is too ugly and fears scaring the little wizards in class. Remus attempted to cover Peter's mouth, but was too late, instead reminding him. Keep it down, Peter. We've only just left Professor Cattermole's office, and we're not far away yet. Lily Evans frowned, displeased. Peter, you really shouldn't comment on others' appearances. Peter shrugged, resigned. All right, my bad. Snape pursed his lips, uninterested in their conversation, unless Lily chose to speak first. If you feel the labor is insufficient, you can directly communicate that to Professor Cattermole. He might be quite willing to extend your work hours. The discordant group ignited sparks with their words, nearly exploding with energy. They had long harbored significant grievances concerning Snape's derisive laughter at their expense, though they refrained from erupting in the moment. Lily Evans, acting as the mediator among them, pressed her forehead in exasperation. Lily Evans, why can't you all coexist harmoniously? Sirius Black pouted, suggesting that the valiant Gryffindors and the despicable Slytherins could live in peace, unless Hogwarts itself were to turn upside down. Severus Snape, he declared, was unworthy of associating with the noble Slytherin. Enough, Lily Evans, she exclaimed, her eyes narrowing in irritation. Listen, you must cease this bickering. We are friends, are we not? James Potter, we are friends with you. But he certainly is not, retorted Remus John Lupin, nodding in agreement. Indeed, forever, he added. Snape scoffed derisively, asserting that were it not for Lily, they would have no interaction whatsoever. The sharp exchange left Lily Evans speechless. She found herself caught between trusted companions and cherished friends. Frustrated, she covered her head and stormed off, declaring that she had had enough. She resolved to simply avoid the matter entirely. Snape followed silently, pondering Lily's earlier remark. Meanwhile, Brian, having reluctantly parted from his beloved sofa after a brief nap, felt increasingly reliant on its comfort during this arduous year. Soft and inviting, he adored the gift from Dumbledore. In gratitude for the bed, he vowed to bring back some delightful treats from the Muggle world for Dumbledore on his next visit. He hoped the headmaster's teeth would hold up. Otherwise, he could hardly bear to envision the pitiful sight of Dumbledore, longing for sweets he could only gaze upon. Although Dumbledore appeared somewhat aged, his lively eyes and mischievous demeanor revealed a childlike spirit. Patrolling the corridors at night was a tedious and monotonous task. Brian lit a lantern. Recognizing the vast stretches of Hogwarts hallways he had to traverse, covering both Slytherin and Gryffindor, while the other professors were on patrol over Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. He yearned for a change, as it was a well-known fact that Ravenclaw was the least likely to be out at night, while Gryffindor had the highest record of being caught. This reality necessitated that Brian remain particularly vigilant during his rounds. Spotting a few young lions engaging in mischief, he stealthily approached from behind, utilizing the atmosphere, his attire, and his deliberately stern expression to frighten the little lions into a panicked retreat. He earned some house points deducted and 2 essays in the process, sending the frightened cubs back to their dormitory with a flourish before departing with nonchalance, leaving the bewildered lions behind. Regardless of their lamentations, Brian merely hoped they would learn their lesson and behave, at least while he endured the fatigue of his nightly patrol. In the following days, the young wizards caught roaming at night despaired over their essays. Their distressed expressions drew curious glances from others. Merlin, why does Professor Cavendish teach 2 subjects? Observing the pained and desperate faces of the lions, some young wizards questioned, isn't a 2,000-word essay a bit excessive? A resentful gaze drifted in their direction as Professor Cavendish explained, I teach 2 subjects, and for each infraction, you owe 1 essay. The young wizard inhaled deeply, collapsing onto his desk, exclaiming, I've been caught twice, which means I need to write 4 essays. And to make matters worse, the professor assigns topics during the day. Merlin, I'll never finish. Pity replaced confusion in the gazes cast towards him. As the days passed, the number of young wizards roaming at night noticeably dwindled. Perhaps they had caught wind of the double essay consequence? On this particular night, while on patrol, Brian found himself on a balcony on the 4th floor. A slender crescent moon hung in the sky, its brightness akin to jade, while the layered clouds shifted in a gradient, creating a breathtakingly picturesque scene. Leaning against the railing, he gazed at the moon, lost in thought. A flickering light caught his attention, and he spotted a young wizard below, waving his wand. Practicing spells outside, risking being caught? Curious, Brian quietly descended to the ground without disturbing the young wizard, while Black contemplated how to frighten this wandering young wizard. He suddenly caught a glimpse of the wizard's face as he turned slightly. Snape? He seemed somewhat perturbed. Brian remained still. Snape closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling, indicating he was striving to maintain his composure. He raised his wand and intoned, Expecto Patronum. So, this was what he was practicing? Brian mused that even if Snape didn't succeed, it was of little consequence, as even some professors struggled to conjure one. Unlike him, for instance. To Brian's surprise, however, Snape's wand emitted a glow, the small light gradually expanding, only to burst apart before it could take form, dissipating into silence. From what Brian knew, Snape had not enjoyed a pleasant childhood, yet there remained a glimmer of light within him. He did not know the source of this light, but it had prompted him to summon a Patronus. All he needed now was an opportunity. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over Brian. If Snape possessed light, what of himself? He bore no tragic past, yet he could not even conjure a Patronus. It was somewhat disheartening, but he possessed many other skills. After all, it was merely a Patronus. With practice, he could surely master it. At present, however, the priority was determining how to reprimand this wandering young wizard. Wand in hand, Brian watched as Snape retreated around a corner. He waited in silence for a moment, sensing the approach of two young wizards. Brian decided not to overthink it. After all, catching one was better than none, and catching a pair was a bonus. Suddenly, he appeared before them, causing the two young wizards to stumble back in shock. Lucius Malfoy, I hereby bind you. Severus Snape, I declare you shattered. The two young wizards blurted out spells, and upon realizing that the approaching figure was Professor Cavendish, their expressions shifted dramatically. Brian, taken aback by their immediate aggression, was still processing the situation when his hand instinctively deflected their spells. The sound of the wall crumbling jolted him back to reality. Professor Cavendish, Snape exclaimed, a hint of urgency in his voice, perhaps even fear, as he scrutinized Brian from head to toe. Are you all right? Brian replied, somewhat dazed. I'm fine, just a tad startled. Wandering these dimly lit paths can indeed lead to mishaps. With spells of binding and shattering flying about, any ordinary young wizard would have been unable to evade them. Brian illuminated the lantern, raising it to illuminate the faces of the two startled young wizards. He took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. For the next fortnight, I expect both of you in my office, Mr. Malfoy. Mr. Snape. Apologies, Professor Cavendish. We didn't realize it was you. We would have come willingly. They replied in unison. Brian nodded, escorting them back to the dormitory. As he watched the door close behind them, he patted his chest, still feeling slightly shaken. That was close. A professor of his stature nearly felled by his own students. Who would ever believe such a tale? The little inner voice in Brian's mind drew circles of despair, his expression collapsing under the weight of the realization. Being a professor was indeed a daunting endeavor. It's truly outrageous, Brian muttered to himself as he made his way back to his office. In his dormitory, Lucius Malfoy incredulously stroked his chin, astonished that he hadn't posed a single question. Severus Snape returned to his bed, pondering whether Lucius would have divulged their practice of the dark arts had he inquired. Amused, Lucius shook his head, for he certainly would not. It was merely a matter of surprise. Reflecting on his recent reflexive response alongside Snape, he chuckled heartily, exclaiming, Severus, we truly are in sync. A match made in heaven. Snape paid him no mind, and Lucius remained unfazed by his indifference. A little reaction, Severus. Do not be so dreary. After all, we are both in service to the same master. Snape cast him a dispassionate glance, of course. Lucius gleefully arranged his platinum locks. Considering that perhaps Professor Cavendish was aware, as he was an esteemed wizard akin to Dumbledore, and an exceptional professor hailing from Slytherin. They might indeed belong to the same faction, or perhaps he was a concealed Death Eater. Death Eaters. Chapter 7. The Death Eater Professor. Brian had not rested well, feeling utterly drained as he clutched his book during class. After enduring yet another day, he found himself languidly lounging on the sofa come evening. When would this monotonous existence come to an end? When would Dumbledore find a new potions professor? A knock at the door broke his reverie. It dawned on him that it was the two young wizards he had sent for reflection. With a wave of his hand, the door swung open, allowing the two young wizards to enter. Observing their book-laden arms, Snape greeted, Professor Cavendish, good evening. They appeared quite well behaved. Lucius Malfoy executed a noble bow, good evening. Brian, contemplating his exhausting lifestyle filled with sleepless nights, retorted grumpily, unsettled. It was evident that the professor was in a foul mood. He gestured toward the two small tables nearby, piled high with papers, all the result of his efforts to curtail the young wizard's nocturnal escapades. Your task. Lucius paused momentarily. As a nobleman with commendable grades, he had never assisted anyone in grading papers. Snape, however, settled in, expertly marking the papers with precision. Lucius, adorned with a look of profound confusion, glanced at the industrious Snape, then at the professor seated on the sofa with his book, ultimately resigning himself to the task of reviewing the papers. Out of the corner of his eye, Snape noted that Brian held a book on magical creatures, in search of a suitable Patronus form. He intended to conjure a shape he favored. While it may not necessarily manifest, perusing various forms might influence his eventual choice. All three remained quietly engrossed in their respective activities, yet Brian found himself growing drowsy, his head beginning to droop. Eventually, he jolted awake, or rather, was startled awake. Snape mused. Blinking, Brian struggled to regain his focus, as he seemed to have dreamt, though the content eluded him. It was a disheartening experience. Brian composed himself. Reminding himself that two young wizards occupied the same space, he hoped they hadn't noticed his drowsiness from reading. As a professor, he ought to maintain a semblance of dignity. Glancing at the time, he realized curfew was approaching. He looked to Snape, who was nearing the end of his grading, with only a few papers remaining. One man does the work of three, Brian mused, contemplating whether to cultivate him into a professional assistant, though his talents ought not to be squandered on such trivialities. He turned to Lucius, who still had half of his papers untouched, his posture poised, moving at a leisurely pace. Upon catching Brian's gaze, Lucius offered a suitably charming smile. One could only commend the noble upbringing of this young wizard, as every gesture exuded elegance and confidence. Brian, the time has come. I hope you both maintain your punctuality tomorrow, he stated. The two nodded in unison. Very well, Professor Cavendish. Farewell, Professor Cavendish. As they were escorted to the door, Brian wished them, good night. May you both enjoy restful slumber. Once they had departed, he closed the door, resuming his seat to complete the remaining papers, also reviewing the edits made by the two young wizards. Weary, Brian barely had time to reach the sofa before he succumbed to slumber at his desk. The consequences of his poor sleeping posture manifested as an excruciating ache in his neck. At breakfast, he forgot to cast the disillusionment charm upon himself, prompting astonished glances from his fellow professors. Professor Cavendish, what has befallen you? You appear to be in dire need of rest. Undoubtedly, Brian sighed. Your assumption is correct. Perhaps you should seek Madame Pomfrey. She could offer assistance, which may alleviate your discomfort. Thank you for your concern, Professor McGonagall. I shall do so. After expressing his gratitude, Brian popped a morsel into his mouth, grimacing as he swallowed. Not to your taste? Someone inquired, and Brian shook his head. Perhaps I should consider preparing my own meals? You should have done so long ago, Professor Cavendish, Madame Pomfrey interjected, eyeing him critically before sighing and shaking her head. You are far too thin. Brian glanced at himself. Am I? I appear normal, don't I? Many third-year wizards have surpassed your height. He fell silent, acknowledging her truth. Perhaps a bottle of growth potion would do him good? Then again, a daily bottle of milk might be a more prudent choice. After finishing his meal, Brian proceeded to his class. As he entered the classroom, the cacophony of noise ceased abruptly. He surveyed the silent young wizards with a puzzled expression. Judging by their prior positions, it appeared that Gryffindor and Slytherin students had engaged in yet another quarrel. Their discord was not a new occurrence. They would bicker over any trivial matter. Brian, valuing silence, refrained from intervening, for managing such enmity was quite the hassle, given their opposing factions. Professor Cavendish. After a brief pause, a young wizard could no longer contain himself. Some say you are a Death Eater. Brian's expression turned quizzical. Was he implicated as well? He replied flatly, oh, is that so? Flipping open a book, he tapped his wand against the desk, producing a sound. Very well, young wizards, we should commence our lesson. Observing his indifferent demeanor, particularly the Gryffindor students appeared agitated. They had always perceived Professor Cavendish as one of their own, unwilling to believe he could be a loathsome Death Eater. Perhaps it was his disdainful attitude towards debate that had allowed rumors regarding him to circulate. Some claimed he was indeed a Death Eater, often donning a hood to conceal the dark mark upon his skin. Some audacious young wizards began scheming to remove his hood. This, of course, he learned inadvertently from Snape and Malfoy later that evening. Brian felt a headache brewing. Perhaps he ought to resign from this position altogether. Are you? Huh? Snape inquired suddenly, prompting Brian to scoff lightly. He was certainly not. Yet he chose not to be forthright about it. Would you prefer I were? He jested. Severus Snape responded earnestly, I hope you are. A glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes. Brian was taken aback, not expecting such forthrightness. Lucius Malfoy observed them, abandoning his paper grading, and interjected, my father is a Death Eater. I eagerly await the day I inherit the family legacy. This implied that as he grew, he too would undergo trials to become a follower of Voldemort. Brian forced a smile. You shall be disappointed. I am not. The expectation in Snape's eyes shifted to disappointment. Lucius leisurely remarked, Professor Cavendish, can you conjure a Patronus? What does it look like? Brian paused, cursing the inappropriate topic. I cannot. You cannot. Lucius Malfoy's gaze held a meaningful weight. I will in the future. Withdraw your gaze. I have already stated that I am not. I do not believe you. This little brat. Unable to contain himself, Brian smacked his book against Malfoy's delicate face. It was his first act of aggression. How rude, Professor. Malfoy gingerly rubbed his head, his expression one of astonishment. Brian retracted his hand, casting a warning glance. Do not entertain thoughts of striking my hat, Mr. Malfoy. Have I been seen through? Malfoy lamented. Snape glanced at the two before resuming his paper grading. Observing Snape's disinterest, Brian was aware that his words had resonated. Though not a Death Eater, he possessed knowledge of dark magic. He almost voiced his thoughts before reason pulled him back. Should Dumbledore discover he was teaching dark magic to young wizards, he might not need to resign voluntarily. Brian paused for an extended period, suddenly recalling why he had contemplated this matter. An oppressive silence enveloped the office. When the time came, Malfoy and Snape gathered their belongings and bid farewell to Brian. Good night, Professor Cavendish. Good night. As the door closed, Brian stared blankly at it. He shut his eyes, attempting to coax himself into sleep, yet despite his overwhelming fatigue, it was his first night of insomnia. Well, his gaze fell upon his potion-making chamber. The following day, Dumbledore summoned Brian to his office once more. Having just indulged in a delectable lemon sherbet, Dumbledore turned and was met with a pair of reddened eyes, causing him to swallow the entire suite in one go. Professor Cavendish, Brian's tone was laced with bitterness. I trust you have something of utmost urgency to discuss? He emphasized the word urgency heavily. Heaven knows he had endured a sleepless night. Dumbledore had never sought him out before. Ahem. Ah, Professor Cavendish, what seems to be the matter? You appear unwell. Thank you for your concern, Brian replied coldly. He was not inclined to engage in further pleasantries. What is it? Well, Dumbledore hesitated, observing Brian's state. Hogwarts may require a defense against the dark arts professor. Brian retorted, then find one, Professor Dumbledore. With your connections, surely you can manage that? Dumbledore stroked his beard. That is precisely what I am doing. Where is anyone? Brian halted, fixing his gaze upon Dumbledore, as if attempting to bore a hole through him. Do not tell me, Professor Dumbledore, that you are referring to your potions and alchemy professor. Dumbledore was indeed astute. Excited young wizards gathered in the classroom, eagerly awaiting the day's lesson. The prospect of wielding wands and engaging in practical combat was irresistible to them. However, upon discovering that their instructor was not the usual professor, but the enigmatic Professor Cavendish concealed beneath a black robe, they were taken aback. Merlin's beard, cursed Albus Dumbledore. Now, as Brian gripped his wand, the young wizards were subdued by the oppressive aura he emanated. Oh my goodness, Merlin's stockings. Professor Cavendish was never this intimidating before. What on earth has he experienced? After scanning the room, Brian's gaze lingered momentarily on Snape before swiftly moving away. I am your new defense against the dark arts professor. I believe you are already acquainted with me? The young wizards reluctantly acknowledged. Yes, Professor Cavendish. Excellent, Brian nodded, a true honor. Now, who wishes to spar with their new defense against the dark arts professor? Perhaps sensing Cavendish's initially dark demeanor, the young wizards were reluctant to engage, fearing a painfully overwhelming defeat. Well, since no one is willing, Brian felt a twinge of frustration. Perhaps I could, Professor Cavendish. Brian paused, waiting until Snape stood opposite him before speaking. Are you ready, Mr. Snape? Snape raised his wand, signaling the commencement of their duel. Expelliarmus. Snape evaded. Impedimenta. Protego. Accio. Obstructus. The two engaged in a flurry of spells. Some struck the onlooking young wizards, catching them off guard. Others soared through the air, crashed against walls. And some even singed hair, with a few turning to stone. The young wizards hastily pushed away. Snape dodged one spell, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He was nearing his limit. Brian instinctively considered halting the duel. Snape seized the opportunity, his lips moving. Aguameni. What? Brian turned to see the spell hurtling toward him. He sidestepped, narrowly avoiding it as it grazed his cheek, causing his hood to flutter. Snape was nearing exhaustion. If a young wizard overexerted themselves, they could easily become a dunderhead, and even if not, they might suffer severe repercussions, such as a magical backlash. Noticing Snape's heaving chest, Brian quickly called out, Severus Snape. Snape's hand, poised to retaliate, halted. Class combat is concluded. You performed admirably, Slytherin, earning 30 points. Brian glanced at the other young wizards, gesturing grandly, letting those injured be escorted to the infirmary and lifting the petrified ones. He also casually repaired the damaged walls, floor, and tables. Now, Brian exhaled deeply. You should now understand how to engage in practical combat. I will remain here to observe. Brian stood by until class concluded. Along the way, his keen ears caught whispers confirming his status as a Death Eater. Oh, the naive young wizard's gazes toward him were shifting to one of sorrowful fear and disdain. Thanks to this sensitive era, Brian no longer needed to consciously avoid the less frequented paths. young wizards would actively steer clear of him. Clutching his book, he made his way to the edge of the forbidden forest. He stared blankly at the book in his hands. After an indeterminate amount of time, he felt a gaze upon him. Turning, he discovered it was Severus Snape. Brian instinctively remarked, "Perhaps it is unwise to stroll boldly into the forbidden forest during the day." Snape shook his head. "Professor Cavendish, I am not heading there." Brian looked at him with a hint of confusion, glancing at the book in his hand, and nodded slightly in realization. "Are you here to read?" Indeed, this was a splendid place for such an endeavor. Snape leaned against the uncle and settled down, casually plucking a blade of grass from the ground. The grass fluttered in his hand, taking flight like a butterfly. Brian instinctively praised, "What an interesting form of magic." "I thought you preferred practical spells." Snape inquired, "Why?" Brian responded, "What do you mean?" Snape pressed on, "Why not elaborate?" Chapter 8. The Conflicted Professor. Why not elaborate? The grass butterfly flitted to Brian's feet, prompting him to reach out and gently touch it. The grass butterfly then gracefully leapt onto his hand. "Yes, why not explain?" Brian mused, "Why should he?" He smiled, addressing Mr. Snape. His eyes, hidden beneath the hood, observed Snape's profile. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly and gently, his tone nonchalant, as if the matter held little significance to him. "Slytherin has been characterized as a haven for dark wizards due to his past pursuit of dark magic, leading him astray. Yet, the power and strength he wielded through dark magic garnered the admiration of the aristocracy and those, like you, who seek formidable dark arts. The Death Eaters are not merely a label of evil, they represent a symbol of immense power. Although I am not a Death Eater, I possess considerable strength. Those little wizards define me through the lens of the Death Eaters. Why should I refute it? Does denying my prowess serve any purpose?" Snape paused, flipping through the pages of the book in his hand, nodding in agreement with Brian's words. "You speak quite rightly." Evidently, Brian had a knack for articulating sentiments that pleased both parties regarding the young Slytherins. The grass butterfly departed from Brian's hand, soaring into the air until it dissipated into starlit specks, leaving Brian somewhat wistful as he watched its transformation. Snape remarked, "The truly powerful are indifferent to others' opinions and unconcerned with definitions of good and evil. I should take a page from your book." No, Brian thought. His previous musings were mere ramblings. He was simply apathetic. After 4 years, who would remember a busy, weary professor plagued by sleepless nights? Yet, it seemed someone did care about the notions of good and evil, such as the somewhat taciturn Mr. Snape. Did his fondness for dark magic lead him to consider the opinions of that little wizard? Perhaps it did, for it represented the bravery of Gryffindor. If their choices remained unchanged, then they would inevitably find themselves on opposing sides, destined to become adversaries. Poor little wizard. Your beloved lady and your cherished dark magic cannot coexist harmoniously. You may find yourselves drifting further apart. One can only hope his words provide him with some solace. Seems like Mr. Snape holds me in high regard as a professor, Brian remarked casually. Might I have the honor of inviting Mr. Snape to serve as my teaching assistant? Snape turned to look at Brian, perhaps analyzing the implications of his words. He paused for a considerable time. The lack of an immediate refusal suggested a glimmer of hope. Brian pressed on enticingly. Perhaps we could engage in a discussion regarding the pros and cons of dark magic. Alongside, we could delve into the study of dark arts. Snape's eyes sparkled with interest as he readily replied, I would be honored, Professor Cavendish. Excellent, Brian thought, successfully acquiring an invaluable ally. A smile crept upon his lips. At last, he had found someone willing to share the burden of his papers. As for whether Dumbledore would discover his teachings on dark magic to the young wizards, surely, he had not noticed. At worst, he could fortify his office further, ensuring that no one would find out unless they chose to disclose it themselves. The chilly night in the cellar prompted Brian to kindle the fire, tidying up his office and creating ample space. He had even prepared some snacks on his desk to welcome his impending guest. A knock at the door drew Brian to open it promptly, momentarily forgetting that he typically used magic to do so. Good evening, Professor Cavendish. Upon standing face to face with Snape, Brian gently lifted his chin. To his surprise, Snape was taller than he had anticipated. Perhaps it was the proximity that allowed Snape to observe Professor Cavendish's face more clearly beneath the hood. He even caught sight of the dark hair entwined around the collar of his robe, as well as the earrings hidden within. They appeared pristine and well cared for, evidently cherished by their owner. How unexpected it was that they had not been discarded, mere trinkets given casually. I am delighted you could arrive punctually, Mr. Snape, Brian said with a smile, stepping aside to usher him in. After closing the door, he gestured to a seat for the standing Snape. As Snape took his place, Brian blinked, entrusting him with the papers for the day. With 3 courses to oversee, the stack of papers from the young wizards had accumulated to a height surpassing Snape's perfectly straightened shoulders. Brian found himself momentarily lost in thought, admiring the elegance of Snape's shoulders. Snape picked up the first paper, glancing at it before furrowing his delicate brows. With a decisive stroke, he marked it with AP. Brian almost felt as though it belonged to James Potter. How amusing, he thought to himself. He moved to the other side, beginning his own grading. An hour passed before Brian paused to rub his sore wrists and glanced at Snape. Snape was still frowning, diligently correcting. With only a few sheets remaining from his high stack of parchment, Brian examined a few sheets, marveling, as he repeatedly sighed, realizing he had indeed found the right person. What professor wouldn't appreciate a student who was efficient, quick, and delivered outstanding results? With just an hour remaining, as Snape finished the papers at hand, Brian set down his quill. "All right, Snape," he announced, rising to retrieve his wand, which he held in one palm. It was now time to delve into the study of dark magic. Snape stood, visibly eager. "What would you like to learn, Mr. Snape?" Brian revealed the book he had held in his hand, allowing it to hover in the air and open before Snape. Snape's gaze fixated on it, the book orbiting around him as his eyes followed its movement. Brian observed, feeling a sense of delight akin to tempting a child with candy. "Do you want it? The dark magic lies within this tome. If you desire it, come and seize me." With a smirk, Brian's lips curled until Snape's gaze shifted back to him, prompting him to feign a low head, suppressing his amusement. Snape, oblivious to his antics, inquired, "You've carried this book with you all along?" The pages of the book burst forth with vibrant, animated text, revealing forbidden spells before him. This was an immense temptation, a thrilling surprise for a young wizard keen on learning dark magic. "So it contains dark magic?" Brian shook his head. "Not just that." His words trailed off, not indicating any intention to continue. Instead, he posed, "What do you wish to learn? Curses? Painful afflictions? The soul extraction spell? The kiss of the Dementor, perhaps? Or the Avada Kedavra? Are all of those options available?" Snape queried, his excitement palpable. Brian generously nodded. "All that I know is at your disposal." Snape's joy was unmistakable. Brian even caught a glimpse of his smile, a captivating, heart-racing smile that made one's pulse quicken. Brian contemplated that he ought to let the enchanting Lily Evans witness this scene. Perhaps it would lead her to succumb to admiration. Severus Snape was a prodigy, or rather, he possessed an unparalleled passion for dark magic that far exceeded the comprehension of ordinary wizards, enabling him to learn at an astonishing pace. Brian could even perceive that. In contrast to his nebulous feelings, it was the domineering allure of dark magic that truly captivated Snape. Often, it did not require Brian's input. Snape would unravel the mysteries on his own. Frequently feeling as though he were but a wisp of air, he would languidly recline on the sofa, while Snape immersed himself in his studies with unwavering focus. Meanwhile, Brian would slip into slumber, only to awaken to the sight of books strewn across the table and a robe draped over him. He was entirely unaware of when Snape had departed. Brian felt a pang of regret, questioning where his vigilance as a wizard had vanished. Thus, a year passed in this manner, until Brian found himself devoid of further knowledge to impart. "Congratulations, Mr. Snape." Brian returned his book to him. "I have no more spells to teach you." "Thank you, Professor Cavendish," Snape replied with genuine delight. "I am immensely grateful for your unreserved guidance." "Not at all," Brian murmured, his gaze cast downward, his fingers unconsciously fidgeting with the book in his grasp. He felt a twinge of melancholy, realizing how swiftly time had elapsed. It seemed as if Snape had only just been with him learning dark magic yesterday. The thought that Snape would no longer frequent his frigid basement filled Brian with despondency. What would he do without a free young wizard to assist him in grading the multitude of papers? Alas, he mused aloud. How can I possibly manage all of this alone? Suddenly, a loud explosion jolted Brian from his reverie. "Ah, someone's cauldron has exploded. How revolting!" he exclaimed. "Hey, keep your distance. Curse it. I was so close to success. You've ruined my potion." The chaos ensued as the young wizard scrambled in disarray due to Brian's oversight in failing to prevent the cauldron's eruption. "Silence," Brian commanded, waving his hand. "You lot, take them to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey will take good care of them. Now, those who need to restart, come and collect your necessary ingredients." After the potion class concluded, Brian proceeded to his alchemy lesson. He assessed their creations, remarking on their painfully slow process, woefully inadequate magical energy, and the lack of any tangible results. Is this truly the product of a week's labor? He held up a cup, casting a spell that invoked a continuous flow of water. Upon reaching the brim, a second spell was automatically triggered, halting the water. Although its practicality was limited, this dual enchantment was quite remarkable and could yield astonishing results if referenced correctly. A cloak inscribed with a levitation charm? Perhaps you should give it a try. The young wizard donned the cloak, and once the spell was activated, he soared uncontrollably through the air, only to plummet to the ground once the tether broke. While undeniably impressive, alchemical items that could not be controlled were particularly dismal failures. Despite the same evaluations as before, The young wizards sensed that their professor was somewhat more stringent today. After class, Brian strolled leisurely. Professor Cavendish. He turned to see Lily Evans, who had grown to his height. Good day, Miss Evans, Brian greeted with a smile. I have a question that requires Professor Cavendish's assistance, she said, her youthful radiance shimmering in Brian's eyes. Of course, I am more than willing to assist you, Miss Evans. He paused momentarily, then added earnestly, you have remarkably beautiful eyes. Lily appeared momentarily taken aback, before responding with a shy smile. Thank you for the compliment, Professor Cavendish. Brian felt his words had crossed a line and quickly apologized. I hope I have not offended you. Not at all. James has said the same thing. My eyes are lovely. Brian's smile faltered, his emotions becoming somewhat conflicted. Do you have feelings for James? Lily was caught off guard by his sudden inquiry, and Brian regretted his lack of restraint. But since the question had been posed, it could not be retracted. Lily exhibited the bashfulness typical of a girl caught in the throes of first love, her cheeks flushed, akin to a young girl apprehended for harboring secret affections. Why do you ask? Brian could clearly see that she harbored feelings for James Potter. What do you think of Mr. Snape? What kind of person is he? As the topic of Snape arose, the blush faded from Lily's cheeks. She sighed, somewhat resigned, and said, he is quite nice, but if he weren't so obsessed with dark magic, perhaps we would be very good friends. Brian inquired, only friends? Lily nodded yes. Just friends. A hint of confusion crept into her voice. What else could he be? Brian gazed at her, a lover. What? Lily seemed incredulous, laughing. That is impossible. We are friends. In fact, I have always viewed Severus as a brother. She began to reminisce, perhaps recalling her past with Snape, and a light smile graced her lips. I remember the first time I performed magic. I was utterly startled. My sister was there too, and she saw it. She was shocked and chased after me, calling me a freak and threatening to tell our parents. I even felt like a freak myself. Both my parents are muggles, devoid of magic, while I possessed it. If not for Severus's timely appearance, I wouldn't have known what to do. He showed me that I wasn't a freak, but rather, quite fortunate that magic had chosen me. I am incredibly grateful for his presence during that time. Her candidness left Brian in contemplative silence. Professor Cavendish, do you know something? Lily asked without hesitation. Brian forced a smile, unsure of how to respond to such a question. Was he truly to divulge that Snape might harbor feelings for her? As a professor? Merlin's beard. I would be condemned. What if I said I was merely concerned about the emotional matters of my exceptional student? Lily covered her mouth, laughing. So Professor Cavendish is also a gossip? Brian cleared his throat. Miss Evans, I sincerely hope you do not engage in early romances. He lowered his voice, adding, if I catch you, I shall deduct points from Gryffindor. Lily's eyes widened. Wow, that would be dreadful. I would become a pariah in Gryffindor. Brian sighed. That truly is an exaggeration, Miss Evans. Chapter 9. The angry professor. As Brian answered Lily Evans's queries, his attention wandered along the path ahead. Suddenly, an owl swooped through the air. Brian spotted it, and the owl spotted him, darting directly toward him. Brian squinted, in broad daylight. Does this owl not know it's forbidden to fly? Clearly, such a conspicuous cry had not summoned Headmaster Dumbledore. Upon receiving the envelope, he did not so much as glance at it before tucking it away. Lily Evans, brimming with curiosity, leaned in to inquire, aren't you going to take a look? It struck her that Professor Cavendish rarely had any friends around, igniting her curiosity as to whether this letter was from a companion. Brian chuckled softly, replying, a friend's correspondence can wait. Having exhausted her questions, Lily waved goodbye to Brian. He cradled his books as he made his way toward the Forbidden Forest, a place he cherished for its scarcity of young wizards. From a distance, he was startled to see several figures gathered there, wands in hand, and the atmosphere hardly suggested amicable discourse. Brian's keen eyes caught sight of someone being forced to retreat repeatedly. His pupils dilated. It was Snape. Were they bullying Snape? Did they not realize that he was my teaching assistant? How dare they act with such brazen audacity? Without a moment's hesitation, Brian strode toward them, the sound of their laughter reaching his ears. Coward! Why don't you fight back? You greasy Slytherin. Disarm him. Well done. Send him flying. Finally, as Snape was compelled to levitate, Brian could no longer contain his fury. What are you doing? Perhaps his sudden outburst startled a few of the bullies, causing their spells to falter, and Snape seemed on the verge of plummeting from the air. Levitation charm. Brian swiftly cast a spell to stabilize Snape mid-air, rushing forward to catch him as he descended. Snape fell into Brian's embrace. Instinctively, Brian patted his back, attempting to offer some comfort. Only then did Brian discern the identities of the assailants. James Potter. He fixed a furious gaze upon James Potter. Professor Cavendish. Brian clutched Snape tightly, his heart racing. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Potter. Brian inhaled deeply. I am filled with sorrow for my negligence. As the potions master, and even the defense against the dark arts professor, I have taught you how to wield your magic, yet I failed to instill in you the importance of respect. You have become insufferably arrogant and brazen, even reckless." James, initially apprehensive, displayed irritation upon hearing Cavendish's scathing assessment. "I was merely teaching him a lesson for practicing dark magic." Snape trembled slightly, prompting Brian to shield him from view. "Is that your excuse?" Brian scoffed. "It's truly pathetic, Mr. Potter. At merely 15, you have already devised your own methods for bullying your classmates." Sirius and Remus remained silent, not daring to speak. James attempted to defend himself. "It's not as you perceive, Professor Cavendish." Brian regarded him coldly. "Are you attempting to deceive a professor who can perform the memory charm?" "Mr. Potter? Such arrogance." Before him stood a young wizard whose thoughts brimmed with malice. He intended to hang Snape from a tree, even to humiliate him by removing his trousers. "James." Brian's voice dripped with chilling menace. "What vile tricks are swirling in that head of yours? Surely your professor need not enumerate them for you?" James's face drained of color. "James." At that moment, Lily Evans appeared, rushing over, her eyes scanning the surroundings. "Severus?" She noticed the predatory gaze directed at Cavendish and the guilty expressions of Sirius and the others, grasping the situation with clarity. She fixed her gaze upon James. "James, you're bullying Snape again." Her conviction left no room for doubt. Brian observed with a sardonic smile, having lost all semblance of the calm expected of a professor. Indeed, the arrogant James Potter was utilizing Snape's own inventions to mock his intellect. "Because of you, Mr. Potter, along with your cohorts Sirius and Remus, Gryffindor loses 200 points. Brian glared at them. "Tonight, my office will be open to you. Do not feign ignorance of my intent, especially if you possess only bulging muscles and shrunken minds." He grasped the silent Snape's hand, carefully retrieving his wand and wiping it clean before gently placing it back into Snape's palm. Professor Cavendish Snape's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he stubbornly concealed his hurt. Brian's heart ached at the sight. "Mr. Snape, do they treat you this way often? You spent nearly every evening with them. Why didn't you tell me?" Snape averted his gaze. "I'm fine." Seeing Snape refused to meet his eyes, Brian opened and closed his mouth. "You needn't worry. I will not use the memory charm on you, Mr. Snape. I hope you will confide in me. They must answer for their actions." Snape's eyelashes fluttered, and he managed a faint smile. "You did it, didn't you? You used the memory charm and glimpsed those tormenting memories through those loathsome eyes." Brian fell silent, feeling helpless and desolate. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't." His words sounded feeble. "It's not your fault, Professor Cavendish." Snape tightened his grip on his wand, withdrawing his hand from Brian's. "They will be punished, won't they?" "Indeed. I swear it." Upon hearing this, Snape turned and took a step away, then glanced back, saying softly, "Thank you." He departed, while Lily Evans rushed after him, perhaps to offer solace. Witnessing them walk side by side, Lily's concerned gaze stung Brian's eyes. "Professor Cavendish." James Potter and his companions had not yet seized the opportunity to escape, for fleeing in the daylight would not absolve them of their transgressions at night. "Please retract your words. We were merely fooling around. It's not as if anything happened to him. He isn't hurt." 200 points deducted. "This is utterly unreasonable." Brian turned to face him. "Please do not address me as Professor, Mr. Potter." He produced his wand, revealing a malicious grin. "Call me Mr. Brian Cavendish." Levitation charm. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore chuckled heartily at Brian. "Cavendish, I've heard you've hung the 4 troublemakers from a tree. Can you enlighten me as to what prompted such impulsive behavior?" Brian shrugged nonchalantly. "No need to be alarmed, Headmaster Dumbledore." He flashed an innocent smile. "I was simply engaging in playful banter with my students. They were so unbearably bored that they sought to curse a busy, fatigued, and drowsy Professor's assistant. You see, Professor Cavendish's assistant must not only review the haphazard essays written by the Gryffindor trolls, but also those that are more incoherent than snail slime and more erratic than a broomstick's flight. I cannot afford to lose him. Without him, I would be utterly overwhelmed. You understand, don't you, Headmaster Dumbledore?" The words that Brian uttered through clenched teeth left Dumbledore at a loss for words, prompting him to merely sigh. "They are still just children, mischievous and playful as they ought to be, are they not?" Brian scoffed. "You truly ought to cleanse the reason clouded by confectionery indulgence, Professor Dumbledore. As the headmaster, you should treat all the young wizards in your academy with impartiality." With that, Brian swept out of the room, his very silhouette conveying his indignation. Dumbledore stroked his beard, realizing that Cavendish was genuinely furious. He had never before voiced such words to anyone with such derision and discontent. It was as if bias was inscribed in his gaze, ready to be cast upon Dumbledore's face. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore dismissed the thought. Cavendish was a generous and gentle professor. He believed that his colleague was merely acting out of anger, and once his temper cooled, the young wizards would be forgiven. That evening, several young wizards stealthily entered through the ajar door, slowly beginning to feel regret and fear. The cellar was devoid of a fireplace, illuminated only by the cold glow of a night light, where Brian sat in his office chair. Sit. The four exchanged glances before finally taking their seats. None dared to utter a word, not even James Potter. Brian had prepared 3 bowls for each of them. They stared at the 2 empty bowls, and one containing a mix of spheres in 2 distinct colors, utterly perplexed. Separate them, 1 color per bowl, Brian stated. Not lifting his gaze. Fail to do so, and you shall be compelled to endure the confines of your professor's humble cellar for an entire night. What? James Potter exclaimed, a hint of agitation in his voice. I have Quidditch practice tomorrow. As Brian raised his eyes and fixed him with a penetrating stare, James's voice dwindled into silence. After a prolonged moment of silence, long enough for James to lower his head, Brian pointed at the towering stack of papers and assignments on his desk and spoke slowly. Do you see this, Mr. Potter? Your potions, alchemy, and defense against the dark arts professor, along with an abundance of assignments that surpass your average height, requires grading. So, please do not disturb the weary professor, shall we? The group nodded fervently, understanding that their professor seemed akin to the calm before a storm, poised to unleash fury that could potentially result in each of them facing a curse as severe as the killing curse. With no other option, they resigned themselves to sorting the beans, wasting precious time in this tedious punishment. Their choices were dizzying. Suddenly, the door creaked in the quiet cellar, causing Brian to pause his writing, and the young wizards held their breath. He set down his quill and approached the door, unsure of who might seek him out at this late hour. Dumbledore? Seeking to plead for leniency? The door was locked. Cavendish. Brian hesitated, then opened the door. Snape? Hadn't his class concluded? What was he doing here? Despite his thoughts, Brian instinctively stepped aside to allow entry. I have come to inquire about potions, Snape stated, his gaze sweeping over James and the others. I hope I am not intruding. Not at all. Brian shook his head repeatedly. Just head to the potions room. Everything you need is inside. If you require anything, let me know. I will be right outside. No rush. Yet. Snape took a seat in Brian's chair and began to grade papers with practiced efficiency. Brian considered protesting, suggesting that Snape need not waste time here, but observing Snape's earnestness, he remained silent. James Potter viewed Snape as a spectator to their predicament, glaring at him with resentment. However, Snape paid them no heed, as if they were invisible. Brian first ignited the fireplace, then noticed Snape, moving behind him and abruptly striking the back of his head with the book he often clutched. James winced in pain. With nothing else to occupy him, Brian scrutinized the group. Whenever one paused, he would strike, leaving the young lions dazed and reeling. Seeing them clutching their heads in confusion and pain brought Brian a sense of relief. You thought you could bully Snape, did you? Enjoy using magic, do you? I strike. Enjoy tormenting others, do you? I strike. Passing the buck, are we? I strike. Bored, are we? I strike. Engaging in bullying, are we? I strike. In the cellar, aside from Snape's quill scratching away at parchment, the air was filled with thuds and their cries of distress. Snape glanced up inadvertently, catching sight of the fierce-looking Cavendish wielding a book, ready to pounce on any sign of negligence. It was somewhat juvenile, yet satisfying. Snape smirked slightly before returning to his work. Brian, worn from his exertions, watched as the punished young wizards obediently sorted beans. With a slight grimace, he tucked the book back into his robes and reclined on the soft sofa, his eyes occasionally darting toward the young lions, waiting for an opportunity to strike again. After a while, he glanced over at Snape, who was diligently grading papers. If it weren't for the loss of his sight behind the desk, Snape might have begun to feel uncomfortable. When he finally looked up, he found Cavendish had fallen asleep. Instinctively, Snape softened his movements. Time passed, and eventually, even the Gryffindors could not resist the heaviness of their eyelids, succumbing to slumber at the table, allowing Snape to finish all his corrections. At that moment, Snape cast a disdainful glance at them, retrieving another wand to cast a jinx upon them. He bore a grudge, having prepared a second-hand wand that would leave no trace. Once satisfied, he quietly rose, draping Brian's black robe over him and stoking the fireplace to a more vigorous blaze. Sleep well, Professor Cavendish. Chapter 10, The Excited Professor. Bang. Ow. Who on earth? I, Cavendish Professor. Brian, expressionless, roused a soundly sleeping James Potter with a book, his yelps startling the others awake, nearly causing them to stumble to the floor. The group clumsily regained their footing. Good morning, Mr. Potter, Brian greeted them with a gentler smile, his gaze sweeping over the overturned bowl of mixed green and red spheres on the table. It seems you had quite the delightful dream last night. The group shivered, scrambling for words. No, we didn't tea dream, Professor. We were just about to finish sorting. I understand. Brian waved his wand, magically restoring the scattered spheres into the bowl. Perhaps you have not forgotten that today there are 2 potions classes and 1 defense against the dark arts class? He scanned the group with a pointed look. Do you require my assistance in escorting you? Instantly, they snapped to attention, hastily bidding farewell as they exited the cellar. Brian glanced at his tidy desk and the neatly arranged papers. There had once been a young wizard there, now conspicuously absent. Tightening his robes, he left the office with the assignments in hand. In potions class, he watched in disbelief as James Potter carelessly added the wrong ingredients to the cauldron, causing it to explode. He cast a shield charm just in time to prevent James from ending up in the infirmary. He said nothing, merely offering a pointed look. As Sirius Black's hand trembled, what was meant to be a single drop of water spilled forth a whole bottle, causing the cauldron to bubble violently as if it were boiling, and then explode. Sirius, scalded, yelped and retreated, colliding with 2 other cauldrons behind him, which subsequently detonated. After a thorough cleanup, Brian requested Remus to escort him to the infirmary, but neither of them returned. Later, whispers among the young wizards revealed that they had been struck by a quaffle during practice on the playground. One had 2 ribs fractured while the other had a leg broken. Brian managed to steal a glance at them, both sprawled on their hospital beds, utterly dejected. Professor Cavenfield, upon seeing Brian, had tears glistening in the eyes of the young wizard, appearing somewhat pitiable. Observing their woeful state, Brian couldn't help but reflect on the justice of retribution. However, considering the extent of their injuries, he mused that a few sips of potions and a few minutes of incantations should have sufficed for a swift recovery. Why then? Were they still languishing there after an entire morning? Madame Pomfrey hurried over and, upon spotting Brian, her eyes brightened. A sudden thought struck Brian. Could it be that they were out of potions? He felt a twinge of regret for arriving so early, contemplating whether he should have allowed the 2 young wizards to endure their pain a little longer. Cavenfield, you arrived just in time. The poor young wizards are missing 2 potions. Could you please brew some quickly? Brian nodded and turned to gather his supplies. He had concocted various potions for emergencies. After all, they were his students, and learning from their mistakes was already a lesson in itself. As Dumbledore had said, they were merely immature young wizards. With 2 vials of potion in hand, Brian approached the infirmary door but stumbled forward a few steps. The potions slipped from his grasp, shattering spectacularly before the eyes of 3 witnesses, James Potter, Remus Lupin, and Madame Pomfrey. Bewildered, Brian stared at his empty palm, a mix of astonishment and confusion flooding his mind. The absurdity of his clumsiness struck him, and reflecting on the day's misfortunes befalling James and his companions, he began to suspect foul play. After tidying the floor, he muttered, "I'll go prepare some more," and departed without a backward glance. James and Remus exchanged glances. "You don't think Professor Cavenfield did that on purpose, do you?" James queried. Remus sighed, "I think not." Madame Pomfrey regarded them quizzically. "What did you do to provoke the normally gentle Cavenfield? I've never seen such a self-sabotaging form of revenge." Their faces fell in dismay. Brian successfully brewed the potions again, this time ensuring they were secure. He administered them to the 2 young wizards, who wore expressions of pain, and then cast a diagnostic charm. To his surprise, a few issues surfaced, which he discreetly nullified with a silencing charm. Offering them a few comforting words, he urged them to rest and exited the infirmary. 2 more students remained unchecked, and he felt an unease compelling him to investigate further. In the afternoon, there was a flying lesson. Upon arrival, he found Peter tumbling into a pond, while Sirius lay on the ground, as distressed young wizards whispered in confusion, explaining that he had been knocked into a wall and then fallen. Brian rushed over to check on them, dispelling the enchantments affecting them. The 4 friends lay together in the infirmary, each in a worse state than the last, lamenting their fates. Lily Evans also arrived to see them, but her expression was far from pleasant. She scolded them angrily. "You brought this upon yourselves." James, feeling aggrieved, replied, "Lily." His voice cracked, revealing the extent of his pain, and though Lily had been furious, her heart softened at the sight of him. Ultimately, she resigned herself to caring for them. Noticing Severus Snape's absence, Brian inquired, "Where's Mr. Snape? Aren't you together?" Lily pursed her lips, sounding somewhat deflated. "I don't know. We had a fight." Brian, puzzled, asked, "A fight? Over dark magic?" Lily nodded, "Sort of." Brian fetched 2 stools and sat down. Producing a bowl of seeds, he placed it between them, munching as he asked, "Come, share with me the reason for your quarrel. Perhaps I can gain some understanding." Lily glanced at the seeds and candies, her expression toward Brian slightly peculiar. Nevertheless, she settled down and mimicked his actions, grabbing a handful of seeds. "Do you despise dark magic?" Brian inquired. "Of course," Lily replied. "Do you despise Snape?" He continued. "Certainly not," she countered. "So, because Snape studies dark magic, you dislike him?" Brian pressed. "Dark magic is the vile sorcery learned by Death Eaters. All wizards detest it." "Just like James." "Lily speaks true," James interjected. Lily Evans, be quiet. Brian retorted. If someone used dark magic to save you, would you consider that person good or evil? Brian posed. I don't know, Lily admitted. Snape studies dark magic? Brian probed. Yes, she confirmed. Has he harmed you or anyone else? Brian asked. No, Lily replied. Does James study dark magic? Brian inquired further. No, Professor, she answered. Has he harmed anyone that you know of? Brian pressed. Lily hesitated, glancing at James. Her heart racing. She recalled the younger wizards who had bumped into him, those he had argued with, those who ignored his calls, and of course, her friend, Severus. You seem to remember quite well, Brian remarked, his gaze shifting to James, who awkwardly tugged at his blanket as if wishing to hide. I understand your point now, Professor Cavenfield, Lily said. However, I believe you still do not grasp it fully, Brian replied. The morality of magic lies not in the magic itself, but in the wielder. That is what I wish to convey to you. Lily nodded, affirming, you seem to care for Severus. Brian naturally lifted his gaze. He is my most exceptional student and assistant. Not quite, Lily interjected. Brian paused, not quite what? It doesn't seem like that, she clarified, prompting Brian to raise an eyebrow. Lily gestured with her hand as she cracked seeds, then beckoned him closer, whispering, it seems like you're defending someone you care for. Startled, Brian jumped up, no? He noticed the curious gazes of the others on the bed and steadied himself, realizing he had reacted excessively. He sat back down and murmured, he is still underage. How could I? But it's getting close, isn't it? Lily shrugged, cheerfully adding, Severus is quite handsome, don't you think, Professor Cavenfield? Swallowing hard. Brian envisioned Severus diligently correcting papers at his desk and the moments spent reading. Indeed, he was young and striking. But he is underage. Brian insisted nervously. Don't worry. Lily chuckled. I won't tell Severus about this. That's good, Brian replied. Wait, that's not what I meant. As he looked up, he found 4 pairs of eyes fixed upon him, and he abruptly stood up. Obliviate. With the memory charm cast upon the 3 individuals, they were rendered oblivious to the recent events, with the exception of James Potter. He gazed at James, hesitating on whether to cast the charm upon him as well. When someone entered from outside, Lily Evans observed Brian hastily retract his wand, and then shot a glare at James before resuming her seat. Professor Cavenhill appeared somewhat agitated, raising concerns that he too might unleash a memory charm upon Brian. Upon Severus Snape's entrance, he discovered Brian and Lily engaged in a casual snack of sunflower seeds. And upon noticing his arrival, they looked up at him. Among the 4 individuals on the bed, 3 had vacant, dazed expressions, silently questioning. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The remaining individual regarded him with an expression of bewilderment. Snape? Was the effect of the jinx truly this potent? Surely he hadn't been reduced to a fool. Snape, Cavenhill. Ahem. Brian set down the sunflower seeds, clapped his hands, and called out, Ah, Mr. Snape, come. Take a seat. He pulled Snape over and pressed him onto a bench, casually producing several plates of snacks. Here, have some of this, it's delicious. You must be worn out from last night. Your face has turned pale. Eat this to replenish your vitamins. He also offered a handful to Lily Evans, saying, You too. It's not good for a girl to be so thin. Indulge in these sweets. They one tea stick to your teeth. And here is some white rabbit candy. Every child loves this. Lily Evans replied, Thank you, Professor, but I'm not a child anymore. Too much candy is bad for my teeth. Brian dismissed her concerns, saying, What is there to fear? Look, you have Snape here. With his potion-making prowess, he can whip up a dozen bottles of tooth-strengthening potion in no time. I can't. Snape interjected. Lily Evans chuckled. I know you admire Severus, but that is a bit much, Professor Cavenhill. James Potter wished to join the conversation, but restrained himself. Fearing that Cavenhill would remember, he had yet to receive the memory charm. He even recalled how his mind had lit up, contemplating whether Lily's comments indicated she held no deeper feelings for Snape. That was good news. It meant he had a chance. If only Snape could be whisked away by Cavenhill soon, then Lily wouldn't be so close to him. It couldn't have been better. Half an hour later, the young wizards were nearly restored to their former selves. Dumbledore summoned Brian to his office once again. Hey, Brian tossed the sunflower seed shells into a plate, grumbling as he stood up. Damn it. I've come to understand that whenever Dumbledore calls for me, it's never for anything good. Resigned. He asked Snape to substitute for him in the afternoon's defense against the dark arts class, knowing he was capable. As soon as Brian departed, the infirmary fell silent. Lily Evans paused her activities and addressed the pensive Snape. I'm sorry, Severus. I shouldn't have said that. Lily, Snape lifted his gaze, surprise flickering in his eyes. He hesitated for a long moment before replying. I thought you wouldn't want to speak to me anymore. Lily Evans smiled. We'll be good friends, won't we? Severus? Snape pressed his lips together, opened his mouth, and ultimately uttered a single word, yes. Lily then turned her attention to James Potter, who was exchanging glances with a few companions. James, she called out, her voice rising slightly. Do you know what to do next? James nodded fervently. I do, Lily. He approached Snape and bowed, saying, I'm sorry, Severus. I regret the things I did in the past. He extended his hand. Can we be friends? For Lilia's sake? Snape scoffed, brusquely swatting his hand away. Though I don't know what potion you've been drinking, I'm only doing this for myself. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore frowned. As Brian entered, he noticed others present. Their cold gazes fixed on him as one of them said, Brian Cavanhill. We suspect you of colluding with the escaped wizards from Azkaban. Please submit to our investigation. The visitors bore ill intent. Brian raised an eyebrow. The Ministry of Magic? Indeed. Mr. Cavanhill. Brian stepped forward boldly. The individuals on the Azkaban list? Haven't you apprehended them? TSK. His tone dripped with sarcasm, causing several of them to scowl. Very well. Where's the evidence? Do not attempt to question us, Mr. Cavanhill. Once the investigation is complete, the evidence will naturally emerge. They surrounded him, confiscating his wand. Brian took a step back. Don't touch my books. You should know what Cavanhill signifies. Chapter 11. Brian's Friends. Damn it. How could Headmaster Dumbledore allow the Ministry of Magic to take our professor? It was rumored that he was suspected of being involved with the escaped wizard. Yet they chose to pursue our professor instead of apprehending the numerous Death Eaters? Just on suspicion? So, does that mean we no longer have to submit our essays? Professor Cavanhill had left his assistant, Severus Snape, to teach us, so the essays were inescapable. News of Brian Cavahill's arrest spread like wildfire. And soon every young wizard was aware of the situation. Professor Cavanhill wouldn't assist a fugitive. I believe in him. Lily Evans said worriedly. The newspapers are filled with headlines about him. Merlin, help us. Azkaban is not a place for wizards. Don't worry, Lily, James Potter reassured her. They have no evidence. It's just an investigation. I believe Professor Cavanhill will be returned soon. Snape frowned. Not necessarily. The place where they interrogate is Azkaban, and it won't be pleasant. Indeed, Brian was not in a good situation. They had locked him in a place filled with Dementors. You pulled me from Hogwarts without asking anything. Brian said to the guard watching him. What? Do you think I could summon someone or hold anyone back? The guard did not respond directly, instead cryptically stating, You know the answer yourself, don't you, Mr. Cavanhill? How amusing, Brian replied flatly. You expect a professor who has been isolated for years, busy and weary, to guess an answer to a question that doesn't exist. Brian disdainfully surveyed the room that could only be described as bare, scoffing. Has the Ministry of Magic become so impoverished that they can't afford furniture? It was dark, devoid of sunlight, with the disquieting sounds of Dementors fluttering outside. Brian remained there for a month, feeling his emotions shift as the Dementors drained away his happy memories. 2 months later, he was finally released from that dreadful place. The ministry officials appeared somewhat exasperated, perhaps because their plan had failed. Brian mockingly taunted them as he returned to Hogwarts, his body chilled. Brian perhaps understood whom they were attempting to probe, namely his friends. He felt a headache coming on, having been out of contact with them for many years. He hadn't expected to be entangled with them again. It seemed he would need to pay a visit to the Malfoy residence, for the hardships he endured required recompense. Not to mention he needed to ascertain what precisely was going on. The unfamiliar surroundings had prevented him from getting a good night's sleep. Dumbledore was aware of his return and had even taken the trouble to visit him. With a tone of apology, he said, I am truly sorry, Cavendish. Brian cast a disgruntled glance at him, well aware that Dumbledore's machinations were at play. The decision to confine him in a place teeming with Dementors was a calculated move. Without a Patronus, escaping on his own would have been nearly impossible had they not chosen to release him. Yet, he did not wish to dwell on such matters. I understand. Did classes continue while I was away? Dumbledore nodded and then shook his head, an appreciative expression illuminating his features as he remarked. That child has proven to be quite remarkable. He is a genius. He has been managing your curriculum these past few months. Brian furrowed his brow. Have you still not found anyone? With so many responsibilities, has Severus been handling everything alone? Good heavens, he is still a child. How can he endure such an intense workload? Anger simmered within him, yet the fatigue he felt compelled him to seek rest. After dismissing Dumbledore, Brian returned to the cellar. The office was tidy. Evidently someone had been assisting in its upkeep. Without a doubt, it was the diligent Severus. He could think of no one else so kind-hearted. He had no house elf to attend to his needs. Exhausted, he barely made it to the familiar space before collapsing onto the sofa and slipping into unconsciousness. When Severus entered the cellar, he immediately sensed the presence of another. It was only upon seeing the unconscious figure on the sofa that he realized Professor Cavendish had returned. Tentatively, he attempted to rouse him, but Brian, with his eyes tightly shut, furrowed his brow, and Severus noticed the cold sweat glistening on his forehead. He lit the fireplace and retrieved a blanket from the room to cover him. As Brian groggily opened his eyes and saw it was Severus, he felt a sense of relief and closed them once more. curling up on the sofa with a book in his embrace. "Professor Cavendish, are you feeling well?" Severus inquired. Brian struggled to articulate a few words. "Severus, my stomach hurts." Severus paused in surprise, swiftly asking, "Is your stomach unwell?" Brian nodded, hungry. Severus steadied his hand. "I shall fetch something to eat." As Brian buried himself within the blanket, his pallor deepened, and he felt as though he might perish from hunger. Before long, Severus returned with a bowl of porridge. As Brian sipped it in small mouthfuls, feeling the warmth envelop him, he nearly wept. "Curse you, Dumbledore. Curse you, Ministry of Magic." Severus observed the bowl in Brian's hands, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The weight he had regained seemed to have vanished again, making him appear even more gaunt. Once Brian regained some composure, he looked up to find Severus grading papers. He suddenly asked, "How are things with Evans and the others?" Severus looked up. "We're doing well." Lily would not quarrel with him over his interest in the dark arts, while James Potter, for reasons unknown, had taken it upon himself to befriend him. He no longer targeted Severus, yet still appeared when Lily was around. Moreover, it seemed that Lily had become increasingly attentive to the reformed James Potter. Brian glanced at the parchment he had inadvertently damaged, a shiver of fear coursing through him. "What is this? They seem to be on good terms. Yet you still harbor such anger? Did I ask the wrong question?" He hastily shifted the topic. "By the way, how is your Patronus training coming along?" Severus paused for a moment, his eyes focused on the parchment, lips pressed together. Before responding, "Lily has conjured her Patronus." Brian forced a dry smile. "That's wonderful." He then turned to Severus. "And what about you?" Severus fell silent. Brian suspected he might not have managed to conjure one yet. But he recalled Severus being able to summon a light, which should imply he was close to success. Was it merely a matter of timing? Severus nodded. "I can now." Brian, intrigued, asked, "May I see it?" After a lengthy moment of contemplation, Severus produced his wand. Patronus. With his incantation, a luminous form emerged in the air, coalescing into shape. It was a blue, healing stag. "Beautiful," Brian remarked appreciatively. Severus retracted his wand, saying, "Did you know, Professor Cavendish, what Lily's Patronus is?" Brian shook his head in confusion. "I have no idea. I was not present." Severus replied, "It is a stag. Lily Evans' Patronus is a stag, and so is mine. They are the same stag." Brian felt his hand slip, and the bowl fell to the ground. He looked down to retrieve it, but it had already shattered. "Ah, my porridge," Brian muttered to himself, lamenting the waste. Severus waved his wand, clearing the floor, and filled another bowl for him. Brian resumed sipping, yet with each mouthful, a chill seemed to settle deeper within him. "How strange," he thought as he placed the bowl on the table, curling into the blanket. "I feel quite weary, Mr. Snape. You should rest as well. Good night." "Good night, Professor." The news of Professor Cavendish's return spread throughout Hogwarts, only to be swiftly followed by rumors of his departure for recuperation, suggesting he had suffered a fright. In truth, Cavendish was resigning. "Cavendish, you must reconsider. Hogwarts cannot be without you. What will become of those poor little wizards if you leave?" Dumbledore implored earnestly, while Brian sat silently nearby, unmoved by Dumbledore's words. "I am tired," Brian stated flatly. "I need to recuperate." "How about this?" Dumbledore suggested, retreating strategically. "You should rest for a few months, and upon your recovery, return." Brian had no desire to haggle, and simply acquiesced. "Very well." And with that, he departed. He sought out his old friend. Heaven knows. When Brian sat despondently at the doorstep of Abraxas Malfoy, he startled Abraxas. "Wow," he remarked, approaching Brian and taking stock of him. "Look who has returned." Brian did not lift his gaze. "Please refrain from giving me that electrifying look, Abraxas. I might inadvertently poke your eyes out." "Don't be so cruel, dear Brian," Abraxas replied. "The ground is cold. Come inside and sit." Brian transitioned from sitting on the ground to a chair, his eyes vacant, resembling someone under the effects of the soul-sucking curse. "Abraxas Malfoy, you do not seem well," he observed. "Brian, you spend 3 months in Azkaban, and perhaps you will understand my feelings better." The mournful expression in Brian's eyes made Abraxas blink nervously, and he chuckled softly. "I am truly sorry, Brian. I was planning to infiltrate the ministry with Avu, never anticipating they would use you as bait." "Indeed," Brian replied, "nor did I expect to be such a useless bait. I truly hope you succeed, Abraxas. Otherwise, I might just want to shove you into a cauldron." Abraxas Malfoy scoffed. "You wouldn't dare. I know you." He sighed, drawing Brian's attention. He was nearing madness. He should have heeded Brian's advice. Brian understood who he referenced. What happened to him? "Go see for yourself," Abraxas said with a heavy heart, standing up. "I'll take you to see him." Brian was not particularly inclined to move. He felt low in spirits, yet for the sake of his old friend, he mustered the strength to rise. "How did I say it before I left?" He gritted through clenched teeth, lamenting that splitting his soul was scarcely different from directly confronting Merlin himself. Following Abraxas, Brian stepped into the Malfoy family's rear garden. As he pushed open the grand door, the disarray within compelled him to frown. What a dreadful mess. He inquired of Abraxas. Has your house elf not been diligent in tidying up? Of course it has, he explained. I only cleaned before I departed. Alas, I suppose I should check on him now. Brian ventured inside, where he encountered his old friend, who was still brandishing his wand with a frenzied expression. Stop, Brian exclaimed, observing his actions with irritation. Cease this at once. Voldemort turned, and Brian was taken aback by his appearance. Good heavens, what have you done to yourself? Voldemort, displeased at being interrupted, turned away with a sulky demeanor. So, it's Cavendish who has run away? What a rare sight to behold. What brings you here? Have you come to congratulate me on successfully creating a Horcrux? Brian felt a compelling urge to thump him on his gleaming bald head. He strode forward, pulling Voldemort from the chaotic surroundings, inspecting him thoroughly. How many have you split off? Good Merlin, do you even realize you no longer have ears or a nose? Voldemort pushed Brian away dismissively. What does it matter? Once I unify the wizarding world, I shall become its sovereign. Abraxas gestured meaningfully at Brian, who quickly grasped the implication. 4. He gasped. Where are they? Voldemort arrogantly raised his chin. Why should I tell you? Am I subject to your commands? Brian glanced at Abraxas, who was also looking back. Abraxas took a hesitant step back. You won't speak? Fine, I'll find them myself. Your mind must be muddled from some foul potion. Voldemort glared at his actions, seething with rage. I command you. Stop. Brian shot him a disdainful look. I am not one of your brainless trolls. Soon, Brian discovered one of the Horcruxes, his diary, right there in Malfoy Manor. Return it to me. I shall not. Voldemort retorted. Do you need a thrashing? I am the esteemed Dark Lord. Do you dare? Watch me. Brian challenged. Abraxas, seated gracefully in a chair moved by the house elf, sipped tea with elegance. It was indeed wise to send Brian to persuade him, for Voldemort could do nothing against him. Neither could overpower the other. Bellatrix, clutching 2 books, trembled with rage. Very well, she declared, pivoting on her heel and stomping away. I don't care. You can split as many times as you like. It's none of my concern. The ugly one is you. It's you who lacks ears and a nose, not me. I won't concern myself with this any longer. Without looking back, she stormed into a room, while Abraxas observed with unblinking eyes and sighed. Ah, Voldemort, he mused. Voldemort crossed his arms. Brian appeared to be on the verge of tears. Voldemort glanced over at him. Abraxas shrugged. I did not lie. Brian sat in a chair, grasping a quill as he pinned words in one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the diary. You infuriate me. The diary's text materialized. Hello? Tom. You fool. Your head is filled with nothing but nonsense. Tom? You know me? This fragmented soul represented Voldemort in his youth, brimming with ambition and arrogance. Shut up, Brian. Just be quiet. Tom, oh, I feel as though I've submerged. Brian wiped the tears that fell upon the pages. No, Brian, I sense your distress. What troubles you? Who has wronged you? Why do you weep? Brian blinked rapidly, the delayed sorrow overwhelming his composure. I've experienced heartbreak. Tom responded with bewilderment. What? Chapter 12, Brian's Counsel. Abraxas was not one to make light of such matters. Voldemort, in his relentless pursuit of creating Horcruxes and consolidating his dominion, resolutely chose to delegate the issue to Abraxas. Abraxas stood firmly on Brian's side, perceiving Voldemort's soul fragmentation as a grave misstep. He sighed and remarked, Voldemort, you ought to heed Brian's advice. He is an exceptional alchemist and comprehends the perils of soul division far better than you do. You are seldom lucid. You cannot fathom how mad you become when you are not. Voldemort remained unconvinced. I believe I am perfectly fine. Abraxas recognized the futility of his attempts to persuade him and departed to seek out Brian, recalling how infuriated Brian had been upon encountering Voldemort. He knocked on the door. Brian, it is I. Brian opened the door. I had someone deliver your clothes. You ought to change out of that robe. Brian hesitated. I prefer it this way. Brian, this place is quite safe. Very well. Brian took the garments and retreated to his chamber to change from the black robe. Abraxas observed the dark-haired figure emerging in a tailored suit and remarked, You remain as youthful and handsome as ever, Brian. Brian tied back his hair, exuding sophistication and elegance, and sat across from Abraxas with a pensive expression. Abraxas, do you know how to pursue someone? Brian struggled to articulate his thoughts regarding someone who harbors affection for another. Abraxas, initially puzzled, then expressed astonishment. Do you have someone in mind? Upon recalling Brian's words, he wore an oddly intrigued expression. You don't mean to say you have someone you fancy? Yes. Abraxas, this is quite complicated. Is it someone from Hogwarts? Yes. A minor wizard? Yes. Abraxas gasped. I must admonish you, Brian. Brian quickly interjected. I do not wish to hear your scornful remarks. Forget it. Asking you is futile. He sighed. What about Voldemort? He does not wish to see you. Abraxas chuckled lightly. At least not at this moment. Brian remarked. He fears I might thwart his plans for supremacy. Quite likely. Abraxas conceded. You must also consider my perspective as a Malfoy, and Voldemort as the family's protector. I would rather he not devolve into a mindless beast over such matters. Brian rose. No, I must go once more. There are still 3 Horcruxes I have yet to recover, and I am uncertain where he has hidden them. He looked at Abraxas. Do you know? The latter shook his head, helplessly. Don't look at me. I have no idea. Dad. The door swung open abruptly, and an exuberant Lucius Malfoy entered, his jubilant demeanor faltering upon seeing Brian. Oh dear, I seem to have interrupted your conversation with a guest. Maintaining the decorum of nobility. Lucius first bowed politely before apologizing to Abraxas. My apologies, father. It appears I have intruded upon your discussion with a friend. Abraxas waved his hand dismissively. It's quite all right, Lucius. We are all family here. Come closer. Lucius obediently approached. Allow me to introduce you. This is my father's friend, Brian Cavendish. You may address him as Uncle. Lucius paused for a moment, then nodded and greeted Brian with a bow. Hello, Uncle Cavendish. Brian, familiar with him, responded with a resigned, hello. Their names matched perfectly. Lucius' eyes widened in surprise. Professor Cavendish is indeed a friend of my father? You are Professor Cavendish? Brian smiled politely. Did you not recognize me, Lucius? I am rather astonished. What are you doing back? At this hour, you should be at school. Lucius turned and replied, the professors at Hogwarts are absent. So classes have been suspended. Abraxas and Lucius both looked towards Brian. Professor Black, Potions Master, and Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor. Lucius continued, by the way, father. I brought my friend over to visit, the one I often speak of, Severus. He is waiting at the door. May I let him stay with us? Brian's smile faltered. What? Good heavens. Severus is here too? By Merlin's beard. Instinctively, Brian turned his gaze towards the entrance. Snape was indeed standing there, looking back at him. Curse that Dumbledore. Is his network not extensive enough? He can't even find a few professors to teach classes? Why doesn't he just shut the school down? Abraxas noticed Brian's discomfort and said to Lucius, of course, that is acceptable. Your father and uncle have matters to discuss. You may take your friend on a tour of the Malfoy estate. Just avoid the backyard. Lucius nodded. All right, father. The two at the door then departed. But Snape's probing gaze continued to make Brian somewhat anxious. You seem a bit flustered, Brian, Abraxas teased with a chuckle. You don't mean to say that individual is Lucius' friend, do you? Brian rubbed his forehead. This is utterly disastrous. That is the potion prodigy favored by Voldemort. Abraxas suddenly remarked. Perhaps he will be Voldemort's new right-hand man in the future. What? Brian exclaimed, visibly agitated. That cannot happen. Abraxas analyzed the current situation and nodded knowingly. Indeed, this is quite dire. Perhaps you should take him away before Voldemort claims him as a Death Eater? Abraxas suggested. Or wait until Voldemort takes him and then presents him to you. Your ideas are utterly dreadful, Abraxas, Brian sighed. He has a profound passion for dark arts. I cannot strip him of his aspirations. Abraxas elegantly handed Brian a cup of tea. It seems you are quite ensnared. No, I must do something, Brian declared. Seizing Tom's diary. I must reintegrate. I cannot afford to have a bald, foolish friend. Abraxas reminded him. He has left this place. Finding him will be troublesome. Brian narrowed his eyes. Not troublesome at all. If I am not mistaken, you too bear the dark mark. Abraxas glanced at him, slowly raising his hand to roll up his sleeve, revealing a large black mark. Brian placed the book on the dark mark on his arm. All right. I now know where he is hiding, Abraxas said, adjusting his sleeve. Your family is truly remarkable. It's a pity it cannot be utilized for my purposes. Brian held the book against his chest and smiled brightly. Isn't one of me enough? Abraxas set down his teacup, his golden hair cascading smoothly over his shoulders. And he displayed the characteristic Malfoy smile. Who would ever say no to more good fortune? Brian stepped outside, scanning the surroundings in search of Snape's figure. He wondered where Lucius had taken him. Not spotting him, Brian resolved to locate Voldemort first, that fool who had fragmented his soul, whose intelligence had clearly diminished. His subordinates were nothing more than foolish sycophants, and he questioned what Voldemort could possibly achieve with such Death Eaters. As he says, why not simply focus on acquiring wealth? With riches, one can still reign supreme, and both muggles and wizards would willingly submit. Is that not more gratifying than coercion? Mr. Cavendish. A house elf appeared, small in stature and clad in the Malfoy family's specially tailored attire. While it is said that house elves gain their freedom upon receiving garments from their masters, most do not take such actions, often refusing the clothing offered. In the Malfoy household, it would seem rather unbecoming for a house elf to be seen in tattered clothing while hosting guests. What is it? The house elf clutched a robe. Master wishes to present this to Mr. Cavendish. It was a black robe, distinct from his previous attire, adorned with subtle, intricate patterns that glimmered only under light, exuding an air of aristocratic mystery and elegance. Truly, The Malfoys possess an eye for quality that Brian found hard to comprehend. He donned the robe, and the transformation in his demeanor was striking. Any former student would scarcely recognize him as the once silent and weary Professor Cavendish. Aside from Lucius, there was also Snape. Brian wagered that Snape was undoubtedly aware of his affairs at Malfoy. The platinum-haired Malfoy heir had likely shared this gossip with his companion. In the distance, Lucius appeared incredulous. "Severus, you would not believe whom I have encountered," Snape interjected. "Professor Cavendish?" Lucius nodded fervently, then excitedly proclaimed, "My father said he is one of us. I bet he is a Death Eater just like my father. He has kept this from us." Snape's eyes flickered momentarily, perhaps in agreement. Brian arrived at Voldemort's lair, surrounded by oppressive dark clouds, with a castle shrouded in mist looming ahead. Voldemort was concealed within. He strode purposefully towards it. "Sir!" Death Eaters rushed out to block his path, but Brian did not pause. A spell sent them flying. He continued down the cleared path. As he walked, he amplified his voice, "Voldemort, come out. Those inept fools cannot stop me." The Death Eaters, referred to as fools, scrambled to their feet and followed him. But Brian cast them a dismissive glance, causing them to retreat in fear. Their cowardly demeanor incited Voldemort's fury. He emerged from the shadows, shouting at the Death Eaters to get lost. They scurried away in a panic. Brian advanced swiftly, seizing Voldemort, who attempted to struggle, but Brian cast a binding spell, immobilizing him. "Behave. I am attempting to save your intelligence," Brian remarked, eyeing his appearance disdainfully, adding, "and your looks." Voldemort glared at him. "Do not provoke my wrath, Brian. You are ruining my grand scheme for eternal dominion. I shall forever rule this world and make them grovel at the feet of their dark lord." Brian felt a headache creeping in. Suddenly, Voldemort fell silent, and as Brian turned to look, he found Voldemort staring at him. "Brian, you still appear so youthful." Voldemort smiled serenely. "I intend to make you my fifth vessel." Brian raised an eyebrow. "You wish to possess me?" A shadow of ominous madness flickered in Voldemort's eyes. "You shall surrender your body to me, to the Dark Lord. It will be the greatest honor of your life." Brian felt an overwhelming urge to grasp his hair, to dissuade him from such delusions, but alas, Voldemort had no hair, leaving him with no option but to seize his collar. "We shall settle accounts once you have regained your senses." As an eminent alchemist, Brian effortlessly deciphered his methods, successfully reintegrating the fragmented soul. Observing Voldemort, now adorned with hair, reclining upon the bed, Brian felt a twinge of solace. It was indeed more pleasing to behold a Voldemort with hair, a nose, and ears. When Voldemort awakened from his slumber, before Brian could address the matter at hand, Voldemort gazed at him in utter shock. His expression was one of disdain and incomprehension, as if he had witnessed Brian in an embrace with Abraxas. "Brian?" He furrowed his brow, pondering whether something had gone awry. Then, a forgotten memory resurfaced. Voldemort's heartache? You? Cursed be it, for he had mentioned in Tom's diary that he had suffered a romantic disappointment. Brian maintained his stoic demeanor. "You might as well continue your soul's fragmentation." Voldemort refused. "So what if I've lost in love? Speak, whom do you fancy? The Dark Lord shall personally bring them to you." Brian mocked. "Are you referring to the bald Dark Lord, or the current one? Or perhaps the Dark Lord who has taken possession of my body?" Voldemort hesitated, his brow knitting together. "I did not anticipate it would turn out this way. The Horcrux is indeed incomplete." "Very well, Voldemort," Brian observed, noting that he still harbored intentions of further fragmenting his soul. "I have long maintained, and I reiterate, an incomplete soul will render you grotesque. Do you wish to become a noseless, bald abomination?" Voldemort brushed off the dust from his attire, replying nonchalantly, "Perhaps, when weighed against immortality, appearance is of little consequence." "Oh." Brian recognized his stubbornness, but felt it imperative to clarify the drawbacks. "What of your intellect? Are you aware that each of your fragmented selves is more foolish than the last?" Voldemort frowned, retorting, "Impossible. I retain my memories." Having memories and possessing intelligence are not synonymous. Brian shook his head. "You might genuinely consider what foolishness your fragments might engage in." Voldemort stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I find that suggestion rather appealing. However, let us first discuss your romantic dilemmas. I find myself quite intrigued." After a moment of contemplation, Brian raised his gaze earnestly. "Voldemort, let us strike a bargain. I trust you have not forgotten our unbreakable bond." Voldemort chuckled. "Brian, are you willingly offering yourself to me?" "Not quite. Serve me as my subordinate, Brian, just as Abraxas does. I would prefer to be regarded as a friend." "Then my condition must be for you to serve me as a subordinate? Spare me the banter, and propose a different condition, swiftly." "It is you who is negotiating with me." Brian shot him an exasperated glare. All right, I understand," Voldemort conceded, extending his hand, a sly smile curving his lips as he suddenly called out, "Brian." Brian instinctively looked up, meeting his gaze, only to hear Voldemort utter, Soul Extraction. Brian's pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 13. Brian's pursuit of love and image materialized, a hand cradling a butterfly, or rather, a grass enchanted by a spell, taking flight. A figure clad in Hogwarts robes, with short black hair, appeared in the background, just as the individual was about to turn. Enough, Brian roared, forcibly terminating the soul extraction. Regrettably, it was merely a breath away. Voldemort smiled serenely, his expression a mix of regret and curiosity as he reassured Brian. Do not be agitated, Brian. I harbor no ill intentions toward that boy. Although his face remains obscured, it is evident he is a man. Brian, with a swift motion, wrenched his hand away. Eyes aflame with fury. Voldemort, you will inevitably drive me away. Voldemort, with a hint of exasperation, reminded him, you ought to remember, I am a ruthless Dark Lord. The Dark Lord cares not for others' opinions, but acts according to his own desires. Brian turned away, feeling an overwhelming urge to slap his face. Of course I remember. That is precisely why I must remain vigilant. Now then, since your reason has returned somewhat, the astute Dark Lord should recognize that my proposal has always been a sound one. Voldemort's brow furrowed in disdain, his eyes filled with contempt. You expect me to engage in commerce with those base, foolish muggles? You know that is impossible. The Dark Lord ought to instill fear and reverence in them with his world-destroying power. Brian retorted, haven't you already succeeded in that regard? He gestured towards the distant throng. You have amassed a horde of brutish, uncouth Death Eaters who commit vile acts in your name, and you remain oblivious to how your reputation is regarded outside. Voldemort appeared taken aback by Brian's words, pondering their implications. Clearly, his restored intellect allowed him to grasp the essence of Brian's sentiments. Voldemort dismissed it with a scoff. Brutal subordinates have their utility. In a matter of years, the wizarding world shall be mine. At that point, a change of strategy will be feasible. Would you not agree? Brian, if you cease your soul's fragmentation, perhaps that will be the case. Voldemort chuckled derisively, glancing at the book Brian held, as though struck by a sudden epiphany. Brian, I am pleased you have returned. His scrutinizing gaze fell upon Brian. It appears you have recovered well in the territory of my enemies. Brian turned away. Please refrain from addressing me, Mr. Dark Lord. I have not forgiven you. The recollection of events prior to his departure ignited his fury. I am returning to Hogwarts. Do not harm my students. I trust you do not wish to discover the consequences. Voldemort raised his hands in surrender, allowing Brian to depart without obstruction. The consequence would merely be the loss of a dear friend who had protected him since childhood? Yes, that seemed rather grave. Reflecting on the excruciating pain of his first soul fragmentation and the transgressions committed against Brian, he understood he must accept Brian's wrath and estrangement. The ramifications of soul division were indeed profound. Otherwise, it would not have compelled him to manifest the fleeting fantasies that danced in his mind. The Cavendish family. Voldemort pondered, stroking his chin, his striking appearance and profound eyes deep in thought. What a peculiar family it is. Brian, seething with anger, returned to the Malfoy residence just in time for their dinner gathering, yet he had no appetite. Abraxas warmly invited him to the table, where his wife had already thoughtfully prepared his utensils. Snape was unsurprisingly present at the dining table, and Abraxas displayed considerable enthusiasm towards his son's friend. His wife, too, was quite pleased with Snape's presence. Brian took a few bites before catching Snape's gaze. Instinctively, he offered a smile. However, Snape merely glanced at him before diverting his attention, as though their brief exchange was nothing more than a chance encounter. After the meal, Brian pondered how to strike up a conversation with Snape. His words felt scarce in this setting. He could not discern whether it was his nature or if it was due to Abraxas's presence, or perhaps it was himself who felt constrained. Abraxas raised an eyebrow, casually remarking, Brian, I've heard you're returning to Hogwarts? Brian was not surprised. He was aware, yes, but you just left a few days ago. Abraxas chuckled amusingly, remarking that Hogwarts would soon be on holiday, questioning if Brian intended to return merely to tidy Dumbledore's office. Brian gazed at him in silence, rising from his seat. Well, it seems I must stay at the Malfoy residence for an extended period. Abraxas, far from dissuading him, welcomed the idea with enthusiasm. Shall I have Teal escort you to your chamber? No need, Brian replied. Although he contemplated a fleeting visit to Snape before his departure, he ultimately refrained. The opulence of the Malfoy estate was evident in its luxurious decor and solid foundation. Brian halted before the room reserved for Abraxas, seeking a place to sit. As the emotions on his face faded, his vacant gaze revealed his inner turmoil. During the 3 months spent in Azkaban, despite his precautions against the Dementors, they had freely confronted him face to face in that dilapidated room. His mental state had deteriorated, rendering him unable to control his emotions, as sensitive as a taut string. His current condition precluded him from teaching, thus prompting thoughts of departing from Hogwarts. closing his eyes to shield his vacant pupils. He truly needed a period of repose. Professor Cavendish? Brian suddenly opened his eyes, turning to see Snape, momentarily taken aback. Mr. Snape, he managed to smile. Good day. You don't seem to be faring well, Snape observed, his tone laced with concern. Although only a few days had passed since their last encounter, Brian found himself somewhat bewildered by Snape's demeanor. He instinctively tightened his grip on the book in his arms. Perhaps just a bit. But I believe I will be fine in a few days. Were you considering resigning? Snape inquired abruptly, before seemingly reconsidering. Brian beckoned him to sit, yet Snape glanced around, surprised to find Lucius absent from his side. He spread his hands in resignation. As you can see, I might be experiencing a slight predicament. However, I believe I can manage. In truth, he had just remembered the community service tasks assigned to the 4 young wizards at Hogwarts were still pending. Moreover, there was Snape. He felt uneasy at the thought of someone bullying him. The two engaged in a casual conversation. The atmosphere markedly improved compared to their initial interaction. Lucius held a genuine concern for his friend, knowing Snape's passion for potion making, even going so far as to prepare a potions room specifically for him. Brian ventured a glance inside, marveling at the astonishing array of supplies. It was evident that Snape relished this space, as he spent nearly 20 hours a day immersed in his work. Unable to contain himself, Brian dashed in, circling around Snape. Severus, you ought to take a break. Do you even realize how long you've been in here? Snape remained unfazed, engrossed in his meticulous arrangement of vials and flasks. I am quite well, Professor. Brian, you should adjust your schedule. The ingredients here won't sprout legs and flee. Snape countered, casting a glance at him. I do not possess the same quality of sleep as you, Professor. I sleep until noon. Brian was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment, seemingly at a loss for words. After all, he knew Snape spoke the truth. At least I ensure I rest well. Snape continued, pouring potions into bottles. And I do. Brian, where is the evidence otherwise? You've only had a few hours of rest. For me, that is sufficient, Snape replied, turning to walk away. Brian instinctively blocked his path, stepping back as Snape advanced. In just a few paces, Brian collided with a cabinet. Snape swiftly retrieved the necessary herbs from it, placing them on the workbench. Snape had grown taller, and Brian felt momentarily engulfed by his shadow before re-emerging into the light. Brian? He sensed a push from behind as Snape unceremoniously propelled him out of the potions room. Steadying himself against the door, he looked down at the stunned Brian. I hope you realize I am preparing for the mastery exam in potions. With that, he closed the door. Brian felt a chill wash over him, not merely from the breeze, but from his heart. No, Snape had never behaved in such a manner before. Abraxas leisurely flipped through today's daily prophet, his gaze eventually landing on Brian, who stood at the doorway, momentarily lost in thought. Unable to suppress a laugh, he remarked, Do not tell me you were merely passing by, Abraxas. Abraxas set down the newspaper, teasingly replying, Brian, do keep your voice down. We wouldn't want to disturb the future master of potions. Brian, clutching his book, moved aside and sat down, biting his lip. He spread open the book in his hands. And Abraxas, noticing, raised an eyebrow in surprise. You've opened your book? What do you intend to read this time? Brian flipped through the pages with agitation. I need to know how to pursue someone, he whispered fervently. Abraxas cast a disapproving glance at him. Perhaps you could simply tell him directly. Brian pondered this, but felt unprepared. He needed to understand just how challenging it was to pursue someone who had already captured another's heart. Regaining his focus, he scrutinized the illustrations in the book. Suddenly, he slammed it shut and leapt to his feet. His abrupt reaction caught Abraxas's attention. He frowned. Brian, what did you see? Brian, in disbelief, turned to Abraxas, at a loss for words. My book foretold a prophecy. Abraxas, he exclaimed urgently. You must keep a close watch on Voldemort. Absolutely do not let him create any more Horcruxes. That will lead to great trouble. With that, he cast a forgetting charm on himself before Abraxas's astonished eyes. The door to the potions room swung open abruptly, and Snape emerged. Perhaps under the influence of the forgetting charm, Brian had ceased his discourse. He appeared bewildered for a moment before murmuring to himself, Did I fall asleep again? Upon noticing Snape, he broke into a smile and strode purposefully towards him. Severus, have you finished your research? Now that you're done, can you finally take a proper rest? His exuberance left Abraxas momentarily stunned, as if the scared boy from moments ago had transformed entirely. Nevertheless, he was no stranger to such behavior. It was common for seers to exhibit eccentricities, and Brian's reactions were rather mild. Abraxas recalled the last time Brian had opened his book had been the day before Voldemort attempted to seize it, when he had sat in a tree all day, refusing to come down, having yet to develop the habit of casting forgetting charms on himself. He pondered whether he should find an opportunity to discuss this with Brian. Excessive use of forgetting charms could lead to permanent amnesia. Losing the memory of the Malfoy family would mean losing a remarkably talented alchemist and a future-seeing master of magic. Despite the fatigue etched on Snape's features, excitement sparkled in his eyes as he held up a potion, revealing a golden elixir. This is Felix Felicis. Consuming it will bestow good fortune upon the drinker. Regarded as one of the most challenging potions to brew, Brian recognized it with disbelief. Given his own experiences with potion making and the intricate steps involved, you succeeded. Abraxas spotted him from a distance, and his keen insight allowed him to recognize the figure immediately, prompting him to rise with palpable excitement. After a brief glance, he promptly volunteered to escort Snape away, eager to announce this news immediately. Thus, the youngest master of potions in history would bring him renown, elevating his status within the wizarding community. As he was also a representative of the Malfoy family, his association would further enhance their standing. He also took Lucius with him. Brian awaited their return at home. Initially, Abraxas had intended to prepare a banquet to invite the nobility, but hesitated for a moment before discarding the idea. Brian was not fond of such gatherings, nor did he wish to expose his identity as an alchemist within the Malfoy household. Soon, it was time for the young wizards to commence their studies once more. As a professor, Brian had to reluctantly bid farewell to Snape, returning to Hogwarts ahead of schedule. In a delightful turn of events, Dumbledore had finally secured the positions of Potions Master and Defense against the Dark Arts Professor, liberating himself from the burden of juggling multiple roles and alleviating his confusion. He returned to his former state, though perhaps living with Snape for some time had compelled him to adjust his routine slightly. At the very least, he now appeared at the breakfast table quietly, even if he had not fully roused from sleep, resembling a specter with his half-closed eyes. The new students affectionately dubbed him Sleeping Beauty, a moniker Brian found most unwelcome, as he had worked diligently to transform himself, only to be thrust back into a label he detested. Brian frequently encountered Snape, yet the latter remained so engrossed in his studies that he often appeared oblivious to Brian's animated recounting of amusing anecdotes. Snape would respond with a perplexed expression, as if to question why Brian was there, inciting Brian to grind his teeth in frustration. As Snape matured, Brian noted that he became increasingly reclusive. Apart from Lily Evans and Lucius Malfoy, he seemed to have no other acquaintances. In Brian's view, Snape was growing ever more silent and increasingly absorbed in potions and dark arts. On one particular day, Brian demonstrated the secrets of alchemy to the young wizards, garnering their awe and praise before gracefully departing as the class bell rang. Meanwhile, Snape was likely attending herbology class. It seemed that apart from occasionally bothering Severus, he had little else to occupy his time. Lily Evans happened upon him, observing the still-hidden Brian, whose exquisite profile was illuminated by the light. She remarked, with both admiration and curiosity, "Professor Cavendish, perhaps you truly ought to showcase your charm to the younger students. That way, they wouldn't resort to poking parchment out of boredom in class." While alchemists were indeed formidable, they were also notoriously demanding when it came to talent. The initially eager young wizards soon found their enthusiasm waning as they grappled with the prospect of failing the course. Brian, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Let them poke parchment. It's far better than them boring holes into my face with their gazes." Lily, who was seldom apart from James Potter, explained, "James has gone to practice Quidditch. Tomorrow is the big match, and he can hardly contain his excitement." "Yes, I am aware," Brian said, wiping his hands on the book he held, despite it being as pristine as new. Lily's curiosity was piqued by the book, as he never seemed to forget to bring it along. "Is that book particularly special, Professor Cavendish?" she inquired, her gaze fixed on the tome resting on his lap. "You always have it with you." Brian stroked the book thoughtfully, smiling as he casually responded, "Indeed." He cradled it in his arms with a firm gesture. "It is my faith. Just as wizards cannot lose their magic, I too cannot lose it." Lily did not comprehend the secrets contained within a book, but she respected Brian's attachment to it, even though she thought it rather exaggerated to equate its significance to the loss of a wizard's magical abilities. What would happen if you lost it? Brian had never contemplated the possibility of losing the book. "I'm not certain. I haven't thought about it." Lily ceased her inquiries, sensing that perhaps the book contained secrets of Professor Cavendish or was a gift from someone of great importance. She suddenly asked cautiously, "Have you not yet told Severus?" "About what?" Brian inquired, perplexed. "That you like him," Lily exclaimed, startled. Brian quickly glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot before exhaling a sigh of relief. "Not yet, Lily." He gazed wistfully at the unsuspecting Lily Evans. "I'm a bit afraid. Do you need my help?" Lily's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Brian instinctively declined. "I can manage on my own. You must not interfere. It would be far too painful to be pushed toward another by the one you admire. If that is the case, I'd rather remain in secret admiration." He sighed, staring at his book. "Perhaps I understand why." Lily then mused, It's because Severus once had feelings for me. I senti it? That's why you don't want me to do anything, right? Brian was taken aback. You knew? Lily nodded. I didn't initially, but James let it slip. James Potter. Brian's heart raced. He didn't reveal anything else, did he? Lily thought for a moment and replied, nothing else. Just that if you pursued Severus before graduation, we would hold a wedding together. It was a long time ago. Brian sighed in relief. Well, that's good. By the way, Lily suddenly remarked, perhaps you could try teaching Severus to conjure a Patronus. He has never succeeded. Find a chance to be alone. It might just sway him. Brian was puzzled. But hasn't Severus already learned? Did he not share it with anyone else? Lily had always assumed he hadn't. Brian's thoughts darkened with concern. Severus hadn't informed anyone, but he had confided in him. Perhaps Severus already knew of his feelings, and had known for quite some time. Chapter 14, Brian's turmoil. It was indeed a daunting truth. Yet after the initial anxiety, Brian felt a sense of relief. Look, Severus was aware of his affections, but had not distanced himself, had he? He had even directly informed him that he had someone he cared for. Perhaps it was meant to subtly suggest that he abandoned such notions. However, Brian felt that it was not difficult to accept that the one he admired harbored feelings for someone else in the past. Moreover, he was uncertain if he held any place in Severus's heart. When Severus finished his class, Brian happened to arrive at the corridor of the classroom just in time. Severus preferred to depart leisurely after everyone else had left, so Brian would only emerge when the crowd dispersed, creating the chance encounter he had orchestrated. Brian saw Severus emerge, holding his book, and he happily waved. Severus. Severus looked up, having just shifted his focus from his book to Brian. Brian initiated the conversation. How was herbology class today? As Severus made his way toward the great hall, contemplating the properties of the herbs from class, he replied to Brian's inquiry. It was good. Though it would have been better if they hadn't been so noisy. Brian chuckled at the sight of Severus appearing vexed by the classroom plants. Plants are always so lively. It's quite a challenge to quiet them down. It's not difficult. Severus turned the page of the book and paused in his stride, prompting Brian to halt as well. Severus glanced over, remarking, it is quiet now that one has departed. Brian blinked, and Severus proceeded into the hall. They had arrived. The hall was lavishly adorned with an array of food, and Severus chose a secluded spot to settle himself. He set the book aside, continuing, however, it will impact the quality of the herbs. Naturally, there are effective preservation methods. Brian took a seat beside him, nodding in agreement. Severus, you're nearing graduation. What are your plans thereafter? Brian had resolved to follow him, intending to confess his feelings this Christmas. Perhaps a subtle approach would suffice. He pondered whether drawing a heart in the snow might seem too childish, or perhaps complimenting it with a flurry of roses would be more fitting. That notion seemed quite delightful. Severus cast a fleeting glance at him, which he quickly withdrew, responding coolly, not at the moment. Brian surveyed the feast laid before them, finally selecting an apple to bite into. A bit tart, he remarked. Are you planning to live in the Muggle world, or perhaps open your own potion shop? Severus pushed some dishes across the table, bemused. I believe I am not in one of Galleon's. Having finished the apple, Brian noticed a plate of tarts had appeared before him and promptly took one, only to be momentarily choked. Severus slid a glass of watermelon juice toward him, and Brian hastily gulped down a sizable sip. His eyes lit up as he pushed the tart toward Severus, exclaiming, this is delicious. Dumbledore has exquisite taste. It seems the house elves at Hogwarts have mastered every dessert in the world because of him. Severus shot him a look of disdain, having just pushed that overly sweet item away, only to see it return to him. He resolutely took it away to a distant spot. Brian had intended to savor another, but, seeing the tart dismissed, shifted his focus to a plate of pizza. There's a Quidditch match tomorrow. Shall we attend together? Severus hesitated, wishing to decline as he had new spells to study. Yet, considering Brian's invitation, he acquiesced. Brian, in truth, held little interest in playing on a broom. But Hogwarts offered limited entertainment, and Severus was a fervent scholar. He would often bury himself in books. And if he didn't remind him about the dangers of neglecting one's health, it was likely that he would have been exasperated. After all, there was no escape from it. Thus, he began to join Brian in dining at the hall. He subtly cast a confounding charm over them, ensuring that their conversation remained unseen by others. As they ate together, Brian unwittingly gained weight, his cheeks becoming pleasantly rounded. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Severus's bowl was nearly empty. So he quickly seized a small cake and stuffed it into his mouth, washing it down with a few gulps of water. Just then, Severus stood, and Brian, with his mouth full, followed closely behind, chewing slowly. Severus meticulously wiped his hands and made his way toward the dormitory with his books. Severus, if you haven't made any decisions yet, would you like to come with me? Calventir. Professor McGonagall suddenly emerged from the side, perhaps having transformed back from a cat. The interruption caused Brian to frown. Upon seeing Professor McGonagall, he let out a resigned sigh, and Severus paused as well. Professor McGonagall expressed a hint of concern, saying, "Someone is looking for you." Brian was taken aback. "Someone? Looking for me? Is it not Dumbledore?" Before Professor McGonagall could respond, two individuals materialized beside her, one with a sharp golden haircut, and the other with a silvery low ponytail. Each held a book. The golden-haired man regarded him indifferently and stated, "Indeed." The silver-haired man offered a faint smile, adding, "We are here to find you." Upon seeing them, Brian's pupils flickered momentarily. "Professor Calventier?" Severus furrowed his brow, sensing the sudden tension. "Severus, you should leave." Brian smiled. "My family has come for me." Severus hesitated for a moment, but ultimately departed. Recognizing there was little he could do by remaining, Brian was escorted away in front of Professor McGonagall. They sought a secluded area, the Forbidden Forest. The golden-haired man, Ike, scrutinized Brian. "We have sensed a disturbance and suspect someone has tampered with the Tome of Worlds," he commanded without room for debate. "Now, surrender your book." Brian remained silent. The silver-haired man, L, reassured him, "We only wish to inspect it. Do not be alarmed, Brian." Taking a deep breath, Brian extended the book forward, hoping for the best. The book levitated as he opened it. Ike and L refrained from touching it, allowing it to flip open before them. After only a few seconds, Brian swiftly reclaimed it. "Is that sufficient?" Ike and L exchanged glances and nodded. "Very sorry, Brian. Your book shows no issues. We hope you understand our intrusion." They then stepped back and vanished from sight. Brian clutched his book tightly, exhaling a sigh of relief. He hastily left the area, colliding with someone in the corridor. Lily Evans nearly stumbled but was caught by James Potter. "James, Lily, are you all right?" Lily rubbed her bruised arm, shaking her head. "I'm fine, James." She turned to see Brian, who had fallen heavily to the ground, his book slipping from his grasp and his hat dislodged, unnoticed. Realizing the book was no longer in hand, he immediately rolled over, scrambling to retrieve it. His expression was dazed, breaths coming in quick gasps, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his face drained of color, a ghastly white. It was the first time they beheld Brian's full visage. But before they could marvel at his appearance, they were taken aback by his pallor. "I apologize, Lily." Brian muttered apologetically before swiftly turning away from them and departing the scene. Brian confined himself in the cellar, fortunate that there were no alchemy classes that afternoon, nor a mountain of essays and assignments awaiting his review that evening. He had ample time to quell the panic of nearly losing his faith. He reflected on the past, recalling his arrival at Hogwarts, filled with curiosity and anticipation, having made friends. It was that very expectation that led him to glance at the book. With that single glance, he glimpsed the future of Hogwarts, or rather, the future of his friends. That future was now embodied by Voldemort. He had exerted a modicum of power, altering his character from the ruthless and merciless figure foretold in the prophecy, just a fraction. He had spent a decade awaiting the judgment of lost faith. Just as he thought he had evaded detection, they appeared. Brian frantically pored over the book. He had managed to conceal it, hadn't he? His book was still there. "Stay calm, Brian," he admonished himself, sitting on the floor throughout the night. As dawn broke, he burst out of the cellar, his eyes alight with triumph. "I did it." Elated, Brian made his way to the hall, but after searching in vain for Severus, he could only helplessly indulge in 2 portions of pudding. As Severus entered the hall, he overheard whispers among the passers-by. "Did you see? He is truly handsome. My goodness, I had no idea. His hair is remarkably long, and his earrings are simply exquisite. I wish to acquire a pair just like them. I really ought to take my alchemy classes more seriously." Alchemy classes? Perhaps Severus knows whom they are referring to. He strode inside, his gaze swiftly locating Brian, who was indulging in a pudding. He was not draped in his hood, revealing his sparkling eyes. Perhaps no one anticipated that someone so charmingly beautiful, a professor at Hogwarts, would have close ties with the Death Eaters. He hardly appeared to be a villain, did he? Upon spotting him, Brian exclaimed, "There you are, Severus." "Good morning, Severus." The surrounding individuals turned their attention to Severus. Severus, confronting the scrutinizing gazes, approached them. "This is delicious." Brian placed the pudding before him. Gazing at the glossy treat dusted with matcha powder, he unhesitatingly pushed it back. "You eat it. Don't like it?" Brian retrieved it for a taste, then pushed another plate towards him. "How about this?" "No, thank you." After their meal, Severus departed for class. While Brian had no classes scheduled for the morning, with the Quidditch match set for the afternoon, Lily Evans sought him out. Her concern evident regarding Brian's unusual demeanor the previous day. It had been quite out of sorts. "Relax, Lily," Brian said nonchalantly. "I merely had a nightmare." Lily Evans regarded him with skepticism. "Really?" "Of course." Caught between belief and doubt, Lily Evans was eventually persuaded to move on. The topic was swiftly brushed aside. At least for Brian. He gradually became aware of the fervent gazes from the younger witches and wizards as they passed by. However, he dismissed their attention, for he longed to cultivate a deeper bond with Severus each day. During lunch, the great hall buzzed with excitement, as everyone discussed who would win the Quidditch match. Brian surveyed the makeshift seating, retrieved a large cloth from his storage ring, and called out to Severus, "Come sit here." Everyone's enthusiasm was directed towards the competitors on the field, with a professional commentator passionately narrating the event. Brian watched as the two teams poised for action, one hailing from Gryffindor, featuring James Potter, and the other from Hufflepuff. As the match commenced, the atmosphere surged with energy. Even Brian, seated among the audience, could feel their fervor. Gryffindor quickly seized the advantage and triumphed in the match, their excitement palpable as they soared about. In stark contrast to Brian's interest, Severus appeared indifferent. After a brief period of observation, Brian departed with him, as Severus had other commitments later that afternoon, and Brian, as an alchemy professor, needed to return to the dungeons to prepare lessons for the young witches and wizards. Parting ways with Severus, he returned to the dungeons. Upon opening the door, a white bird flew towards him, accompanied by a white snake and various other creatures of different shapes. All were conjured by Brian during his demonstrations in class. He glanced around, curious about what other magical beasts he had yet to transmute, preparing for future demonstrations for the newcomers. When the snow began to fall from the sky, Brian could hardly contain his anticipation and excitement. On that day, he had chosen a special place and prepared an exquisite gift, a wide storage ring belonging to a Hogwarts professor, filled with precious herbs and blood he had collected from various locations. He had already contemplated how to approach Severus regarding his potential refusal, only to discover that Severus did not show up that day. Not showing up, when Brian stormed off to find him, he learned that Severus was in the potions professor's office. Brian confronted the potions professor. "I don't recall having class today." The potions professor, surprised to see Brian, quickly connected the dots, explaining, "Indeed, I require Mr. Snape's assistance. As you know, he possesses remarkable talent in potions, and I need an aid." "No," Brian replied, displeased with Severus being left in the lurch. "I believe, as a professor, you should be capable of completing your work independently." "Ah, I believe so," Severus interjected. "I need this experience, Professor." They were already at a level to compare with professors. What further experience was necessary? Brian frowned, turning to Severus with a gentle inquiry. "Very well, how long will it take?" "One day." "What?" Brian pursed his lips in displeasure but nodded. "All right, attend to your work, but don't overexert yourself." He produced the exquisite box and handed it to Severus. "This is a Christmas gift." "Merry Christmas, Severus." Severus did not catch it immediately, so Brian pressed it into his hands. The potions professor remarked, "It is evident that you share a close relationship with Professor Cavendish. He is quite displeased with my use of your time." Severus cast a deep glance. He set the gift aside and began organizing his materials and notes. "Aren't you going to open it? Your gift? Now is not the time." Chapter 14, Brian's Letter. Brian did not wish to disturb Severus as he brewed potions. Yet he felt a twinge of disappointment at his plans unraveling. He could only wander the corridors alone. When Severus finally emerged, Brian noted the fatigue etched on his face and temporarily abandoned his intentions. At the very least, he would wait for a moment when Severus was not so weary. However, with a year and a half remaining in Severus's studies, he seemed busier than ever, making it difficult for Brian to encounter him in a relaxed state. Hogwarts, isolated from the outside world, occasionally received messages from the Malfoy family's owl, keeping Brian informed of events beyond the castle. Dumbledore was frequently absent from the school, leaving McGonagall and the heads of various houses to handle affairs. Perhaps Voldemort had indeed infiltrated the Ministry of Magic, causing Dumbledore's faction to grow increasingly anxious. Yet, as someone rumored to be a Death Eater, Brian was surprisingly permitted to participate in discussions, which left him somewhat astonished. In such sensitive times, should he not exercise caution? What was Dumbledore truly contemplating? Nevertheless, Brian did not refuse, despite his disinterest in their conversations. As he spent more time with the gathered professors, his moments with Severus dwindled. En route to find Severus, he encountered an incident in the bathhouse stalls. He overheard Lucius Malfoy, the child of the Malfoy family, sobbing quietly. He refrained from entering, as the Malfoy legacy forbade any display of weakness. His father had always demanded this of him, a sentiment Brian had observed during his time at their home. Speaking of which, Lucius was Severus's upperclassman, with only 6 months remaining before he would return home to inherit Abraxas's estate. Brian made a point to visit the Malfoy residence, where Lucius's wife welcomed him with evident sorrow. When he laid eyes on Abraxas, he was taken aback. "What has happened to you?" Brian inquired, observing the once elegant aristocrat now marred by swelling and disfigurement, concern evident in his gaze. "If you do not wish to end up like me, please keep your distance, Brian," he implored, desperately trying to maintain his noble demeanor, yet his current disheveled state betrayed him. I have inadvertently contracted an illness. My time is limited. Brian furrowed his brow. Does Voldemort know? He does. Abraxas shook his head in resignation, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Brian was quite displeased, such a significant matter, and yet. No letter was sent to inform him? Abraxas replied, I did send one, but it seems you were quicker than the message itself. Brian was oblivious to the reasons behind Lucius's sorrow, but it was evident that it did not pertain to the situation at hand. He glanced at his book, opened it, and began to search for a remedy. Brian asked, Does Lucius know Abraxas? Abraxas responded, No, he does not know. Brian, do not tell him. He is just a child, and I cannot bear to see him like this. Brian interjected, Is it a matter of preserving the Malfoy family's honor? Abraxas replied, I do not wish to worry him. He is too timid and would be frightened. Brian focused on the book. I know what must be done. Abraxas inquired, What? Brian hurled the book aside. It opened above Abraxas, and a radiant glow emanated as a force drew the dark threads from Abraxas's body. Only when the unsightly flesh on Abraxas's face and body vanished, restoring him to his rightful appearance, did the book return to Brian's hands. Abraxas gazed in wonder at his restored hands, exclaiming, Truly remarkable. Brian, I scarcely know how to thank you. Brian's complexion paled, clearly indicating that the exertion had taken a significant toll on him. He shook his head, apologizing, Abraxas. I have come too late. I just saw that you had little time left. Abraxas's joy dissipated. How long do I have? After a moment's thought, Brian replied. Perhaps 2 years. Well, Abraxas stood. That is sufficient, Brian. Without you, I may not survive until next month. He embraced Brian, declaring, I must set aside my affairs and take my wife on a romantic journey. Brian then asked, What about Lucius? Abraxas pursed his lips, his gaze drifting to the dark mark on his arm. Lucius has more pressing matters to attend to. His pleading eyes subtly sought Brian's. You will assist him, will you not, Brian? He will strive for the honor of the Malfoy family. Brian nodded. Yes, he will indeed fight for the honor of the Malfoy family. Abraxas deposited 20,000 galleons into Brian's vault, the most he could offer. Brian returned to Hogwarts. When Lucius Malfoy graduated and returned home, he was met with a mountain of documents awaiting approval, alongside an endless array of gatherings and banquets. He was exceedingly busy, making it difficult for Severus to see him. Ultimately, when Severus graduated, Brian was unable to convey the words he had longed to say, leaving him feeling profoundly frustrated and disheartened. After graduation, Severus departed. And despite Brian's repeated assurances of correspondence, only Brian wrote letters, while Severus seemed to have yet to awaken from the stupor of potion ingredients. Brian found himself unable to resist visiting Severus's dwelling, only to be met with a firm refusal. Disheartened, Brian ventured alone to Diagon Alley. He sold his concoctions, earning a respectable sum of galleons, and even made a trip to Nocturne Alley, a place teeming with a motley assortment of wares. Yet Brian was not there to sell. He awaited an opportunity to be lured like a lamb to the slaughter, only to turn the tables on those with nefarious intentions, stripping them of their ill-gotten gains. He also hoped to discover some rare species to send to Severus, knowing he would be intrigued. Suddenly, the streets erupted into chaos as people scattered in fear. As if a malevolent force had infiltrated the area, Brian turned to see a procession of dark wizards rushing in. They unleashed curses upon the streets, and those who could not escape fell victim to their wrath. They did not kill their captives, but apprehended them instead. In the midst of his observations, Brian was spotted. He tightened his robes around him, clutching his book, feigning a look of terror. Quite handsome indeed. Do you wish to die? Hurry, seize him. Yes, yes. Brian was taken away. Passing through a port key, he found himself in a vast chamber, where he spotted the dark mark on the arm of his captor and instantly recognized the puppeteer behind this scheme. What was Voldemort up to now, capturing so many? Was he preparing for a sacrifice? Surrounding him were Death Eaters standing watch. After a lengthy wait, Voldemort appeared on the highest platform. He resembled the youthful Tom Riddle, though he despised being called Tom, for that was his Muggle father's surname. He had chosen the name Voldemort, which Brian thought far less appealing than his original name. I presume you do not require an introduction to the Dark Lord. Voldemort, clad in his bespoke attire, settled into a chair composed of skulls, surveying the wizards below with casual indifference. Silence reigned below, fear and trepidation permeating the air. Do not be afraid. I shall not harm you, as long as you comply. His resonant voice echoed, and even from a distance, Brian could discern the arrogance and disdain emanating from the wizards below. I am here to make a deal. Voldemort toyed with his wand, speaking languidly. You were all destined to die. He described the scenario with an unsettling calmness, as the atmosphere grew increasingly frigid. My associates disapprove of my resolving matters through violence. Therefore, should you pledge your fealty to me, I will consider sparing your lives. I require a cadre of loyal subordinates to maintain my operations in the Muggle world, as the pureblood Dark Lord does not relish reasoning with half-bloods and muggles. The crowd below was taken aback, as was Brian. Voldemort grew impatient, waving his hand. Now, those wishing to pledge allegiance to the Dark Lord, extend your arms. He proclaimed with satisfaction, the Dark Lord shall mark his servants. The majority of those present were the destitute wizards of Nocturne Alley, desperately in need of a protector and galleons, yet possessing an abundance of escape tactics and sycophancy toward the powerful. Some began to stir, while others openly expressed their willingness to submit to the Dark Lord. A few attempted to flee, but Voldemort watched intently from the platform. When one ventured too far, believing escape was possible, he unleashed the Avada Kedavra. The individual fell lifelessly to the ground. The previously murmurous venue fell into an eerie silence. Brian clutched his book, blending into the crowd. Amidst towering figures, his height of 5'7" rendered him relatively diminutive, further accentuated by his slight stoop. He quietly stepped back, preparing to depart. He had initially anticipated encountering larger fish, only to find himself ensnared in a trap of his own kind. That fellow at the back, do not move, Voldemort said, propping his chin, directing his gaze towards Brian. Know that I stand taller than you. I am acutely aware of your every movement. He called out, Severus, pointing towards Brian. Bring that fellow here. He bears a striking resemblance to my old friend. Perhaps I should invite him for a cup of tea. Upon hearing a familiar name, Brian instinctively lifted his gaze, only to see a figure swiftly approaching Voldemort's side. With an erect posture and a voluminous black cloak, the flowing fabric hinted at straight legs, leaving Brian utterly astonished. No, what? Severus is beside Voldemort. As Brian halted his pace, he hesitated over whether to linger. Yet the current predicament dictated that staying would result in exposure. After all, Severus had allied himself with Voldemort. It seemed inconsequential whether he revealed himself or not. However, observing Severus approach, Brian felt it was not an opportune moment for a reunion. Very well, Severus, it is a pleasure to encounter you beyond the confines of Hogwarts. Yet I must take my leave. With a flourish of his wand, he vanished from sight before anyone could react. Severus took a step forward, but Voldemort halted his pursuit. Severus, puzzled, inquired Master. Voldemort smiled, recognizing the fleeing figure as Brian. Enough, Severus, do not pursue. You will not catch him. That fellow excels at concealing himself. You know him, Master? Severus asked. Voldemort waved his hand dismissively, an old friend. He then brandished his wand, unleashing a chilling power that enveloped everyone, imprinting them with the dark mark. The submissive knelt, while the defiant writhed in agony, suffering an existence worse than death. The Dark Lord's influence expanded ominously. Brian materialized in the Muggle world, emerging from an alleyway, lifting his robe to appear less conspicuous. Dismissing thoughts of Severus, he sought out a pleasant restaurant to satiate his hunger. Upon perusing the menu, he politely addressed the proprietor. Good sir, I would like a chocolate-flavored petit gâteau. The owner nodded cheerfully. Very well, it shall be ready shortly. Brian seated himself, and before long, the delightful cake arrived, exquisitely presented and delectably smooth. Just as he took his first bite, the door swung open. Professor Cavendish? Brian, bewildered, glanced up to see James Potter and Lily Evans hand in hand. It is truly you, they exclaimed, recognizing him. Brian was equally surprised by their encounter. After a brief conversation, Lily invited Brian to their wedding before departing. Pondering over Lily's invitation, Brian hesitantly asked, Have you invited Severus? Lily nodded. I sent him an owl, but he has not replied. I hope he is merely busy and has forgotten to respond. After all, Severus was her friend, and she looked forward to receiving his blessing. Brian, however, speculated that perhaps the owl had failed to locate Severus, who might still be wandering in confusion somewhere. After expressing his intention to visit them soon, the group parted ways. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Brian contemplated writing a letter to Severus regarding the wedding. Yet, it seemed fate was unkind. The owl returned without any message. Just as Brian began to believe Severus wished to sever ties, an owl suddenly fluttered back to him. He eagerly tore open the letter. It contained only a few brief lines, yet he scrutinized it for quite some time. The handwriting was unmistakably Severus's, a familiar script he recognized from their many exchanges regarding his assignments. Upon finishing the note, Brian found himself eagerly anticipating Lily's wedding day. For Severus had assured him he would attend. This meant he would have the opportunity to see Severus again. One could only wonder how Severus fared under Voldemort's reign. Were those cunning Death Eaters giving him a hard time? Such thoughts filled Brian with concern. Chapter 15. Brian's new friend after a restless night spent contemplating Severus's plight. Brian was consumed by frustration and sought out Dumbledore in his office. I wish to request a leave of absence, he declared. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and turned to him. What prompts this sudden request? Very well. How long do you intend to be away? Without a moment's hesitation, Brian replied, a year. Dumbledore's glasses nearly slipped from his nose as he stared at Brian in shock. What? Oh, my Merlin. That is nearly tantamount to resigning. Reflecting on Dumbledore's words, Brian nodded, then let it be resignation. Dumbledore, the headmaster exclaimed. Finding a new alchemist will be no easy task. Consider this carefully. Yet Brian had made up his mind. His desire to seek out Severus was unwavering. I apologize, Headmaster Dumbledore, but I have other matters to attend to. Having spent nearly a decade at Hogwarts, Brian felt a pang of emotion as he packed his belongings, gazing at the now barren chamber. Yet, what was there to lament? Hogwarts was not his home. He traveled to the Malfoy estate to attend the funeral of his dear friend, Abraxas. His wife, deeply devoted to her husband, had departed this world alongside him. Lucius, now an adult, found himself bereft of two of his most cherished loved ones overnight. However, Abraxas had raised him well. He could at least maintain control over his emotions. Yet the pain and sorrow that flickered in his eyes betrayed his anguish over the loss of kin. The woman beside him, composed and graceful, placed her hand gently over his, offering solace amidst the chaos of life. She was a stunning blonde with flowing hair. Lucius Malfoy's wife, now the sole matriarch of the Malfoy household. Brian attended the gathering clad in exquisite attire, clutching his tome, standing alongside Lucius. Upon seeing Brian's dignified appearance, Lucius's eyes sparkled with recognition. Brian, in his capacity as a master alchemist, was there to lend support to his friend Abraxas' son, Lucius. With a single effort, he successfully barred the ravenous wolves attempting to seize control of the Malfoy estate, significantly alleviating Lucius's burdens. When Severus arrived, bearing the title of Potions Master, Lucius felt a sense of relief wash over him. As Severus, a true friend to Lucius, would not indulge those who wore masks of civility while harboring duplicity. Brian, not particularly adept in such matters, endeavored to safeguard the legacy Abraxas had left for Lucius. Some of the Death Eater's remarks rendered Brian momentarily speechless, yet fortunately, his refined demeanor did not diminish the chill in his gaze. Mr. Malfoy's capabilities are well acknowledged. I trust you need not worry. Brian maintained his resolve to avoid provoking trouble for the Malfoys. As long as the words were not offensive, he would refrain from resorting to violence. Of course, as Abraxas' successor, it is rather isolating for him to bear the weight alone. Some disgruntled Death Eaters were ever eager to extract their share from the Malfoy family. Isolated? Brian mused. If that were truly the case, then what was he doing standing here? Did this pretentious Death Eater truly regard him, an alchemist, as mere heir? The treasures of the Malfoy estate lay within his vault, overgrown with weeds, requiring no outsider's concern. Severus's voice dripped with sarcasm. With a single remark, he unveiled the insatiable greed that shrouded the individual before him. As a Death Eater, Severus's reputation was notorious. He was a figure who could be deemed as Voldemort's right-hand man. And Voldemort, their master, was someone they could not afford to offend, especially not those whom he trusted most. Thus, the moment Severus spoke, many nefarious Death Eaters were immediately intimidated. Lucius's house elf had prepared an array of delectable dishes. It seemed Mr. Cavendish should attend the dinner Lucius had arranged solely for him, rather than squander his precious time here with someone devoid of any sense of host-guest etiquette. Brian blinked, sensing an oddity in the tone of this retort, even though it was directed at another. Severus turned, his chiseled features casting a glance at Brian before he resumed his forward march. Brian could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Yet the mere act of conversing with Severus elevated his spirits. He felt immensely privileged to witness Severus's transformation from childhood into adulthood. The increasingly poised and elongated silhouette he presented radiated a unique allure befitting such a man. His exceptional qualities and striking appearance captivated the attention of the young nobles gathered in this aristocratic setting. Brian mused that such a remarkable individual ought to be paired with someone equally young and exceptional, yet despite his youthful visage, he could not escape the reality of being contemporaneous with Abraxas. If he had a child, he would be preparing to marry and start a family, much like Lucius. This moment marked the first time Brian profoundly acknowledged the age disparity between them. He even contemplated that if Severus had severed ties with him, it might be due to his excessive age. This was not merely a decade, but rather 3. The mere thought of this possibility dulled Brian's appetite for the exquisite cuisine crafted by Lucius's house elf as he drifted back to the room prepared by Lucius, lost in contemplation. He summoned a mirror and scrutinized his reflection, often lamenting his youthful appearance, now finding himself troubled by the notion of desiring someone so much younger. In a fit of frustration, he flung himself onto the bed, striving to reassure himself that at least he still possessed a youthful visage, did he not? Standing alongside Severus remained a pleasing sight, did it not? However, he had yet to muster the courage to express his desire to Severus to become mutually supportive partners. After lying there for a while, he rose. Happiness must be forged through one's own endeavors. The realization of miracles necessitates action, does it not? Brian steeled himself, adjusted his attire, and tidied his hair. He would seek Severus in his finest state. He had missed too many opportunities, and this encounter would not be squandered. Under the cloak of night, guided by the corridor's soft illumination, Brian made his way to Severus' residence. Disturbing someone at night was indeed inappropriate. Yet he could no longer afford to wait. After several minutes, the door was finally pushed open from within. Severus leaned against the door, making no effort to fully open it and invite Brian inside. This gesture aroused Brian's suspicion that something was concealed within, something Severus did not wish to reveal. The fervor in his heart cooled slightly. Perhaps his presence was indeed ill-timed. Yet having arrived, Brian still yearned for an answer. Severus regarded Brian, whom he had not seen in ages, his appearance unchanged, even the corners of his eyes unmarked by a single wrinkle. At this hour, perhaps Mr. Cavendish should indulge in a relaxing bath and then retire for sweet dreams? Brian, with an instinctive nervousness, fumbled for words. Severus, I wish to discuss something with you privately. Severus gazed intently at Brian, his tone icy. If what you intend to say pertains to feelings, I assure you, I have none. Brian's eyes widened. But I haven't even stated what it is. Severus crossed his arms. You have not even attempted to disguise it, have you? Brian, feeling helpless, responded. I truly do not know how to articulate this. What was meant to be a heartfelt confession had been stifled before it could even begin. At least let me express it. Brian thought in frustration. With no other recourse, he conceded. Well then, if that is the case, we can still remain friends, correct? Severus. I will not refuse. Very well, Brian thought, pleased to have gained a friend. Severus inquired, is there anything else? Hesitantly, Brian shook his head. Nothing more? Severus urged him to leave. Then you may return to your dreams. Brian, taken aback, replied, ah? Oh, and with a bewildered expression, he departed. Severus watched as Brian obediently left, closing the door with a slight delay. Turning back, Severus met the gaze of a pair of red-rimmed eyes, the sorrowful swelling failing to conceal the curiosity regarding the commotion at his doorstep. Severus sighed in exasperation. Have you cried enough? Lucius, clutching a fluffy white rabbit, shook his head vigorously. No? Severus rubbed his temples. Then please refrain from smearing your tears and snot on my belongings. Without his beloved rabbit, Lucius could only clutch a pillow, sniffling as he regarded Severus with inquisitive eyes. Severus, discomforted by the scrutiny, shot him an annoyed glare. What is it? You just let him walk away like that? Lucius pressed. What would you have me do? Invite him in to witness the head of the Malfoy family weeping while enjoying afternoon tea? Lucius shook his head repeatedly. No, please don't. If Uncle Cavendish learns that I've lost face for the Malfoy name, my father will surely rise from the grave to punish me. There is no shame in shedding tears for family, Lucius, Severus replied. Lucius fell silent, pressing his lips together. Severus, thank you for sharing that with me. He wiped his face, attempting to stem the tide of uncontrollable tears. If I have children in the future, I will not raise them like my father did. Whatever they desire, even if it leads to my financial ruin, I will provide. If my child wishes for something, I shall procure it. If they want to eat or drink, so be it. As for friends, I shall still need to vet them, just in case they harbor ill intentions. Lucius rambled on, while Severus listened with a resigned expression. Should Lucius truly follow through on his proclamations, he would undoubtedly spoil his children. Mid-sentence, Lucius turned to Severus. Severus, will you be the godfather to my child? Severus. Lucius was truly overthinking this. Severus could not help but interject. Lucius, I sincerely hope your tears have not muddled your thoughts. You do not even have children yet, let alone a pregnant wife. So, planning for a godfather at this juncture seems rather premature, does it not? Oh, right. Lucius's somewhat foolish demeanor made it difficult for Severus to maintain his composure. Suddenly, Lucius leapt to his feet. I must find Narcissa. Rest assured, Severus, I will soon have a child. You will quickly become a godfather. No. Severus had no chance to refuse Lucius's enthusiasm before he was already dashing out of Severus's abode. Severus could vividly imagine the scene of a bewildered Narcissa being awakened by an exuberant Lucius. Good heavens! It is as if the astute and noble man, adept in the marketplace, has been supplanted by a foolish creature possessed by a bug. Such a notion is utterly inconceivable. Severus, afflicted by a throbbing headache, extinguished the glaring lights. His foul mood rendered even illumination intolerable. The following day at the breakfast table, Brian beheld Lucius, whose visage bore a faint handprint, evidently having been struck some time prior. Meanwhile, Narcissa sat at her place, exuding an air of refreshing vigor as she savored her breakfast. Taking a seat beside Severus, Brian inquired with curiosity, has he incurred Narcissa's ire? Severus huffed disdainfully, the answer unmistakably clear. Brian recalled Narcissa's haughty elegance when engaging guests and found it difficult to fathom what grievance Lucius could have possibly provoked, compelling her to resort to such physicality. After all, a noble wielding a wand would never resort to employing their refined hand for tasks fit only for muggles. It is decidedly lacking in grace. Chapter 16, Brian's Visit. So, where do I hail from? A naive and ignorant question. You come from the light. A figure gestured towards a vast doorframe, devoid of a door, encasing a ceaselessly swirling and shifting brilliance within. Why do I come from the light? A youthful voice pursued the answer. Are my parents within? Brian, the figure replied. The members of the Cavendish family have no parents. None. Brian nodded in bewilderment. Very well. I come from the light. He murmured. Am I the deity my friend speaks of? Will I achieve immortality? Not quite, Brian. You will merely succumb to mortality at a slower pace than the average person. He added, of course, as long as you do not lose your faith, you will remain eternally youthful. What is faith? Brian did not comprehend. But he grasped another notion. As long as he did not forsake his faith, he was akin to being immortal. The figure pointed at the book in Brian's hands. Your faith resides within. Guard it well, Brian. Losing the book is tantamount to losing the Cavendish name. Brian gazed at his book, realizing its profound significance to his identity. What if someone attempts to steal it? He queried. Faith cannot be taken away, came the response. Brian was skeptical. It is an object, and objects can always be taken, even if only for a fleeting moment. Thus, he would safeguard his book, for he could not afford to lose his faith, nor his name. Brian. Immortality is not as splendid as you might anticipate. Brian pondered. I can traverse countless places, behold endless vistas, savor unceasing delicacies, forge diverse friendships, and acquire boundless knowledge. So, what is the downside of immortality? The figure hesitated. You will always be alone. Alone. Brian stood before the tomb of Abracax, silent, merely placing the flowers he cradled at the foot of the gravestone. They were composed of several pristine petals, a flower known as a lily, noble, elegant, reserved, and above all, beautiful. Abracax was precisely the sort who adored his appearance, a figure of nobility and grace. He would surely appreciate this flower. A swirl of black mist materialized to Brian's right. It was Voldemort. He cast a fleeting glance at the flowers Brian had placed, waved his wand, and conjured a transparent flower formed of snowflakes beside them. Abracax will fancy my flower, Brian remarked, casting a puzzled glance skyward, where no snow fell. I believe you are mistaken, Voldemort replied, surveying the gravestone with an air of aristocratic disdain. Brian lowered his gaze, continuing, perhaps it has fallen elsewhere, perhaps within your heart. Voldemort scoffed, dismissively shaking his head, seemingly devoid of much sorrow regarding his friend's demise. I am the heartless Dark Lord, have you forgotten? Yet here you are, Brian. Voldemort countered. What of it? Am I to expect he would be moved by a Dark Lord? His eyes reflected self-mockery. You perhaps know better than I how much he truly feared me. His loyalty to you is beyond question, yet he is afraid of me. Isn't that what you desire? Riddle? Brian's voice, calm yet laced with indignation, pierced Voldemort's ears. The loyalty you crave. Your ridiculous mark has rendered your friend a slave. But he is a willing slave. Indeed, he is, Brian affirmed. He willingly became your test subject out of concern for your insecurities. Voldemort turned away in silence, perhaps still unable to comprehend the trust that exists between friends and the distinction between marking friends. I apologize, Brian said, regaining his composure. You remain angry. Because I used your book for experimentation? Yes, but not solely for that reason. It also concerns Abracax's attempt to intervene when you activated your dark mark. Brian quickly halted the discussion, wishing to avoid the implications of losing the book. He looked at Voldemort, as if arriving at a conclusion after much contemplation. Do you still yearn for immortality? Voldemort hesitated. If you would not be angered to hear it, then of course. The wealth, status, and power he currently possessed, an eternity of these would surely tempt anyone, wouldn't it? If not, it would simply indicate a lack of personal capability or a disposition of envy towards others' possessions. I have a method, Brian proposed. Do you dare to try? Voldemort exhibited a moment of hesitation. I recall you being the most opposed to this matter. That is because you harmed yourself, Abracax, in my book. Brian clarified. Are you afraid to try, or are you reluctant to trust me? Voldemort, try? His response was swift, and Brian pressed on. Draw your wand. Voldemort complied, producing his wand. Brian positioned the book upon his arm, gritting his teeth. Come on, unleash any dark magic curse at it. Voldemort waved his wand, sending a green light hurtling towards Brian's book. The book remained unscathed. Voldemort had anticipated this outcome and lowered his wand. A single droplet fell to the ground. Upon noticing, Voldemort glanced down, only to discover that the vibrant red, akin to a blooming rose, was not a raindrop, but blood streaming from Brian's arm. Ignoring the blood on his hand, Brian examined his book. As he turned a page, he found a passage inscribed with text incomprehensible to Voldemort. At the end, a coiling serpent, much like the one on his Death Eater's arm. What is this? Brian closed the book, smiling. I do not know. However, you now possess a fourth vessel. Voldemort remained silent, instead seizing Brian's injured hand and lifting it to reveal the grotesque wound upon his fair skin. I aim for the book, he clarified. I know, Brian reassured him. You have always desired me as your subordinate. After all, this works out perfectly. Brian displayed his arm without resistance. Indeed, Voldemort cast a healing charm, but not at this moment. The wound has healed. The Dark Lord employing a healing charm. What do you suppose the Death Eaters would think? The ethereal green flames, intertwined with shadows, manifested around Voldemort as he confronted Merlin. Suddenly, a chilling smile graced Voldemort's lips. Brian, I have discerned the identity of that individual. Brian faltered momentarily, his voice tinged with apprehension as he inquired. You won't interfere with my affairs, will you? Voldemort offered no reply, merely bestowing a cryptic smile before departing. Brian remained rooted in place, uncertain of how Severus would perceive his relationship with Voldemort. A sense of unease enveloped him as he vacated the area, intending to savor a cup of red tea in the room Lucius had reserved for him. Once he had left, two figures gradually revealed themselves. Lucius, somewhat dazed, remarked, Severus. We were just eavesdropping on our master's conversation. Severus cast a sidelong glance at the now-aware Lucius, silently hoping he would not be foolish enough to incriminate himself. Lucius felt as if he were teetering on the edge of self-destruction. They were too distant to overhear the dialogue, only witnessing their master, Voldemort, casting his wand towards Brian's arm. From what they understood, such an action was only performed when marking the dark mark. Lucius murmured, so, Uncle Cavendish truly was not a Death Eater to begin with. Perhaps he was merely a good friend of my father. And now, his father's friend had received the Dark Lord's mark before his gravestone. Severus remained silent throughout, merely accompanying his loquacious yet despondent friend to glimpse his father's grave. This unexpected encounter was beyond his anticipation. Do you wish to look? At what? Your father. Ah. Oh, yes, of course, Lucius replied, stepping forward to his father's tomb. Lamenting, Father, your resting place is quite lively. Chapter 17. Brian's fright. As dawn broke gently, Brian arose early. Gazing at the resplendent sunrise painted in hues of red and gold, his bleary eyes yet to sharpen. Behold, today's sun is as radiant as ever. May my day be filled with warmth and hope akin to this sunlight. After preparing himself, he descended the stairs and spotted Severus conversing with Lucius. Perhaps sensing Brian's approach, they both turned. Severus donned his voluminous black robes, enveloping him entirely, accentuating his lanky figure, which Brian felt could be described as almost skeletal. His deep-set eyes scrutinized the surroundings with a piercing gaze, his lips pressed into a thin line, betraying his displeasure. Brian met his gaze, his eyelashes fluttering, and offered a bright smile. Good morning, Severus. In his gray eyes, stars seemed to twinkle unexpectedly. Good morning, Brian, Severus replied, his voice low and gravelly, causing Brian's heart to skip a beat. Brian then cheerfully turned to Lucius. Good morning, Lucius. Lucius, with a complex expression, responded, Good morning, Uncle Cavendish. Please, just call me Brian, he urged. With Abraxas gone, fewer people would address him by name, and he appeared to be younger than Lucius. Fearing Lucius might feel uncomfortable in front of outsiders, Brian produced a gift box from his storage ring. Though I missed your coming-of-age celebration, consider this a belated gift. He then handed a key to Lucius. This belonged to your father. I now pass it to you. Lucius accepted it solemnly. What is inside? Brian shrugged. I cannot say. Perhaps you shall discover it for yourself. After Lucius secured the item, Brian turned his hopeful gaze to Severus, inquiring, Severus, may we attend Lily's wedding together? Severus paused for a moment before responding. I have numerous matters to attend to, and my schedule remains uncertain. It may be best for Mr. Cavendish to go alone. Lucius raised an eyebrow in question, to which Severus shot him a knowing look, and Lucius promptly comprehended. Brian displayed little surprise, merely furrowing his brow as he earnestly stated, Severus, perhaps you could call me Brian. Severus's nearly indifferent gaze met Brian's sparkling, pleading eyes, and the words of refusal caught in his throat. Brian. Yes, Brian replied, delight lighting up his eyes. Severus turned to Lucius. I have other business to attend to. Lucius glanced towards Brian, weighing his words. Then you may depart. Severus nodded, casting a farewell glance at Brian before striding away, his black robes billowing with his movement, stirring a gust of wind as he vanished from Brian's sight. He has changed so much, Brian remarked, unable to suppress his thoughts as he watched Severus's silhouette fade. Lucius, observing, found little resonance in Brian's sentiment, as he and Severus shared a camaraderie that did not evoke the same feelings. Lowering his gaze, Brian removed a ring from his finger, instructing Lucius, "Lucius, keep this moment close." Lucius accepted the ring, examining it closely. "What is this?" Brian explained. "Should you encounter any troubles, activate it. No matter where I am, I will be notified at once." He showcased an identical ring. Once activated, it will emit a faint glow, guiding us to each other. Retrieving his ring, he added, "I will find you through this." "Lucius, I promised your father that you would become the pride of the Malfoy family." Lucius clenched his fist, his expression shifting with an uncontainable sorrow. He murmured, "Indeed, I shall strive for the glory of the Malfoys. From this point onward, the Malfoy legacy will not falter." Brian nodded, then departed from the Malfoy estate. Lucius's wife emerged slowly, placing her hand gently on Lucius's shoulder. "Lucius." He covered her hand with his own, tenderly lowering it from his shoulder to hold it in his grasp. "Narcissa." Lucius gazed at her, caressing her face, determination glinting in his eyes as he bestowed a soft kiss upon her forehead. He would safeguard the Malfoy name and protect his wife, without grand vows or declarations. Everything was understood in silence. Brian left the Malfoy residence, pocketing the gold galleons he had earned, wandering through Diagon Alley under the cover of his hood. He visited a bookstore, then perused a wand shop. It occurred to him that since arriving in this world, he had yet to secure a place of his own. While studying at Hogwarts, he resided in the dormitories. After graduation, he lived in Abraxas's and Voldemort's estate, and later, he taught at Hogwarts, staying in the dungeons. Now, with his friend Abraxas gone and having resigned from Hogwarts, he found himself in a quarrel with Voldemort, albeit unilaterally. Yet, Brian had no other place to turn. He now had to seek out a residence, and although he could easily live like a vagabond, why should he settle for less when he had the means to establish a space of his own? After lengthy discussions with the landlord and inspecting various properties, Brian found the surroundings unappealing. After several days of consideration, he finally came across another option. The space is ample, the location somewhat remote, and the streets are tranquil. However, it is situated on Spider's Tail Alley, a place notorious for its squalid and chaotic environment. Brian rubbed his temples in exasperation. "Abu has been exceedingly kind to me," he mused gloomily. "Accustomed to the opulence and spaciousness of the Malfoy residence, I find it difficult to accept the mediocrity of ordinary houses now. Having failed to find a suitable dwelling, perhaps he ought to explore other areas." The sky was already overcast, and before long, raindrops began to fall, gradually intensifying. The Muggle world does not permit the use of magic, although Brian possessed means to conceal the traces of his wand's usage. He gazed at the drizzling sky with a sense of melancholy. The streets were not as filthy and disorderly as he had imagined, and he took refuge from the rain beneath the awning of a nearby establishment. Standing at 5 feet 7 inches, he curled himself up, his black cloak melding seamlessly with the night. The temperature plummeted swiftly. After all, winter was fast approaching. As Brian contemplated his next destination, he wrapped his arms around his legs, his hands idly clasped together. The street was desolate, with only him sitting motionless. Perhaps out of sheer boredom, he suddenly recalled the harmonica that Lily Evans had gifted him. Intrigued by the instrument, and with no one around, he decided to take it out. The silver casing felt cool against his lips as he tentatively blew a few notes. The sound ricocheted abruptly around the surrounding buildings. Even these casual notes evoked a sense of beauty within the harmonica's timbre. Unfortunately, he had not mastered any sophisticated sheet music, managing only to play Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. After a few attempts, his mouth began to feel parched. The rain showed no signs of abating, and his shoes were now soaked. Suddenly, a white figure soared overhead, the sound of flapping wings growing louder. Brian looked up to see his owl struggling to flap its wings. The rain had drenched its feathers, prompting Brian to quickly rise and extend his hand to catch the beleaguered creature as it approached. He affectionately ruffled its head, chuckling at its pitiful appearance. "Oh dear, my little Gray, how you must be suffering flying about in this rain." He cradled Gray, the pet he had acquired specifically to send letters to Severus. He had let it out to play before leaving Hogwarts, and only now did he remember to look for it. Hoo. Brian lifted his cloak to dry the owl's wet feathers. He then retrieved a box from his storage ring, sat back down, and opened it to feed Gray. "Come, have something to eat. Are you starving?" Little Gray shook its head, sending droplets of water flying onto Brian, before finally lowering its head to feast on the food within the box. Meanwhile, from a window, a man stood watching the scene of feeding in the rain, his cloak dripping. Severus had not anticipated that merely glancing out the window would reveal Brian, the homeless soul adrift on the streets. The man, reserved and with a glimmer of light in his eyes, had puzzled Severus when he first saw him at the Malfoy residence. Wondering how he had so much time to linger, unaware that Brian had already resigned from his position at Hogwarts. Considering that Brian never ventured out during holidays, Severus could easily deduce his current predicament. On the table lay a copy of the Daily Prophet. detailing how the Dark Lord was amassing followers and his ambitions to conquer Hogwarts. Observing someone from his own camp in the rain, he deliberated for a long moment, but ultimately allowed Brian to remain under the eaves, cradling the owl. His gaze was impassive, lacking any significant emotion. Brian sensed he was being watched, but assumed it was merely a muggle enjoying the rain from a nearby room. He squinted against the dim light, and suddenly the world before him faded to black. Clutching his book and owl, he slowly turned into a narrow alley. Severus watched them depart before redirecting his gaze back to the Daily Prophet on the table. Hours later, he glanced out the window once more, only to see Brian's owl flapping its wings at the corner, entering and exiting repeatedly. What could it be doing? Severus frowned. Hadn't Brian left? Why was his owl still lingering here? After a moment's contemplation, he decided to step outside to investigate the owl. As he approached, he heard the owl's gentle cooing. Little Gray recognized Severus, having delivered letters to him before. Upon seeing him, it hopped excitedly, as if trying to communicate something. Yet Severus could not comprehend. His skeptical gaze peered around the corner, revealing Brian, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, tightly clutching his book. He seemed to be asleep or perhaps unconscious. Severus shook Brian's shoulder. Cavendish. A second shake. Brian. Brian's brow furrowed slightly, but he did not awaken. Severus, feeling a headache coming on, regarded the man and the owl. He could not bear the thought of him collapsing in the rain. He decided to take Brian back to his home, casting a drying charm to remove the moisture. After a diagnostic spell revealed nothing amiss, he lit the fireplace and draped a blanket over Brian. The presence of another being in his private domain was unsettling for Severus. Brian slept uneasily, slipping back into dreams. In his slumber, he once more beheld the towering shadow, his wand aimed at him. Brian could not identify this figure, yet felt an inexplicable familiarity. From behind the shadow emerged another figure. They were conversing, but Brian could not discern their words, only vaguely hearing, "Kill him. Kill me?" The curse surged toward him, inescapable. He could not even close his eyes. The spell seemed to pass through him rather than strike him. He involuntarily followed their gaze. And behind him stood another person. They faced each other like adversaries. It was all so chaotic. So chaotic. Brian jolted awake. He had just experienced a dream. This dream startled him, but since encountering the Cavendish family, he had not dreamt in quite some time. Perhaps it was an omen of impending misfortune. Instinctively, Brian clenched his hands, only to realize suddenly that they were empty. In a panic, he scrambled upright, the blanket slipping from his shoulders and causing him to tumble off the sofa with a loud thud that resonated throughout the house, reaching Severus, who was researching potions upstairs. He emerged to find Brian groping about in the dim light, his face even paler than before, fear and terror overtaking his rationality. Severus hurried down the stairs. He might know what Brian was searching for. He quickly retrieved a book from a nearby table and handed it to Brian. Upon touching the book, Brian clutched it tightly to his chest, desperately retreating into a corner, seeking what he believed to be a safe haven. Severus had never seen Brian so frantic and disoriented, staring in stunned silence for a long moment, unable to react. Had Severus possessed knowledge of Muggle medicine, he would have recognized this as post-traumatic stress disorder. Taking a deep breath, Brian closed his eyes, attempting to regain his composure. He surveyed his surroundings and quickly realized that this was not the alley he had been in before losing consciousness. His gaze fell upon Severus, who stood ahead with a furrowed brow, observing him intently, causing him to momentarily freeze. Severus? Ah, yes. Only when Severus saw that he was completely awake did he remark, "While my floor is impeccably clean, the sofa by the fireplace seems more suited for entertaining guests." Brian glanced at his appearance, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he rose to his feet. "Ahaha. Thank you for bringing me back, Severus. Otherwise, I might have ended up soaked like a drowned rat in the rain." Severus cast a glance at him and pointed to the owl that was flitting about chaotically near the chandelier. "Now that you're awake, I would appreciate it if Mr. Cavendish kept an eye on his overly exuberant owl." Brian looked up to see Little Gray swinging on the chandelier like a swing. He managed a dry smile and explained, "Little Gray is actually quite calm." Before he could finish his sentence, a crystal from the chandelier fell, and Severus stepped back just in time to avoid being struck. Severus regarded Brian with an impassive expression, prompting Brian to close his mouth, feeling a hint of pain in his face. Chapter 18. Brian's subtle thoughts. Although encountering Severus was unexpected, after spending a night at his home, Brian's mind was racing with thoughts on how to remain there. From his initial cautiousness to gradually growing bolder after 2 days without seeing Severus, he found himself wondering, where is Severus? Brian lounged on the sofa, idly gazing out the window. It seemed that since Severus had brought him back, he had hardly crossed paths with him. Meanwhile, Severus was undoubtedly busy brewing potions in his laboratory, with little time to spare for contemplating how long Brian might linger in his abode. Or perhaps he had become so engrossed in his work that he had forgotten he had brought someone home. Left to his own devices, Brian sought ways to assert his presence. He remembered Severus's address and ventured out to procure some food. Brian was not particularly fixated on eating. He had previously neglected meals to the point of developing a stomach ailment, which led him to always carry food with him, convenient and ready to eat. Fortunately, magic proved to be quite practical, swiftly curing his illness. Lacking culinary skills, Brian naturally returned with bread, chips, and instant noodles. When Severus emerged, he found Brian casually seated on his sofa, crunching on muggle junk food with evident relish. Crumbs clung to the corners of Brian's mouth as he looked at Severus, his gray eyes brightening. "Good afternoon." Severus regarded the chips with a hint of disdain. "Is this all you're eating?" Brian smacked his lips, admitting that the tomato-flavored ones were somewhat salty, but they were the only variety he could tolerate compared to the more exotic flavors. "I recall there are pastries in the fridge," Severus reminded him. "You should consume something more nutritious." Brian was well aware of this. But given that it was Severus's home and his first visit, he felt it necessary to seek the owner's permission before rummaging through his belongings. "Is it all right if I touch things in your house?" Severus raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of trepidation in Brian's inquiry. "Yes." Severus's affirmative response ignited a spark of excitement in Brian. Seizing the moment while Severus was still present, he asked, "Severus, yes? May I stay here?" Severus paused, and Brian's heart raced as he quickly clarified, "I won't be a freeloader. I can pay rent." "I do not lack for galleons," Severus replied coolly. "Moreover, I prefer not to have anyone encroaching on my territory." Brian instinctively stood up. "I can clean, do laundry, cook, and mop the floors." Severus glanced at the chips on the table and then back at the earnest Brian, his low, sultry voice cutting through the air with a probing question. "Cook?" Brian could not cook, but he was a quick learner. After all, his primary goal was to stay. If he didn't know how, he would simply learn in secret. "Cooking is just cooking. How hard can it be?" he said, nodding confidently. "Exactly." Severus rubbed his forehead, conceding, "If you do not mind my humble abode, then by all means, you may stay." Brian's spirits soared. Not only did he now have a place to stay, but he could also engage with Severus up close. The stars had aligned perfectly for fostering a budding relationship. "That is wonderful. You should go rest now. I promise not to disturb your sleep." Severus ascended the stairs to his bedroom. With half the chips consumed, Brian, disliking waste, finished off the rest before making his way to the fridge. Upon opening it, he found only a few lonely items inside, prompting thoughts of what else he could buy. Having promised to cook, he immediately opened his book, which displayed the recipes he desired. He decided to start with a simple dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Looking into the kitchen, he noted that the pots and pans appeared to have been unused for some time. However, it seemed Severus had tidied them up, leaving no dust behind. Rolling up his sleeves, he organized the bowls and washed the pots and spatula, then assessed the spices to see what he was missing. Everything was lacking. The kitchen had none of the essentials required by the recipe. So what did Severus usually eat? Perhaps it was the provisions brought by Lucius? After all, with a spell, food could stay fresh for a long time. Brian was aware that Severus was catching up on sleep, so he moved quietly, despite being on the first floor while Severus's bedroom was on the second. Unfamiliar with market prices for eggs and vegetables, Brian decided to buy whatever looked fresh. Knowing he had ample funds, he filled the fridge to the brim, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Glancing at the time, he thought it was time to prepare dinner. However, he soon found himself at a loss. Fried rice required pre-cooked rice, but he only had eggs and vegetables. Certainly, he couldn't just toss a handful of uncooked rice into the pan. Perhaps he should make noodles instead? But upon opening the pot, he found a lump of doughy noodles inside, leaving him in silence. It seemed he had added too little water. The noodles were overcooked. After sampling a bite, he found it both raw and overdone, promptly spitting it out. Checking the time again, he realized an hour had passed, and decisively decided to abandon his culinary aspirations for the moment. He disposed of the inedible noodles and hurriedly exited. Using apparition, he arrived at a shop and directly purchased their signature beef set meal. When Severus awoke and descended the stairs, he found Brian bustling about the kitchen, presenting the dinner he had brought home. Steaming and aromatic, it looked quite appetizing. "Severus, come eat. It's all for you." Severus, knife and fork in hand, elegantly sliced into the beef and savored a bite. The meal from that shop was still delectable, and Brian discarded the packaging in a bid to conceal his ruse, hoping to create the illusion that he had prepared the meal himself. After all, he would learn to cook eventually, even if he hadn't done so yet. Had Severus not sought clarification, he would have been prepared with a vague pretext. However, it was evident that Brian was unaware of Severus's frequent visits to Muggle dining establishments, where his friend Lucius would often accompany him, indulging in food while lamenting the ludicrous and dismal affairs surrounding them. Severus had little interest in exposing Brian's clumsy attempts at flattery. Yet he found himself intrigued by the sheer absurdity of such a transparent ruse. How could Brian possibly believe he would be oblivious to it? In Severus's perception, Brian was a shrewd and capable individual. What had caused this sudden lapse into foolishness? After their meal, Brian, unchallenged, blinked his eyes, his hesitance prompting Severus to glance at him with an inexplicable curiosity. Brian, unwilling to relent, inquired, "How did you find the meal? Was it delicious? If so, do commend me." In his gaze, Severus perceived an eagerness for praise, a silent plea for acknowledgement of the meal's quality. Receiving a half-hearted compliment, Brian cheerfully tidied the dining area before returning to the sofa. After finishing his meal, Severus prepared to wash up, only to notice that Brian had settled back onto the sofa, showing no signs of leaving. Hesitating for a moment, he recalled that he had not informed Brian of his intention to rest in another room. Had Brian been sleeping on the sofa all those nights while Severus busied himself brewing potions? It was evident that he had not even ventured to the refrigerator. Perhaps he had remained confined to that very spot. The image of Brian, alone with his book, surveying his surroundings with only his eyes, confined by the absence of permission to move, caused Severus to furrow his brow. "Brian," he called. "Yes." Brian joyfully turned his head. "Is there something I can assist you with, Severus?" Severus pointed towards another room on the second floor, stating, "Perhaps your resting place lies within that room." The moment Severus permitted him the use of a room for his repose, Brian was positively elated. "Really?" he exclaimed, rising to embrace his book and blanket. "You are exceedingly generous, Severus." His eyes sparkled with fervor, rendering Severus uneasy under such scrutiny. As a loyal Death Eater to the Dark Lord, he had nearly severed all ties with notions of kindness. He averted his gaze and retreated to his own quarters. Brian, impatient with excitement, carefully ascended the stairs for the first time during his stay at Severus's home. Upon reaching the door, he slowly pushed it open. Inside, the room was sparsely furnished with a bed, a circular rug adorned with deep green patterns resembling serpents, an unmistakable nod to Slytherin aesthetics. 2 nightstands flanked the bed, each topped with a lamp, and tall curtains framed a sizable window. A modest bookshelf held a few volumes, while several rows of potted plants flourished near the window. Peeking through the corner of the curtain, Brian glimpsed the street and the starless sky. He then drew the curtains closed and approached the bedside. The bedding appeared pristine, yet the faded patches hinted that it had been used frequently. Whether by Severus or other guests remained a mystery. However, Brian felt no inclination to be choosy. He shed his black robe, revealing a splendid suit tailored by Abraxas during his time at Malfoy Manor. After discarding his attire, he slipped beneath the covers, quickly embracing sleep with his book in hand. A night devoid of dreams awaited him, which was precisely how Brian preferred it. As dawn broke, Brian opened his bleary eyes, yawned, dressed, and descended the stairs to sit on the sofa, lost in thought. Although he had yet to fully awaken, he was already prepared for the day, a habit instilled in him during his time at Hogwarts. At this hour, breakfast would be laid out in the Great Hall at Hogwarts. Despite Brian's aversion to overly sweet morning meals, at least he wouldn't have to prepare anything himself. Shaking his head to clear the cobwebs, as the time approached, his mind returned to lucidity, and he began tidying Severus's home. In truth, there was little to organize. Severus's belongings were meticulously arranged, despite appearing slightly disheveled. Any untidy spots were swiftly remedied, and apart from disposing of trash and procuring food, Brian found little else to occupy his time. His imagined interactions with Severus were few and far between, as Severus seemed perpetually engrossed in potion-making, devoid of any social engagement. Yet, to Brian's relief, he discovered that beyond taking out the trash and buying meals, he could also tend to Severus's owl. No, Brian silently fumed. Unwilling to limit his role to merely caring for Severus's owl, he yearned to care for Severus himself. Living under the same roof presented a splendid opportunity to cultivate their relationship, and Brian was determined not to squander it in silence. Despite this resolve, he found himself gazing at Severus's basement, the very place where Severus concocted his potions. He could hardly barge in unannounced. Disturbing Severus during his potion-making could very well result in being unceremoniously ejected from his home. Frustrated, he rifled through his book for answers, only to find the words shameless glaring back at him. Brian? A tree without its bark is doomed to perish. A person without shame is invincible. Brian realized that relentless pursuit was not in his nature, yet he understood he must choose between reason and affection. He began to attempt subtle changes, like knocking on Severus's door before he departed, reminding him of mealtimes. It is worth noting that Brian had seamlessly transformed from a kitchen novice into a culinary assassin. Consequently, he discreetly sold his homemade alchemical products for gold galleons, enabling him to maintain the facade of being a skilled cook. After all, the broth he concocted bore a closer resemblance to poison than the potions Severus brewed, though it was palatable and tasted decent. Nonetheless, he suspected Severus's trust in him did not extend to the point of consuming a bowl of soup bubbling with blue foam. This was quite fortunate, as Brian was acutely aware that aside from his inability to summon a Patronus, his second shortcoming lay in his inability to prepare visually appealing and appetizing meals. Soon, Brian discovered yet another area of incompetence. Severus observed the potion ingredients scattered throughout Brian's room, the once vibrant herbs now wilted and lifeless, resembling frostbitten eggplants. "What have you done to my herbs?" he demanded. Brian, feeling guilty, lowered his head, unable to meet Severus's gaze. "I merely watered them a bit, I swear. I didn't even touch them." "These herbs require watering once a week to thrive," Severus inquired. "How many times did you water them to drown them?" Brian held up 3 fingers. 3 times a week?" Severus pressed. 3 times a day, Brian admitted. Chapter 19, Brian's Shock. The topic of discussion: how to recognize that a revered and charming professor is, in fact, a living disaster and behavioral fool? The answer lies in cohabitation. A master potion maker undoubtedly treasures his ingredients above all else. However, Brian's destruction of the potion master's herbs was akin to receiving a death sentence. Severus mercilessly began to mock Brian's foolishness, exclaiming, "I remember. You are a potions professor." Brian fidgeted with his fingers, resembling a remorseful young wizard, stammering, "Yes, I'm sorry." He truly did not intend to cause such chaos. After all, when instructing the young wizards, the potion ingredients were always readily available, and he had never cultivated plants himself. Furthermore, he had little else to occupy his time, and simply gazing at those plants compelled him to do something. Both Severus and Brian's owls had taken flight, frightened away by Brian's boundless indulgence in feeding them. If they lingered any longer, they feared they would be overfed by the bored Brian. Brian's contrite demeanor somewhat alleviated Severus's anger. Noticing Brian staring at his toes, refusing to look up as if he wished to bore a hole through them, Severus's gaze was as sharp as a knife. Even without direct eye contact, Brian felt the potion master's disapproval weighing upon him. Ultimately, Severus could no longer restrain himself and delivered a cold litany of Brian's recent foolish antics, a retelling that was laced with his former professor's disdain. Yet, rather than feeling sorrowful, Brian sensed that once Severus ceased to treat him with civility, some intangible bond between them had frayed. A sense of constraint had been shattered. "Perhaps you are simply too idle, allowing your mind to be overrun with weeds. I truly hope that your daily interactions with muggles have not diminished your intellect. I am relieved you have learned how to negotiate and have not become a lamb for slaughter. Now, you would do well to peruse this book thoroughly, solidifying your precarious understanding of herbs. If the wizards you have taught were to discover that a professor could make such a fundamental error regarding herbology, they would surely laugh until their sides hurt." Brian would swear he had never before heard Severus speak so many words to him. The scornful remarks evoked an unfamiliar sensation of shame within Brian, a realization of his inadequacy as a professor. "Wait," Brian timidly interjected, "I am not a professor anymore." Upon hearing this, the potion master Severus fixed him with a piercing glare, akin to pouring oil on a fire. "Brian." The mere elevation of Severus's voice sent Brian into a trembling fit. "Yes, I'm here." Severus's voice, already resonant like a cello, became imbued with an authoritative timbre when raised. His enchanting cadence was utterly captivating. Severus's voice was so melodious. The way he called Brian's name was so alluring. Even in anger, Severus appeared striking. His eyes were mesmerizing, exuding the melancholic charm of a nobleman. Noticing that the initially cowering Brian was now staring at him with a dazed expression, Severus, unable to suppress his irritation, smacked Brian on the head with a book. "Since you enjoyed daydreaming so leisurely, surely copying a mere herbology text 3 times should pose no challenge?" Brian, momentarily dazed, nodded absent-mindedly before snapping back to reality. "What? No." He attempted to protest, feeling he was no longer a young wizard, and such punishment of copying texts was unnecessary, especially since the book in his hands was rather thick. However, Severus narrowed his eyes, a look that clearly indicated that any further insolence would result in Brian being unceremoniously tossed out. Brian quickly altered his tone. "All right, Severus. No problem, Severus. You go ahead and tend to your business, Severus." With that, he scurried out of the room, embodying every ounce of cowardice. Left alone in the room, Severus remained. Brian suddenly returned, opening the door. "Ah, I forgot. I need to copy it here. Why don't you go ahead and work?" Once Severus was out of sight, he could easily cast a spell to have the quill write on its own. Although not ideal, Brian had no desire to be assigned homework so many years after graduation. His eyes darted around, and Severus, noticing the glimmer of mischief in Brian's gaze, smiled. "No." Brian's eyes brimmed with confusion. Severus swiftly cut off his fleeting thoughts. "Come with me to the potions room. We can review while you copy." But, Severus, he protested, I might accidentally ruin your potions. I am rather clumsy. Severus displayed a rather wicked smile, then ruin one and copy it again. Brian's eyes widened. Severus, are you a devil? Indeed, when it came to potions, Severus was akin to a devil. Entering the potions room for the first time, albeit under punishment and supervision, Brian felt a twinge of discontent. Nevertheless, he recognized that for a potion master, or more specifically for Severus, the potions room was nothing short of a private dominion. His mere presence within it was a stroke of fortune. To avoid the tedious task of copying multiple times, or rather, to prevent further inciting Severus's ire to the point of being unceremoniously dismissed, Brian carefully navigated around the myriad of vials and meticulously tended herbs. He found a spot within Severus's line of sight that would not disturb him and quietly began to complete his first assignment since graduation. Although his occasional glances at Severus indicated his distraction, Severus, now 20 years old and brimming with youthful vigor, was a stark contrast to Brian, who, in reality, was at least 54. This topic felt too weighty for Brian, and he preferred not to dwell on it. He was, to some degree, unabashed. Yet, who could blame him? His youthful appearance often led others to inadvertently overlook his true age. Hopefully, Severus would overlook it as well. The process of brewing potions, particularly for an onlooker like Brian, was a grueling and monotonous endeavor. Severus often lost track of time while concocting potions, a description of his dedication that was not far from the truth. His handsome visage would become pallid, dark circles forming beneath his eyes. During their time in the potions room, Brian would occasionally prepare candies for him. But it was evident that Severus had little interest in sweets, as evidenced by the untouched platter. Thus, Brian had taken it upon himself to learn how to make nutritious fruit juices. He purchased a juicer and filled the refrigerator with fruits. The meals he prepared each morning would be carried directly to the potions room. Initially, when he offered these to the busy Severus, Severus reluctantly accepted them until it became a habitual occurrence. However, whenever he encountered a particularly odd-tasting juice, he would instinctively inquire, "What is this?" Brian would blink innocently, "Tomato. With a bit of sugar." Severus's expression was one of bemusement. A tomato had been juiced? Thankfully, despite the peculiar flavors, the vitamins were restoring his health. Seeing Severus's improved complexion filled Brian with a sense of accomplishment. However, there was little Brian could do about Severus's refusal to rest. He could only occasionally come up with spontaneous ideas. For instance, he confided in Severus that he had learned a technique from muggles, claiming it was invigorating, promoting blood circulation and restoring vitality, ultimately leaving one feeling refreshed. He persistently entangled Severus in his desire to try it out. Observing Severus's eager anticipation, and feeling exasperated by his insistence, Severus acquiesced to Brian's wishes. Brian guided him to lie down on the bed in his room. He refrained from suggesting they move to Severus's quarters, as he preferred not to see him on the sofa, which, while suitable for Brian, would be rather cramped for Severus, who stood over 6 feet tall. Thus, it was more practical for him to use Brian's bed. Brian placed a book on the bedside table, rubbed his hands together, and pointed at the bed, looking at Severus expectantly, urging him to undress and lie down. Severus, hesitating, slowly removed his clothing and shoes, kneeling down with a look of confusion. The obedient demeanor of Severus truly appeared quite endearing. Brian knelt beside him and began to massage his shoulders. Severus, who often hunched his neck, felt a delightful ache as Brian pressed down, bringing him a profound sense of comfort. Ultimately, Brian's intention was for Severus to feel at ease. As relaxation washed over him, Brian found himself perspiring, his breath growing increasingly labored. Nevertheless, he steadied himself, careful not to disturb the drowsy Severus, who seemed on the verge of slumber. Brian gradually withdrew his hands, gently pulling the blanket over Severus with great care. As he observed Severus's serene expression with closed eyes, he found himself involuntarily tracing the contours of his features from a distance. The usual sharpness and aloofness of Severus diminished in sleep, revealing an unexpected softness, and the tightly pressed lips lost some of their chill. He was indeed a remarkable man. His abilities, character, and appearance gradually captivated Brian's attention. Stubborn yet proud, gentle yet formidable, fragile yet resilient. Brian knew that approaching such a person would lead him through a tumultuous path of failures and setbacks. Gazing at Severus's sleeping visage, Brian couldn't help but smile foolishly. Severus looked so endearing in slumber. He wished he could ruffle his hair. Had he known he would come to like him, he would have been more affectionate the day he fell from the tree. The little Severus, whom he had only seen once, was not as sharp-tongued as he was now. He wondered who had taught him such wit. Brian instinctively touched the earrings on his ears, fully aware that they had been a gift from young Severus, who had neglected to sign his name. Brian shifted his position, picked up his book, and slowly descended from the bed, leaving space for Severus. In their shared abode, he feared lingering too long might awaken the alert potions master. He entered the potions room, tidying up the materials Severus had left half-organized. Sitting down with a cup of sweetened milk, he casually flipped through the headlines of the Daily Prophet. The paper fervently detailed Voldemort's latest conquests, recounting his battles and the words exchanged. It also commented on his appearance. The Ministry of Magic's influence had waned significantly, with 3 factions now vying for dominance, one evidently beginning to overshadow the others. Presumably, those within the ministry who had not been deceived were now allying with another faction, managing to hold their own against Voldemort for the time being. Voldemort's demeanor was increasingly brazen, openly extending invitations to various parties, particularly to the pure-blood aristocracy, threatening those who did not join him with destruction. Some were coerced into loyalty, while others continued to resist stubbornly. Brian mused that Voldemort was indeed too impatient. Those nobles who were threatened were ultimately an unstable barrier, bound to topple at the slightest opportunity. A weak foundation would inevitably lead to ruin. Clearly, his intellect had yet to return. He mused that Voldemort should extract the remaining Horcruxes to fill the void in his own intelligence. Meanwhile, Severus, still asleep upstairs, opened his eyes as Brian descended from the bed. Initially curious about Brian's intentions, he found himself perplexed when Brian merely walked away without taking any action, appearing as though he had let his guard down. Severus squinted slightly and casually turned over. This room now belonged to Brian. Aside from a previous visit to inspect his herbs, he had not entered since. Now, lying on the bed that Brian had occupied, he was enveloped in the essence of Brian. Contemplating this, he ultimately drifted back to sleep. By midday the following day, Severus descended the stairs, looking somewhat dazed. Having enjoyed ample rest, his complexion had improved, and the dark circles under his eyes had faded. Brian hadn't expected the potions master to sleep long in a room filled with another set, after finishing a breakfast meant for 2 without seeing Severus. He began to feel surprised. He even entertained the thought that Severus might have risen in the night and returned to his own room, or perhaps gone to the potions room, or ventured outside. Yet, Severus emerged from his room. With a mixture of joy and relief, Brian prepared lunch. Though one dish appeared rather out of place among the array of delicacies, Severus immediately noticed it when he glanced over. He caught a fleeting moment of anxiety and tension on Brian's face. Understanding dawned upon him. The peculiar-looking meat was the result of someone's handiwork. Severus could not discern what the dark mass was, only barely recognizing it as a piece of meat. He inquired, "What is this?" Brian feigned calmness as he replied, "Perhaps it's Coca-Cola chicken wings?" His uncertain tone made Severus want to smile. The dish he had prepared was being answered with a question. Brian, realizing the absurdity of his response, noted that the chicken wings indeed looked nothing like the dish they were supposed to be. Quietly, he forked some of the food into his bowl, regretting having mixed the wings in without waiting for a time when their appearance wouldn't betray him. Now, he merely wished to finish the dish quickly to avoid any embarrassment. When Severus suddenly reached for the dish, Brian instinctively pulled it away. Severus regarded Brian, who froze. It was truly an involuntary action, as he was uncertain if consuming it would lead to stomach troubles. Perhaps you should eat something else instead. To prevent the precious time and well-being of the potions master from being wasted in the restroom, Brian consumed both of the questionable Coca-Cola chicken wings himself. Severus had no objections, quietly opting for the other dishes. This relief washed over Brian. Yet, simultaneously, he felt a twinge of regret. After all, he had intended for Severus to sample his culinary skills. Nevertheless, Severus had indeed expressed a desire to try it, hadn't he? There would be opportunities to present a more appealing dish in the future. Brian quickly comforted himself. From then on, Brian made it a point to find reasons to practice with Severus at certain times. Each time, Severus seemed to derive great enjoyment from it, subsequently drifting off to sleep in comfort. When Lucius arrived at Severus's home and beheld the rejuvenated Severus, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Lucius, have you concocted a new beauty potion?" Severus quipped, regarding Lucius with an expression akin to that of a man observing a peculiar creature. With an air of disdain, he elegantly rolled his eyes. Visitors seldom arrive without purpose. Severus turned sharply, continuing his pursuit of the newspaper, and settled into a chair under Lucius's scrutinizing gaze. His tall, slender frame rendered the large newspaper inadequate, barely concealing his chest and half of his face. Though Severus seldom ventured outside, he managed to glean a fair understanding of the events occurring in the world beyond through the exaggerated tales spun by the Daily Prophet. In the kitchen, Brian brewed coffee. Aware that Severus preferred to imbibe some before attending to his tasks, believing it would enhance his focus on potion making. Although Brian did not endorse coffee consumption, he willingly catered to Severus's preferences. The sound of another person's presence in the hall caught Brian's attention. Given Severus's limited social interactions, he could surmise who had arrived. Perhaps they had matters to discuss, he mused as he gazed into his steaming cup, tracing the base of the mug, remaining stationary. After a moment, once the coffee had cooled sufficiently, he prepared to exit. Just as he turned, Severus fortuitously entered through the doorway. A brief glance exchanged between them, and Severus retreated, as if merely confirming that Brian had not succumbed to poisoning in the kitchen. Brian privately categorized this behavior as concern, albeit subtle. Brian carried the coffee outside and placed it on the table where Severus typically sat. Lucius, upon noticing Brian's presence in Severus's abode, was taken aback, though he quickly masked his surprise. It was evident that Brian had matured into a more commanding figure. Just look at Lucius's flowing golden locks. His speech now imbued with an aristocratic flair. Yes, he had become quite smooth in conversation. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Lucius, Brian intended to withdraw. As he ascended the staircase, he glanced back a couple of times. Both children had grown under his watchful eye. Lucius increasingly resembled his father, though perhaps not entirely. There remained a slight deviation in their early temperaments. Abraxas had possessed ambition, especially before Lucius's arrival. After becoming a father, however, he had shifted his priorities, placing family above ambition. In his final days, he had entrusted Lucius's care to others, for the so-called glory of the Malfoy name had become a mere shadow of its former self. Once Brian had ascended, Lucius hesitated, casting a glance at Severus. Did he know about the Master's plans for Hogwarts? Severus took a sip of the coffee, noting its sweetness. He could only wonder how much sugar had been added. His gaze remained fixed on the newspaper before him. I have no surplus energy to devote to matters beyond potions. Lucius discerned the implication in his words, uncertain of Severus's meaning. Severus regarded the object in Lucius's hand with a mixture of amusement and skepticism, leaning on his newly commissioned serpent-headed cane. Lucius shot Severus a bemused glance before breaking into a self-satisfied smile. He grandly showcased his cane, or rather, his wand. With a flourish, he revealed his personalized wand concealed within the serpent's head. The entire display was executed with an elegance befitting his station. What do you think? He inquired, his delight evident as he brandished his wand. Severus wrinkled his brow, disdain evident in his expression. I do hope you can draw it quickly when facing an adversary. Lucius paused, perhaps contemplating the truth in Severus's words. He recognized that a moment's delay could lead to dire consequences. Yet, he cherished the design and was reluctant to part with it. Perhaps diligent practice could remedy his shortcomings. Perhaps you should express your concerns directly, Severus. I understand you well enough. Otherwise, your sharp remarks may lead to misunderstandings. Severus remained unfazed. Did you come merely to flaunt that foolish cane? The words sparked a realization in Lucius, who rummaged through his belongings and produced an envelope, handing it to Severus. Curiously, Severus accepted it. Lucius raked a hand through his hair, expressing his frustration. Have you once again concealed your whereabouts? Merlin knows how vexed I was when your owl pecked at my head. Unable to locate you, I wished to toss it into the kitchen. He then retrieved a box. Ah, this is something Narcissa asked me to deliver to you. She remembered just as I was about to leave. The box appeared to be filled with letters. Severus first examined the contents of the envelope before placing the box on the table. It contained a letter from Lily, announcing her wedding and inviting him to attend. With the date fast approaching, indeed, the letter had been sent 4 days prior. Very well, I understand. Thank you for making this trip. Severus opened the box to find it filled with letters addressed to him, corresponding to the period when he had been preoccupied with brewing potions for the Dark Lord. Among them was one from Lily, 2 from James Potter, and the remainder from Brian Cavendish. Lucius, intrigued by Severus's pause while reading, could only inquire with a gentlemanly glance. Severus closed the box, offering no explanation, merely stating, "They are all my letters." Lucius sighed with disappointment. He recounted the recent events to Severus, finding their accounts nearly aligned. After their conversation, Lucius prepared to take his leave. As the current head of the family, he had numerous responsibilities. Moreover, as the only noble Death Eater who had become one at a young age, his master, Voldemort, periodically assigned him tasks to fulfill. This trust afforded him a position of prominence, compelling other Death Eaters to heed his judgment. Before departing, Severus tossed a few vials of potions his way. Lucius, upon reading the labels, was momentarily electrified with excitement. Severus, the ecstatic Malfoy momentarily cast aside his noble composure, enveloping Severus in a bear hug. Severus, unable to evade, wore an expression of profound disdain. The revelation of a few vials of rejuvenating potions had truly exposed his true nature. How remarkable! Meanwhile, Brian languidly flipped through his book in the room, sketching a peculiar stone. An anonymous client had requested a magical stone, a mere fragment of rock, really. A customized replica of a magical stone. He pondered the folly of expending a considerable sum of galleons on a counterfeit resurrection stone. Yet some were willing to squander their money, and Brian was not one to refuse. Merlin knew he now dreaded the prospect of being unable to afford his meals. If Severus discovered that his presence, or lack thereof, made no difference in the household, it would be most distressing. Once Lucius departed, Severus began to leisurely unravel the letters. The first letter was from Brian. Mr. Snape, good day. You had previously consented to my writing to you after your graduation, hence I took the liberty to do so. There is nothing of great significance to convey, merely a desire to communicate. I have acquired an owl, which I named Little Gray. Its feathers are quite exquisite, and you might enjoy the opportunity to caress them. It is gentle and quiet. This is my first experience with a pet, and I am rather uncertain about what an owl ought to eat. Oddly enough, Little Gray refuses to consume mice. How peculiar is that? After your graduation, where have you ventured? I did not see you at the Malfoy residence, which suggests you have returned home. Perhaps if time permits, you ought to return for a visit. The next generation of young wizards is increasingly prone to distraction during lessons. These are but the mundane musings of everyday life. Severus swiftly opened the next letter. Mr. Snape, good day once more. It has been quite some time since my last correspondence, and I have yet to receive a reply from you. Perhaps my previous letter was too uninteresting, or perchance you have been exceedingly busy. Regardless, I shall continue to write. Even though I am uncertain if you will read these words. The young wizards have been rather boisterous. Their enthusiasm for potions seems to wane quickly, though Professor McGonagall appreciates their vivacity and often speaks of you. Severus opened several more letters. Perhaps you truly are too occupied. I hope my letters do not disturb you. Lily Evans and James Potter have written to inform me of their impending wedding and have extended an invitation to you. As he perused the contents, Severus gleaned the general essence of the letters. Only one letter addressed the matter of Lily's marriage. The others had found their way to the Malfoy estate, likely due to some residual effects of his belongings, as Narcissa had kindly taken it upon herself to collect them. He was taken aback by the sheer volume of correspondence. Severus gazed at Brian's letter, pausing momentarily before gathering all the letters together. He rose, ignited the fireplace, and one by one, cast the letters into the flames, watching as the meticulously penned words transformed into ash. Indeed, he was busy and had not received any letters, yet he would not offer an explanation. Perhaps silence was the most suitable mode of communication between them. Halfway through the incineration, Brian's door swung open, and he descended the stairs, yawning and rubbing his wrist. The letters Severus had yet to dispose of suddenly felt more burdensome than the fire itself. Noticing Lucius was absent, Brian smiled at Severus, inquiring about the quality of the coffee he had brewed. Severus cast the letters into the flames and replied coolly, "Coffee should be bitter." Brian, of course, was aware of this, but added a touch of sugar, reasoning that sweetness is preferable to bitterness when merely seeking a jolt of energy. Inwardly, Brian reflected on the hardships of his childhood. He believed it was time to cease inflicting suffering upon himself. "Are you unaccustomed to it?" Brian asked, glancing at the untouched coffee on the table. "The nose of a potions master is indeed sensitive. Perhaps I shall prepare something else for you. You should try tea. Tea also serves to invigorate the mind, is healthier, and possesses a pleasant flavor, far superior to coffee." Brian reclaimed the coffee, deciding against allowing Severus to drink it. Observing as Brian walked towards the kitchen and downed the coffee in one swift motion, revealing a grimace from the bitterness, Severus thought, "Wait, did he just gulp it down?" He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately closed it, a slight headache forming. "How bitter! It seems I should have added more sugar." When Brian returned, Severus sighed and informed him of the wedding invitation to Lily Evans' nuptials scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Brian nodded, having already contemplated what gift to present the couple in the Muggle world. Chapter 21, Severus's Gift. After speaking, Severus turned and descended into the basement, presumably to prepare a wedding gift for Lily Evans. Brian refrained from interrupting him, opting instead to peruse the Daily Prophet while seated. Although Voldemort's intellect had not substantially returned, his ambition was evenly distributed among each of his souls. In a remarkably brief time, he had seized control of the surrounding markets. Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley were now under his dominion. Perhaps Brian's words had indeed resonated, as he no longer rejected half-blood wizards as his servants. The streets were rife with the presence of Death Eaters. Each day, the latest newspapers graced Severus's desk, enabling Brian to stay informed about the happenings outside. For reasons unknown to him, Dumbledore had once again extended a job offer to Brian, and this time, he chose not to decline. Though Brian was acutely aware of Voldemort's intentions to assault Hogwarts, the ongoing Cold War between them meant that if he accepted the position at Hogwarts now, it would signify an allegiance to Dumbledore. Voldemort might perceive it as an act of betrayal, potentially severing their ties. After much deliberation, Brian composed a letter to Voldemort. Summoning Little Gray, he gently stroked its head. He did not immediately send the letter, but instead gazed at Little Gray, feeling a sense of melancholy. This was his first pet, an owl intended for correspondence with Severus. Perhaps it would deliver the letter, only to be met with Voldemort's wrath, leading to its unfortunate demise at the hands of his pet serpent. Sensing an ominous threat, Little Gray began to grow restless. Animals often possess a sixth sense, allowing them to evade numerous dangers. Never mind. Go play elsewhere, Brian instructed, releasing Little Gray before approaching the fireplace to cast the letter into the flames. The day was not particularly cold. He was uncertain whether it was Severus or Lucius who had ignited the fire, but it suited him well. His gaze was suddenly drawn to the partially burned paper at the edge of the hearth. Perhaps the fire had not been kindled out of cold, but rather for the purpose of eradicating certain information, much like his own intent. Brian did not dwell on the matter, merely waving his wand to stoke the flames, ensuring nothing was overlooked before extinguishing the fire. Some conversations must be had in person, he resolved, and after attending Lily Evans' wedding, he would seek out Voldemort for a discussion. The following day, Brian intercepted Severus, who was preparing to busy himself. Holding the garments he had crafted for Severus, Brian stood in his path, insisting he try them on to see if they fit. Severus cast a puzzled glance, inquiring, "What is this?" "Brian, it's clothing. Surely, you do not intend to attend a formal wedding in your black robes?" As it turned out, Severus had indeed contemplated this very notion. Having spent considerable time with Brian, this was the first instance he detected a hint of disdain in Brian's gaze. As if to say he was exasperated that Severus had not yet grasped the situation. "Brian, this is simply unacceptable," Severus retorted, under Brian's disapproving yet somewhat coercive gaze. He reluctantly donned the attire Brian had prepared. At first glance, it appeared similar to his usual garb, yet upon closer inspection, the differences were pronounced. The inner garments featured a deep blue hue that subtly shifted under light, creating an ambience of depth, while the dark patterns hinted at opulence. The silk cloak billowed gracefully, adorned with hidden golden embroidery that added an air of mystery and allure. Severus, already tall and possessing striking features, became impossible to overlook in this slightly more formal ensemble. Even with a scowl upon his face, he exuded an elegance that surpassed Lucius's own. Certainly, the disdainful glances directed at everyone were entirely due to Brian's insistence that he take a fragrant bath before trying on his attire. Brian nodded in satisfaction, planning to style Severus's hair before their departure tomorrow, achieving a near-perfect look. Severus Snape was not inclined to present himself like a flamboyant butterfly. Yet Brian seemed to anticipate his sentiments, promptly cornering him at the door. Reluctantly, he donned the outfit. Brian produced a pair of scissors, intending to trim his hair. But Severus immediately objected. Brian, however, reassured him, promising that any cut hair would be disposed of, urging Severus not to worry. Severus, unyielding, stepped back, seeing his evident reluctance. Brian conceded, saying, "Very well, I shall not cut your hair, but may I at least tidy it up a bit?" Severus crossed his arms, apprehensive about Brian's intentions regarding his hair. After some negotiation, he reluctantly permitted Brian to comb through it a few times, which left Brian satisfied, though Severus's expression grew darker. Ultimately, after half an hour, he vanished from sight. Upon their arrival, they beheld Lily Evans adorned in a wedding gown, while James Potter donned a suit. A splendid couple. A perfect union. Lily held a bouquet, entwining her arm with James's, as they stood shoulder to shoulder under the gaze of many. The rings they exchanged were a gift from Brian. 2 complimentary rings, remarkably defensive in nature. Severus recognized them instantly. They were the rings Brian had gifted. Brian was taken aback, affirming, "Indeed, Severus, you seem to have a penchant for gifting rings." With a resigned smile, Brian remarked on their beauty and practicality. He pondered whether Lucius had ever mentioned to Severus that he possessed a ring as well. Instinctively, Brian glanced at Severus's fingers, which bore no adornment. Severus had not worn any of Brian's gifts since the first occasion. He maintained a distance that prevented either party's emotions from becoming extreme. He rejected Brian's attempts at flattery, yet accepted his friendly gestures. If Severus had many virtues, his remarkable rationality stood out. At times, Brian wished he could abandon such reason. The exuberance of Gryffindor was unfathomable to Slytherin, as evidenced by the overwhelming attendance at the wedding. Remarkably, amidst such a tense atmosphere, Lucius seemed eager to join the festivities, only to be reined in by a mere glance from his wife, Narcissa. The gathering was predominantly filled with little lions from Gryffindor, and among them, a traitorous black, Sirius, was present. He had once belonged to the same family as Lucius's wife. Later, Sirius Black was disowned by his kin, gaining the freedom and unrestrained life he had long desired. Narcissa was unwilling to mingle with a traitor, which likely explained her frustration with Lucius. Lily Evans regarded Severus, who was dressed impeccably, her eyes reflecting astonishment and intrigue, culminating in joy and delight. She vivaciously guided the guests to commence their dance, while Severus remained unusually silent that evening. Brian mused that he ought to feel sorrowful, as the wedding of his beloved signified the conclusion of his unreciprocated affection. He wondered what Severus would do if he did not look ahead. Perhaps it would lead to another storyless outcome. They both understood the situation well enough, and neither seemed to harbor regrets, neither Severus nor Brian. Sirius was undoubtedly handsome, drawing the attention of many young ladies, as his noble lineage afforded him a grace that surpassed his peers. Yet, he chose no one, instead retreating to James Potter's side with Remus, under the pretense of reminiscing. While Peter indulged in the feast, Severus rarely made an appearance. So few were aware of his Slytherin origins, and none knew he was a Death Eater. Not even Lily Evans. Those unaware of his Slytherin affiliation likely found it implausible that Gryffindor would invite someone from Slytherin. Thus, despite his intimidating demeanor, many sought to dance with him. For a fleeting moment, Brian regretted having dressed him so exquisitely, just a little. Severus deserved such attention. He was a proud and exceptional individual who should be revered. Severus ignored all gazes and approached Lily Evans, presenting her with the gift he had prepared. Upon her unwrapping it, Brian recognized it immediately. Felix Felicis, his renowned creation. A twinge of jealousy surfaced, yet it was overshadowed by admiration. "Hello. May I invite you to dance?" A female guest, brimming with excitement and shyness, approached Brian. Regaining his composure, he politely declined. "I'm afraid I cannot." Perhaps taken aback by someone lacking this essential skill, she insisted, "That's quite all right. Perhaps I could teach you." She seemed unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to dance with the handsome Brian. He cast a troubled glance her way. Refusing a lady's invitation was decidedly ungentlemanly. Yet he simply could not dance. Severus returned unnoticed, his cold gaze sweeping over the lady. "You should really learn to interpret human speech, my dear." His expression was dark, sending her fleeing in fright. Brian surmised that Severus had likely engaged in some verbal sparring with James and his companions, yet had not quite finished. In such situations, it was best to keep one's head down and remain silent to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. But Brian could not contain himself. He watched Lily Evans and James Potter dance elegantly and asked, "Severus, do you not wish to dance?" Severus's frosty demeanor responded, "It seems I have interrupted your enjoyment. Shall I fetch that lady back? I'm sure she would be intrigued to see how a clumsy individual like you fares on the dance floor when the music ceases." Brian blinked. "How did you know I lack coordination?" Severus replied, "Every year, there are individuals who concoct various excuses to avoid the dance. It's a simple deduction. Of course, if you think some people lack both intellect and common sense, then forget I said anything." Brian's eyes lit up. "Wow. Severus, you are so clever. Your observations are astute. But let us keep this between us, shall we? After all, not knowing how to dance would be quite embarrassing." Severus retorted, "I have no time to publicize something utterly inconsequential." Brian cheerfully replied, "Then thank you for keeping it a secret." Severus firmly asserted, his tone far from friendly. Yet Brian appeared blissfully oblivious to this. Truly, Brian was quite foolish. Chapter 22. Severus's Delight. In these turbulent times, gathering together was the utmost limit for this group of little lions. After a brief dance, they reluctantly parted ways. Perhaps it was unfortunate. Brian turned his head for just a moment, and the fact that Severus was a Death Eater became known to Lily Evans and the others. Yet, in a twist of fortune, Lily Evans was no longer the naive and carefree girl she once was. Instead, she gazed at Severus with an indescribable expression. "Lily, is it true? Have you become a Death Eater?" Severus inquired candidly. "Yes, there is nothing to conceal. I have a penchant for dark magic. Have you not always known?" "Lily, will you become like them?" Severus pressed. "Severus, what do you mean?" Lily replied, pursing her lips. Brian observed her. Had this brilliant young witch truly begun to waver? Perhaps she had genuinely regarded Severus as a protective brother. James Potter, recognizing that this was not the opportune moment for dialogue, restrained the impetuous Sirius and Remus. Although there was no quarrel, Brian sensed that tensions were escalating. As Severus turned to leave, Brian could not help but glance at Lily Evans. "Please, say something. Don't let him depart. He needs someone to love him." Perhaps spurred by Brian's imploring gaze, Lily instinctively spoke, "Severus." Severus halted, turning quietly to face Lily Evans, his eyes devoid of panic, as calm as when he declared himself a merciless Death Eater. "Lily, after James and I have our child, would you consider making him the godfather?" Although she was uncertain whether it would be a boy or a girl, Severus's pupils dilated in surprise at her words. Brian exhaled in relief, his face a portrait of astonishment. "What? A child? What child?" Lily tenderly caressed her abdomen, a benevolent smile gracing her lips, leaving those around her in awe. "Severus, are you saying you are pregnant?" he hesitantly asked. Lily nodded. "Yes, Severus, I am going to be a mother." James was already aware, but he was taken aback by Lily's recent proposal regarding Severus being the godfather. Severus pursed his lips. Are you serious? Lily, if you mean godfather, then of course. She elbowed James in the ribs, and he, mindful of his wife, could only grit his teeth and reluctantly nod. Whatever Lily said goes. The conversation gradually softened as Brian watched them shift topics. Sirius, looking forlorn, expressed his dismay, lamenting that he too wished to be James's child's godfather and had even prepared ample words and gifts for the occasion. James was, of course, supportive of Sirius, but Lily hoped that Severus would be the chosen one. After all, Lily was well aware of Severus's academic prowess. Eventually, they decided to draw lots. Brian, slightly bewildered, found the unfolding events to be more favorable than anticipated. They agreed that if the first child was a girl, Severus would be the godfather. If a boy, then Sirius would take that honor. Once the first child had a godfather, the second would automatically be assigned the other. This was the first time Brian learned that such a method could be utilized. This idea, proposed by Lily after careful consideration, was indeed the best choice. Brian chuckled to himself. This felt akin to guessing a mystery box. They all tacitly set aside their allegiances, engaging in light-hearted conversation like ordinary relatives and friends discussing gossip and children. As they prepared to part ways, Brian discerned a fleeting hint of reluctance in Severus's gaze. Cursed Merlin. So, was Lily's first child a boy or a girl? Brian noted that Severus seemed less burdened, his earlier gloom dissipating, replaced by a blend of urgency and joy. Perhaps Severus was already brimming with anticipation. Brian felt happy for him. Yet, he was soon to depart. Brian, Severus. I may need to leave. I am to meet a friend. Severus, extracting himself from contemplation, replied to Brian. Is that so? Very well, I understand. Brian. While I am away, could you look after Little Gray for me? Severus nodded. Though it was a pet, it served as a wizard's messenger. It wouldn't easily starve itself unless it were hopelessly foolish. Brian thought Little Gray was far from dim-witted, especially under Severus's care. Thus he felt reassured as he left. Before departing, he took out the trash from Severus's home, a small favor he could offer. With a disapparition and Brian's intuition, he swiftly found Voldemort in a meeting at a table. He even recognized some familiar faces. Voldemort glanced at Brian's sudden appearance, raising an eyebrow and smiling, elegantly beckoning him to sit on his right. I should have had someone bring you here, Brian. Don't just stand there. Come, I've saved you a good spot. His ambiguous words suggested that Brian was always meant to partake in this meeting. He was utterly unperturbed by Brian's blatant intrusion. Brian silently approached and took a seat. Lucius was present as well, his lustrous platinum hair strikingly bright. He was taken aback, for this was the first time he had seen Brian in the presence of his master since their last encounter. As expected, Voldemort was strategizing on how to dominate the Ministry of Magic and seize Hogwarts. Occasionally, he would inquire about Brian's thoughts on the plan. Brian smirked slightly, thinking it was utterly ridiculous. Voldemort, without a hint of concern, nodded and turned to the one who proposed the plan, smiling. Did you hear that? The wizard trembled in fear. Master. I Voldemort waved his wand, sending the man flying from his seat, collapsing unconscious on the ground. Voldemort then turned to Lucius, asking, Lucius, what are your thoughts on this plan? Lucius stiffened, unable to glance at the fallen man, cautiously responding, it seems somewhat immature. Voldemort then looked to Brian. What do you think? Brian thought, are you out of your mind? Why are you asking me this? Can't you see how pale little Malfoy is from fright? Taking a deep breath, he replied, yes, right. Voldemort chuckled, raising his wand. The fear in Lucius's eyes was palpable, his lips quivering. Brian pressed down the wand before it could rise. Don't scare the child. Voldemort shrugged, exclaiming, I'm merely rewarding him. I believe that as much as I believe in the Tooth Fairy. This miserly wretch is truly despicable. The others held their breath, afraid to make a sound. Brian no longer wished to remain seated. The curious, probing gazes of the others made him feel like some extinct magical creature. Brian, I have something to discuss with you. Voldemort interrupted, smiling as he continued. I know you have something to say, Brian. I am quite pleased to announce that I approve of your becoming an undercover agent at Hogwarts. Brian. What? An undercover agent? Me? Brian looked at Voldemort, incredulous. He was indeed going to Hogwarts, but not as some infernal spy. He was to be a legitimate professor. Brian, no. Voldemort. I am aware you will fulfill your mission and not fail. We await your good news. Brian. Voldemort, you are very experienced. And we all have high hopes for you. Brian. No, what nonsense are you spouting? I have no experience whatsoever. That is a legitimate job. Brian nearly bit down on his own teeth. Voldemort observed the expressions of realization among those present and, recognizing that his objective had been accomplished, promptly shifted the conversation. This discussion ends here. Return and manage your subordinates, especially those of you in the Muggle world. Should you draw the attention of the Ministry of Magic and inadvertently find yourselves ensnared by an auror, I trust you would not wish to contemplate the consequences. Rising, Voldemort dismissed the assembly. His words left no room for lingering. They vanished at lightning speed. Brian had come to a realization. Voldemort was coercing him into alignment with his faction. Once the meeting dispersed, and coupled with his recent intervention, the news of his undercover status would swiftly circulate among the Death Eaters. No one would believe he was of a neutral disposition. This was not merely a lapse in judgment. It was an utter regression. Brian found himself at a loss for words. Since Voldemort was aware of his impending position at Hogwarts, he decided to take his leave. However, Voldemort called out to him. Brian? Turning, Brian beheld the Dark Lord. Reclining with an air of nonchalance, his legs crossed and a languid hand resting on the armrest of his chair. Aren't you going to say something? What could he possibly say? Brian squinted at Voldemort's posture. The mannerisms, the tone, it was as though he had been influenced by a domineering CEO drama. Voldemort nearly toppled from his chair in surprise. Is it that obvious? Brian's lips twitched. It was glaringly evident. He absurdly pondered. Pray, tell me you didn't learn that act from the television? Quite well, Voldemort replied. Silence is the theme of the evening. Indeed, Brian thought. A sense of clarity washing over him. Merlin's undergarments. I assumed you had fully integrated yourself back into the fold. How naive of me. Voldemort waved dismissively. Regardless, it proves effective. Brian, do limit your television consumption. I fear you might become the brother of a domineering CEO. A domineering Dark Lord, no less. A career-driven individual. Not one to indulge in tales of foolishly sweet young wizards. Brothers? I have none, though you and Abraxas do. Fortunately, you maintain a career-oriented path. Lucius, lost in thought, sought out Severus. Lucius, you cannot fathom what I have endured today. Severus? Lucius gazed enviously at Severus. You are spared from this. You have no idea. Our master has summoned us for meetings daily. Today, his countenance was more terrifying than usual, until Uncle Brian arrived and suddenly smiled. By Merlin. His smile is more fearsome than his scowl. He even questioned me, which terrified me. Uncle Brian nearly restrained me. My wand was almost unsteady in my grip. You cannot imagine his daring. He admonished me not to frighten the children. And yet, he consented to let Uncle Brian remain undercover at Hogwarts. This is monumental. Severus gleaned the thrilling nature of his experience from Lucius's words. Wait, did you say Brian is also going? Lucius nodded vigorously, indeed. Chapter 23. Severus's key. Brian, with a headache, pondered why he had arrived at such an inopportune moment. Had he come a moment later or earlier, he would have denied Voldemort the opportunity for his nonsensical discourse. Yet, it mattered little. Although he disapproved of Voldemort's crude methods, he was undeniably on the same side from the very beginning. Brian gazed at Voldemort, wishing he could comprehend that they were, in fact, allies. Voldemort smiled, indicating his inability to perceive this. Brian boldly speculated. Surely, you are not still brooding over Dumbledore's rejection of your offer for the defense against the dark arts position? Voldemort instantly dismissed the notion. Of course not. I am the Dark Lord now, far surpassing the title of a mere professor of dark arts. I have no desire for such a trivial position. Managing a bunch of juvenile trolls is a daunting thought. Voldemort glared at Brian. Only you find it desirable. Suit yourself. I must take my leave. Rising, he departed, and Voldemort watched his retreating figure, lost in contemplation. A serpent slithered slowly from the shadows, its vertical pupils shifting incessantly as it coldly flicked its slender tongue. Voldemort caressed the serpent's head, his tone softening. You are awake, Nagini. Nagini affectionately coiled around Voldemort's hand. Are you hungry? Let me take you to find something to eat. Voldemort chuckled. Brian disapproves of my slaying those who have committed no transgressions, and muggles as well. So I must continue to deprive you. Only those of impure blood, the so-called wicked wizards, can serve as your sustenance. He affectionately nudged Nagini's head. Fortunately, even so, your food supply remains abundant. Brian apparat to Hogwarts, arriving directly at the entrance of Dumbledore's office. Upon seeing Brian, Dumbledore, who had left the door ajar, displayed little surprise. Ah, Cavendish, Dumbledore gently chided. I understand your eagerness, but you must remember that apparition is prohibited within Hogwarts. It complicates matters for me. Apparition within Hogwarts is restricted by an anti-apparition charm. Even Dumbledore would need to lift it to apparate, yet Brian clearly was not subject to this limitation. Perhaps he was the only wizard capable of freely apparating within such a place. Brian was well aware of this, but his urgency prompted him. I understand, Headmaster. I assure you, no one witnessed my arrival. Dumbledore nodded, a kind smile gracing his face. I trust you, Cavendish. Why not share your news? Brian nodded. Although he had arrived hastily, he had confidence in Dumbledore's awareness. After all, this was a cunning old wizard who had once been his professor. Dumbledore regarded Brian with a complex expression. I always thought that was merely a legend. He referred to Brian's status as a Death Eater and his connection to the Dark Lord. Indeed, aside from Brian, Abraxas, and Voldemort himself, no one knew the true identity of Voldemort. Among the Death Eaters, those who were aware dared not speak of it. Brian had not anticipated this development, for Voldemort's sudden shift in mood had caught him off guard. He spoke with unwavering composure. Voldemort has permitted me to remain at Hogwarts under the guise of an undercover agent. What are your thoughts? If Dumbledore's trust in him had begun to waver, then he could no longer be considered a suitable candidate for the professorship, even after years spent within Hogwarts and in his company. Dumbledore resolutely answered Brian's query. Hogwarts needs you. Indeed, Hogwarts requires Professor Brian Cavendish, not Death Eater Brian Cavendish. Brian had always believed that Dumbledore's retention of him at Hogwarts was due to some deeper understanding, perhaps gleaned from other sources regarding his close ties to the Second Dark Lord. Much like how he had previously unwittingly drawn out Brian's recollections of the past, extracting information. Though regrettably, Brian had never cooperated. So it is that Dumbledore remains oblivious to the fact that the current second incarnation of Voldemort is none other than his own student, a young wizard from Hogwarts. Should Brian truly desire to assume a position of authority, he must clarify his intentions. Otherwise, even if Dumbledore is convinced that Brian is not the malevolent soul destined to become a Death Eater, he cannot silence the whispers of others. As Brian gazed at the kindly old man before him, it struck him that few could recall the depths of madness that Dumbledore once embodied. A figure who nearly unified the wizarding world under the banner of the first Dark Lord. Do you need me, Dumbledore? Hogwarts was the first place Brian had ever truly seen, akin to a second home. Although Dumbledore often favored the young wizards of Gryffindor, he was not unkind to Slytherin, even going so far as to offer gentle encouragement, albeit with little effect. Compared to having his friend Voldemort oversee the school, he still believed Dumbledore was the more suitable choice. He mused that if Voldemort were to become headmaster, the institution might be divided into two houses, one representing the noble purebloods, and the other, the lowly half-bloods serving as their subordinates. Voldemort held a particular disdain for wizards of impure blood. Dumbledore stroked his graying beard. Cavendish, perhaps you can continue in your role before things reach a breaking point with Voldemort. Brian understood. For the time being, Hogwarts still needed him, but that would not necessarily hold true in the future. Very well, Dumbledore, Cavendish, he replied as Dumbledore called him back, sliding a plate towards him. Would you care to try some? I recall your fondness for gummy candies. Brian, no, Dumbledore insisted, the filled ones. Brian hesitated. What flavors? Apple, strawberry, banana, mango, chocolate, and pineapple, randomly assorted. Brian surveyed the identical gummies and waved his wand, summoning the pineapple-filled ones. 1/5 of the plate was now in his grasp. Hey, leave some for me, Dumbledore exclaimed. Ultimately, Brian was appointed as the defense against the dark arts professor, while alchemy remained a subject of contemplation. He sighed. Perhaps Dumbledore had other plans. Savoring a gummy, he then apparat to Spinner's End, seeking a delectable pizza to take away from a nearby restaurant. As he gazed at Severus's home, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. He had already envisioned the scene of a duel with Voldemort, which would undoubtedly be prolonged. Yet he was surprised by how swiftly he was drawn back into this reality. At this hour, Severus should be in the basement brewing potions, and Brian confidently cast the Alohomora charm against the door to enter. However, upon opening it, he was taken aback to find Lucius engaged in conversation with Severus. The door swung open unexpectedly, and their expressions shifted instantly. As Brian glanced over, he noticed the two of them standing imposingly, their cold gazes locking onto him with a wary intensity, wands instinctively gripped, poised for confrontation. Yet, upon recognizing Brian, they relaxed. Brian regarded them with curiosity, uncertain what topic could provoke such tension upon noticing his presence. Apologies, it seems I have interrupted your conversation, he said, stepping back slightly. Please, continue. I shall take a stroll. As he turned to leave, Severus interjected, It's merely trivial matters. There is nothing you cannot overhear. He lowered his gaze to the door that Brian was holding, suddenly recalling that he had never given Brian a key. So, had Brian been breaking into his home all this time? Noticing Severus's unintentional frown, Brian realized the implications. However, this was not a matter easily explained. He could hardly confess to needing Severus's house key and resorting to picking the lock instead. Brian rubbed his nose, his wide eyes attempting to convey innocence. Ah, Uncle Brian. Do come inside, Lucius offered, stepping forward gallantly to take the burdensome items from Brian's hands, his opulent attire clashing with the humble bag he carried. Severus had already donned his black robes once more, fastening the buttons from waist to neck, meticulously wrapping himself in the fabric. Brian had gifted him clothing before, yet Severus never donned them willingly, as though his black robes were his true preference. I brought lunch, Brian announced, Severus glanced at him, and then Lucius observed the pizza, then looked at Severus, seemingly at a loss for words. Severus understood the noble Malfoy's intention, yet it was evidently not the right moment to comment on the modest meal Brian had brought. While Malfoy would have preferred to have the house elf prepare a lavish feast, doing so would likely embarrass the eager Brian. Moreover, Lucius was aware that this uncle, who had once aided him, still harbored affections for Severus. Seeing the unspoken exchange in Lucius's eyes, Brian sighed. In comparison to the opulence of the Malfoy household, the food he had brought for Severus indeed paled. Thankfully, Severus had never been one to express disdain. Lucius fabricated an excuse to depart from Severus's abode, their fireplace having long been connected, making visits a matter of mere moments. After a brief absence, Severus returned, handing Brian the key. Brian examined it for a moment before shaking his head. I must be off. Severus paused. Is that so? When? Now, Brian replied. It seems I shall regain my solitude, Severus remarked. Brian smiled. Thank you for your hospitality, Severus. Severus merely pursed his lips and turned to descend into the basement. Instinctively, Brian followed. Are you not leaving? Severus questioned. Why do you persist in following me? I wish to linger a while longer before departing. After all, I do not begin classes until tomorrow, Brian explained. Classes? Brian nodded. Indeed. Dumbledore has invited me back to resume my role as a professor. Severus recalled Lucius's earlier comments about Voldemort sending Brian to Hogwarts as an undercover agent. He had not anticipated Brian's swift return to a teaching position. Dumbledore was indeed eager to relinquish control of Hogwarts. Severus disregarded Brian, resuming his potion-making. Voldemort required these concoctions, and his penchant for creatively tormenting others had recently intensified. Brian observed Severus intently as he meticulously sliced and crushed ingredients, wanting to take in as much of the moment as he could, for he was uncertain when he might next see Severus. It was only after a considerable duration that Severus finally looked up, only to discover that Brian had quietly slipped away. Chapter 24. Brian's return to Hogwarts. Brian did not disturb the master of potions. He quietly exited Severus's basement, taking with him the small gray creature he had fostered at his home. Upon returning to Hogwarts, he found that his office had been relocated. Gazing out at the moonlight streaming through the window, Brian could not help but reflect on what a splendid place it was. How long had he been gone? Over half a year. The young witches and wizards he had once taught had yet to graduate. When those little ones beheld Brian standing at the lectern once more, they appeared dazed and numb, yet their astonishment at seeing his familiar face was palpable. Raising an eyebrow, Brian adopted a stern tone. What? Do you not wish to see me? The young wizard was immediately jolted back to reality, exclaiming, Professor Cavendish, you're back. Welcome back, Professor Cavendish. Brian clapped his hands. Well, my little wizards, I am equally delighted to see you once more. I am particularly pleased that your studies will no longer revolve around the art of alchemy, but rather focus on the crucial subject of defense against the dark arts, which will empower you to safeguard yourselves against dark magical assaults. However, Brian's joy was somewhat feigned, as his greatest talent lay in alchemy, not in the intricacies of dark magic. The latter required constant vigilance, as he had to ensure the young wizards did not inadvertently harm themselves, whereas alchemy afforded him the opportunity to slack off under the guise of practice. Moreover, he found himself missing Severus. Brian's momentary gloom dissipated as he steeled himself. I trust you are all aware of the events transpiring outside. It's something even the most oblivious among you must have sensed. He surveyed the group of children, his gaze shifting from gentle to sharp. I believe you are not merely brawn without intellect, existing solely to consume. Suddenly, Brian's voice faltered, and the young wizards instinctively diverted their attention, realizing he was observing a particularly distracted student. The young wizard, nudged by a peer, became acutely aware of the unnerving silence surrounding him and met Professor Cavendish's penetrating gaze. Brian slowly uttered the last part of his unfinished thought, fool. He descended from the podium, ambling past each young wizard. Yes, you are still minors, he remarked, suddenly donning a fierce expression. The young wizards felt an ominous shift in the atmosphere, as if danger had enveloped them. I am sure there are many rumors about me circulating outside, he continued. His voice lowered ominously, for I am a Death Eater. The utterance sent chills through the young wizards, silencing all but the Slytherins. With a flick of his wand, Brian released a menagerie of creatures he had prepared earlier. Soon, strange sounds began to emerge from beneath their feet, causing the classroom to descend into chaos, punctuated by shrieks of terror. Spiders. A centipede. It's enormous. Cockroaches. Brian, having anticipated this reaction, covered his ears. He had foreseen the pandemonium. Augmenting his voice with a spell, he ensured that each young wizard could hear him above the cacophony. Yet, he swiftly silenced them with a spell. Be quiet. The classroom fell silent, though the trembling young wizards had retreated to the corners, while Brian maintained control over the various spine-chilling creatures within a designated area. He feared that if he did not manage them carefully, the young wizards would make a hasty exit. Now, would you like to learn how wizards proficient in dark magic confront their adversaries? Brian turned his body slightly, raising his wand in a manner visible to all the young wizards. He aimed at a spider on the ground, inflicting excruciating pain upon it. The spider emitted a piercing scream that made the young wizards wince in discomfort. Brian withdrew his wand and added, "This is a spell that renders one's enemy in unbearable agony, a fate worse than death. If you cannot defend yourselves immediately, what awaits you is a torment that will gnaw at your very mind, leaving you utterly defenseless." He spoke coldly. "You will become prey for others, spiraling into madness, ultimately reduced to a mere shell of your former selves." Unlike the casual demeanor he typically exuded, the return of Professor Cavendish instilled fear in the students. Perhaps due to his earnest dissection of the consequences of falling victim to dark magic. He emanated a chilling aura, one that could send shivers down the spine even when he smiled. The once vibrant defense against the dark arts class had turned somber, with every young wizard compelled to emit terrified cries, exiting the classroom ashen-faced, as though they had suffered a grave blow. Within a week, Dumbledore could no longer contain his admonitions regarding Brian's teaching methods. To this, Brian merely shrugged and countered, "Time is of the essence, Dumbledore." His gray eyes bore into Dumbledore's. "They cannot remain innocent forever. Do you truly believe it wise to limit their understanding of dark magic to mere petrification?" Dumbledore hesitated. "There are aurors safeguarding outside. They need not worry excessively." Brian shook his head. "People die every day. How long do you think Hogwarts can protect these naive young wizards?" In the end, Dumbledore nodded in agreement with Brian's perspective, but cautioned, "Perhaps you could adopt a more amiable approach." "I shall do my utmost," Brian replied. Though inwardly skeptical, he was determined to cultivate the scant vigilance of these children through his own methods. Voldemort would not show mercy simply because they were his former students. This thought left him uneasy, and he furrowed his brow before letting out a resigned sigh. Brian departed from Dumbledore's office, his books clutched tightly. As he wandered alone, the young wizards he encountered hastily greeted him before scurrying away. It was evident that no young wizard wished to challenge Brian, who they suspected might be a Death Eater, even if they understood that Dumbledore would not place them in danger. Brian made his way to a familiar spot, pausing to take in the well-known trees and scenery. He leaned against a tree and sat down. The surroundings were so tranquil, reminiscent of a time before he had encountered Severus. Embracing his books, he closed his eyes as the sun set beyond the mountains, casting a golden hue upon his profile. His dark hair caught the twilight, softening his otherwise austere features. Through the night into dawn, he reveled in the art of instilling fear and shock in the young wizards. Observing their startled reactions brought him far more joy than the dreary task of making them toil over essays. After a month of his antics, the children finally began to rebel against his spells. They would counterattack whenever Brian hurled a spell in their direction, though they invariably failed. Their defiance did not result in a loss of house points. Instead, Brian lightly commended them with a few points, tacitly acknowledging and appreciating their efforts. This led to a scenario where Brian was invariably greeted by a barrage of curses the moment he opened the door. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a boggart, a creature that manifests one's deepest fears. He offered a sinister smile. "Come now, give your friend a proper greeting." Without warning, he opened the box, releasing a cloud of black mist, which immediately morphed into a manifestation of a student's worst fear. The boggart transformed into a woman wielding a shovel, her menacing expression causing the young wizard before her to retreat in terror. "Oh, Merlin's beard. It's turned into my mother." Brian chuckled at the absurdity. Fortunately, while the young wizard was indeed startled, he did not forget to cast a spell, adorning his dear mother in a splendid gown. "Well done, first student." For the second student, the boggart morphed into an enormous spider. How amusing. The spider, now wearing a blindfold, scurried chaotically, unable to see. I've always found those countless eyes quite bothersome." Brian watched with a mix of amusement and admiration as they floundered yet remained composed, leisurely crossing his arms in appreciation. A few young wizards exchanged glances, contemplating how to lure the boggart before Brian. However, the one designated as bait was utterly incapacitated by his fear, a knife. Terror gripped him. Brian stepped forward to shield the young wizards, prompting the boggart to halt its advance and undergo a transformation anew. To the astonishment of all present, the classroom now contained two Professor Cavendish figures, distinguishable only by one holding a book while the other bore nothing. Brian and the latter locked eyes for a fleeting moment, both enveloped in a sense of disorientation and helplessness. This manifestation embodied Brian's deepest dread. He had misplaced his book. With a sudden flourish of his wand, Brian shattered the boggart and hastily returned it to its box. As the bell rang, Brian turned to the young wizards and declared that the lesson had concluded. The events had unfolded rather swiftly, leaving the young wizards bewildered and curious, pondering the implications of a boggart reflecting one's innermost fears. Yet, bizarrely, Professor Cavendish's boggart had morphed into himself. What could this signify? Was it truly the case that the professor's greatest fear was his own self? Such an absurdity left them in a state of perplexity. Never before had anything so ludicrous occurred. Soon, the latest gossip at Hogwarts was entirely eclipsed by the peculiar incident involving Boggart Cavendish. Speculations ran rampant, with even whispers circulating that Professor Cavendish had an identical twin. When Brian inadvertently overheard this, he could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, these young wizards were far too idle. Perhaps he could inject some excitement into their tedious lives. Brian mused, clutching his quill. Yet, at present, he was still grappling with what to write in a letter to Severus. Chapter 25. Severus's message. Dear Master of Potions, I trust that during my absence, you have maintained your habit of sleeping 8 hours a night. I cannot bear the thought of your once lustrous, dark hair vanishing by the time we next meet. I can scarcely imagine your transformation into a balding figure. I also hope that the garments I gifted you have not accumulated dust, for their worth is realized only when worn by you. If they languish in your wardrobe, even I would find that lamentable. Moreover, with winter's approach, do remember to stoke the fire in the hearth. Brian remained seated until the midnight hour, examining the numerous pages he had written in a rambling fashion. He rubbed his wrist and tilted his head back, contemplating whether he could actually send them. Alternatively, would Severus find the dense scrawl so overwhelming that he might be tempted to tear it apart? Ultimately, Brian set aside the lengthy letter, retrieving a fresh sheet to compose anew. This time, he succinctly penned a few words of concern. A few days after dispatching it, Brian received a letter. A mix of confusion and anticipation washed over him. After all, there were no holidays, and few acquaintances had the occasion to write to him. Thus, the likelihood of this letter being a response from Severus was considerable. Curiosity piqued, he examined the envelope, which was bound with a deep green silk ribbon. He recalled that Severus's previous correspondence had a similar aesthetic, but upon opening it, he realized it was not from Severus at all. To his dismay, it was a letter from Voldemort. His once bright eyes dimmed instantly. Why was it Voldemort's letter? What a waste of expression. Disinterestedly, he skimmed through the contents, only to find his eyes widening in disbelief. Good heavens, had Little Grey sent this letter directly to Severus in the presence of Voldemort? No. Damn Merlin. Accursed Tom Riddle. A meeting? A meeting. Where on earth would there be so many meetings to attend? I might as well append the table. Enraged, Brian tore the letter into shreds. After all his effort to send a letter, it had been intercepted by Voldemort. He now had no idea how foolish he must appear. Laughing at the contents in that grotesque chair, the thought of a group of individuals sitting rigidly in discussion while Little Grey stumbled in, tossing the letter before Severus, surely created quite a predicament for him. Brian felt deflated, clutching his book, hoping fervently that Severus would not harbor any resentment towards him because of this. A headache began to throb at Brian's temples. Yet, even so, he still had classes to attend. While prepping for his lessons, Dumbledore's head emerged from the fireplace. He announced a few days of respite for the students, as well as for the professors. Brian nodded, indicating his awareness, and proceeded to return his textbooks to their place. He intended to venture to Diagon Alley to procure some ink, as he had entirely run out. He would also buy some provisions for Little Grey. Utilizing the fireplace, he transported himself to Diagon Alley. The street was busier than during his last visit, yet an odd tranquility pervaded the atmosphere. Brian observed the throngs of shoppers and pedestrians, noting the barely concealed malice that clung to them. They resembled fugitives with blood on their hands, individuals typically seen lurking in the shadows of the alley. Perhaps this was Voldemort's influence. Amidst the blackened ambience, a striking flash of gold intruded. Lucius Malfoy approached him with purposeful strides, as if he had anticipated Brian's appearance here. Though Lucius stood taller than Brian, his demeanor softened in the presence of the latter, a friend of his father, and despite his elaborate and noble attire, an instinctual reverence seeped through. Uncle Brian, Lucius lowered his body and voice, continuing, "The master is awaiting you," having just penned a jesting letter to him. Now he was to return and face him again. Brian narrowed his eyes. Had Voldemort sent anyone else to call him, he would not have considered returning. Yet the visitor was Malfoy. Very well, Brian relented. Lead the way. Lucius guided Brian away, arriving before a door which he opened, allowing them both to enter. Voldemort sat upon a sofa, sipping from a steaming cup of tea. Nurturing oneself, he remarked, placing the cup beneath his nose to inhale its aroma before exhaling a contented sigh. His gaze shifted to Brian, raising the cup in his hand. Chrysanthemum tea. Indeed, quite delightful. Brian paused, recognizing this tea as one of the varieties he had recommended to Severus. Of course, items from the Muggle world were affordable, plentiful, and delightful. Brian casually selected a seat, surveying the room while slowly adding, and plentiful. Voldemort set down his teacup, prompting Brian to inquire, "Speak, then. Is there something you wish to convey? I am on holiday today and have many matters to attend to. Once I am finished, I wish to rest. So, please expedite your message." Voldemort smiled. "There is indeed something to discuss, but it is not I who will be speaking." He beckoned, and a figure emerged from the side. It was Severus. Voldemort regarded Severus and declared, "This is my loyal servant, Severus, who will address you." Brian turned his gaze towards Severus, noting the considerable time that had passed since their last encounter. Once vibrant short hair now appeared somewhat lackluster. His complexion had shifted back to its original pallor, and dark circles shadowed his eyes. Bloodshot streaks marred his lowered gaze, suggesting he had endured many days of exhaustion without proper rest. Brian furrowed his brow, deeply concerned that the individual before him, neglecting his rest, might collapse at any moment. He yearned to persuade him to take a seat. Casting a glance at Voldemort, he suggested, "Perhaps we should allow them to sit and speak at a more leisurely pace." Voldemort raised an eyebrow, then smiled, nodding in agreement, and beckoned, "Very well. Let us all sit down. Since Brian is not in a hurry, we can take our time." Severus offered a slight bow, replying, "Yes, my lord." He took his seat, and Brian turned to Lucius. "Lucius, come sit over here." Lucius first glanced at Voldemort, and, upon receiving his permission, approached and seated himself. "Severus, speak," Voldemort commanded. "Recount everything you have heard, in detail, for my friend Brian." Severus nodded, immediately straightening his posture, a glimmer of excitement shimmering in his eyes, the first time Brian had witnessed such fervor. It was a blend of anticipation, ambition, and a desire for recognition. In her conversation with Dumbledore, Trelawney had suddenly entered a frenzied state, her demeanor vacillating as she uttered her prophecy. She proclaimed that a child born at the end of July would emerge as the hero destined to vanquish the Dark Lord. Brian paused, his gaze fixed on Severus in astonishment. "What is this? A prophecy? To slay the Dark Lord? A child born next year?" Severus continued, "I overheard Trelawney speaking only halfway. I was discovered before I could hear the entirety. I apologize, my lord, for not capturing the full prophecy." Voldemort remarked, "You performed admirably, Severus." He turned his attention to Brian. "What are your thoughts, Brian?" Snapping back to reality, Brian blurted, "Absurd." Voldemort nodded, seemingly in agreement with Brian's sentiment. "Indeed. A mere unborn child, huh? Defeat me? How naive." He chuckled for a moment, then addressed Brian. "Isn't the prophecy laughable, Brian? Would you place your faith in it? After all, you too possess the gift of prophecy." His gaze drifted to the book Brian held, hinting, "Abu has informed me that you have accurately foretold my actions and their consequences." Voldemort caressed his wand. "I once dismissed prophecies, yet you have foretold our futures. I might have to concede to the accuracy of Trelawney's prophecy." Brian fell silent for a moment. He should have realized that Dumbledore would not grant a holiday without cause. Perhaps he sensed impending danger. "Brian, you must understand that the majority of prophecies are inaccurate," Voldemort continued. "Therefore, I propose you take a turn at divining, Brian." Severus exchanged glances with Lucius, both unaware that Brian was also a seer of the future. Brian was hesitant, for the depths of the future were murky, even if one glimpsed them. Altering them could exact a heavy toll. However, Voldemort was clearly unwilling to relent. Having painstakingly ascended from the depths, he was tantalizingly close to standing atop the tower. As he neared victory, an individual, purportedly the hero of prophecy, sought to undermine the very foundation he had built. This was a direct affront to his lifelong pride and endeavors. Brian could hardly believe that if he did not intervene, Voldemort would likely annihilate all children foretold by the prophecy in their cradles. Better to kill 1,000 innocents than to let one escape. With resignation, Brian asked, "You wish for me to verify the truth of her prophecy?" Voldemort nodded. "I am aware you will pay a price, but I believe no price is insurmountable for you." "Correct, Brian?" Brian stifled a reaction, unable to suppress an eye roll. The price that Voldemort deemed inconsequential was not necessarily so for Brian. Yet, at least Voldemort was negotiating. Had this been in the past, he would have resorted to violence at once. "Very well, considering those unborn children, I shall make an attempt." Brian tapped his wand against his book, which then hovered before him, pages beginning to turn. Lucius felt a surge of anxiety, sensing that this was not something he was meant to witness. Severus's intense focus on the book suddenly waned, and an unfamiliar unease washed over him. As Brian gazed at the book, beneath his calm exterior, tumultuous waves churned within. Chapter 26, A Prophecy? Or Nonsensical Ramblings? Upon re-encountering the prophecy, he was forcibly reminded of memories he had long forgotten. His hand trembled slightly, but he fought to maintain control, concealing his emotions. After a moment, the book returned to his grasp. Voldemort observed the change in his expression and paused. You do not appear well, Brian. It seems the cost of foreseeing the future weighs heavily upon you. Brian closed his eyes, acknowledging it is indeed rather taxing. Voldemort inquired, so what did you see? Brian opened his eyes, his gray irises meeting Voldemort's gaze. Do you believe me? Of course, Brian, Voldemort replied. We are friends. Brian regarded his earnest demeanor. Well aware that he was merely engaging in pleasantries, Voldemort did not trust him. However, belief had become inconsequential. Sighing, Brian confessed, Trelawney's prophecy was only partially accurate. Voldemort narrowed his eyes, a flicker of malice hidden within. Brian continued, the hero she foretold will only emerge when the world is engulfed in darkness. He spoke with a tone of sorrow, Voldemort. Voldemort regarded Brian, who had addressed him so directly. Brian stated earnestly, you must understand. If you cease your brutal methods and adopt a gentler approach, Trelawney's prophecy will amount to nothing more than the ramblings of a madwoman. Voldemort pondered for a moment before suddenly suggesting, Brian, have you foreseen this already? Otherwise, you wouldn't have spoken so intentionally during his childhood, asserting that no one truly achieves immortality. You would not have advised him that a true ruler cannot govern through perpetual oppression. Brian nodded and shook his head. Yes and no. The future is mutable, filled with uncertainty. What prophecies reveal is merely one narrative from a multitude of timelines. Cradling the book, Brian resolved to depart swiftly. He wished to say no more, standing up to leave with a parting remark. Avu, take care of yourself. I have matters to attend to. Voldemort watched as Brian vanished from his sight, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest. Severus. Severus rose, responding respectfully, my lord. Go see him. He appears unwell, Voldemort added. Ensure his safety until he is secure. Yes. The ranks of Death Eaters surrounding Voldemort had swelled significantly. The number of powerful, skilled individuals was countless. Particularly as Voldemort shed his former grotesqueness and regained a semblance of sanity, a greater number of admirers emerged. Those pure-blood aristocrats wielded power and influence far beyond what Severus, lacking any background, could surpass. Yet, he retained his identity as a master potion maker. After all, it was a rare gift among Death Eaters. Moreover, the Malfoy family maintained a favorable relationship with Severus, and they were not exaggerating when they claimed that the Malfoy family served as his backing. However, this was far from sufficient. Severus sought to further distinguish himself, to become an entity that could not be slighted, apart from Voldemort. Thus, upon learning of Trelawney's prophecy, he promptly reported it to his master. His objective was achieved. Voldemort placed his trust in him, and within the ranks of the Death Eaters, his position had risen to nearly the highest echelons. Those foolish colleagues no longer dared to provoke him or conspire behind his back. Subsequently, he once again demanded to disclose what he had overheard, this time before Brian Cavendish, the very professor who had once instructed him. Perhaps he should have been astonished that the accomplished potions master he had mentored had devolved into a despicable eavesdropper. Yet, instead of disappointment, he perceived a sense of bewilderment in the man's gaze. After Brian departed, he obeyed his master's command and began to shadow him. In truth, even if Voldemort had not commanded it, he would have followed to observe, for Brian's countenance was markedly troubled. The inadvertent display of panic and disorientation reminded him of the state in which he had found him in that alleyway, when he had taken him home. He trailed Brian closely, who, lost in thought, remained oblivious to his presence. Memories flooded back to him, of the time he had foretold Voldemort's future. A future marked by rational machinations of immortality that ultimately rendered him a mere shell, consumed by brutality and murder. Frankly, it was grotesque. He could not bear to witness the once handsome boy he had known descend into such hideousness, and so he had subtly altered his narrative. He was clever. At the very least, he had not succumbed to the prophecy's predicted fate. Now, however, another pivotal moment lay ahead. If mishandled, Voldemort, his erstwhile ally, would surely meet his demise at that destined hour. The remnants of his irrational soul would soon begin to resurrect. He could not afford to act recklessly, for the cost was too great. The loss of the Cavendish name was a gamble he could not take. If he were to lose the tome, he would be irrevocably estranged from his home. Brian's family employed guardians to monitor the alterations of their tomes, scrutinizing Brian's memories through them. He had just meddled with the prophecy, and soon someone would come seeking answers. He needed to erase his presence before the family members arrived. Such turmoil would undoubtedly expose him. Seeking refuge, he found a place to stay, and as soon as he closed the door behind him, he cast a more advanced oblivion charm upon himself, one that would allow him to forget what was necessary and rationalize the omissions. With the door shut, silence enveloped him. Severus stood quietly at the threshold, furrowing his brow. Eventually, he cautiously opened the door. Brian had forgotten to lock it. He then beheld Brian seated on the edge of his bed, clutching his book, his eyes momentarily clouded with confusion. Upon noticing Severus, he blinked and rose with evident delight. "Severus, what are you doing here?" Severus immediately noted the anomaly in Brian's demeanor, as the contrast in his behavior was striking. He cautiously replied, "About that letter." Brian scratched his head, recalling the intercepted correspondence by Voldemort. I truly apologize, Severus. I never anticipated such coincidence. I can't believe I neglected to set a barrier during the meeting." He reflected that Voldemort was now Severus's master. So he rephrased his earlier oversight as mere carelessness. I hope I haven't caused you any trouble?" Severus pondered. He had yet to even glance at the letter, unaware of its contents, save for the fact that Voldemort had found it exceedingly amusing. The Dark Lord had cast glances in his direction, each time eliciting greater mirth. He had never intended to return the letter, for as a subordinate, he would not presume to request its return, especially since it was merely an inconsequential piece of correspondence. There was no need to risk incurring his master's displeasure, which could jeopardize the favor he had painstakingly cultivated. "No," Severus replied tersely, his gaze sweeping the room before he queried, "What are you doing here?" Brian looked around, scratching his head. I stepped out to buy a few things, and I thought I might take a stroll." He then turned his attention back to Severus. "By the way, Severus, Christmas is approaching. I would like to invite you to join me for some festivities." He blinked expectantly at Severus. "Do you have time?" Severus hesitated briefly. "Time? Certainly not." Recently, Voldemort had been reorganizing the Death Eaters, summoning those he suspected of disloyalty. Merlin knew the anguished cries emanating from the chamber Voldemort had established were enough to instill terror. As one of the recognized loyal subordinates, Severus was merely a spectator, ready to provide potions at a moment's notice whenever Voldemort required them. And those potions were anything but benign. The stockpile had already been significantly depleted. If he wished to avoid interrupting Voldemort's enjoyment and becoming one of the tortured, he had to ensure that his inventory was perpetually stocked with those damned potions. Observing the darkening expression on Severus's face, Brian discerned that he was clearly preoccupied with distressing thoughts. "I believe, perhaps, I have my own personal time," he remarked softly. Brian bit his lip, realizing that indeed, after leaving Hogwarts, the bond between him and Severus would inevitably sever. If only it was here, he would have been willing to listen to Brian's woes and offer sound counsel. Very well, Brian concealed his disappointment. "Perhaps next Christmas, I will have another opportunity." Severus did not reciprocate the sentiment Brian harbored. He had business to attend to. Voldemort, his master, had commanded him to escort Brian to a place of safety. Diagon Alley was not particularly secure at present, especially for someone as striking as Brian. Half of the wanted criminals on the Ministry's list were sadistic individuals who delighted in tormenting the beautiful. "Have you purchased your writing supplies?" "Oh, not yet," Brian replied hastily. Severus frowned in irritation and exited the room. "Let us go?" "What?" Brian was confused, but upon further reflection, his eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, are you suggesting we go shopping together?" Severus corrected him. "I believe you may not have ample time for leisure." If the plans remained unchanged, Lucius would soon assume the role of Minister for Magic, subsequently intervening in Hogwarts' educational affairs. Given Brian's return to Hogwarts as a professor, considering Dumbledore's cunning nature, Brian's forthcoming experiences were predictable. He would be perceived as a potential follower of Voldemort, and rumors would circulate that he was a spy among the Death Eaters. Ugh, I cannot fathom why Brian would choose to return. Curse that wretched Hogwarts. Brian was uncertain why Severus would express such sentiments. Yet he surmised the reason for Severus's presence here. Voldemort had likely summoned him. Given Severus's appreciation for time, he could not be inclined to squander energy on a day devoted to escorting someone. He would rather dedicate that time to the study of additional potions and spells, further enhancing his illustrious legacy. It was no wonder he appeared so reluctant. Chapter 27, Severus's Hearth. Despite this, Brian remained quite pleased to be shopping with Severus. Yes, shopping together. Although Severus's pursed lips suggested his discontent, he obediently followed Brian's side. As Brian gazed at the array of quills before him, which he usually purchased without a second thought, he pointed to one and inquired, "Severus, what do you think of this one?" Severus cast a weary glance, assessing the quill's material. The feather is quite unattractive. Brian looked down at the selection. While he found them all rather similar, he decided to change his question. "What about this one? How does this one fare?" Severus glanced again, dismissively replying, "Still ugly." After several attempts, each met with Severus's disdainful verdict of ugly. Brian found joy in simply meandering with him, feeling no need to argue. Severus, biting his cheek, noted how Brian accepted his dismissive attitude without protest. It appeared that Brian's capacity for tolerance was remarkably profound. However, as time wasted away, Severus frowned at the lack of quill purchases and Brian's shift to a new shop for parchment. He raised his gaze and found himself standing before a familiar establishment he had frequented in the past. Unable to suppress his impulse, he suggested, "Let us go to this one." Brian instinctively looked over. Severus was actively recommending it, and thus he felt compelled to display enthusiasm. Observing Brian's jubilant demeanor, Severus stared for a while. Was he truly that delighted? The shop had a comprehensive selection, and Brian hardly needed to visit multiple stores for his notebooks and ink, quickly acquiring both essentials and non-essentials under Severus's casual guidance. "All right, you've bought everything you wanted. It's time for you to return to Hogwarts." The moment they exited the shop, Severus could not help but urge Brian to go back. He had potions to brew and a dearth of herbs in his storeroom. Once he ensured Brian's safe return, he needed to return to his own duties. Brian nodded, aware that he had already encroached upon Severus's time. He suggested, "I've gathered my things. Thank you for your company, Severus. You may leave now. I can manage on my own." He was entirely capable of making the journey back alone. "Enough chatter," Severus interjected, pulling Brian away from Diagon Alley. Brian glanced at the firm grip on his wrist, blinked, and clenched his fist, matching Severus's brisk pace. "Where are we going?" Severus replied without turning, "To my home." Brian was puzzled as to how a return to Hogwarts had transformed into a visit to Severus's residence, but it mattered little. He had time to spare during his holiday. He was more than willing to dedicate his moments to be with Severus. Before long, they arrived at Severus's home, having apparat. It had only been a few months since Brian last saw the familiar street, and he smiled at the door. "Ah, you didn't expect this, did you?" "I, Brian, am back." Though uncertain of his purpose, he would soon discover it. "The Floo network in my fireplace connects directly to the Potions Master's office at Hogwarts." Severus revealed candidly, "You'll return through here." Brian nodded in astonishment. He then recalled Severus's encounter with the prophecy. So, Severus had inadvertently overheard the prophecy. What had brought him to Hogwarts at that time? Brian could not fathom it. He was reluctant to dwell on the darker implications. Yet perhaps the truth was far worse than he imagined. Pressing his lips together, Brian grasped the Floo powder, casting one last glance at Severus as he prepared to leave. Severus turned his head away, unwilling to meet Brian's gaze. "See, he is a Death Eater, and scrupulous in his pursuit of self-interest." The filter through which Brian viewed him in childhood should have shattered long ago. He was hardly worthy of anyone's affection. With a sigh of reluctance, Brian murmured, "All right, Severus. The brief time we spent together and this parting is quite distressing." Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes brightened. "Severus, how about we connect the Floo network? That way, if I miss you, I can come find you directly." Severus, his expression darkening, tugged at the corner of his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Was this all Brian could think of? How to cling to him? Did he not wonder how the prophecy fortuitously fell into the ears of an outsider to Hogwarts? "I'm very busy, Brian." Severus pinched his own hand, suppressing the urge to jab his wand at Brian's forehead. Perhaps he had forgotten that Brian's relationship with Voldemort was far from benign. "It's all right, I can come find you." As Severus noticed Brian's reluctance to leave, he could no longer contain his frustration. "Brian, are you leaving or not?" Brian nodded. "Of course I'm leaving. But you must promise to connect the fireplace for our next meeting." Severus relented. Fine. Hooray. See you next time, Severus." Brian cheerfully tossed the Floo powder and set off for Hogwarts. Once Brian had finally departed, Severus slumped onto the sofa. His heart felt exhausted. Reflecting on the necessity of finding topics of conversation with Brian before leaving, he involuntarily revealed a fleeting smile. And there were still potion materials to procure. How maddening. Could Voldemort not simply eliminate his enemies? It was infuriating to waste his potions. Brian returned to Hogwarts, specifically to the Potions Master's office. Finding it empty, he left without delay. Strolling leisurely through the corridors, he noticed that the young witches and wizards had all been collected by their families, leaving Hogwarts feeling unusually desolate. Brian had no intention of returning to the office. Instead, he made his way to the rooftop. The wind was strong up there. The sun obscured by dense clouds. Light was present, yet not blinding. The breeze tousled Brian's long hair, and he casually swept his bangs back. He counted the edges of the clouds. A cry from an eagle pierced the air as his owl, gray, soared gracefully, circling the platform where Brian stood. The towering mast could not obscure the exhilaration of its free flight. Brian extended his arm, prompting Gray to slow down, flapping its wings before landing on his arm. Feeling a weight heavier than usual, Brian couldn't help but smile as he ruffled Gray's feathers with mild annoyance. "You've put on some weight, haven't you? You're getting so heavy that I might struggle to lift you." Gray tilted its head, discontentedly tapping its feet on his arm and calling out a few times before perching on the railing. With a resigned sigh, Brian took the letter Gray had dropped. "You're such a drama queen. Can I even scold you a little?" He retrieved a small treat for the owl from his pocket and offered it to Gray. All right, my fault. Here is a little snack to make amends. Hurry and eat it. I quite like you, Chubby. A round form was ever so endearing. After finishing his snack, little Gray took off in a flutter, seemingly disinterested in Brian any longer. Brian watched as he soared into the distance, circling the sky, while he himself opened the envelope to read its contents. The sender was unknown. As Brian turned the paper, he caught sight of the recipient's initial, a prominent F. At that moment, he recognized the letter's author, Voldemort. Having just seen him, it was curious that he would write so soon. Brian hesitated for quite some time before finally breaking the seal. He had previously warned Voldemort to be cautious. Perhaps this letter was a refusal to be the ruler he had described, or an attempt to persuade him to choose between Voldemort and others. He felt a throbbing headache and a sense of turmoil. He was not a paragon of virtue, unwilling to side with Dumbledore, yet he was not wholly malevolent. Until Voldemort completely disillusioned him, he would lean toward Voldemort's side. Brian sighed, reminiscing about Voldemort's youth, handsome, well-behaved, and exceptionally intelligent, achieving top marks and bringing great honor to Slytherin. Reflecting on it, if he hadn't misplaced a book on Horcruxes while studying alchemical texts, perhaps Voldemort wouldn't have developed such an obsession with immortality. After all, a wizard's lifespan can extend up to 200 years, while muggles barely reach a century. Brian pondered, am I already 60? His lifespan exceeded that of the average wizard, allowing him to live for at least 3 centuries. As he contemplated, he opened the letter. Contrary to his expectations of lengthy prose, it contained but a few succinct lines. Riddle Manor is always open for you. Dear Brian, you are all I have left. Upon reading those brief lines, Brian pressed his lips together tightly. High places are lonely, Brian. Dumbledore emerged from behind him, causing Brian to pause mid-motion and slowly turn around. Folding the letter and tucking it into his ring under Dumbledore's watchful gaze, he remarked, Isn't this the busy Dumbledore whose robes are too full to see the hem? I thought I'd never see you in the office again. Dumbledore stroked his beard and sighed as he approached Brian. You wouldn't believe how busy I've been lately, he said, gazing at the distant beam of light created by the compressed daylight, revealing his troubled expression. Brian, too, looked out into the distance. Dumbledore maintained his expression. Yet Brian's inquiry about his current affairs went unheard. As Dumbledore turned, he found Brian calmly gazing alongside him. Your reaction is quite subdued, Brian, Dumbledore noted, observing the gravity in Brian's demeanor. When McGonagall heard the news, her mouth fell agape. Brian tilted his head slightly. Perhaps you already know, Dumbledore. Whoever becomes Minister of Magic bears little relevance to me. Life carries on. Eating, drinking, sleeping, merely the world darkens. Dumbledore fell silent. He could articulate righteous arguments to sway the hearts of courageous wizards, but struggled to comprehend Brian, who appeared so unencumbered. Well, perhaps not anymore. Dumbledore's eyes darted, and it was clear he was contemplating some scheme. Dumbledore, with a cheerful demeanor, expressed his concern for Brian. They stood at the highest point of Hogwarts, where one could behold the entirety of its splendor. Brian nodded in agreement, especially appreciating the winter when the sky released a flurry of white snowflakes that connected heaven and earth. He recalled preparing a farewell ceremony here, lamenting that Severus had not been present to witness it. Gazing down, Brian spotted a vast expanse of green, the place where students practiced on broomsticks and Quidditch matches were held. Of course, if you could repair the precarious and dilapidated viewing stands, it would enhance the aesthetic considerably, Brian suggested. Dumbledore glanced over, but shook his head in disapproval. Those are the marks of time. Preserving them reflects the ancient and storied nature of Hogwarts for the young witches and wizards. Brian averted his gaze. I'm sorry, but I only see neglect and danger. He fixed his stare on Dumbledore. After all, you wouldn't want a young witch or wizard to inadvertently tumble through a rotting floor into the Quidditch pitch, only to kiss the ground beneath their favorite player. Would you? Dumbledore paused. That does sound somewhat perilous. Very well, I will consider making some repairs. A few snowflakes drifted down, landing before Dumbledore, who cheerfully blew at the snow, which then danced past Brian's eyes. It's snowing, Dumbledore remarked. Brian watched the snow float away, more flakes cascading from above. Indeed. Brian replied, it is snowing. Dumbledore inquired, have you decided how you wish to spend this Christmas? Or rather, with whom? Brian replied, aren't you preoccupied with the selection of the new Minister of Magic? It seems you won't have time for the festivities. Dumbledore acknowledged, yes. It's been quite challenging to find time, but you must make time for yourself. Brian looked at him. Me? Dumbledore nodded affirmatively. With a sigh, he added, not only must you find time for this holiday, but for all future celebrations as well. Brian paused, realizing the implication. So, the conclusion of your discussions is that I should resign? Dumbledore remained silent, merely nodding, his eyes reflecting a mix of conflict and regret. Brian closed his eyes, feeling the wind and snow envelop him, resignedly stating, Very well. I suppose I should have anticipated this outcome. When can I leave? Dumbledore gazed at Brian, who returned his gaze in silence. Brian rubbed his eyes and asked, now? Dumbledore slowly nodded. How eager you are to rid yourself of me. Are you so fearful I might consume you? Brian inhaled deeply and handed over a storage ring. It seems these items will serve me little purpose now. Perhaps you should give them to someone in need. Brian turned, preparing to disapparate away from this place. Brian. Dumbledore called out to him. Brian had a sense of what words were on the tip of Dumbledore's tongue. He still had Voldemort's letter folded in his bag. If we encounter one another on the battlefield, I shall show mercy to my students. With that, Brian's form vanished from the tower, leaving behind Dumbledore, whose silhouette appeared somewhat solitary. Dumbledore stroked his beard, and a glimmer of shrewdness flickered in his eyes, defying his age. As a professor at Hogwarts, Brian had imparted knowledge to nearly all the young wizards. His statement effectively conveyed to Dumbledore that he would refrain from intervening. This was precisely the assurance Dumbledore required. Although it lacked binding constraints, it suggested that Brian would honor his word, at least until his limits were tested. Upon returning to his office at Hogwarts, Brian waved his wand, causing his belongings to shrink and fly into his suitcase, which subsequently disappeared into the ring he wore. He twisted the ring a couple of times before vanishing from Hogwarts. Ah, how bothersome. Brian hastened his pace, arriving at an elegantly grand estate just before nightfall. Indeed, Brian had sought refuge with Voldemort. Shortly after his arrival, a serpent slithered towards him from the distance. Observing the slick, glistening scales, Brian instinctively shuddered and quickly raised his hand to halt its greeting. Stop. Remain still. Perhaps hearing his firm command, the serpent slowed its movements, lowering its head again. Brian rubbed his arms, feeling a chill run down his spine. Brian, do not act this way. A pair of polished shoes struck the ground with a resonant sound. Voldemort, adorned in his sleek, slightly curved black attire, his hair shimmering with a faint golden hue in the light, appeared before Brian. His obsidian eyes reflected indifference, brows furrowing slightly. And for a moment, his haughty demeanor softened to reveal a hint of pity and sympathy. Look, Nagini is saddened. It is worth noting that she was once a beautiful witch. Brian inhaled deeply. Nagini had indeed been an elegant and enchanting human, a witch no less. However, due to her lineage, she was also a tragic blood-cursed beast, a hereditary affliction that transformed its victims into animals. Initially, they could shift freely, but as time progressed, control waned until they ultimately became wholly animalistic. Nagini's transformation had begun this way, having been discovered by Voldemort in a deep forest. It was a lamentable fate, indeed. Such beings were the prey of wizards, treated akin to pets in a circus, forced to oscillate between human and beast to serve the greedy ambitions of their masters. Yet, Brian harbored a distinct aversion to snakes. Their slick texture and multitude of scales sent shivers down his spine. Apologies, Nagini, but I am not particularly fond of smooth creatures. Brian cast a resentful glance at Voldemort, fully aware of the implications. Voldemort raised an elegantly arched eyebrow and crouched slightly as Nagini climbed onto his neck. He affectionately caressed her head, his gaze betraying a fondness for the serpent. Ah, my memory fails me. I truly forgot. He replied to Brian without a hint of embarrassment. Such audacity, to lie so effortlessly while playing with snakes. Nagini appeared quite content, lazily draping herself over Voldemort. Brian and I have much to catch up on. You may frolic, but do not stray too far. Voldemort gently lowered Nagini to the ground, where she followed suit. From his sleeve, he produced a white snake, affectionately stroking its head before placing it beside Nagini. The white serpent stirred and adhered itself to Nagini's side. Let it accompany you, so you shall not feel lonely. Brian recognized the white snake. It was an alchemical creation from long ago. Your Christmas gift, which Nagini and I both cherish. His expression turned complex as he regarded it. It was merely a soulless construct. Though outwardly male, it lacked the capacity for reproduction. Voldemort chuckled lightly. I am well aware, Brian. Nagini views it merely as a toy, akin to a muggle child's plaything. He winked, casting a peculiar glance at Brian. What are you pondering? Brian, how to articulate this? He could hardly confess his thoughts had strayed. Yet, it was evident that Voldemort was not naive. He comprehended instantly. You do not think Nagini would wish to mate with the little white one, do you? Brian, flustered, retorted, where's my room? Voldemort erupted into laughter, pointing to a building. It is over there, Brian. Voldemort's mirth contrasted sharply with Brian's displeasure, his teeth clenched in irritation. Riddle, do you think you understand me? What was the need for such amusement over a mere misinterpretation? Voldemort nodded, of course. He swept his fingers through his forehead-length hair, revealing a charming smile. Though many years have passed, I still recall how all the little witches flocked around me. He raised an eyebrow with pride. And you, Brian? With your neat long hair. They mistook you for a little sister. That was indeed Brian's dark history. His face flushed crimson as he pointed an accusatory finger, speechless with indignation. What is so amusing about it? So what if I was surrounded? You remain a single wizard. This statement lacked any real bite, and Voldemort merely shrugged nonchalantly. Brian turned sharply, striding with emphasis into his room, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Oh dear, Voldemort mused, stroking his chin. I seem to have forgotten to mention to Brian that he isn't the only occupant of that room. But I suppose it matters little? No, it mattered immensely. At the very least, Brian would not storm in and inadvertently knock over a Death Eater rummaging for something on the floor. Brian collided with the other person, his teeth striking something hard, and his nose stung with pain. As he propped himself up, he realized Severus lay beneath him, a grimace of discomfort crossing his face. Nearby, potion vials rolled about, their contents spilling onto the floor. Brian. Severus instinctively touched his nose, feeling a fresh drop of blood. What the hell? How did you return? Didn't you just send someone back to Hogwarts? Your nose. The suddenness of the incident left them both momentarily stunned. Severus clenched his jaw, irate. How long do you intend to remain atop me? Or are you planning to lie here all night? Brian, is that permissible? Severus, infuriated, perceived a glimmer of expectation in Brian's eyes. Foolish Brian, can you not discern how furious I am? He had just wasted his freshly brewed potion on the floor, while Voldemort entered, witnessing the scene unfold. I never knew you possessed such a dominant side. This certainly alters my perception of you, Brian. Such a posture. Clearly, you learned a thing or two from the Muggle world. Those insufferable Muggles were quite adept at play. Or so Voldemort thought after having watched a few melodramatic stories. He is rather dim-wit, after all. The notion of being with another person solely to ensure the happiness of the one he admires is met with his disdain. Were he in that position, he would not hesitate to resort to violence. No, rather, he would capture her entire family, transforming them into his loyal followers, thus ensuring she would no longer entertain thoughts of escape, as she would have no one left to turn to, would she? Brian finally managed to rise from the ground, licking his sore teeth and tasting the metallic tang of blood. Goodness, Merlin's trousers, why hadn't he collided with Severus's mouth instead? Such an opportunity would not present itself again. Severus picked up the vial, his brow furrowing slightly as he observed the potion seeping across the floor. A hint of regret in his expression as he bowed slightly to Voldemort. Master. Voldemort waved his hand dismissively, his mood quite cheerful as he cast a spell to restore the area to its pristine condition. It's quite all right, Severus. This was merely an unfortunate accident. I hope you do not blame Brian. He was simply overwhelmed with anger and failed to notice that you were also present in this room. Severus resides here as well. Brian abruptly turned to glare at Voldemort, wondering why he hadn't been forewarned. Cursed riddle. He was acutely aware of Brian's affections for Severus. Hadn't he stated he would not meddle in his affairs? As if sensing Brian's gaze, Voldemort tilted his head slightly. Oh. But he was silent at that moment, was he not? He made no promises to remain uninvolved. After all, even Abraxas's wife was brought together through his machinations. Though Severus may not possess striking looks, his talents are undeniably remarkable. I have consented to this union. Chapter 29. A Terrifying Dream. Brian's furious expression immediately dissipated under Severus's inquisitive gaze. I apologize, Severus. I accidentally spilled the potion you painstakingly brewed and knocked you over in the process. I even left 2 bite marks on your nose. Brian glanced at Severus's prominent nose, now adorned with 2 reddened imprints, still oozing blood. Unable to restrain himself, Brian waved his wand, restoring it to its original state. The crimson marks vanished without a trace. Severus instinctively covered his nose, only to lower his hand once more. Brian smiled, licking his front teeth. From now on, you shall be roommates. Let us coexist harmoniously. Severus furrowed his brow at the recollection of their previous cohabitation, when he was compelled to eat and sleep at regular intervals. While it had been somewhat comfortable, he could not allow this to continue. He desperately sought greater power and status, striving to showcase his irreplaceable value through his abilities. He could not afford distractions. Brian would disrupt his plans. However, defying the master's orders would be unwise, offering him no advantages. Severus's silence and the pressed line of his lips indicated to Brian that he was in turmoil, not over the prospect of cohabitation, but over whether to disobey the master's command. Oh, Severus, so obsessed with potions. You might as well marry your cauldron on the spot. Yet, Brian was unwilling to miss this prime opportunity for cohabitation. Fear not, Severus. I promise not to intrude or interfere too much in your daily life. Too much interference rather than no interference, a mere play on words. For Brian was quite adept at such games. Yet, it was evident that Severus was also skilled in this regard. He cast a helpless glance at Brian, but maintained his respect when addressing Voldemort. Understood, Master. Brian had seldom witnessed Severus in Voldemort's presence, so he was unfamiliar with their dynamic. It seemed that Severus was earnest with his master, but dismissive towards the professor. Brian smirked, scrutinizing Voldemort. Oh, how amusing. Have you forgotten your own appearance when you were a noseless, bald fool clamoring for dominance over the wizarding world? Shall I assist you in extracting those memories and placing them in the pensieve for you to reflect upon? What of height? He merely developed at a slower pace. Give it another decade or so, and he would surely match Severus in stature. Even if he didn't surpass Severus, he would undoubtedly be taller than Voldemort. By then, his face would be devoid of flesh, chiseled and handsome. Thus, Severus would be making a wise investment. He could brew potions, concoct elixirs, and cook, albeit with some reservations. Apart from being male. But Severus harbored feelings for Lily Evans, who should now be known as Lily Potter. She had married James Potter, taking his surname. If Brian were to take on Severus's name, he would be Brian Snape. How splendid that sounds. But I digress. Severus's affections lay with Lily Potter. And Lily Potter is a witch. Brian paused, realizing he had not considered this matter at all. This is dire. Voldemort noticed the sudden dimming of Brian's expression and raised an eyebrow. What was this fellow fretting about now? Just days before Abraxas's demise, he had exhibited a similar demeanor. What now? Is someone about to perish? Among Brian's acquaintances, there were but a few, and excluding others, he was on amicable terms with only a select few. Is it him who is doomed? Without a word, Voldemort pointed his wand at Brian's forehead. Brian leaned back, taking a step back before angrily righting his face. What the hell? Are you seeking death? Is there something fundamentally wrong with you for poking my forehead without cause? Wait, Voldemort was already unwell to begin with. With utmost seriousness, Voldemort declared, Brian, while we may be at odds, you must not demean yourself in such a manner. I will not allow it. How could you refer to yourself as filth? Brian was momentarily speechless, instinctively glancing at Severus. Severus, what are you looking at? He cannot grant his master an Avada Kedavra. Maintain your composure, Brian. You must not present yourself like a rabid dog with its tail stepped on. As long as Voldemort's jokes go unrecognized, his wit will remain unsteady. Nagini slithered through the door, casting a curious glance around. Why did it sense a lively atmosphere in a room with only 3 individuals? Upon noticing her, Brian stepped back, disregarding stability, for this tactic was undeniably ruthless. How could he summon the serpent? Severus. Voldemort referred to this as an argument? What nonsense was he listening to? Time is precious. Rest is futile. He must return to the basement to reassess his position. Master, Severus could not help but interject. Voldemort interrupted him. Do not rush, Severus. Brian has not returned in quite some time. Perhaps you should set aside your work and allow Brian to explore the manor? Brian paused. I genuinely appreciate your thoughtfulness. One must know, a single phrase can silence a person's words. A tumble outside can lead to misfortune. Asymmetry in all directions. Flip it over for another fall. Your efficiency is a steep decline, yet your animosity rises steadily. Truly, you are Voldemort. Are you genuinely oblivious to Severus's displeasure? Or has your fragmented soul dulled your ability to discern emotions? Brian clenched his fist. He had promised not to interfere excessively. Yet this was obstructing his fervor for work from the very beginning. Oh my, it would be surprising if Severus were to harbor any fondness for him. Brian attempted to remedy the situation, declaring, No, I need to rest. Do whatever you wish. Severus heard him, yet did not turn back to glance. Although Brian appeared capable of swaying Voldemort's decisions, it was the one whose dark mark on his arm flared that he truly had to obey. Voldemort clicked his tongue and nodded. Very well, if that is your desire. Both Brian and Severus silently exhaled in relief. As Voldemort departed with Nagini, he delivered his final words in the last fleeting moments before the door closed. Severus, I entrust him to your care. A straightforward command, indeed, yet fraught with complications. Brian and Severus exchanged glances. Brian blinked innocently, while Severus cast a brooding gaze over him. I trust that Mr. Cavendish, as a wizard of greater stature than myself, possesses the capability to look after himself? Brian nodded vigorously. Yes, of course. I assure you. Severus strode away, heading towards the basement. Watching his retreating figure, Brian sighed. Severus was still irked. Look, he has even begun to address him as sir. Yet, it sounds rather pleasant. Brian lifted his gaze, recalling that, although much time had transpired, his room was on the 2nd floor. Voldemort had not suggested otherwise. Perhaps he should take a look around? He wondered where Severus resided. Aside from the first room on the right of the 2nd floor, feel free to explore. If you require sustenance, you may summon the house elf, who will prepare your preferred dishes. The house elf is named Marley. Severus returned unexpectedly, muttering a few words before hastily departing. It seemed he was genuinely preoccupied with pressing matters. Brian leaned against the staircase railing, peering down, and caught only a glimpse of the tail end of Severus's black robes. fluttering momentarily in the air before being ruthlessly yanked away by its master. Brian's fingers grazed the railing for a moment, the sound of his nails scratching softly against the wood. He truly wished to express that Severus ought to take a break. Why exert himself so? Voldemort had been equally relentless in the past, and it had led to this moment. He reached the landing of the second floor, casting a distant glance at Severus's quarters before proceeding to the farthest room. He chose the first door on the left. Upon entering, he found everything already arranged. Brian turned around and called out, "Marley." The house elf immediately appeared before him. "Oh, Mr. Cavendish, is there anything Marley can do for you?" The diminutive figure of the house elf was hunched, attired in modest clothing, with hands excitedly clasped together. Brian replied, "I need a change of clothes." "Certainly, Mr. Cavendish. Please wait a moment. Marley will fetch you a garment right away." With that, Marley vanished. It wasn't long before Marley returned, bringing a set of clothes in Brian's size. He accepted them with a grateful, "Thank you." Marley bowed respectfully. "No need to thank me, sir. Marley is delighted to be of service." With that, Marley disappeared from the room. Brian took his book into the bathing chamber. When he emerged, clad in a light green nightgown, he still clutched his book. With a flick of his wand, he cast a charm to refresh himself, instantly drying his damp hair. He pulled back the covers at the foot of the bed, burrowing in and nestling against the headboard. After gazing at the moon for a while, he finally drew the curtains shut. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. The ominous, murky weather, the tempestuous winds howling like wolves, and the familiar shadow. Brian knew he had dreamt once more. The dream grew increasingly vivid, the contours of a figure solidifying. Instinctively, Brian took a step forward, yearning to discern who this person was. "Who are you? Who on earth are you?" After 3 steps, he found himself immobilized. He was compelled to retreat until he returned to his original position, then continued to step back. Yet the shadow he so desperately wished to identify advanced, drawing nearer. Brian fought to maintain his composure. "It is approaching me. Damn it. Are you afraid?" A voice emanated from the direction of the shadow. "Yes, you should be afraid." Brian had never heard the shadow articulate so much. It had always remained within his sight, yet just beyond his reach. "You attempt to alter their fates for the better. What about yours? Tell me, who will change your fate?" Brian stared at him, bewildered. "What?" The shadow scoffed. "No one will remember you. The friendships, familial bonds, and love you yearn for will dissipate into the cheap froth upon the sea, adrift with the tide, the waves transforming into blades, each crest higher than the last, carrying away your sand, severing your flesh." Brian felt himself trembling, gripped by fear. The shadow edged closer, yet Brian could not help but retreat. It was as though the shadow were interrogating him, pressing a criminal for answers. The shadow loomed nearer, and Brian could no longer restrain himself, shouting, "No. Don't come any closer." The shadow halted its advance, grinning malevolently. "This is not the worst, Brian. Do not concern yourself with them. Obey." Brian raised his hand. A wand inexplicably materializing within it, pointed at the shadow. "What are you saying? I do not comprehend." The shadow became increasingly distinct, its features growing familiar. And Brian struggled to maintain his grip on the wand. "I should inform you, this is the future." Panic-stricken, Brian questioned, "The future? What do you mean?" A dawn broke upon the horizon, and the shadow glanced at it, lamenting, "Alas, time is up. I hope next time, you won't foolishly aim your wand." The shadow lifted its gaze, light illuminating its face. It bore an identical visage to Brian's own, displaying a grim and sinister smile, completing the thought it left unspoken. Brian awoke with a start, gasping for breath, his heart racing, the sound of its thumping reverberating in his throat, transmitting heavily to his mind. In a state of disarray, he instinctively clutched his book, wrapping himself in the blanket. His complexion was pale as wax, the coldness of his body seeping into the bedding. "I was dreaming," he murmured. "It must have been a dream, a terrible dream. But what did I dream of? What did I dream?" Anxiously, Brian raked his hands through his hair, feeling a headache brewing. When he finally composed himself and opened his door, he chanced upon Severus standing in the hall below, while Voldemort sat on the sofa, sipping tea. He descended the stairs slowly, and both men turned to regard him. Brian inhaled deeply. "Good morning." Severus tugged at his mouth, glancing at the dim sky outside. "Good morning? It's already evening. It's time for bed. What are you doing down here at this hour? You'll only have to return to sleep soon enough." Voldemort remained silent, a smile gracing his lips. "Good day, Brian." He turned to call out, "Luyo." At his summons, the house elf appeared. Luyo, with the distinctive timbre of a house elf, respectfully inquired, "Luyo is here. Is there anything Luyo can do for you, master?" Brian approached and seated himself, first addressing Severus. "Stand up, come and sit." Severus instinctively glanced at Voldemort, who, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Severus, there is no need to stand. You may relax." Once Severus had taken his seat, Brian then turned his attention to the other house elf. Lu Yao? Molly? Lu Yao knows the strength of a horse. Brian mused. I didn't expect you to appreciate the famous sayings from the mysterious land. Voldemort chuckled. Thanks to your suggestion, I took a stroll through the Muggle world. I find that saying quite admirable. Lu Yao knows the strength of a horse, but I believe the subsequent phrase is even more remarkable. Brian interjected, is it over time? One sees a person's heart. Voldemort replied, oh no. It is straight men do not live long, Brian. Severus, are you out of your mind? Brian retorted, I apologize. I must have overestimated you. He contemplated facing the wall in reflection. Which fool dared to alter a timeless adage? One should not force rhyme just for the sake of symmetry. Severus twitched his lips, merely curious about Voldemort's intent when he glanced at him. Was it a reference to Brian's next phrase? Over time, one sees a person's heart. Was he subtly reminding him that his loyalty might not withstand the test of time? Voldemort directed Lu Yao to prepare Brian's dinner. Just a cup of coconut milk pudding will suffice, Brian responded. Wait, dinner? Chapter 30, Voldemort's Bald Head. Ever since Brian returned to Voldemort's manor, his hours of slumber had become increasingly evident. If Severus did not call for him, he could easily sleep for 3 days and nights in his room alone, though his complexion grew increasingly pallid. Severus knocked once more on the door, and receiving no reply, he rudely kicked it open. Brian's room was dimly lit. Severus approached and drew back the curtains. I believe you should be aware that today marks the 4th day you have lain in bed. He stood in the light while Brian squinted painfully, instinctively shutting his eyes and retreating into the covers. Severus, unable to contain his frustration, thought that if it weren't so undignified to pull back the covers, he would have done so. Coldly, he remarked, I never knew you could be as slothful as a pig. In fact, even lazier. Brian, peeking out from his cocoon, observed Severus's grim expression. But I am truly exhausted, he protested. And so irritable so early in the morning. Is your liver all right? Severus gritted his teeth and snapped. Get up. He produced a vial of potion from his robes and placed it before Brian. Drink this. Brian shook his head, rolling away from the potion. No, I refuse. It's bitter and unpleasant. Besides, I'm not sick. You should be the one to drink it. His bloodshot eyes were a clear indication of his lack of rest. Severus, do you not realize that if this continues, you shall be the first potion master to perish at his cauldron? Severus inhaled deeply. He had completed all his potion stores. Yet in recent months, Brian's waking hours grew shorter each day. He harbored the suspicion that upon his next emergence from the basement, he would find Voldemort presiding over Brian's funeral. Thus, after observing him for several days, he had specially brewed several vials of nutrient solution overnight to prevent that foolish dreamer from starving himself to death in his sleep. Foolish Brian. How dare he disdain his potion's flavor? Severus's expression darkened. He glared at Brian, who instinctively recoiled. The potion master was furious. He rolled up his sleeves, took a long stride, and yanked the corner of the blanket, causing Brian to be unceremoniously unfurled like a rolling pin. As the world spun, Brian found himself caught by Severus, with the potion in hand. And under Severus's menacing gaze that suggested he would force it down his throat if he did not drink willingly, Brian begrudgingly gulped down the potion, resembling a lab rat in an experiment. Upon finishing, he remarked, well, it isn't that bad. Is that grape-flavored? His eyes sparkled with eager delight as he gazed at Severus, brimming with vitality. Severus, quite unexpectedly, felt his fatigue dissipate. It's good. Is there more? Just moments ago, he had expressed disdain, yet now he savored it, and even began to relish the taste. Poor Brian, Severus thought mischievously. He indeed had more, but at that moment, he had no desire to share. Severus reclaimed the bottle, stating, there is none left. Upon seeing him turn to leave, Brian, clad in his pajamas, hurriedly chased after him. Really there's none? Brian questioned, unwilling to concede. Severus remained steadfast, indeed. He glanced back to see Brian, unguarded and dressed in his sleepwear, following him. Without even a book in hand, likely forgotten on the bed. Severus frowned. He could not fathom that Brian, who prioritized reading above all else, would commit such a significant blunder. Unbeknownst to him, Brian had seized Severus's arm. The potion he had consumed left him feeling refreshed. Each time he awoke, the pent-up heaviness within him seemed to dissipate. Severus withdrew his hand, pushing Brian back toward his room. Foolish Brian, do you not realize it is snowing outside? Perhaps I ought to remind you that it is already July. Brian appeared bewildered. What? How long has it been? No, it feels like I just arrived. Severus cast him a disdainful glance. Brian remained oblivious until he spotted the solitary book on his bed, which jolted him back to reality. He stared at it in silence for a long while before changing his clothes, picking up his book, and leaving the room, appearing dazed. When Voldemort returned, he found Brian, lost in thought, seated before the fireplace. He raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Oh, I've completed my battles, and you've only just awakened? Brian turned to look and saw a gleaming bald head. He glanced once, then quickly averted his gaze, only to look again. Brian! Brian! Brian leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "What the hell?" He pointed at Voldemort's bald head, momentarily at a loss for whether to be angry or amused. Voldemort, stroking his own head, casually strolled to sit opposite Brian, grinning at his stunned expression. "Do not be surprised, Brian. During your unconscious state, I crafted 3 more Horcruxes for myself." Unconscious state? This merely meant that each time Voldemort visited, Brian fortuitously remained confined to his room. Were it not for Severus's vigilance over Brian, even Voldemort might have thought him dead. Well, dead, in essence. Brian's eyes widened in disbelief. "You absolute fool. Your abysmal test scores do nothing to absolve your idiotic reasoning." His teeth clenched in frustration. "I am utterly insane." Tears welled in his eyes, threatening to spill over in anger. Voldemort quickly retracted his grin. "All right, it seems I may have taken the joke too far. I was merely jesting, Brian." He extended his hand and tugged at the nape of his neck, removing the hood under Brian's scrutinizing gaze, revealing his strikingly handsome visage. That damned, oversized face. As Severus emerged from the basement, he was met with the sight of Brian's furious, reddened eyes, his tightly clenched lips, and a trembling finger pointed accusingly at Voldemort. The expression on his face was one of profound grievance. In the next moment, Brian uttered a rather famous line. "Is it gratifying for you to toy with me?" Severus instinctively stepped forward, only to glance back at Voldemort. The smile that had adorned Voldemort's face froze. "I can explain, Severus." This was a scenario he often heard described by the little which James Potter had bullied. So, was Voldemort actually tormenting Brian? Chapter 31. Capturing the Savior's Parents. "I refuse to listen," Brian declared. "No, you must listen," Voldemort insisted. "I don't want to listen," Brian retorted. "You will listen," Voldemort asserted. Severus looked on, exasperated. At this farce, are we playing a game? If an explanation is needed, should it not be given promptly, without requiring consent to unlock it? Has Voldemort truly lost his wits in the Muggle world? "I visited Chinatown in the Muggle world," Voldemort remarked, "where the Eastern makeup techniques are remarkably lifelike." He spread his hands in resignation. "What you just witnessed is the result. This technique could rival the Polyjuice potion, though Muggle craftsmanship remains slightly inferior." "Oh, I truly appreciate his candid praise," Brian retorted, "yet at this moment, I simply wish he would transform into a boiled egg. How could he possibly choose such a ridiculous, terrifying appearance among so many options? Oh no, perhaps it wouldn't he frighten others, but this guise would surely terrify children. And there he was, this great victim." Brian's fury surged. Voldemort's captivating speech was abruptly halted, fearing Brian would not hesitate to pierce his head with a wand. Thus, he decided to change the topic. "My servant has conveyed news to me," Voldemort stated seriously, gesturing towards Severus. "Severus, you have arrived just in time. Come, sit down. I have matters that require your attention." He smiled. "This is your chance to shine." Brian longed to storm out, yet upon hearing Severus was needed, he restrained himself. Voldemort cast an apologetic glance at Brian. "I am truly sorry, Brian. I trust you, but I hope my forthcoming words will not incite your anger." "Very well." An uneasy feeling immediately took hold. So Voldemort, while he was indistinguishable from a sleeping figure, had not only battled Hogwarts. The Daily Prophet's sensationalist nonsense, Voldemort scoffed. "While I had my followers searching for the so-called savior, they captured an image of my servant and began to flaunt it." Brian's eyelashes fluttered, his brow furrowed. What savior?" Voldemort, who had been about to elaborate, fell silent. The atmosphere grew tense. "Why have you ceased speaking?" Brian tilted his head. After a prolonged pause, Voldemort murmured, "A hereditary seer from a family that has resisted darkness thrice. As foretold by Trelawney, the destined savior to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born during winter." Upon hearing this, Brian's brow furrowed even deeper. Voldemort chuckled, revealing the cruel, merciless side of the Dark Lord. "Whether it be madness or prophecy, I will not permit anyone to challenge my authority." He fixed his gaze upon Severus, his voice cold. "Now, I have received precise information. Among the generations of wizards who resisted thrice, there are 2 pregnant witches nearing childbirth. One is from the Longbottom family, and the other from the Potter family." Severus's eyelashes flickered. Damn it. He hoped Voldemort was not referring to James Potter. "So, what do you intend to do?" Brian interjected. Voldemort toyed with his wand. "Naturally, eliminate them." Brian nodded. "Very well. Severus, you will lead a team to locate Frank and Alice Longbottom. They are competent Aurors. Bring them here alive. I wish to see them with my own eyes." As his words fell, another figure appeared in the room. Voldemort looked over and said, "You've arrived just in time, Bellatrix. I was just discussing your assignment." Bellatrix slithered forward like a serpent, striding swiftly to Voldemort's side. her eyes gleaming with a mix of obsession and malice. "Oh, Master, it is truly my honor," Brian observed, catching sight of Bellatrix's cascading waves of hair. By Merlin's beard. The Bellatrix he remembered, sister to Narcissa, wife of Lucius, was a strong-willed girl who valued decorum. Why had this version altered her hair into such a twisted, radiant hue? Surely, Voldemort hadn't taken Bellatrix to the Muggle world as well? Had she been brainwashed? By whom? Voldemort? Bellatrix noticed Brian's gaze and looked over. A pleasant smile gracing her features as she curtsied. "Long time no see, Uncle Brian. You still look remarkably handsome." Brian refrained from taking offense. No man relished being complimented as handsome rather than dashing. "Thank you for your kind words, but as a man, I might prefer you describe me as dashing, dear Bellatrix." Bellatrix chuckled softly. "Very well. Perhaps next time I shall remember." Voldemort gestured to the other side. "Come, sit here, Bellatrix." She obediently complied. Severus remained silent throughout. Bellatrix never spared Severus a glance, though he was indifferent to her disdain. After all, pure-blood wizards held considerable prejudice against half-bloods, despite being allies in the same cause. Brian felt uncomfortable with her disregard for Severus. He tapped his wand against the table, and 4 cups of tea materialized. He picked one up and offered it to Severus. "Severus, have a sip." Severus scrutinized the floating tea leaves in the cup with a discerning eye. "No, I do not care for tea." Brian tapped the table again, conjuring a glass of milk. "I know you prefer coffee, but you need not brew potions day and night right now. So please, drink something healthy, all right?" Bellatrix glanced over, her expression one of bemusement. Voldemort shrugged, accustomed to such antics. "Bellatrix, you are to retrieve one of the couples from the prophecy regarding the potential savior." "Another couple?" She mused, her curiosity piqued. "Are you referring to James Potter and Lily Potter?" Severus's hand froze. Voldemort nodded. "Indeed." Severus immediately began to rise, intent on kneeling. But in the next instant, Brian firmly held him down. His strength was notably greater than usual. Brian cast his gaze downward, his gray eyes remaining unperturbed as he addressed Voldemort. "What are your intentions regarding my prized pupil?" "Of course, Uncle Brian," Bellatrix replied with a gleeful chuckle. "I shall personally eliminate any threats to my master." Chapter 32, The Mind-Blocking Spell? "Why? No." Brian pressed his lips together. Before he could utter a word, Voldemort interjected. "Just bring the person back, Bellatrix," he said, lifting the teacup from the table, blowing gently upon its surface before continuing. "I wish to witness the birth of the prophesied savior. This shall be quite entertaining, wouldn't you agree, Brian?" Bellatrix gazed at Voldemort with palpable excitement. After all, according to the rumors, this was the one destined to vanquish her great master. Though the prophecy brims with uncertainties, she feared the potential consequences and felt compelled to ensure her master's safety, regardless of her skepticism towards the prophecy. "This cannot be, my master. They must not get too close to you." "What if?" Voldemort cut her off. "What if it harms me? Are you genuinely concerned that an unborn infant could pose a threat to a Dark Lord? Is your faith in your master so waning?" Perhaps it was Voldemort's assurance that he would not harm Lily that allowed Severus's tense body to finally relax. Brian observed the relief wash over him and silently withdrew his hand. He was well aware of whom Severus cherished most. Yet witnessing it firsthand repeatedly sent chills and pangs through his heart. If only Severus could share a fraction of that affection with him. His emotions were a tangled web of complexity, but the paramount concern was to ensure Voldemort reigned in his disobedient servant, preventing any rash actions that might endanger Lily. He had no desire to become the scapegoat for his friend's folly. His secret admiration was not ready to be extinguished. As he awaited the day Severus would look back at him, having set aside Lily. After all, Lily was already married, was she not? Bellatrix lowered her haughty head, conceding. "I do not question my master's intentions. I shall comply with your directives." Voldemort smiled with satisfaction. "I shall take my leave," Brian declared. "What?" Voldemort turned his gaze towards him. Brian took a sip of his tea before stating, "I know where my student is. Therefore, I will go." Severus also turned his attention to Brian. Though aware of their scrutiny, Brian refrained from elaborating further. Voldemort nodded. "Very well. If you take action, I trust one shall soon encounter the Potters." Bellatrix attempted to reclaim her originally assigned task, but a mere glance from Voldemort silenced her, leaving her to simmer in resentment. Her eyes towards Brian brimmed with discontent and frustration. "Then, proceed," Voldemort commanded. Upon finishing his words, he departed the room, taking the begrudging Bellatrix with him. "Good luck, Uncle Brian." Before leaving, Bellatrix stomped her foot in a display of her ire directed at him. Once they had gone, Brian instinctively turned to Severus. The reason he had taken on this task was due to his conviction that no Death Eater would treat a rival wizard with courtesy. With Lily pregnant, he dared not gamble on whether her defiance might jeopardize her child, the potential savior. At the very least, his presence could ensure the safety of the Potter family. He intended to discuss the arrangements for Lily's safety with Severus, but upon meeting Severus's hollow, indifferent gaze, Brian's words caught in his throat. What had caused the sudden shift in Severus's demeanor? Severus averted his gaze, turning to leave, his black robes trailing behind him. Instinctively, Brian grasped his shoulder, pulling him back. Brian felt a tightening in his throat, the mind-blocking spell. Why? His brow furrowed in confusion. Why would you suddenly employ the mind-blocking spell? The icy gaze from Severus filled Brian with an uncomfortable sense of alienation. Severus stepped back, maintaining a distance of 3 paces. His expression tinged with disdain before he turned to exit. Brian stood frozen, perplexed, his hand still outstretched. What had transpired? Did Severus harbor an aversion to him? That piercing look had struck at his heart. He had never witnessed such a sentiment from Severus towards him. Had Severus misconstrued his intentions? Surely, that must be the case. Otherwise, he would not treat him this way. Regaining his composure, Brian swiftly pursued him, his voice trembling. Severus. Wait. I believe I can explain. Severus showed no sign of halting. As Brian made to chase him, he vanished before his eyes. Brian found himself grasping at thin air. Exasperation and a sense of injustice welling within him. Why wouldn't Severus listen to his explanation? Gritting his teeth, he glared at the spot where Severus had disappeared. How could one refuse to hear an explanation? Thoughts of Severus's mission and his affection for Lily flooded his mind, leaving him uncertain whether to seek him at the Longbottom Sir the Potters. After some contemplation, Brian resolved to visit the Potters first. Regardless, Lily's safety was of utmost priority. He operated directly, ultimately arriving at the Potter residence just before dawn. Godric's Hollow. Brian stood at the doorstep, casting a protective charm around the vicinity. Inhaling deeply before ringing the doorbell. Dear, please answer the door. I am unable to, he heard Lily's voice. All right, coming right away. This was James's voice. They were indeed home. Before long, the door swung open. James blinked in surprise upon seeing Brian, then greeted him with a warm smile. Hey, Professor Kavanaugh. Lily. Guess who has come to visit us? He stepped aside, inviting Brian in. Come in. What a delightful surprise to see you. Brian forced a bittersweet smile. Yes. I too find it rather unexpected. Lily, her belly round with child, lay in a rocking chair, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Brian. Professor Kavanaugh. Brian sighed. There's no need for such formality, Lily. I have been resigned for quite some time. Perhaps you could call me Brian? Lily appeared taken aback. They had been focused on nurturing their impending child, and news from the wizarding world had reached them slowly. This might have been why they were so relaxed about the arrival of an unfamiliar Brian. Brian settled into a chair as James thoughtfully arranged fresh fruit and snacks. He no longer exhibited the arrogance of youth. He had matured significantly, as evidenced by Lily's flourishing condition. Brian pursed his lips. You seem ready to give birth. Lily caressed her belly, a loving smile brightening her face. Indeed, the little one is becoming quite lively within me. James leaned against Lily's shoulder, wrapping his arm around her. Smiling, Lily often gets kicked by our little one. It's quite painful for her. A family gathered together, the scene radiating warmth and affection. However, Brian felt compelled to disrupt their joyful smiles. He sighed, addressing Lily. Lily. She inquired, what is it, Brian? Your face is laden with worry. Has something happened? James scrutinized Brian's troubled demeanor and asked, is it a cold, or have you had a quarrel with Severus? Brian's gaze fell upon Lily's abdomen, feeling somewhat unsettled. But that was not the primary concern. Noticing Brian's focus, Lily instinctively touched her belly and asked, what is it? Brian replied, have you heard of Trelawney's prophecy? James's smile faded slightly as he rose to his feet, casually responding, I've heard of it, but Trelawney has made countless predictions, most of which are false. No one believes her prophecies. Brian glanced at the book and wand in his hands. For some inexplicable reason, a tense atmosphere began to envelop them. Brian slowly remarked, indeed. No one would trust the prophecies uttered by a rather eccentric individual. However, he turned his gaze toward Lily and James. The Dark Lord believes them. They all understood that the Dark Lord referred to Voldemort. Lily looked at Brian, suddenly sensing a fearsome intensity emanating from him, prompting her to unconsciously lean closer to James in search of solace. James, catching the implication in Brian's words, shielded Lily behind him. A bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead, readying his hand to draw his wand. Brian tilted his head and reassured, do not be alarmed, Lily. Neither Severus nor I shall harm you. On the contrary, we will ensure your safety. Therefore, do not be afraid, and do not move recklessly. You are carrying a child. Chapter 33. The vanishing friendly school life. He fondly recalled his time at Hogwarts. The moment he departed from Cavendish's residence, the place he had inhabited for 11 years, escorted by the head of the household to an unfamiliar station. The station bustled with people, and he gazed at the surroundings, so different from his family's domain, his eyes sparkling with boundless anticipation for the future. Yet, Once the head of the household set him down, he was alone, clutching his book and dragging his suitcase, standing on the steps. Nearby, several children were accompanied by adults. Little Brian observed with curiosity and confusion, unable to comprehend why those adults had not yet left, just as the head had done. He boarded the train and found a seat, gazing out at the swiftly passing emerald trees, the shimmering river, and the clouds reflected on the lake's surface. In his eyes, the mountains and rivers mirrored his first encounter with the world that adults had described, their air filled with the essence of life. The Cavendish estate lacked such vibrant scenery. It was a realm of endless daylight and pitch-black nights. How beautiful, he thought. I adore this place. He had ample time to continue reveling in this utterly different world. However, the enchantment of the picturesque landscape was abruptly interrupted by the words of several young wizards eager for his seat. Little Brian, unaware that the impolite and disdainful demands for his spot were demonstrations of the bullying power unique to the privileged, simply understood that someone else needed that seat more than he did, and so he vacated it. This was his first encounter with so many children. They were lively and frolicking, joking around in the carriage. In the Cavendish household, peers were scarce, as they were sent to their respective worlds at birth, only to return to the Cavendish estate in their twilight years to take over adult responsibilities and escort other young Cavendishes to their departures at appointed times. Almost all young Cavendishes were sent away at birth, with Brian being the exception, having stayed for 11 years. Little Brian ventured forward and spotted an empty compartment, entering it. "Hello, may I sit here?" Inside were three individuals, one of whom, a golden-haired boy, exhibited a look of surprise. He furrowed his brow, paused upon seeing Brian's face, and then nodded. "Of course, you may. It is your privilege." Brian sat down, somewhat dazed, and nodded awkwardly, saying, "Yes, it is indeed my privilege. How foolish of me. I am Abraxas Malfoy," he declared, lifting his chin with a hint of pride. "I trust you have heard of me. After all, the Malfoys are well known." Little Brian was somewhat perplexed but thought that in this world, perhaps the Malfoy name was indeed widely recognized. "Hello, I am Brian Cavendish." "Cavendish? Ah, you are from that family," Abraxas exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Brian scratched his head, saying, if I am not mistaken." Abraxas curiously peered into his arms and exclaimed, "Those from the Cavendish family possess a magical book. My father says that Cavendish people are all bookworms. You must belong to Ravenclaw." Brian, bewildered, asked, "Ravenclaw? What is that?" Abraxas waved his hand dismissively, saying, "As long as you are not a Gryffindor, that is sufficient. They are a bunch of brainless, barbaric giants. However, since you are unaware of the house sorting, I shall enlighten you." Thus, Brian began to grasp a glimpse of this world's iceberg. He was exhilarated. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, he had already begun to envision a delightful life of studying, researching, and exploring the mountains and waters alongside his peers. Yet, while fantasies are splendid, reality can be harsh. He was neither a young wizard of Ravenclaw nor a Gryffindor giant, but rather an ambitious Slytherin. Brian felt a twinge of confusion as the Sorting Hat whispered in his ear, "Let us see, the naive and innocent boy, you possess a strong ambition filled with desire." "Oh my goodness, I have determined you belong to Slytherin." Brian asked, "My ambition? What is that?" The Sorting Hat replied, "You must seek the answer yourself, child." Brian was sorted into Slytherin, among the children of nobility. As he took his place at the table adorned with green banners, the warm, friendly, and joyous school life had already begun to slip away from him. Young wizards from other houses harbored an irreparable negative impression of Slytherin, whether out of fear, disdain, deception, or mockery. Slytherin valued power and self-interest above all. They had been instilled with a sharp scrutiny, arrogance, and prejudice from a young age. Apart from Abraxas Malfoy, who willingly befriended him, he had scarcely any friends with whom he could converse. He would utilize his influence to help Brian fend off the bullying giants, and in turn, exact revenge on those who sought to ingratiate themselves with him. Once, Brian asked Abraxas why others were unwilling to associate with him while he was. Abraxas proudly lifted his chin and replied, "You are someone I brought in. Bullying you would be akin to slapping my own face." Brian was so moved that he began to cry. Abraxas, flustered, quickly urged, "Don't cry. Don't ruin that lovely face of yours." Brian, taken aback, sobbed even harder. "You only care about my looks. Perhaps fate is such that it unfolds in the most unexpected of moments." His cries disturbed Tom Riddle, who was immersed in a book somewhere nearby. Tom cast a disdainful glance at Brian, coldly remarking, "One might mistake you for a Gryffindor giant. Perhaps you have not received a proper education, leading you to make such a ruckus in public." Abraxas was displeased, having just proclaimed that Brian was his companion. He, as usual, began to engage in a verbal spar with Riddle, adopting an aristocratic tone. Brian blinked, observing the exchange between the two, until Abraxas ultimately succumbed. his face flushed from the sharp retorts of the eloquent Tom. Brian, why aren't you helping me? Just standing there enjoying the spectacle. Brian, somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his nose and replied, what can I do against someone you can't even best? His reasoning was sound, yet Abraxas remained irate. Brian inquired, do you wish to retaliate? Abraxas nodded, of course. Brian proposed, I have an idea. Abraxas asked, what idea? Doesn't he enjoy reading alone? Let's disturb him, so he can't concentrate. Abraxas hesitated, but then agreed, all right. I can't just swallow this indignation. Chapter 34, Severus. Brian exhibited a hint of wounded expression, saying, please, grant me a measure of trust. Lily regarded Brian, pursing her lips, and eventually moved aside the obstructive James, who stubbornly refused to budge. Behind him stood his wife and their unborn child. He dared not gamble on the slender possibility, despite the fact that the individual before him was once his instructor. James, we must trust Brian. He is indeed a professor. Perhaps what was even more pivotal was not merely Brian's status as a professor, but rather Severus's concern for her, and Brian's concern for Severus. Under Lily's insistence, James finally stepped aside, turning to Brian and apologizing, I am truly sorry, Brian. Forgive my distrust. Brian smiled gently, I understand. But now is not the time for such discourse. He touched his book and addressed them. There are more pressing matters. I must conceal you in a place where even Dumbledore cannot find you. James instinctively objected, no? Brian paused. James continued, at the very least, Dumbledore must be informed. We must trust him. Lily nodded in agreement. Brian sighed. You may trust Dumbledore, but you must first ensure your own safety. Remember, Death Eaters are omnipresent. Lily asked, do you mean to say there is a traitor within Hogwarts? Brian shrugged, perhaps. He rolled up his sleeves to reveal his pale arms, but it certainly won't be me. He added, nor will it be Severus. James grimaced. Indeed, there were only 3.5 people present, yet the fourth was everywhere. Lily questioned, where can we hide? Brian replied, in a place I am also unaware of. What? An incredulous voice echoed in Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts. Dumbledore watched the agitated Sirius pacing anxiously, his expression tinged with melancholy. James and Lily are missing. Sirius clutched his head, yes. I cannot find them at all. I intended to use the Fidelius charm to conceal them. His emotions flared, and he abruptly turned to face the equally stunned Severus, exclaiming, is it you? Did you leak information to the Dark Lord, leading to their early capture? In contrast to Sirius's panic and suspicion, Remus maintained a calm demeanor. He restrained the agitated Sirius, who was about to lunge at Severus, and comforted him. Calm down, Sirius. Anyone could be responsible, but it absolutely cannot be Severus. Fool. Severus coldly retorted, I have no time for such fruitless endeavors. He immediately turned to leave. Dumbledore called after him, Severus, where are you going? Severus pressed his lips together. What else can I do? Find them. Perhaps he knew who was linked to Lily's disappearance. Brian, what has he done? He wouldn't truly hand Lily over, would he? Did he hide them away? Yet Voldemort's task is to capture the Potters. He defied Voldemort's orders. Although he appears to be Voldemort's ally, he will surely face the wrath of the Dark Lord. What if he did surrender them? Severus momentarily faltered, unsure whether his concern was for Lily's safety or Brian's life. Regardless, he needed to maintain composure. As the mental occlusion technique took effect, his emotions calmed, and Severus halted. He had not forgotten that Voldemort had assigned him a task. Though he had given orders, it was imperative that he personally deliver the individuals, as he required a legitimate title for his accolades. Hello, Severus. It seems you have arrived a step too late. Severus arrived at the location to find Bellatrix's silhouette. She turned, cheerfully waving her wand to greet the approaching Severus. Severus cast her a disdainful glance, and upon seeing the two bound individuals, he decisively intervened to rescue them. Then, with a hint of provocation, he smirked. As long as I am here, it is not too late. Bellatrix watched in dismay as the individuals were snatched away, her expression darkening, yet she soon forced a smile. Very well, Severus, perhaps next time, no one will be waiting for your arrival. Out of respect for her brother-in-law's friend, Bellatrix made a concession. Of course, primarily. Her master had commanded her to ensure Severus brought the individuals back. The Longbottoms bore visible injuries, clearly having endured fierce resistance and struggle. Perhaps they should be grateful that Voldemort did not demand their immediate execution upon capture. Otherwise, Bellatrix, the loyal Death Eater, would have tortured them to death. Just think of the traitors still languishing in the dungeons, oblivious to their fate. Bellatrix remarked to the pallid Longbottom couple, I arrived just in time. They were about to cast the Fidelius charm when I caught them red-handed. Severus surveyed the scene. Aside from a dozen or so Death Eaters, there were only 2 Aurors, who belonged to the concealed party, and the Fidelius charm would have a secret keeper. This indicated that other wizards had fled. However, this was not a matter of concern for Severus. His sole focus was to ensure he retained the Longbottoms in his grasp and report back. Thinking of Lily and Brian, he pressed his lips together and departed with the Longbottoms. Bellatrix clicked her tongue, waving her hand. Let us go. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. As Severus appeared at Riddle Manor with the Longbottoms, coincidentally, Brian also arrived. Their eyes met. Brian was the first to lower his head, turning to walk inside. Severus stepped forward, pulling him back. His eyes bore an inquiry. Brian bit his lip, attempting to soothe Severus's unease with a gentle touch, as if to reassure him. Severus wished to shield Lily from danger. Thus Brian had altered the plan and concealed her away. Observing Brian's solitary figure, Severus perhaps already guessed the unasked questions. Brian had always lingered by his side. His gaze burned like fire, leaving Severus's heart in turmoil. He was unlike Brian, just as he was unlike Lily. He had thought they would always care for each other, becoming each other's support. Yet later, she unexpectedly fell for a brash giant who had collided with her. Brian, too, will eventually grow weary of his own character and appearance, ultimately distancing himself from them. It is preferable to have never possessed something than to gain and then lose it. Severus's mental barriers operated, rendering his once vibrant gaze devoid of any emotion. Those who traverse in darkness fear the touch of sunlight, and even more so, they dread the lingering warmth of greed, for it represents a fatal vulnerability. In Chapter 35, the mutated slug, Voldemort propped his chin upon his hand. Observing as Brian entered from outside, he scrutinized Brian, noting that he bore no items, neither companions nor books. Surprisingly, his attention was first drawn to the book that Brian never seemed to part with. Brian, where's your book? Brian sat directly across from him, and Severus soon entered, carrying the suspended figures of the Longbottoms. Brian gazed at the couple, who struggled weakly yet with fury, and remarked with unexpected candor. I thought you would ask me first why I did not bring back the potters you desired. Upon hearing this, Severus involuntarily enacted his mental barriers. Voldemort waved his wand, severing the ropes binding the pitiful Longbottoms. He assessed their appearances, musing, so, these are the rumored parents of the potential savior? Two audacious yet reckless Aurors. How fitting. With another flick of his wand, he conjured a soft chair for the couple to sit upon. Severus, Voldemort called. Severus inclined his head, responding, my lord. Voldemort sighed. You are rather uncouth. We ought to be gentle and considerate towards a pregnant woman. The notion of being gentle and considerate hardly aligns with the persona of the Dark Lord. Severus acquiesced, yes. The Longbottoms embraced one another, rendered voiceless in their current plight. Yet, witnessing their former professor and classmate perpetrate evil as Death Eaters, one seethed with rage, while the other, clutching her belly, gripped her husband's clothing tightly. Brian discerned her discomfort. A pregnant woman already faces considerable challenges, and she appeared to have engaged in a confrontation with Death Eaters. It was likely that her child's position was unstable, with severe uterine contractions. Brian cast a spell towards her, and Frank Longbottom instinctively positioned himself in front of his wife. The pain subsided, and his wounds began to heal. Ignoring Frank's momentary shock, Brian swiftly directed another spell towards his wife. Voldemort, displaying a surprising attentiveness, raised the indoor temperature slightly, providing warmth to the shivering Longbottoms. Severus, do not just stand there. I instructed you to be more at ease. Voldemort gestured to a seat. Yes, you must rest well, Mrs. Longbottom, Voldemort remarked. I eagerly anticipate the birth of your child. Upon finishing his sentence, he cast a spell that induced drowsiness upon Mrs. Longbottom. Frank, tense and helpless, protectively shielded his wife, his voice hoarse. You shall gain no information from us. Voldemort cast him a disinterested glance, scoffing. I have no interest in you. He turned his gaze back to Brian, a scrutinizing look settling upon him. Look me in the eyes, Brian. Brian could not bear to meet his gaze. Voldemort would employ the Cruciatus curse on him. Not only did Brian refuse to look, but he also averted his gaze further, dismissing the very thought. Voldemort's tone remained flat, devoid of any emotional shift, while Severus felt a bead of sweat form in his palm. Are you abandoning me, Brian? Just as Abraxas did? From a beginning of open dialogue to a culmination of secrecy and fear, he did not truly believe that friends mattered, especially not a friend like Brian, who no longer held much value for him. Perhaps, I truly find you increasingly incomprehensible, Brian, Voldemort confessed, a rare headache afflicting him. Given your choice to betray me, why return? You are well aware of my volatile temperament, and I detest traitors. Brian, indifferent to the matter, retorted, what do you think I could do? I don't even know where they are. What will you do? Kill me? Voldemort nodded. Indeed, you cannot go anywhere else. Death is not in your immediate future. But I believe I know how to punish you. He grinned malevolently. Severus, ensure the Longbottoms are settled so they may focus on their pregnancy. Severus fixed his gaze on Brian, and after a moment, slowly rose. Yes, my lord. Until Severus's figure vanished completely, and the door gradually closed. He did not hear a word from Brian. He lingered at the door, momentarily dazed. His raised hand fell back down, perhaps at that moment. Knowing full well that Brian would suffer a fate akin to those traitors in the dungeon, Severus wished to turn and flee with Brian from this place. An impulsive, reckless thought surged within him, one he had never contemplated before. The mental barriers activated forcefully, and Severus's expression once again turned cold and hollow. He suppressed that fleeting emotion, hastily completing Voldemort's task of securing the Longbottom's accommodations. After casting spells to ensure their confinement, he hurried back. What would Voldemort do to Brian? Would he employ the same excruciating curses as those Death Eaters? How much pain could Brian endure? He was already frail. If so, twice would be more than enough for him. Calm down, Severus, he chided himself. Perhaps it is not as dire as it seems. After all, Brian and Voldemort are not enemies, are they? Perhaps he would be damned. How foolish to rely on a merciless Dark Lord to harbor any sentiment. To hope for leniency was sheer madness. As he approached the doorway, Brian's sudden scream pierced the air. His heart jolted, and he instinctively placed his hand on the door, intending to push it open, but the door swung open before he could. Brian, his face a mask of terror, leaped toward Severus without a second thought. Sensing that Brian was evading something dreadful, Severus instinctively recoiled with him. Then, something lunged forward, and Severus cast a spell, sending the unidentified creature flying. Brian clung desperately to Severus, practically draping himself over him. Ah, how revolting. Tom, you bastard. Ugh, how could you conjure such a disgusting thing? Severus, save me. It's coming. It's coming. Go, go, go. Severus had initially thought Voldemort intended for Nagini to consume Brian. What slithered and oozed on the ground was not a slug, was it? Severus glanced up, witnessing a floor teeming with slugs, while Voldemort sat cross-legged on the sofa, his feet elevated off the ground, laughing heartily at Brian's frantic antics. Meanwhile, Nagini coiled lazily atop the coffee table, flicking her tongue, seemingly relishing the spectacle. Severus found the reality far removed from his expectations. His mind struggled to process the scene. Voldemort appeared even more indulgent towards Brian than he had anticipated, even exhibiting a wretched sense of humor. Voldemort watched as Brian dashed about the room, bolting from the door, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief and rare amusement. The more Brian cursed, the more delighted he became. He kindly reminded his loyal servant, Severus Snape, to quickly sidestep. If touched by that repugnant slime, the stench would linger for a month. This loathsome, viscous creature, exuding an unpleasant odor, was a new breed of slug specifically prepared for Brian by Voldemort. After all, his younger brother had a tendency to stray, and as the elder sibling, it was his duty to impart a lesson. Otherwise, his reputation as an elder brother would be rendered meaningless. In a state of panic, Brian scrambled to pull Severus closer, lifting his robe to hide beneath it. Tom, retract that damn thing. Otherwise, don't blame me for burning the house down. Severus, witnessing the approaching mutated slug, larger than the average slug by twofold, could not suppress a shiver and took a step back. He tugged at his robe, but Brian held it tightly, preventing him from moving. Voldemort shrugged nonchalantly, declaring, "Feel free. I possess more houses than you have fingers, so burn as you wish." He chuckled, raising two wands, his own and Brian's. With a mocking tone, he added, "But alas, it appears you lack a wand, and thus cannot ignite a fire." Brian gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Severus, set him ablaze. Burn him." Severus, wand in hand, contemplated whether he should have returned at all. The unfolding events were unexpected, fortunately. Voldemort did not harm Brian, leaving Severus uncertain about how to respond otherwise. Voldemort was still vexed over Brian allowing the Potter family to escape. Although the prophecy did not specify who the savior was, it pertained to his life. Brian belonged to him, yet displayed such indifference, naturally inciting his ire. "Fine. Just this once. I won't cast Brian into the dungeon. It's filled with filthy blood, and I wouldn't want to sully my delicate Brian." Under the pressure of Voldemort's gaze, Severus reluctantly loosened his robe and slowly stepped aside, revealing a pale-faced Brian. The house, aside from the upstairs and the sofa beneath Voldemort, was covered in repulsive slime, some of which stretched into threads, resembling saliva. Nay, a substance even more revolting. Inevitably, Brian found himself contaminated. He felt sullied. His face turned pale, and he retched. However, he had scarcely consumed anything in recent days, having only ingested the nutrient solution and a cup of tea provided by Severus. Voldemort waved his wand, banishing the mutated slugs. He sighed. One must accept the consequences of their actions. For now, I shall let it slide, but should there be a next time, I will prepare a pool of them and toss you in. Severus supported the distressed Brian, exhaling in relief. Compared to the agony of being gnawed upon by the slugs, this punishment was inconceivably lighter. It was a pleasant surprise that both Lily and Brian were unharmed. Chapter 36. Brian stinks. Voldemort waved his wand, clearing away the unsightly filth from the floor before placing his feet down from the sofa. As he exited, he remarked while passing Severus and Brian, "Severus, take him to the new residence." Yes. As they departed, house elves appeared to commence clearing the unpleasant odors lingering in the air. Brian spent several hours scrubbing himself in the shower, his skin reddened from the vigorous washing, before he emerged from the bathroom in a daze. Lowering his gaze to sniff his hands, he was met with an odor that refused to dissipate, lingering at the tip of his nose. Sorrowfully, he buried himself under the covers. "I stink." Voldemort, on the first floor, glanced at the door emanating a mournful aura, quite satisfied. Addressing Severus, who lingered nearby, he stated, "I shall visit the Lombard couple. Brian will not wish to venture out these days." Adjusting his sleeves and suppressing a smile, he continued, "Take this opportunity, while his mind is elsewhere, to retrace his steps. Since the Potter family had been hidden away, only a miracle could uncover their whereabouts." TSK. His gaze turned to Severus. "Do you recall the appearance of Brian's book?" Severus paused momentarily before replying, "I remember. Voldemort instructed, find it." Severus furrowed his brow, but nodded in compliance. Afterward, Voldemort departed. Once he was gone, Severus lifted his gaze to Brian's room, recalling how Brian had abruptly recoiled when he approached and had actively pushed him away. Distancing himself, was Brian's aversion to his proximity due to the odor? Turning away, he resolved to visit the basement, where a potion to eliminate the stench could be found. Voldemort had tasked him with locating Brian's book. Where could it have gone? Since the first time he met Brian, he had never seen him without it. No, there was one occasion, just before Voldemort mentioned capturing Lily. Severus wondered if there was a connection. He recalled Lily mentioning that Brian's book was vital. Perhaps he should inquire with Lucius. His father certainly had information about Brian and the Cavendish family. As a scion of the Malfoy family, Lucius would possess certain insights. Searching for the book? He could simply take a stroll. He had a hunch that the book would not be discovered, perhaps concerning Lily and her child's future. Once Lily's child was born, he might even become the godfather. Brian curled up in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling above. After a while, he sighed, "I ought to write an observation diary." The book, which he had never let go of, was now relinquished from his grasp. The head of the family had once said that a book to a Cavendish was akin to an identity card in the Muggle world, a symbol of the Cavendish. Yet, they had never mentioned the consequences of temporarily parting with the book. The repercussions could be dire. Suddenly, Brian bolted upright, exclaiming, "Who's there?" In his line of sight, the curtains, which had been drawn, parted to reveal a short-haired man seated on the windowsill, cradling a book. A faint smile graced his lips. His voice as light as a feather. "Me?" He revealed his profile, as if pondering how to respond. "If I were to say I am your guardian, would that bring you joy?" Chapter 37. Severus' room. Brian momentarily froze, digesting the words of this inexplicable intruder. Uffed. Brian burst into laughter. After living for over 60 years, from having nothing to achieving everything, it was utterly absurd for a stranger to suddenly declare himself as his guardian. This was the most ludicrous lie Brian had ever heard. The visitor chuckled along, stating, "Quite amusing, isn't it?" "I agree, but this isn't a jest." He leapt down from the windowsill. Though the moon was absent from the sky, Brian could see his cold, glimmering eyes. In Voldemort's mansion, every room was adorned with priceless luminous pearls, allowing Brian to perceive the humorless gaze within those eyes. Brian sat up steadily and inquired, "Though I am unaware of your identity, your ability to move so freely within the confines of Ava's estate, undetected and elusive, suggests you possess considerable skill. Perhaps I should introduce myself, but regrettably," he continued, "I have no desire to become acquainted with you. I could have remained in my icy coffin, slumbering for eternity. But alas, my dear, long unseen old acquaintance has casually bestowed upon me an insurmountable dilemma. And yes, you are that irksome predicament. Who is the trouble, I do not know. But I suspect it is you who is in trouble, a casual, uninvited intruder who has dared to trespass into my sanctuary. Consider the charges you may soon face. Furthermore, you ought to leave. This is my private space." Brian languidly slid off the bed, his demeanor reflecting his character, unyielding and unperturbed in the face of danger. Even without his wand, devoid of any spells at his disposal, he stood resolute, knowing that a simple binding curse from the man before him could render him a lamb to the slaughter. "Before my companions arrive, you still have a chance to flee. Of course, if you enjoy the company of Dementors," Brian warned. "Quite defiant, I see. Your disdain for me is most accurate," he remarked flatly. "Your companion? I sincerely hope you do not refer to that greasy-haired monstrosity." "What?" Although Severus may be disheveled, he is certainly not a monstrosity. Brian could hardly maintain his dignified posture. a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. If your upbringing is limited to such remarks, it seems that no matter how fair one's appearance, it pales in comparison to a cup of spoiled milk, viscous and repugnant in both sight and scent. Ah, quite temperamental, are we? He chuckled. You are rather protective of him. Yet, you find yourself in dire straits. Yes, I am that very trouble. Brian attempted to slip out the door, but the man, fully aware of his movements, obstructed him. He cast a spell, rendering the door, which Severus typically opened with ease, firmly shut. Brian realized he was indeed in a predicament, as he was on the verge of becoming a sacrificial lamb, with another occupant in the house poised to feast like a ravenous wolf, an unknown breed of wolf at that. Well, perhaps before I meet my demise, I ought to inquire why you are such a trouble. The man, resembling a wilting flower, spoke in a feeble tone. You will not die. I have no desire to invite trouble upon myself. He sank onto the edge of the bed, adding, You should have heard, guard your books well. Lose your books, and you lose your family. Brian nodded. Indeed, I have heard it said. The man continued with a sneer, Nonsense, all nonsense. What does it matter if one is not a Cavendish? We all live, we all pursue what we desire. I wish you shared my sentiment. The man reined in his earlier emotions, as if speaking to himself. Very well, I shall get to the point. Discussing anything else is a sheer waste of time. Brian, I know what you intend to do. Look at the chaos you have wrought. Those who ought to be dead are alive. Those who ought to be mad remain sane. One must commend your insatiable greed. You wish for it all, but you cannot possess everything, you know? You must relinquish something. Oh, damn it. What I mean to say is that the family patrols are already searching for you. Guess what they intend to do with someone who has discarded their books? Yes, strip you of your surname. Brian could detect no flaw in his words. This man, sharing the same space, understood the rules of the Cavendish family. I am beginning to believe you, Brian replied. Though your demeanor is rather irksome, I find it difficult to dispute your assertions. Brian turned his back to the door, still futilely attempting to pry it open. He added, If you have come merely to convey this, then thank you for the warning. You may return to your eternal slumber. Knock, knock. A voice from outside interrupted their exchange. Brian, oh dear, he has actually arrived. What a surprise. I am quite curious as to what he seeks from you. The man remarked, Although the Cavendish bloodline diminishes the negligible effects of spells, you have overused it, otherwise. I would have cast a memory charm and disposed of you in a place far removed from the magical realm. I would have far fewer troubles. Brian was baffled by this statement. What did it mean to have overused memory charms? However, dismissing it from his mind, he pressed himself against the door. Attempting to respond to Severus' call, Severus? Is that you outside? The person beyond the door frowned. Severus attempted to open the door as he usually did, but this time it remained obstinately shut. His sensitive instincts detected something amiss. At that moment, he heard another voice besides Brian's from within. He remembered that Brian's wand had been taken by Voldemort. Should anyone have breached Brian's room, the defenseless Brian's fate was all too predictable. He quickly cast Alohomora. The door swung open. Brian, clad in a thin nightgown, stood at the threshold. Severus stepped forward, pulling Brian behind him, raising his wand to shield him. Scanning the room with a piercing gaze, he observed cautiously for some time, only to conclude that the chamber was devoid of any presence. Yet, the slight indentation by the bed reminded Severus that someone had indeed disregarded the protective wards Voldemort had set in place. Once he confirmed the environment was secure, Severus turned again, appraising Brian from head to toe, ensuring he was unharmed before his tense heart finally eased. With a grim expression, he demanded, What is going on? You might explain to me why that unfamiliar voice appeared in your room. Observing Severus' anxious demeanor, Brian pondered, Is Severus concerned for me? Severus. Brian's eyes widened, and the facade of bravery faltered momentarily. After all, who does not yearn for the concern of someone they hold dear? Wait, Severus interjected, turning to retrieve the shoes from beside the bed and placing them at Brian's feet. He then stood and grasped one of Brian's arms, instructing, We shall converse in my room. Brian barely comprehended what Severus meant by my room, yet he found himself donning his shoes and following Severus to his quarters. Though it was merely a temporary abode, it still belonged to Severus as his private space, making Brian feel somewhat awkward as he hugged his arms. Chapter 38. I was wrong, utterly wrong. Brian recalled the inexplicable man's parting words, I hope you do not betray me. Sitting upon the sofa in the room, draped in the deep green blanket Severus had given him, Brian noticed it bore a fresh scent, indicating it was new, and quite fragrant as well. Indeed, the potion intended to eliminate odors had been sprinkled onto the blanket covering Brian. As for the fragrance, it was likely a delightful illusion of his own making. Brian recounted some of the sudden intruder's remarks, and with each word, Severus' brow furrowed deeper. An emerging guardian? Severus rose abruptly. Dobby. He called for the house elf. As soon as Dobby appeared, Severus commanded, fetch a set of Brian's clothes." "Yes, Mr. Snape, right away," Dobby responded eagerly. In no time, Brian had changed into his attire within Severus's bathroom. "Are we leaving?" Severus asked stiffly. "Indeed," Brian replied. "You ought to be aware of the extent of the Master's power. Yet that individual can traverse the Master's estate with such ease. This is indeed a grave matter. It implies that the supposedly secure environment in which they believe they can freely devise plans is not entirely confidential. How perilous would Brian be without his wand? He must retrieve it from Voldemort. Brian possesses formidable magic as well. Had he not willingly surrendered his wand, Voldemort might have found himself impotent against Brian. How could someone so honest, obedient, and reckless find himself entangled with the merciless Dark Lord? Yet, upon reflection, wasn't Lily quite similar to Brian? One was the Dark Lord, the other himself. Severus inhaled deeply. Speaking of which, he had inadvertently sold himself to Dumbledore. Now, damn it, he had become Dumbledore's informant. Wait, perhaps Dumbledore might be aware of the circumstances surrounding Brian's family and possess the strength to ensure Brian's safety. No, Dumbledore would never act altruistically without cause. "You appear displeased." "Severus," Brian remarked from behind him. "Is it because I have caused you trouble?" "Trouble? Indeed." Severus thought through gritted teeth. The words he intended to spit out were restrained by the moment he caught sight of the expression in Brian's eyes. What was that look? Damn it, how infuriating. The memory of that spirited man standing at the lectern, the jovial professor. Where had that flamboyance and confidence vanished? Severus trembled slightly. Perhaps he understood all too well how much of it was due to his own actions that had led to the current state of affairs. He had been so brazen and cheerful before Voldemort, yet before Brian, he was subdued and timid. This damned familiarity with humility and heartache. He possessed the ability to remain forever hidden, yet he returned. After all, Voldemort had not done anything particularly heinous, had he? He had merely been frightened. Was it because of Lily's concealment, because of him? Severus halted, and Brian met his gaze in silence. Then, Brian glimpsed a fleeting glimpse of concealed fear and retreat in his eyes, too swift to be grasped. In the next moment, those somber eyes laden with emotion became hollow once more. Mind-closing charm. Severus? Brian keenly sensed something was amiss with him. What were you just thinking? Severus. He thought of nothing at all. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "I believe I am under no obligation to report to you." Brian was momentarily taken aback. "You are right." The silence that ensued made Severus realize he may have misspoken, but the words had already escaped his lips, irretrievable. As they entered the hall, Severus extended his arm, preparing to summon the Dark Lord. Yet, at that moment, Brian spoke up, a hint of guilt in his tone. "I thought I was not intruding upon your life." He lowered his head dejectedly. "It seems I was gravely mistaken." Severus paused. Perhaps he ought to say something. But accustomed to a tone of sarcasm and irony, he struggled to articulate comforting words. Moreover, Brian was correct. His presence had indeed rendered life chaotic. So chaotic that Severus could scarcely discern his own actions. Nevertheless, Severus felt compelled to speak. He gradually lowered his arm and wand, somewhat awkwardly stating, "Why do you believe that those troubles are of your making? You are not Merlin." "Oh, not even Merlin possesses the power to control the future." Brian pursed his lips, lifting his gaze, his eyes subtly shifting. "Can I interpret this as you not disliking me?" Severus was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow. "When have I ever behaved as if I dislike you?" After a pause, Brian hesitantly replied, "When I suggested going after the Potter family." Severus. "Yes, that was my fault. I failed to comprehend it at the time." Severus fidgeted with his wand. "I am truly sorry. Please forgive me." Brian was not angry, merely feeling a tinge of hurt from being distrusted. Brian relaxed his brow, offering a gentle smile. "It's all right, Severus. It was my failure to communicate with you beforehand. Thus, we simply lacked communication, did we not?" Severus nodded. Brian continued, "Then in the future, if any issues arise, promise me you will sit down and have a proper discussion rather than turning away, all right?" Severus recalled the thought of walking away. Brian's expression brightened, his eyes sparkling with joy. Severus averted his gaze, feeling somewhat flustered by the unintentional display of genuine emotion. Chapter 39. The Sudden Appearance of a Book. Do you know of the ephemeral flower? In the distant, mysterious East, there exists a saying, "The ephemeral flower blooms but once." Do you know its next line? "Only for Veda." This originates from a beautiful love legend in folklore, symbolizing unwavering devotion. Brian pondered. How many years had such longing persisted? Severus's life had unfolded before his eyes. The boy who, upon hearing a kind word from Lily about him, would secretly, awkwardly, and subtly exhibit a smile of delight. That innocent, helpless, stubborn little boy had grown up. Perhaps it was tragic. They were both in love with someone who would never look back. In just a few days, much had transpired. The corners of Severus's eyes appeared weary. Yet Brian had begun to radiate vitality. Severus had yet to summon Voldemort because Brian had said that if he came, it would be a futile endeavor. So why expend energy? It was Brian who was in peril, yet he appeared indifferent. He seemed to harbor little concern for his own safety. Or perhaps he had simply grown accustomed to it. Severus remarked, "Aren't you and the master quite good friends? Besides, you ought to retrieve your wand." Brian smiled, stating, "I am feeling a bit cold. I would like a cup of warm coconut milk. Of course, if it could be enhanced with some water chestnut pearls and pudding, that would be even better." Severus paused, then with a flick of his wand, hot coconut milk materialized on the table. "Next time, perhaps you could summon a house elf directly." Brian took a sip, the warmth and subtle fragrance flowing into his stomach. "Indeed, house elves are quite convenient, but I think I still prefer what you provide me." "Yes. Regardless of what it is, I would be pleased." Perhaps it mattered not what it was, but rather who had given it. Severus unconsciously glanced at the earring adorning Brian's ear. It was merely a trivial trinket, devoid of any function or value. Something that even the most avaricious goblin would not spare a second glance. Yet, someone had worn it for nearly a decade. And that person had been a part of his life for 10 years, silent companionship, unspoken support, quiet concern, and clumsy attempts at endearment. Indeed, despite Severus evading his fervent gaze and shunning their interactions, he could not help but shield the flickering flame from the wind when it swayed precariously, on the verge of extinguishment. It was rather ignoble of him, given that his thoughts were still consumed by Lily. Brian drained the warm coconut milk. The pale hue of his lips now adorned with a rosy tint, lending him a semblance of vitality. He rose and said, "Severus, perhaps we ought to take a break. Look, the sky outside has brightened." Severus observed him smiling before ascending the staircase. Meanwhile, Severus's somber gaze, the downturned corners of his mouth, and a fleeting self-mockery manifested. He bared his arm, revealing the dark mark to the air, and with no hesitation, he summoned it with his wand. The call to Voldemort did not linger long. As the terrifying black mist soon enveloped Severus, materializing before him, Voldemort rubbed his temples, appearing to have just dealt with some troublesome matter. Yet he rushed over upon receiving Severus's call. "My dear Severus, have you found it?" he inquired, referring to Brian's missing book. Severus stood still, lowering his head. On the brink of confessing he had not found it when Voldemort's astonished voice rang out. Voldemort approached the tea table, where an empty cup stood, and inexplicably, a book had suddenly appeared. "How extraordinary, Severus, you truly found it, utterly remarkable." Indeed, Severus was taken aback, his heart racing. When had this thing appeared? Voldemort settled onto the sofa, his gaze fixed on the book, a mixture of curiosity and excitement sparking in his eyes. "This is my second experience touching such a book," Voldemort remarked, marveling at its beautiful patterns. "I ought to let Brian see it. Only he can open it." Severus's lips parted slightly, and he shifted the topic, saying, "My lord, there is perhaps something I must inform you." Voldemort, undeniably intrigued, remained captivated by the book. "Speak, I am listening." Severus recounted the day's events, omitting only his conversation with Brian. Voldemort's expression grew serious. "What is Brian's state?" Severus replied, "He appears unremarkable, though he seems reluctant to trouble you with a visit." Voldemort scrutinized Severus, lazily reclining on the sofa, and remarked, "Severus, I must say, you are my most exceptional follower. I hold your abilities in high regard. You are astute. You perceive certain matters clearly. I assume you are aware that Brian has feelings for you. My heavens, I truly wish to steer clear of your affairs. Yet I cannot help but desire to share in Brian's past. If Abraxas were to discover that I have allowed Brian's romantic life to descend into chaos, he would surely scold me. Well, perhaps not." Voldemort chuckled at his own musings. "Now, Severus, back to the point. Tell me, what are your thoughts on Brian? It is evident that you harbor feelings. Otherwise, you would have driven him away by now." Severus was taken aback by Voldemort's inquiry. "My lord, we are not suited for one another." Voldemort stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Allow me to offer you a suggestion, Severus. You ought to kiss him. The suitability of your connection must be tested through experience. After all, a racing heart is seldom deceptive. Observing your mutual silence is quite perplexing. It is more exasperating than a muggle drama." Severus exclaimed, "What? They have not even held hands in a meaningful sense. How can one leap to such conclusions?" Voldemort tossed the book to Severus, saying, "Do not claim I did not provide you with an opportunity. Furthermore, you need not call me my lord any longer. Consider it a privilege. Call me by my name. I believe you know it, Tom." Severus grasped the book. Voldemort was instructing him to seek out Brian directly, and he thought, "What? I never knew Voldemort could be so forthright." The shock was akin to the sudden closure of Hogwarts. Voldemort rose, patting himself down, and added, "By the way, instruct Lucius and the others to remain indoors for the next few days. The ministry has grown desperate and is acting irrationally." They may recklessly unleash Dementors if they wish to avoid the agony of having their souls drawn out. They should be cautious, especially Lucius and Narcissa, as they are now parents. Oh, Bellatrix mentioned that little Malfoy is quite adorable. As for the others, those who disobey can well meet Merlin. Severus nodded, replying, yes. Voldemort then inquired, by the way, what is little Malfoy's name? Severus responded, Draco Malfoy. What a lovely name. Perhaps next time I shall have the opportunity to glimpse the future Malfoy heir. Chapter 40. The Little Dragon's Gold. The book had been found. Yet Voldemort soon lost interest after a cursory glance. Now, the book lay in Severus's hands, along with Voldemort's blunt words. It was as if the current situation could be likened to a hot potato. A cacophony of chaotic thoughts echoed in his mind. Severus forced himself to become busy and sought out Lucius. Lucius's countenance bore faint dark circles, his beard unkempt, a testament to his weariness. Yet, upon seeing Severus, excitement ignited in his eyes. Severus, you've arrived just in time. I have wonderful news to share. Guess what it is? Oh, by Merlin's beard, it's my child. He spoke today. Severus regarded the overly exuberant Malfoy with a calm demeanor. Steady yourself, Lucius. He is but a month old, without a single tooth. I truly doubt you can discern coherent speech from his babbling. You wouldn't understand, Lucius replied with a joyful laugh. This is the unspoken bond between a father and child. The little dragon is undoubtedly calling me daddy. I whisper it to him daily. At just 1 month. He is already calling me daddy. What a clever child. The little dragon will surely inherit the wisdom of the Malfoys and become a genius. The little dragon was the nickname for young Malfoy. Do be quiet, Lucius. Contain your foolish grin, Narcissa interjected, emerging to witness Lucius's exaggerated boasting about their child. Her reprimand did little to temper Lucius's enthusiasm. This was an inevitable part of first-time fatherhood. My dear, why have you come out? It's cold outside. You ought to remain wrapped in your warm blankets. Lucius stepped forward, ushering Narcissa back into the warmth of their bedroom. Severus, Lucius said, perhaps you could take a look at the little dragon. He no longer resembles the wrinkled creature he once was. His big eyes are as beautiful as Narcissa's. Please forgive Lucius's excitement. He had yet to recover from the thrill of fatherhood. The little Malfoy lay in a beautifully crafted cradle, eyes closed. His chubby face a picture of tranquility. Indeed, he was adorable. Beside him lay a plush, golden-hued toy. The toy lifted its head, and Severus instantly recognized the animal it represented. It was a diminutive golden eastern dragon, alive and vibrant. The fluffy creature shook its head, and then nestled down to continue its slumber. This charming gift had been bestowed upon the little dragon by Uncle Brian, and we affectionately referred to him as Little Gold. Lucius explained, noting that upon learning of the nickname we had given Draco, he had conjured this alchemical dragon. He reached out to stroke the alchemical dragon before gently tapping Little Gold, remarking, he is so fluffy, and when Little Gold is awake, he adores playing with you. It was no wonder the little dragon felt so familiar. It was indeed a gift from Brian. Lucius mused, what a marvelous creature. It resembles your rabbit to perfection. Severus paused, replying with a noncommittal, Lucius contemplated for a moment before saying, so, it was he who gifted it to you? I recall you had it since your first year at Hogwarts. You've kept it until now. Severus deftly shifted the topic, saying, Tom mentioned that it would be wise to remain indoors for the time being. The ministry is becoming increasingly desperate and reckless. Tom, who is that? Lucius pondered, only to be met with Severus's incredulous expression, as if to say, who else could it be? Lucius declared in disbelief, you mean the master? You can address him by name now? Oh, Merlin's trousers, I am utterly astonished. Wait, I think I may have inadvertently done the same. Heaven help us. This is not something that can be known. The master would be furious. Narcissa, reclining nearby, cast a frown at the two as they conversed loudly near the sleeping Little Gold. You two, speak of matters, but keep your distance from Little Gold, all right? Lucius then drew Severus away a bit, though he was loath to leave the little dragoness side. Children require their rest, and Narcissa did as well. Lucius turned to take Narcissa's hand, gently inquiring, my dear, you've worked hard. Would you like something to drink, or perhaps a bite to eat? Narcissa withdrew her hand, brushing her fingers against his beard, and replied, perhaps you should go wash up properly. I overheard your conversation. She then addressed Severus. We will ensure the manor is well defended. Thank you for making this trip, Severus. Severus nodded, saying, I am merely following orders. Perhaps it is Tom who deserves the thanks. There is no need for excessive pleasantries. We understand each other. Severus then turned to Lucius, stating, I have other matters I wish to discuss with you. Lucius inquired, oh, is there something in this world that my dear junior does not comprehend? Feel free to ask. I am more than willing to assist you. Severus produced Brian's book, saying, I would like to inquire about the Cavendish family. Lucius glanced at the book, recognizing it as Brian's. His book is in your possession? My word, Severus. You continue to surprise me. He stepped closer, attempting to reach for it, but his hand passed through. Both Severus and Lucius exhibited expressions of shock. Lucius remarked, "See? I told you it was a surprise." Severus questioned, "You cannot touch it? Why can we?" It was evident he was referring to himself and Voldemort. Narcissa approached, stating, "The Cavendish family? I have heard of their lineage. It is said that their book is an intelligent magical artifact, as precious as the fabled 3 Deathly Hallows." Lucius nodded, adding, "Indeed, but that rumor only circulated among the aristocracy once." Severus asked, "Once?" Lucius affirmed, "Yes, and it was during the era of the first Dark Lord. I recall my father mentioning that a Cavendish confronted both the Dark and Light Lords, and his book played a formidable role." Narcissa interjected, "The Dark Lord Grindelwald and the Light Lord Dumbledore. In the end, the Cavendish was defeated and subsequently vanished." Severus's expression darkened, as he could scarcely fathom that the individual who had arrived that night was the one audacious enough to challenge both Dark Lords, even alongside Voldemort. He feared they would be unable to ensure Brian's safety. What was the Cavendish's name? Lucius hesitated. "Though he was defeated, we cannot name him directly. Understand that the names of powerful wizards carry a certain magic, and he may hear us, potentially bringing us great peril." Narcissa added, "While I do not know why you seek this information, the Black family's library contains records on this. I will ask my sister to retrieve it and send it to you. You should receive it shortly." Severus nodded. "Thank you, Mrs. Malfoy." Narcissa responded calmly, "We are family. There is no need for thanks." Chapter 41, An Embrace. Outside, a heavy snowfall began, perhaps mirroring the world within. Brian opened the window, and the wind, laden with snow, howled past his ears. The swaying earrings chimed melodiously. The youth's disheveled hair danced in the breeze, snowflakes settling on his shoulders, only to melt away in the next moment, absorbed by the fabric of his garments. "Are you becoming overly sentimental?" The vanished figure had returned once more to a room that was not his own. Scrutinizing the boy by the window, Brian did not turn. He merely gazed at the snow-covered ground below. "What do you mean?" He replied softly. The man reclined on Brian's bed, fixated on the ceiling, and scoffed. "You know full well, don't you?" Tilting his head, he continued, "I am surprised. I thought that after that fellow acquired your book, he would be desperate to reopen it, just as he did over 20 years ago." Brian suddenly turned, fixing the man with a fierce glare. "No one must know of this. At the time of that occurrence, only Tom and he were privy to it." "Indeed." The man smirked with a mix of provocation and pride. "But who initiated this, if not me?" Brian's pupils constricted. To assuage Brian's disbelief, the man elaborated. "Let me think. At that time, he was preoccupied with something monumental. Oh yes, splitting his soul. You're well aware of the side effects of that, aren't you?" A dazed demeanor. "All I had to do was nudge his desires, and poof, exactly as I suspected." The man chuckled thus. "He seized your book and injured that one. What was his name?" "The peacock with ash-blonde hair. That scene must have been quite the spectacle." Brian recalled those distressing moments, his breath quickening uncontrollably. His body turned colder, more frigid than the snow assaulting his skin. Each word sent a shiver down his spine. He nearly ground his teeth to dust. "You. Why did you do this?" "We have no enmity." He had spent over a decade evading Tom because of that very incident. How many seasons had passed? Brian had cowered alone in the cellar, tormented and anxious for countless days and nights. Countless sleepless nights filled with tossing and turning. "You don't seem particularly pleased." The man sat up, stroking his chin. "So let me share another tidbit to brighten your mood." Brian trembled uncontrollably. This man had yet to utter a single word that did not provoke an intense reaction. "Remember when you were a professor at Hogwarts? The fools and potions and defense against the dark arts? They fled in terror at the slightest provocation from me." He lamented. "It's a shame about the one who taught charms. Unfortunately, he was discovered by old B.T.S.K. He has only grown more formidable with age." Reflecting on those arduous days from that year, is it truly this wretched man's fault? Brian's fists clenched and unclenched, a tempest of sorrow and rage threatening to erupt. Brian felt as though his face was on the verge of distortion. "What is your aim? What benefit does this serve you?" The man shrugged, declaring, "If there were any benefit, would I indulge in such actions?" He glanced towards the door, sensing an approaching presence, paused momentarily, then continued, "As long as you suffer, I shall find joy and comfort. Is that reasoning sufficient?" Unable to contain his fury, Brian erupted in a vehement tirade. "You're insane." Bang! No sooner had the words left his lips than the door was violently kicked open. Severus, wand in hand, brandished it before him. His eyes first fell upon the frail figure of Brian by the windowsill, causing his heart to skip a beat, and then he surveyed the room. No one else was present. Severus swiftly approached Brian, instinctively placing his hands on either side of his shoulders. "Brian, is someone else coming?" Brian had not yet recovered from the explosive revelation, His expression was one of numbed shock. Severus, feeling the chill emanating from Brian, turned to the window, pulled it shut, and drew the curtains closed. He cast a warming charm around Brian, examining his state. He noticed the dullness in his eyes and the sorrow and despair etched upon his brow. Brian? Severus raised his hand, waving it in front of his eyes. But those once fiery orbs now appeared extinguished, devoid of life. Panic surged within him as he called out Brian's name, striving to rouse him from his tormented slumber. Damn it! What has that man done? Brian, wake up! Severus could not restrain himself from shaking Brian's shoulders. This seemed to yield a slight effect. Brian's eyes flickered slightly. Severus recalled a book of great significance to Brian and promptly retrieved it, pressing it into his embrace. Yet Brian could not grasp it. The book slipped from his fingers, thudding heavily against the floor, an echo that resonated painfully in Severus' heart. Cold. His voice was as fragile as the falling snow outside. Severus shed his outer robe and wrapped it around Brian, intending to carry him to bed. However, with just a tug, Brian seemed to lose all control, collapsing uncontrollably. Severus reacted swiftly, catching him, and with resolve, scooped him up, hastening to the bed. As he prepared to lay him down, Brian clutched at Severus' garment with desperate urgency. Not here, please. Let us go outside, all right? He grimaced, a wave of nausea overtaking him. After a moment's contemplation, Severus carried him to his own room, enveloping him in a blanket and bringing him a cup of hot water. However, after a mere sip, Brian began to retch uncontrollably. Following this bout of sickness, he cried out, "I'm cold." Severus grasped his hand, which felt as frigid as the snow outside, almost devoid of warmth. Severus then moved him closer to the fireplace, stoking the flames to their maximum intensity. Yet, Brian stared at the fire in silence. Severus initially believed he might be feeling better, but upon touching his skin, he found no warmth had returned. Doubts crept into Severus' mind. Was that damned stranger responsible for cursing Brian? Brian's vacant gaze shifted to Severus, and he could not help but reach out, gently tugging at his sleeve. "I'm so cold, Severus." Severus heard the quiver in his voice as he implored. "Could I have a hug? I promise, it won't be for long." Time ticked by, and Severus watched him intently. Just as Brian seemed ready to release his grip, Severus unhesitatingly embraced him. He felt the sudden warmth of tears soaking his shoulder, holding the icy figure close, his own eyes misting with unshed tears. His mother had perished in the icy depths, a victim of that violent, selfish man. The numbing chill of that memory mirrored Brian's current plight. For a moment, he nearly feared that Brian, too, might slip away from him forever, just as his mother had. Tom had spoken the truth. A heart's rhythm cannot deceive. The mere thought of Brian quietly fading before him nearly suffocated him, rendering his heart at a standstill. In that instant, perhaps some could grasp that a shattered soul is not solitary. A seemingly flawless moon has always been missing a fragment, discernible only to those who observe it closely. Chapter 42. Let us have a talk. A truly foolish bunch, incapable of rational thought. One could scarcely describe his withered mind as anything less than that of a giant troll. Voldemort strolled through his estate, holding an umbrella, a look of disdain and exasperation plastered across his face. Bellatrix trailed behind him, casting several glances at the dark umbrella before conjuring one of her own. A devoted Death Eater must learn to align with her master's preferences. Although the simple act of preventing snow from falling upon one's self could be easily resolved with a spell, her master's grumbling demeanor while wielding an umbrella still exuded a certain charm. Voldemort remarked, "By the way, I've been summoned to meet with a wretched rat. Bribed no less. As a Death Eater, to be so easily outwitted by a mere rodent is utterly disgraceful." That rat claimed to possess information regarding the whereabouts of the Potter family. Voldemort disdainfully lifted his chin, forcefully stomping a hole into the snow. What an enticing temptation. Little did he know, he was in the Muggle world, watching Crowley and Raphael effortlessly manipulate that hypocritical lot, far more clever than his own inept Death Eaters. Just thinking about it infuriated him. And what about my afternoon tea? Crowley and Raphael, names of the two protagonists in a television series. Bellatrix suggested. Why doesn't he, the master, simply place a television in the estate? A fine idea, which left Voldemort momentarily speechless. He was indeed pondering the same. Yet this accursed wizarding world lacked power outlets. No electrical circuits. No internet. And most grievously, no signal. Voldemort furiously kicked at the snow beneath him, catching a glimpse of the warm glow emanating from the window of Brian and Severus' abode. His brow arched as he observed the sight of two heads peeking from beneath a blanket by the fireplace. Voldemort mused, Just yesterday I suggested it. And today they're already huddled together for warmth? Quite the proactive Severus. He suddenly recalled the unfinished fragrant chicken leg he had left behind. How had he not realized the Muggle world's cuisine was so delectable? Oh, that damned rat. interrupting his enjoyment. The Dark Lord would not tolerate grievances. He resolved to address his frustrations immediately. Bellatrix, that rat. Oh, Peter Pettigrew, tch, what a disgrace to that surname. Did he not aspire to become a Death Eater? Find him some tasks to occupy his time, preferably those that would assist in shedding his excess weight. Bellatrix nodded eagerly. Rest assured, Master, I shall not disappoint you. With that, she hurried off. Voldemort gazed at the now empty space, marked only by a trail of footprints, squinting slightly. That young girl was truly swift, youthful, and full of vigor. Voldemort paused, pondering, what on earth is this? What could possibly be amiss with his mind? How could he entertain such thoughts? Voldemort indulged in a fleeting moment of self-doubt before decisively casting it aside. Brian was on the cusp of his first spring. What gift should he prepare for their wedding? Clearly, this was not the opportune time to disrupt the amicable interaction between a friend and an object of affection. So perhaps it would be best to return the wand to Brian on another occasion. He needed to reinforce the manor's defenses. Those reckless ministry officials had certainly stirred up trouble, as the outside world was now teeming with Dementors, just as he had anticipated. Dementors, devoid of intellect, were fearsome entities that would prove particularly troublesome even for him. After all, not everyone possessed the ability to wield the counter-curse against Dementors, the Patronus charm. Voldemort squinted slightly. Moreover, there seemed to be something peculiar about his protective barrier. It felt as though a glass of water had been partially consumed and then seamlessly refilled without a trace. How could he have overlooked this during his inspection of the manor? Perhaps this was connected to that inexplicable individual Severus had mentioned. If that were the case, this adversary was indeed formidable, capable of operating so subtly that one could hardly notice. It seemed prudent to keep Severus close to Brian. He would ensure Brian's safety. Voldemort shifted the umbrella above his head and gazed upwards. The snow had ceased. The warmth of the fire stirred the heart of the boy. Even though he was not truly a boy anymore, the hearth was adorned with a carpet, its luxurious fabric providing comfort as he reclined. In this brief interlude, his weary soul found solace and respite. Brian stirred, turning his head to bury his face in a fabric imbued with the scent of herbs. He unconsciously inhaled, his eyelashes fluttering as he emerged from the darkness, eyes opening wide. The firelight, vibrant and dancing, illuminated the shadows that loomed large in his surroundings. His unaccustomed eyes beheld a haze, the indistinct blackness receding as he leaned back, revealing contours bathed in a soft golden-pink glow. Severus leaned against the edge of the sofa, merely resting with his eyes closed. The moment the fluffy head on his shoulder shifted, he was already aware. As his gaze fell upon Brian's face, he slowly lifted his eyelids. A prominent nose, thick eyebrows slightly furrowed, and distinct eyelashes cast delicate shadows in the warm glow of the fading light, lending his eyes a touch of gloom and an inescapable sorrow. The cozy atmosphere easily lowered one's defenses and vigilance. Even the strongest heart, fortified with ramparts and towers, buried beneath an unyielding blanket of snow, felt a softening, a place to land. Unbeknownst to him, a foot had stepped upon the ground known as Severus Snape. "Let us converse," Severus said in a low, gravelly voice. Brian felt a fleeting attachment to his gentleness. "About what?" Severus fixed his gaze upon Brian's eyes and inquired. "Why do you like me? Why is it me?" As Severus spoke, his gaze remained unwavering. He truly did not believe someone like Brian would harbor such feelings for him, to the point of being irretrievably smitten. No matter how deep the affection, it could not withstand the harsh realities before them. He began to covet that glimmer of light directed at him. Perhaps he should, like before, resolutely reject Brian's words, to scrutinize the depths of Brian's eyes. Should he detect even the slightest crack, he would unhesitatingly dismiss this unstable desire. Yet, this would not render him indifferent towards Brian. He would continue to protect him with all his might, as a means of repaying the time he had once safeguarded him. And of course, in protecting Lily. Brian tilted his head, momentarily lost in thought, as if suddenly ensnared by some memory. Abruptly, a radiant smile broke forth from Brian, illuminating his surroundings with a brief brilliance. "Perhaps I should start from the first time I laid eyes on you." Chapter 43. Brian, without magic, of course. Hogwarts warmly welcomes your arrival, but Brian, we currently have no other courses to offer you, Dumbledore said, his expression a mix of cheerfulness and concern as he regarded Brian, who appeared dazed, disheveled, and soaked through. Water still dripped from the tips of his hair. "I can practice alchemy," he uttered, his lips devoid of color. "I will provide Hogwarts with free alchemical services and defensive tools. I just need to stay here for a few years." He reiterated, "Yes, just a few years." Dumbledore hesitated, stroking his grand beard, his lively eyes darting about. Clearly, an excellent alchemist who required no compensation and was willing to offer free expertise and products in exchange for mere shelter was a rather advantageous deal. Yet, he still expressed his reservations. Indeed, This is quite commendable, but Brian, your condition resembles that of a newly hatched fire dragon. It seems you are struggling to control your emotions. I must ensure the safety of the young witches and wizards at the school from any unintended outbursts of your power. I understand, but I assure you it won't happen. I need time. Just some time alone. You might want to reconsider. Seeing his resolve, Dumbledore nodded. Very well, Brian. I can consider it, but I hope you can remain in the cellar during this period of unhealed time. All right. Dumbledore was a kind yet cunning white wizard. Faced with sufficient benefits and willing to make a sacrifice, Brian successfully secured his place within Hogwarts. Unfortunately, it was in the cellar. Darkness and solitude consumed half of his existence. It is worth noting that his memories began at the age of 11, equivalent to being born at 11. He had spent many years within the Cavendish family, and the head of the family informed him that he had been there for 11 years. His age and height had remained frozen at 11 since he gained consciousness. He believed everyone was like this until he began to engage with the outside world and realized it was abnormal. No one was born at the age of 11 and remained so for 11 years. His classmates, upon hearing this, claimed he was dreaming. Eventually, it spread that he was a brain-damaged freak. Perhaps so. Perhaps that was the case. It seemed as though he had lost 11 years of time. The 11 years spent within the Cavendish family had begun to feel hazy and unfamiliar. He cradled his head, trembling uncontrollably, haunted by the memory of Tom's cruel smile. Perhaps it was right. Tom was exceptionally talented, yet devoid of emotion. His understanding of them and their connections was merely a means to classify them as useful pawns. No. Tom merely craved immortality. He had suffered a wound to his soul, rendering him somewhat uncontrollable. It was all so strange, too strange. Brian gazed at his book, flipping it open to reveal jagged, irregular tear marks. What should have been filled with a multitude of daily entries now remained only half. The first line at the beginning bore the name of Abraxas Malfoy. The name had been entirely left on the torn half. The second line bears the name of Tom, now reduced to just Tom, while the remnants of others remain on the torn half. The third line presents his own name, Brian Cavendish, now merely Brian. He couldn't help but ponder, is this some sort of prophecy? Perhaps it is. With a surge of excitement, Brian shut the book and buried his head in his legs. It must all be mere coincidence. How could fate be so meticulously orchestrated? He began to mutter to himself. If only he could find the nodes, he could break free. Nodes, what constitutes a node? As confusion consumed him, Brian's magical powers began to spiral out of control. Fortunately, he had previously reinforced the cellar with alchemical runes, which could withstand his temporary lapse of control. However, if this continued, it would no longer suffice. Even in his dazed state, Brian understood the severity of his predicament. Thus, he sought refuge elsewhere, sealing off his magic. With Cavendish's book in hand, it wasn't difficult to contain his powers. Yet, the unfortunate reality was that one page of the book was damaged. Consequently, while Brian attempted to seal his magic, he remained oblivious as to when he might restore it. He wandered through the Muggle world. Perhaps due to his appearance, passers-by, feeling pity, would occasionally offer him scraps of food, ensuring he would not be the first wizard to meet his demise on the streets. As the vibrant streets faded, the lights flickered dimly. The wind whistled through the air, leaving him with no place to call home. An eerily familiar, yet foreign tranquility enveloped him, the streetlights casting a soft glow that evoked a sense of déjà vu. Yet it was merely an illusion. No such place existed in his memories. The gardens by day served as a playground for ladies walking their dogs, while by night they transformed into a refuge for the homeless. One evening, a light drizzle fell from the sky, the colors diffusing under the lamplight as if framed in gold and silver. A lady, her eyes wide, regarded Brian for quite some time. She murmured something that sounded like, "No, he has already been taken away, and not so soon nor so large." Perhaps this lady was reminiscing about someone else through him. The Muggle world and the wizarding realm bore similarities, yet were distinctly different, shared rules, but disparate classes. This period marked the most wretched and desolate days of Brian's life. He possessed galleons, yet had none on him, unable even to exchange for Muggle currency. He often heard shouts of, "Hey, this is my turf. Get lost. Where newcomers best stay away. My fists are not for show." Although these words issued from a gaunt old man, Brian doubted whether he could even stand. He gradually retreated from the bustling streets to other locales, which held an even greater number of vagrants, reeking of filth and decay. Yet Brian himself was no better. He blended seamlessly into their ranks. This silent, sorrow-laden place was ill-suited for his recovery. He intended to rest briefly before departing, but inadvertently, a well-dressed man, reeking of alcohol, stumbled and fell at his feet, having tripped over Brian's legs. A significant factor was this disoriented man's failure to watch where he was going. Brian recoiled slightly, glancing at the man sprawled on the ground, seemingly dazed. The onlookers only turned their attention momentarily to the commotion before returning to their own affairs, disinterested unless the man's pockets yielded something of value, prompting a frenzied rush for any useful currency or food. The thought of being kissed by numerous unwelcoming souls was enough to make Brian shudder. He gave the man a gentle kick, though it was not his fault. He could not afford to let a life slip away for no reason. The man groaned, clutching his head as he rose, cursing and swearing. Brian covered his ears and shifted into an alleyway. He could not indulge in excessive vulgarity. This man clearly seemed unreasonable. If he became a target for venting frustrations, the bottle in his hand might very well be unceremoniously smashed over his head, scattering shards everywhere. This street would hardly see any cleaners to tidy up after such an incident. Chapter 44. The Restoration of Magic. Indeed, the man rose, still cursing as he searched for the cause of his fall. Brian felt fortunate to have escaped quickly. He wiped his face and changed direction. Perhaps just a month? Brian finally sensed signs of his magic beginning to return. During this month of physical torment, could it be that the old adage of fighting fire with fire held true? He felt a peculiar improvement in his nerves. As he cautiously attempted to wield his magic, he was discovered. "I recognize you." The voice startled Brian. He turned to see a frail woman. By her features, she was quite lovely, yet she appeared to be suffering greatly, her face marred with bruises as if struck. "You must be mistaken," Brian replied. The woman, sensing Brian's gaze, hastily brushed her hair, attempting to conceal the wounds. "The Malfoy family is searching for you. Missing person notices have been posted at every wizard's door." Upon hearing her words, Brian believed her. She appeared to be a wizard as well. She added, "You seem unwell. Perhaps I should take you to the leaky cauldron." "Thank you for your kindness, but I have no intention of going," Brian responded. The woman hesitated, then despondently said, "If you simply provide your whereabouts to the Malfoy representatives, you would earn a handsome reward." She looked so pitiful. Yet Brian was uncertain whether her heart concealed more than just a facade of virtue. "Then you should relay the information directly to him," Brian said, preparing to leave. The woman, flustered, stammered, "My husband, he needs this money. He is injured. And, oh yes, my child." The mention of a child instinctively halted Brian in his tracks. All right. Children always soften the heart at the first mention. Perhaps he could meet her child to ensure this was not a deceitful ruse. Of course. "It's not far," she said. Brian soon caught sight of a child, no more than 2 or 3 years old. So thin he appeared little more than skin and bones. From a distance, he observed the small figure dressed in ill-fitting clothes, sitting on the ground, scribbling with a mysterious black object. "Are you truly a wizard?" Brian scrutinized the woman, who now cowered, her head bowed. Time had weathered her youthful beauty, casting her into a strange cycle of despair. "Yes, my son is as well." It was difficult to comprehend. It was the first time he realized that some wizards lived in circumstances more wretched than those in Azkaban. "Why don't you sell potions? That's the most basic skill. A few bottles would suffice to improve your plight. And the little one looks as though he might faint at any moment." "No, it's impossible. My husband despises wizards. He would be furious if he found out." Brian found himself at a loss for words. Marrying a muggle who abhors wizards? What was she thinking? Surely, this foolish girl couldn't have been deceived. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, "Just wait." With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke. After quite some time, he returned, having changed into a new set of robes, now draped in a dark cloak. He presented the woman with a suitcase. "Perhaps you might find this useful." Inside were some coins, garments, and a few books. This was all he could offer. "Consider it a hush money. Let us pretend we've never crossed paths." Brian concocted a flimsy excuse and departed. Some matters were beyond persuasion, and he lacked the energy to convince her otherwise. Wizards, alas. What a concept. With a mere flick of a wand, one could obliterate an entire street. If she had wished to flee, she would have done so long ago. Such was the fabric of their lives. Feeling somewhat relieved, Brian returned to Hogwarts, taking the opportunity to pen a letter to Ub, assuring him of his well-being and urging him not to worry. Dumbledore assessed Brian's condition and found him truly improved, leading him to exuberantly arrange his curriculum. There were also several projects. Alchemists possessed the uncanny ability to create bizarre yet powerful concoctions, and Dumbledore regarded alchemy with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Brian's proficiency stemmed from his diligent study, paired with innate talent, making him one of the most sought-after candidates upon graduation. Why a candidate? Because Brian had already been entwined with the Malfoy family from the outset. Teaching proved far more challenging than he had anticipated, and Brian's inaugural class nearly ended in disaster. He scrambled to rectify the chaos wrought by his students' blunders. It was not a singular occurrence, but a continuous string of failures. "Oh, Merlin, it dawns on me now that the world is teeming with fools, their blunders unfathomable." During that period, Brian fell into a state of deep introspection. When Dumbledore found him, He was utterly glazed over, in a condition worse than when he had begun. Think positively, Brian. No, I cannot think of anything at all. Dear Headmaster Dumbledore, I suppose you wouldn't wish to be blinded by an unexpected spotlight while wielding defensive weapons against an adversary, would you? Think positively, Brian. Perhaps it could serve to dazzle our foes. Brian glanced at him. What if you were unaware that it was merely a light bulb? Dumbledore paused. And what if you were oblivious to the fact that it might explode? Dumbledore. See, even the great Headmaster Dumbledore has no retort. This was utterly dismal. Yet Dumbledore continued. At least they succeeded in crafting it. Your efforts were not in vain. Huh, Brian replied, reluctant to meet Dumbledore's gaze. For a single glance made him feel as though another incomprehensible mind had been added to the world. Perhaps you could indulge in a bit of dessert. It may elevate your spirits and provide a sense of comfort. Brian stared at the exquisite pastries, covering his mouth. He felt a wave of nausea. He tried to suppress it, but ultimately ran to the tree to retch. Dumbledore stood rigid, perhaps bewildered by the notion that someone's first reaction upon seeing delectable sweets could be one of disgust. On that day, the serene campus was home to a solitary individual in despair and another feeling dejected. Professor McGonagall went from person to person, utterly fraught with concern. Christmas Eve arrived, and Brian was busy revising his scrawled parchment. Suddenly, an owl burst in, dropping a box before departing. Upon opening it, he discovered a Christmas gift. The wrapping certainly did not resemble Ab's style. Glancing at the name, he realized it was a present from a young Gryffindor wizard. This Christmas was rather unsettling. He found himself inundated with gifts, the gaudy items overflowing the cellar. Oh, Merlin's spectacles! Brian gasped, struggling to articulate his emotions. For the first time, he felt the warmth of Hogwarts affection. Pondering deeply, Brian promptly dispatched the items. Most of the gifts consisted of clothing, hats, scarves, gloves, and the like. He recalled the days of enduring cold and hunger, and the frail child he once was. Thus, he sent these items, of little use to him, to several charitable organizations. Afterwards, he lay in bed, clutching a book as he drifted into slumber. Chapter 45, aptly titled. He dreamed. Truthfully, it was his first dream, and he could sense it vividly. The first thing that met his eyes was a pair of gleaming black leather shoes, followed by impeccably straight trouser-clad legs. His perspective seemed to have diminished. He then noticed a large, warm, clean loaf of bread in his hands, accompanied by small, dirt-stained hands. Perhaps hunger beckoned, and he took a sizable bite, inevitably choking. A pair of hands patted his back and offered him a bottle of water, aiding him in swallowing the mouthful of bread. Then, he was led by the hand. As his gaze shifted, he found himself nestled against a shoulder, before awakening. The scene was fleeting, yet it lingered in Brian's thoughts for a long time. It felt less like a dream and more akin to a memory. Brian began to harbor doubts about the patriarch's words. What nonsense could it be that Cavanier had no parents? How could anyone exist without parents? Had those 11 vanished years been erased from his memory? But was that even possible? In the days that followed, Brian frequently dreamt of scenes reminiscent of memories, sometimes clear, sometimes chaotic. There was an unsettling pull of temporal dislocation. Each time he awoke, he suffered from a pounding headache. Unable to resist, he sought to contact his family. But they arrived at his doorstep first. Their trademark blonde and silver hair marked them, and Brian eagerly began to voice his inquiries, yearning for answers. Dumbledore granted him a week's leave, yet by the very next day, Brian returned. His earlier restlessness and inner turmoil had vanished, replaced by a serene nonchalance akin to his usual demeanor. The topic of dreams was never mentioned again, as if it had become a thing of the past. Instead, he found himself increasingly enjoying solitude, basking in the warmth of sunlight. He relished the gentle caress of the breeze on the rooftop, savored strolls amidst the snowy rain, and indulged in the occasional hibernation. However, at times, Dumbledore struggled to discern whether Brian was truly savoring the idyllic scenes he conjured or merely succumbing to faintness due to nutritional deficiencies. Brian delighted in the landscapes, cherishing the tranquility that only the sounds of nature serenaded in his ears. The clouds above transformed daily, displaying compositions that were resplendent and majestic, elegant and aloof. Even if he remained stationary, he felt no tedium. The beauty of the scenery was inexhaustible, and the world around him gradually lost its vibrancy. He found himself occasionally forgetful, though thankfully, not during lessons. He caressed the tome that seemed inextricably linked to his destiny. Previously, he had felt no particular unease. But after gazing at it for an extended period, a flicker of disquiet began to penetrate his consciousness. It was a blend of speculation and intuition. He discreetly commenced to probe the depths of this book. For the first time, he sensed that a delicate tether connecting him to this remarkably congruent book had been severed. He began to deceive the book, and in turn, he started to deceive himself. Occasionally, he resorted to the solace of sleep to dull his senses. Yet, Each time he awoke, he found himself in a less than favorable state. He recalled a recent visit to his family, where he had exchanged trivial remarks with the family head before returning. However, an inner voice warned him, no, there must be more to it than that. Ever since his return, he had been unable to remember the dreams he had experienced upon awakening. Time slipped away, and once again, Brian welcomed a new cohort of students. The young wizards were charming and adorable, well, except for those from Gryffindor. Or rather, they possessed only cuteness, devoid of the charm. Bored, he rested his chin on the table, idly scrutinizing the new little wizards, praying they would refrain from uttering the infuriating phrase about using alchemical ice to create popsicles. Professor McGonagall summoned each eager yet anxious little wizard, and in passing, he overheard a name, Severus Snape. Chapter 46, The Patronus Charm. This moment was ripe for heartfelt confessions. Indeed, Brian propped his chin on his hand, his eyes sparkling as he remarked, at such a tender age, you wore a solemn expression. I wondered if you were afflicted with a permanent frown. Severus paused, his memories drifting back to the day he was sorted into Slytherin. He could scarcely recall his emotions from that day, yet he vaguely remembered a slumped figure on the high platform, appearing utterly disinterested. But that was the extent of it. Brian continued, later, I discovered it was not the case. Admittedly, I did not possess the energy to focus on a young wizard, but you must know you are exceptional. Each time I observed your analytical essays and the pride and confidence with which you answer questions, I took notice. He chuckled and added, do you know why I agreed to venture into the Forbidden Forest with you all those years ago? I was motivated by selfishness. I could find no other reason to interact with you. Quite the coincidence, isn't it? You encountered me, and it unfolded naturally. Brian hesitated, feeling that some words need not be spoken, yet he recognized that, at times, appropriate revelations could serve as catalysts for the evolution of their relationship. Dumbledore often proclaimed that the greatest magic in the world was love. I find myself unable to fully endorse that notion, as he seems a tad too blindly devoted to the ethereal. Severus nodded, equally dismissive of the sentiment. Brian took a moment to compose himself and said, Severus, I have feelings for you. If possible, I would very much like for you to harbor some affection for me in return. I wish to spend the remainder of my days by your side. Severus lowered his gaze, his eyes fixated on the flickering flames, unwilling to meet the warmth of the passionate gaze beside him. You have grown, and you are unaware of how long I have waited, Brian said, reaching out to gently cradle Severus's face, turning his head to meet his gaze. Severus trembled, instinctively grasping Brian's slender wrists. Brian's heart raced. He too felt the tension, his breath unsteady, but it was time to seek a resolution. Your feelings are real, otherwise, why would you choose to bring me back to your home after learning of my affections? Severus. Very well. Brian inhaled deeply. I wish to see your Patronus once more. Severus's eyes flickered upward, momentarily caught off guard. Brian smiled and said, perhaps, at times, it is the things that remain unaffected by circumstance that affirm your true intentions. With one hand, Brian reached to touch Severus's waist, the sudden contact causing Severus to unconsciously ease his breathing. Brian placed the wand into Severus's palm. Severus felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Both were tense, for Brian was merely taking a gamble. He wagered that Severus had relinquished his fixation on Lily and hoped for a fleeting spark of interest from him. Rising to a position of authority, he peered down, contemplating whether he could raise the stakes. Before Severus could fully process what was happening, Brian leaned in. Severus's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the approaching visage. It was a gentle touch, as delicate as a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. After a brief pause, Brian could no longer contain the blush that crept onto his cheeks. He instinctively wrapped his arms around Severus's neck, burying his flustered face against his shoulder. Severus, still dazed, subconsciously brushed his fingers against Brian's lips, feeling the warmth where he had made contact, leaving him bewildered. Give me an answer, Severus, Brian murmured, his voice husky and muffled against his ear, akin to feathers brushing against skin, sending shivers through him. Severus tightened his grip on the wand, raising it, his chest pressed against another heart that beat with urgency. He enunciated each syllable, expecto patronum. Brian closed his eyes. Those few seconds felt interminable. Severus watched as blue smoke billowed from his wand, coalescing momentarily before dissipating, enveloping the room and encircling the two of them. 1 second passed, then 2. Even the smoke seemed uncertain of its form. Severus tugged at the corners of his mouth, lifting his hand to rest on Brian's shoulder, giving it a gentle pat. He appeared to smile, and Brian, as if entranced, heard the deep, resonant laughter that reverberated through him, causing his heart to flutter. Why do you still hesitate to look? Brian, unable to discern, stammered, tell me, what is it? The grip around his neck tightened. Severus sighed, nothing at all. What? Nothing? Brian cautiously opened his eyes to behold a mist resembling starlight. He surveyed his surroundings, momentarily at a loss for words. Severus was beset by conflicting emotions, memories of his time with Lily intertwining with those of Brian, ultimately settling on the image of the man who had slipped from the tree, falling into his embrace. They were entwined in the snow. It seemed that acknowledging one's feelings for another was not so daunting after all. Brian. Severus called his name softly. Brian instinctively suppressed a smile, responding, What is it? Let us be together. Very well. Chapter 47. It is quite evident that we are now together. Lucius was occupied, amusing the little dragon. Call me daddy. He coaxed. The little dragon chirped, flapping its tiny hands, its crystal-like eyes following Lucius's moving hand. Yeah, if you call me daddy, I will give you a little gold. Lucius continued cheerfully. The little dragon exclaimed, IWA. Daddy, Lucius prompted. Why? It's daddy. Yeah, daddy. Suddenly, Lucius noticed the tall, rigid figure of Severus standing behind him, causing him to jump in fright, his voice cracking. Severus. Oh my Merlin, could you make a sound? I nearly met Merlin today. Lucius caressed his chest, visibly startled. Wow. Little Draco, observing Lucius's flustered demeanor, laughed heartily, his eyes curving into crescent moons. Seeing his beloved son laugh, Lucius brushed aside the stray strands of hair from his forehead and joined in the merriment. Draco's joy was truly infectious. Severus, casting a glance at Draco, seemed to ponder something that elicited a fleeting smile of delight at the corners of his lips, only to retract it quickly. Lucius, playfully teasing Draco, inquired about the sudden appearance of his junior. Is there something you need? Has Narcissa sent you the books? Did you not receive them? With a long stride, Severus settled into a seat while responding, I did receive them, and I have already perused them. Lucius clicked his tongue in mild astonishment, remarking, I recall it took you less than a day to finish an entire box of books. You truly are remarkable. He swung Draco's hand back and forth, saying, Draco, I have faith that you will surpass every Malfoy that has come before you. Look, your father has secured you a most talented godfather. He is a master of potions. Oh, this mention sparked a thought in Severus's mind. He had been considering a potential godchild and glanced at the still giggling Lucius, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. Perhaps I could appoint Brian as the godfather to Lucius's child. I am sure Lucius would be quite agreeable. Severus raised his hand, and a book materialized from thin air. Lucius turned his gaze and noticed a ring on Severus's finger, its emerald green hue reminiscent of glass, with a miniature, delicately crafted serpent coiling around it, a sight both vivid and exquisite. Lucius raised an eyebrow, standing and stroking his chin as he took a couple of steps to examine the ring from various angles. Meanwhile, Severus continued his tasks unabated, flipping through the book and pointing to a passage. You see, this individual once challenged both the Dark Lord and the White Wizard. The time I recall was 80 years ago, during the reign of the first Dark Lord. Many dared to confront him, yet I found no mention of anyone named Cavendish. Turning a page, Severus continued, Brian informed me that the Cavendish family has a formidable rule. Should anyone violate it, their family name would be stripped from them. If this curse is as potent as one might imagine, and if this book has not been tampered with, I would venture to speculate that this person's name has been erased in a most peculiar manner, or that the one who challenged the Dark Lord and the White Wizard was a nameless entity. Upon comparing notes with Brian, Severus concluded, the only individual recorded without a surname is one named Cub, male, a graduate of Durmstrang, who abruptly entered the fray during the conflict between the Dark and White Wizards, only to withdraw for unknown reasons and subsequently vanished from the wizarding world. To this day, his whereabouts remain a mystery. Lucius, still entranced by the ring on Severus's finger, suddenly found himself bombarded with a cascade of information, causing him to inhale sharply in confusion. His mouth opened slowly, and only then did he begin to process the revelations. Ah, indeed, there was such a matter. However, I cannot recall the name. I only remember my father mentioning my grandfather, referring to Cavendish as a bookish fool, someone no one would have imagined could contend with the Dark Lord. Had he attended Hogwarts, he would surely have been a Ravenclaw. Clearing his throat, Lucius continued, I found this detail particularly memorable because of the familiar name Cavendish. I propose that if my father is aware of this, then the master must also be. Uncle Brian should be informed as well. Severus resumed his reading, and unfortunately, Brian himself was unaware of the existence of a relative. Lucius, touching the serpent head on his wand, could no longer suppress his curiosity, jestingly inquiring, what is the situation between you and Brian? His gaze shifted between the seemingly disparate rings and recalled Severus's frequent mentions of Brian, finally tearing his attention from the book. Severus raised an eyebrow and gestured with the ring-adorned hand. It is quite obvious. We are together. Lucius recoiled, shaking his head in disbelief. This is precisely why I say that your indecision only leads to self-inflicted torment. Look. Ultimately, you have succumbed. Severus's lips twitched. Do not give me the opportunity to hurl this book at your face, Lucius. Lucius chuckled. All right. I was merely jesting, Severus. I am genuinely happy for you. At least I need not worry about you being alone and desolate in the future. Severus merely raised an eyebrow. Lucius added, of course. What I meant was that I shall accompany Draco and Narcissa. He glanced over at Draco, who was happily playing with a small golden creature. Oh, what a soft and obedient darling. Look at those adorable little movements. How can one be so endearing? Observing Lucius utterly captivated by his child, Severus felt a flicker of disdain. Lucius, however, paid no mind, casually asking, why didn't you and Brian come together? Seeing that Lucius had finally hit upon the crux of the matter, Severus retrieved a book from the depths of the ring. Brian's book, he stated nonchalantly. He went to find Tom and asked me to locate you. You possess the key to the door. Lucius, perplexed, inquired, key? What key? Severus explained. The ring he gave you serves as a trigger to animate this book. Lucius raised his hands in confusion, revealing the ring. What must I do? Just so you know, I cannot remove this ring. Severus scrutinized it for a while, contemplating. It seems the custom of gifting rings must be reconsidered. Such a meaningful object should not be given lightly. I shall bring this up later. Standing, Severus faced Lucius. He placed the book into Lucius's hands, saying, Lost butterfly, guide me back home. The moment Severus finished speaking, a small wisp of smoke emerged from Lucius's ring, coalescing into a translucent butterfly with wings. The book slipped from Severus's grasp, hovering in midair, flipping open with vigor. A surge of energy erupted from the book, encircling the butterfly as it circled around the tome. Severus remarked, this should resemble a sort of key. I must take my leave. If I do not return before nightfall, please inform Brian. Lucius nodded, marveling at the spectacle before him, truly astonishing. Go on, I will. Severus stepped forward, and as the butterfly flapped its wings, the space warped, causing Severus and the book to vanish in an instant. Lucius, belatedly pondering where Severus had intended to go, dismissed the thought and turned back to amuse Draco once more. In a vast open field, the space distorted again, and Severus along with the book materialized. He surveyed his surroundings and realized he was not anywhere unfamiliar. He stood before the home of James and Lily. He had indeed visited their house before, yet Lily was not inside. In that empty room, the figure passing by the window was unmistakably James. That annoying face had the uncanny ability to ruin his entire day. Chapter 48. Good news from Lily. Though the surroundings were the same, Severus could discern that this was not truly James's home. Observing the bustling figure, Severus suppressed his emotions and made his way to the door, knocking softly. He maintained his gentlemanly composure, refraining from casting a disdainful glance at James when the door swung open. James appeared to be in high spirits, engaged in lively conversation with Lily. One had to admit that James, soon to become a father, exhibited a nurturing demeanor, attending to everything with tenderness, a stark contrast to the arrogant boy he once was. As if they were two entirely different individuals. Look how the villain strides forth with confidence, while those once wounded remain frozen in place, endlessly recalling a past they detest. Upon seeing Severus at the door, James's smile faltered momentarily, and he seemed to grow uneasy, perhaps reflecting on the follies of his past. Severus tilted his head slightly, casting a calm, neutral gaze at him, his brow arching ever so slightly. Hello, James Potter, he intoned, elongating the final syllable with a weighty gravitas. Imbued with an undeniable air of pressure, James forced a smile, replying, Hi, Severus. The two greetings hung in the air, solidifying the atmosphere between them. James. Lily's voice echoed from within, sounding entirely at ease, suggesting that her pregnancy had been stable thus far. Severus grasped the fabric of his own shirt at the chest, pointedly ignoring James as he stepped inside. Observing this, James feigned surprise, calling into the room, Lily. Severus has come to see you. Really? Lily's voice responded with a hint of delight. Severus allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips as he located the room where Lily was resting, standing at the threshold and gently remarking, Yes, I truly hope my timing is fortuitous. In truth, it would have been best if no one had come at all. But Severus had an urgent matter to discuss with Lily. With her permission, Severus entered the room and settled into the chair beside the bed. It was evident that this had been James's spot while caring for Lily. Aware of the tension between them, James felt that lingering there would only invite discomfort. So he busied himself with various tasks. Yet, perhaps still uneasy, he frequently darted in and out for trivial reasons, replenishing fruit on the bedside table, sweeping non-existent dust from the floor, rummaging for items that were unnecessary, adjusting the curtains, or pulling clean clothes from the wardrobe to place in the laundry basket. Lily couldn't help but find it amusing, while Severus, at a loss for words, elegantly curled his lips in a display of disdain. I believe I have some splendid news to share, he announced. Lily smiled in return, adding, "Yes, Severus, I too have news to share. But I would like to hear yours first." Severus inhaled deeply and stated, "Brian and I are together." "Yes, together." Lily paused, her eyes widening in surprise as she regarded Severus. "Oh, Severus, that is simply the most wonderful news. I am truly delighted for both of you. I believe my children will be even happier than I am, Severus." A smile of blessing radiated from her towards Severus, who felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. It seemed that confessing his feelings for Brian in front of Lily was not as burdensome as he had anticipated. If so, what did his previous feelings for Lily signify? Severus chuckled gently, realizing that such musings were now moot. He only needed to acknowledge that Lily would remain a dear friend, while Brian was his beloved. That was sufficient. Severus hesitated, having just heard Lily mention children. His gaze fell upon her abdomen. "Lily, do you mean to say that you are expecting twins?" Lily gently caressed her belly, nodding. "Yes, Severus, there are indeed 2 lives within me." She smiled tenderly, adding, "It seems you and Sirius will both have the honor of being my children's godfathers." Severus returned her smile, feeling a flicker of anticipation, but soon a shadow of concern crossed his mind. Voldemort had captured the Longbottoms, and they were currently being well cared for, with no immediate plans for action. After reminiscing with Lily, Severus cautioned them to remain in a safe location and not divulge the means of their sanctuary to anyone. At this juncture, he learned from them that they had already informed some members of the Order of the Phoenix, including Dumbledore, about how to contact them. This revelation infuriated Severus. He did not hesitate to chastise James for his foolishness, while he regarded Lily as a lady favored by gentlemen. As Severus departed, he realized that more people knew of their hiding place than he had anticipated. He needed to return to Brian to discuss relocating. Upon arriving back at Malfoy Manor, he found Lucius pacing anxiously. The moment Lucius spotted Severus, relief washed over his features. "Severus, you've finally returned. What has happened?" Severus inquired. Lucius replied, "The Ministry personnel are a bunch of reckless brutes. They have set the Dementors loose. The outside is teeming with them. Wasn't this already known?" Severus countered. Lucius ground his teeth in frustration. "The point is, Narcissa has yet to return. She is still out there. I can't reach her." His voice trembled with panic. "She must be in trouble, Severus. Please, you must help me find her." Severus furrowed his brow, asking, "Where is she?" "Nocturnally," Lucius exclaimed, and Severus immediately departed. While Lucius anxiously awaited her return, Brian arrived looking for Severus. "Lucius, what happened to all the white peacocks in your garden?" he inquired as he stepped through the door. Glancing back, "I intended to use them as inspiration for my new creation." Lucius hurried to greet him. Brian carried a large package, which he handed to Lucius with a smile. "This is a bed I specially made for the little dragon. I heard you prepared a room for him to play in. This will keep him cozy in winter and cool in summer, and it's cushioned to prevent any accidents." Lucius clumsily accepted the bundle, and Brian glanced around, noticing the absence of the person he had hoped to see. "Has Severus not returned yet?" Lucius set the item down before responding. "Narcissa is still in Nocturne Alley. I asked Severus to go find her." Brian paused. "When did he leave? Wasn't he said that he should avoid going out?" Faced with this inquiry from an elder, Lucius's tone faltered. "Severus has been gone for a while." Brian's expression darkened at the thought of the Dementors lurking outside. Severus had lost his Patronus, and he wondered if he could defend himself. With a sense of urgency, he turned to leave. "I must go find him." He rushed out, leaving Lucius to run his fingers through his platinum hair, letting out a sigh tinged with melancholy. His wife may be in peril, yet as a husband, he can only seek the aid of his close friend. Lucius Malfoy cast a glance at the carefree little dragon playing with Goldie in the cradle, suppressing the helplessness in his gaze. Resolutely, he vowed that as a husband, as a father, and as a Malfoy, he must be invincible. Chapter 49 indeed. But I am not. What is a Dementor? It is a presence that instills greater terror than the foul reputation of the Death Eaters. It obeys only the commands of the Ministry of Magic, devoid of thought, merely executing orders. Its most frequent abode is the notorious prison for the wicked, Azkaban. It is said that Azkaban is, in fact, the very birthplace of the Dementors. The magical creature summoned by the Patronus charm is one of the methods to repel Dementors. However, not everyone possesses the ability to conjure one, particularly the vicious Death Eaters who revel in bloodshed. Hence, the Dementors are a source of fear for every Death Eater. The fact that no one has ever escaped from Azkaban speaks volumes about the formidable nature of these creatures. Brian silently arrived at Nocturne Alley, and as anticipated, the already dim street was now enveloped in a chilling mist, causing passers-by to feel the cold seeping into their very bones, the air becoming so thin it felt suffocating. Having encountered such beings before, Brian was acutely aware of their terror. He clenched his fists and began to navigate swiftly through the streets filled with Dementors. Dementors possess no facial features, only a gaping black maw that they direct towards their targets to siphon away their joyful memories. Once individuals are stripped of happiness, they begin to extract their very souls. Everywhere they pass, the water on the ground freezes into solid ice, and the flora visibly withers and bends. Every semblance of life seems to be drained away. Brian reflected on his time spent obediently in Azkaban, where he had studied these bizarre creatures, examining the value of their existence, yet he had arrived at no conclusive results. All he had discerned was that they were a type of soul, malevolent spirits. Perhaps the shell of an alchemical creature could contain one. In the future, he might attempt to capture one for study. Soon, as he turned a corner in a narrow passage, Brian spotted Severus. However, before he could call out, Severus leaped forward, and in the next moment, a dozen Dementors pursued him from behind. Brian heard the chilling, rattling sounds emanating from the Dementors' mouths. Damn it! He cursed under his breath and hurried after him. He operated ahead of Severus. Severus. Upon seeing Brian, Severus was startled, grasping his wrist as they fled together, ducking into a small alley to hide. Both held their breaths as the Dementors drifted past. After a moment of stillness, they exhaled, relieved to be safe. Severus scanned Brian from head to toe. Not forgetting that Brian had been the unfortunate one to encounter Dementors before, his pale and frail appearance still vivid in his memory. Severus frowned, pursing his lips as he inquired, "What brings you here?" Brian noticed Severus still held his book and smiled. "I was worried about you. By the way, weren't you looking for Narcissa? Why are you alone?" Severus, seeing that Brian showed no signs of discomfort, replied with a hint of exasperation, "I found her. She is fine. Lucius underestimates her." He scoffed. "That paranoid fool. He tends to exaggerate." Brian remarked, "Concern leads to disorder. I think that is quite natural." Severus shot him a glance. "When we returned together, we were targeted, so I let her go ahead." Brian nodded, realizing why Severus was being pursued by so many. He had unwittingly become bait. Severus grasped Brian's wrist, saying, "This place is not safe. We must move quickly." Brian smiled and nodded in agreement. In the dim alley, however, a pair of luminous eyes lurked. Severus caught a glimpse of his reflection in Brian's eyes. Brian took Severus's hand, their skin touching, the warmth exchanged between them, merging. Brian thought, if he has joyful memories, then perhaps he could conjure a Patronus too. A spark of anticipation ignited within him, eager to try. Severus hesitated, tightening his grip. Seizing the moment, he guided Brian as they navigated to evade capture. Yet, inexplicably, the Dementors suddenly seemed to receive a command, honing in on Brian and Severus with uncanny precision. Severus found himself cornered, overwhelmed by the encroaching swarm. Damn it! These creatures seemed to have suddenly gained eyes, relentlessly pursuing them. Brian surveyed the scene, the towering Dementors, their gaping maws resembling eyes, all fixated upon him. He moved closer to Severus, whispering in his ear, "Severus, you go that way." Severus turned, preparing to pull Brian along when he heard Brian say, "They're after me." Severus paused, realizing the chilling, relentless approach of the Dementors. He calmly deduced, "Someone is controlling them." "Yes." Brian withdrew his hand. "You must leave. I may know who is behind this. I assure you, I will be fine. After all, I am not an easy target." "Indeed," Severus nodded, reclaiming Brian's hand. "But neither am I. Thus, we shall face this together. Do you understand?" Chapter 50 Joyful Memories. Patronus Charm. Even with one hand occupied by his book and wand, Severus was able to wield his wand and recite the incantation. A pulsating aura pushed the Dementors back 100 meters, but new ones quickly closed in. This time, they approached neither too close nor too far, drifting with eerie grace. Their skeletal fingers tainted with an unknown black residue that was unsettling to behold. As they passed, flakes of skin-like debris fell, causing the buildings before them to take on a gray, lifeless hue. The structures in the distance blurred into indistinct forms, until the focus sharpened on a man who appeared seemingly out of nowhere. He cradled a plain, even somewhat tattered book, standing at the highest vantage point. Even as the overcast sky smothered the daylight, a faint light still outlined his figure. From his elevated position, he surveyed the diminutive figures below, revealing an ineffable, warm smile. As if to say to Brian, "Look, we meet again." Brian pondered, perhaps this was a meticulously orchestrated ambush, yet he felt it unlikely. A single-person scheme could not possibly align so perfectly with his entrance into Lucius's home, followed by Severus's immediate search for someone, and his own subsequent concern to follow. Severus blocked the man's gaze, shielding Brian behind him, casting a displeased glare at the scrutinizing eyes. This was the first time Severus encountered the man Brian had described. The elusive, deceptive, formidable guardian. Severus, with an unflinching demeanor, began to devise a route and plan, seeking a way to secure their escape. The air, slightly damp, hung heavy with an oppressive gloom. The man clicked his tongue, followed by a sigh. Indeed, It was only by engaging you in conversation that I felt a semblance of comfort. Severus and Brian remained vigilant, yet the man smiled and reassured them. Do not be anxious. I have assured you, I will not lead you to your demise. Severus remarked, Mr. Inkeb, you hardly appear to be in your 80s. The man paused, his indifferent gaze shifting from Brian to Severus. Well, it seems someone has taken an inquisitive interest in my identity, Inkeb said. One must applaud your efficiency. Severus's expression darkened. It appeared they were now faced with an adversary who had not only survived the ultimate duel of light and shadow, but had emerged unscathed. Truly, a formidable challenge. However, forgive my limited time, Inkeb continued, as his form vanished from the rooftop and reappeared on the ground below. Please make way. I need to speak with my son. His words halted both Brian and Severus in their tracks. Severus whispered, You still have a father? Brian, equally skeptical, inquired. I have a father? Inkeb patted Brian's shoulder and replied nonchalantly, Otherwise, do you think you simply sprang from the cauldron? Brian peered from behind Severus's dark cloak. In fact, I have never heard of a father so young and filled with malice. Moreover, we do not resemble one another in the slightest. Inkeb waved his hand dismissively. Suit yourself. I am not here to recognize kinship. Unbeknownst to them, he had issued some command to the Dementors, who began to encircle the two. While Dementors may lack physical strength, their mental assaults could be lethal. They were baffled as to why a wizard would command such creatures. But it was evident they needed to escape this wretched place. Inkeb watched as they forged a path, and then began to run. His demeanor reminiscent of a spectator at a cricket match, languidly savoring the unfolding farce. His hollow voice resonated through the walls, reaching the ears of both men. Do not resist, Brian. I am aiding you. Inkeb continued. Do you not wish to alter the outcomes before your eyes? I know how. I have been assisting you all along. Brian dismissed his words as nonsense. Inkeb insisted, I believe you already know what to do. After all, you are remarkably astute. Turning to Severus, Inkeb asked, Severus Snape, are you not at all curious why Brian, who once cherished books dearly, has neglected them since that fateful day? His voice brimmed with an enchanting allure. Severus found himself compelled to ponder this statement. Indeed, it was true. Brian, who would frantically search for a book if it were out of his grasp for mere seconds, seemed to have completely forgotten about the very tome he had once clung to. Brian's heart quivered, his breath quickened, yet he soon regained his composure. Severus exchanged a knowing glance with him, opting to delay their escape through the chaotic streets. Certain explanations would be provided when they were safe. The doors along the street remained tightly shut, and the air grew thick and suffocating. Why did they not attack Inkeb? It was patently unwise to provoke an enemy without assurance of victory, especially one who appeared rather unhinged. Inkeb, while inflicting harm, spoke tenderly, assuring, I am helping you. Damn it, a madman. The relentless use of magic was taxing, even for one as powerful as Snape, Brian observed with mounting anxiety. Lacking the ability to conjure a Patronus, he felt his wand was little more than a prop. He needed joyful memories, ones capable of summoning a Patronus. Brian incessantly recalled the cherished gift from Severus. The first embrace after he fell from a tree and was caught, the butterfly that Severus had sent fluttering toward him as the sun dipped below the horizon, and their passionate yet tender kiss. His wand flickered with light, as if imbued with newfound strength. Severus turned to Brian, sensing his pause, and Brian raised his gaze, determination illuminating his eyes. Patronus. He lifted his wand, the winter wind swirling and coalescing, lifting their cloaks and exploding outward. Severus looked up. Brian's Patronus manifested as a magnificent, translucent butterfly, its wings shimmering with iridescent patterns. Inkeb stood frozen in disbelief. The butterfly gently flapped its wings, unleashing a monumental wave that overturned everything, rendering the world asunder. Chapter 51, Inkeb Cavendish. What sort of conclusion could be deemed unforgettable? Inkeb mused aloud. Though the space around him was devoid of company, a voice responded to his musings. Cherish what you possess, forsake what you have lost, die in the past, and live in the present. No, Inkeb gazed at the object in his hand. Your family took you from me, my family took him from me. I have nothing left. I cannot resign myself without paying a price. Voldemort hurriedly approached the alley of reversals, noticing a growing light in the distance that sent a shiver down his spine. What? He thought, what kind of force is this? As he rushed forward, he spotted a Dementor spinning in midair like a top. His brow furrowed in realization. Evidently, a wizard had conjured a Patronus. With a click of his tongue, he arrived at Severus's location. The butterfly fluttered once more, dissipating into a myriad of starlit sparks. Voldemort scanned the surroundings and caught sight of a short-haired figure on a rooftop. That figure turned, noticed him, and then vanished in a swirl of shadows. Voldemort approached Brian, stating, It seems you have encountered some trouble, Brian. That man did not appear to be your ally. Brian, looking at his wand, was on the brink of excitement. Severus, did you see that? Severus's gaze returned from the distance, realizing that the man had inexplicably retreated, whether due to Tom's presence or Brian's butterfly, he could not ascertain. He tousled Brian's unruly hair and nodded gently, so large, it would be hard to overlook. Brian then flashed a proud and joyous smile at Voldemort, as if he had forgotten the perilous situation they had just endured. Tom, you must see what I have learned. Voldemort sighed. Oh dear, Brian, as the Dark Lord's confidant. Learning the Light Wizard's Patronus charm seems rather contradictory to our identities. Brian narrowed his eyes, and Voldemort raised a hand. Fine, I acknowledge your prowess. Severus smoothed Brian's hair and said, Come now, we shall return and celebrate later. Brian nodded, and they swiftly departed. Upon returning to Riddle Manor, Voldemort began to grumble. It appears you must remain at home. Look what happens when I return your wand to you. Trouble finds you the moment you step outside. Had it not been for Severus summoning me, I would have remained oblivious to the peril you faced. That man seems rather formidable, although I am the Dark Lord. There are moments when I find certain adversaries rather formidable. After all, there is an ancient saying in the enigmatic East, beyond the mountains, there are more mountains. Beyond the people, there are more people. Of course, even that old coot Dumbledore encounters troubles beyond his ken. Nevertheless, I must assert, I am still quite formidable. Lord Voldemort plopped himself onto the sofa, casting a look of admiration and acknowledgement towards Severus. Severus, you have performed admirably. He then turned to Brian, saying, Brian, you should learn from Severus. Seeking assistance from your allies is not a sign of weakness. Brian couldn't help but mutter, he has become so verbose. Voldemort paused, narrowing his eyes dangerously. Brian, are you suggesting that I am being overly loquacious? Brian blinked innocently, his gray eyes filled with sincerity. Of course not. He tugged at Severus's sleeve. Severus. Well, perhaps he could redirect the conversation. To be honest, the name Tom, when associated with the former master, felt rather uncomfortable. Severus deftly sidestepped this point and delved straight into the matter at hand. That man should be young Bert. Voldemort halted, naturally recalling the man he had encountered hastily earlier that day. Umbert? He pondered for a moment, then spoke. If you are referring to the individual who stood his ground against the first Dark Lord and departed unscathed, yet remains elusive to this day, then yes. It is Ungbert Cavendish. His gaze shifted to Brian, revealing a profound expression. Perhaps I could glean some details about your interactions with him? Voldemort's awareness of this person's existence did not particularly surprise Severus. After all, how could one aspire to be the second Dark Lord without being acquainted with the events surrounding the first? Brian, however, was taken aback. He had never heard Voldemort mention such a figure before. After Severus articulated the pertinent details, he added, he claims to be Brian's father. Voldemort regarded Brian with a teasing tone. Surely you do not naively believe that? Brian shook his head fervently, asserting that, aside from appearances, the timelines simply did not align. Voldemort's brow unfurled slightly as he exhaled a breath that seemed to carry some relief. The Cavendish family has always been shrouded in mystery within the wizarding community. They, or rather you, possess unique gifts. Speaking of the Ungbert you mentioned, I recall him being a Cavendish with an extraordinary aptitude for spells. Yet, he typically maintained a low profile. Had he not unexpectedly emerged as a third party in that conflict, few would have recognized his prowess. Listening to their discourse, Brian fell into a deep contemplation. Ungbert had mentioned at the outset that someone had presented him with a significant predicament, and that someone was Brian himself. He pondered the implications. Was it because his clandestine actions had been uncovered? But why had it not been the two Cavendishes with the golden and silver hair who came? They were the enforcers, akin to Muggle police, the equivalent of the Ministry of Magic in the wizarding world. Why had it been a disavowed Cavendish who approached him? Would he, too, become like this upon his own disavowal? It seemed somewhat troubling. Brian's fleeting moment of distraction did not escape Severus's notice. He placed Brian's book on the table, observing him with a subtle intensity. Perhaps we should elucidate why you have suddenly become indifferent towards the book. Brian averted his gaze. Lowering his head, Severus's unwavering scrutiny settled upon him. Noticing Brian's unmistakable signs of guilt, along with Severus's concerned yet unyielding demeanor, like a fierce serpent and a small, feigned innocent snake trying to evade scrutiny, Voldemort's initial reaction was, the pairing he had orchestrated was more endearing than that of any soap opera. His second thought was, why had it taken him so long to realize something was amiss? Chapter 52. Voldemort's godson Brian toyed with his own fingers, uncertain of how to articulate his feelings. He experienced a peculiar sense of eeriness. The book would return to him, yet it felt as though it were not truly in his possession. He cautiously lifted his gaze to the darkened face of Severus, touched his nose, and then tugged at Severus's sleeve. If I were to say that I seem to have lost connection with my book, would you believe me? Severus pressed his lips together, his brow slightly raised. He lowered his chin slightly, enveloping the fingers that grasped his sleeve within his palm. Do you feel unwell? Brian's eyelashes fluttered. A bit. It feels unfamiliar. My chest feels hollow, as though a piece of my soul is missing. I feel restless, unable to settle. Brian's gaze inadvertently drifted to the book on the table. Lost in thought, Severus picked up the book and handed it to Brian. If it troubles you, it is better to hold on to it. Brian cast a cursory glance at it before wrapping his arms around Severus's, burying his face in the crook of his arm. In muffled tones filled with resolute defiance, he declared no. At some point, Voldemort had produced a newspaper, half concealing it as he observed the tender and warm exchange between the two. He felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction akin to that of a parent witnessing their child reach maturity. Surely, Abu would no longer worry about Brian now. Perhaps he should prepare a gift for Abu. What would Abu send upon learning of Brian's marriage? A gown? A golden brooch? Perhaps an island? He had always desired for Brian to possess a place of belonging. If Abu gifted an island, how about he present a Merlin's badge? Brian seemed to have a fondness for artifacts of the White Wizards. Suddenly, Voldemort felt a summons. He set down the conspicuous newspaper and stated, the topic must shift. Dear Brian, and yes, Severus. Severus turned back, placing the book on his lap. Brian, disinterested, remained nestled against Severus's shoulder, finding a comfortable position. His tousled black hair cascaded down Severus's shoulder, the tips brushing against their intertwined hands. Their tightly clasped hands, imbued with unconditional trust, bestowed upon Brian an unparalleled sense of security. Their relationship was never shrouded in pretense. Severus was indeed taking it seriously. Voldemort folded the newspaper and placed it on Severus's desk, adjusting its orientation so Severus could see it before leisurely pushing it forward. You ought to take a look at the Daily Prophet. Intriguing events have transpired. Brian tilted his head, casting a glance at the information above. He then lifted his gaze. The bizarre disappearance of Azkaban's guards. The Minister of Magic shockingly claims to be unaware of the situation. Is this a cover-up of his misjudgments? Or is there a deeper conspiracy at play? The next item read, the Minister of Magic's gross negligence has led to public outcry, resulting in a collective decision to revoke his ministerial rights and initiate the process of selecting a new Minister of Magic. The subsequent line awaited his attention. The missing Dementor was summoned back under the astute talents of young Barty Crouch, who, despite his tender years, was deemed exceptionally wise and courageous by the members of the Ministry of Magic, leading to unanimous support for his candidacy. A truly astonishing feat. Conversely, Barty Crouch Sr. vehemently opposed this decision, asserting that his son lacked the gravitas required for such a significant role and that individuals with extensive experience should be chosen instead. Brian gazed at the dynamic photograph above, observing Barty's graceful movements and the confident, charming smile that radiated from him. Is Barty only 19? Brian remarked with a hint of surprise, astonished that the ministry would entrust a recent graduate with such responsibilities. Voldemort chuckled softly, clearly not in agreement. Severus had been privy to this development all along, fully aware of how his potions had been utilized. He added, however, whether they wish it or not, they must comply. Brian understood. It appears you finally infiltrated the ministry, albeit slower than anticipated. Voldemort shrugged, expressing, this was never my domain to begin with. Had it not been for Abraxas's abrupt resignation, the ministry would have been one of my residences by now. Curiously, Brian inquired about the man in the photograph. Why is Barty's father opposed? Severus replied without hesitation, Barty Crouch Sr. may have sensed that we are using his son as a public facade, or perhaps as a puppet. Voldemort shook his head, saying, no, no, no. How could he be a puppet? Severus, you might need to meet him, my godson. Your godson? Brian echoed. Voldemort smiled, his demeanor warm and refined, as if he were earnestly introducing his beloved child, regaling them with tales of Barty. He is an exceptionally passionate young man, and I have taken a liking to him. Thus, I appointed him as Minister of Magic as a birthday gift. Voldemort observed the animated image in the Daily Prophet with delight. Look how happy he is. It seems he is quite fond of the gift I bestowed upon him. Brian asked, what about the Dementors? Do they heed your commands? Voldemort replied, I made them a promise, and they switched allegiances. Both Brian and Severus were taken aback to discover that Dementors could indeed possess a sense of obligation. Could this be the reason why Ingebert also commanded the Dementors? An unexpected guest arrived, the elegantly sinister Barty Crouch striding confidently into view. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he immediately focused on Voldemort, disregarding the others entirely. He excitedly approached Voldemort and knelt before him, extending a hand. Voldemort graciously placed his hand atop Barty's, who then kissed the back of it. Long time no see. My master. Barty's voice was laced with adoration. Ah, it seemed yet another fervent admirer of Voldemort had emerged. Voldemort, clearly pleased, withdrew his hand and said, Barty, come and meet your uncle. He introduced Brian, saying, "This is my dear friend, Brian Cavendish, and this is Severus Snape, also your uncle." Voldemort paused, casting a knowing glance at Severus, who calmly replied, "Partner." He understood that Voldemort was redefining his identity. Barty tilted his head, admiringly licking his sharp teeth, and exclaimed, "Wow. You two are a perfect match." Chapter 53. This is not the crux of the matter. Barty was quite the loquacious one, eagerly recounting his accomplishments during his tenure as Minister of Magic, unabashedly seeking praise and reward. Much like a child who proudly displays a perfect score to earn a coveted treat from an adult, Voldemort, adopting the role of a patient father, attentively praised and analyzed every achievement Barty shared. Brian squinted, sensing a familiar sense of nostalgia in Voldemort's playful demeanor, reminiscent of his own past with Abraxas. Back then, Tom had not treated them as sons. He was so upright that he once frightened a charming young witch, confessing her affection to him with a snake, leaving her in tears as she fled. Perhaps Tom had always preferred the proud, obedient, and endearing type? Did it seem that Abraxas had fallen victim to this preference? Barty presented Voldemort with a book, and Voldemort praised him until he was satisfied before opening it on the table. Noticing Voldemort shifting his attention to other matters, Barty instinctively retreated behind the sofa, leaning against the backrest. He stood behind Voldemort, who evidently held a fondness for him, as he willingly entrusted his blind spot to Barty. "Details on Ingebert," Voldemort stated. "When Severus mentioned the first time you encountered the so-called Guardian, I had all individuals related to Cavendish investigated." Barty's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed. The Ministry's records were utterly chaotic. I spent a considerable amount of time organizing them and discovering what my master required." Voldemort nodded, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. "Yes, all the fruits of Barty's labor are conveniently compiled within this book for our review." Severus drew the book closer, noting the highlighted content. He read aloud, "Filming Cavendish. Female, born in 1891, formerly of Ravenclaw at Hogwarts, an exemplary student, currently 89 years old, married with 2 sons. Husband, Radley. Sons, Feynman and Elquin. Exceptional abilities and a remarkable affinity for magical creatures." As the lines continued, Brian felt overwhelmed. Severus sensed Brian's growing discomfort and, after a moment's pause, flipped to the page on Ingebert. Ingebert Provence, Severus read slowly, male, graduated from Durmstrang, born in 1887, currently 93 years old, married with 1 son. Wife, a Provence. Son, Ari Provence. Exceptional talent in spellcraft, creator of miraculous feats, recipient of a Merlin medal. Brian looked up, realizing this individual indeed had a son. 93. His son must be at least 70 by now, Brian thought, glancing at Voldemort, who had been enjoying a shoulder massage from Barty, appearing utterly relaxed. Voldemort's languid voice broke the silence. His wife perished in the conflict with the first Dark Lord. He lifted his eyelids slightly, adding matter-of-factly, subsequently. His son also met his demise, which is why he became a third party, opposing both Dark Lords. Brian nodded, grasping some of the backstory but still puzzled as to why this individual had fixated on him. Ingebert seemed exceedingly eager to extricate him from the Cavendish family, be it through coercion or seduction. Meanwhile, Brian's plan was to sever ties with the family entirely, ensuring that the Cavendish lineage could never again bind him with their so-called rules, using a belief he himself was unaware of to seal his fate in this world. Perhaps this matter was not as crucial as the head of the family had suggested. The more he relies on books, the more it becomes his most fatal flaw in the present moment. Furthermore, he has an ominous premonition that the books are gradually severing their connection with him, subtly slipping into a state of isolation. This also implies that his name is on the verge of vanishing from the Cavendish family tree. He has already traversed half of that path. Young Barty interjected, "Why do you all believe that Grindelwald is still alive?" Voldemort, Brian, and Severus turned their gazes towards him simultaneously. Young Barty naturally leaned against the back of the sofa, his body slightly inclined, pressing his weight onto the couch. "According to the information I've gathered, Grindelwald and his wife were very much in love. Grindelwald had been trying to extricate his wife from her family, the pure-blooded Doring Provences. During the conflict, it is said that Abby Provence encountered a white wizard on her way back when her parents sought her out, and she died due to a misfire. However, their son merely went missing. I suspect that perhaps Grindelwald was gravely injured in his battle against the Dark Lord, and the one we see now." Brian chimed in, "Are you suggesting that the one still alive is actually Grindelwald's son?" Voldemort stroked his chin. "There is some merit to that. He appears far too youthful. His abilities remain unknown, yet he seems to be a cunning and somewhat clever eel." Severus furrowed his brow, remarking, "Perhaps that is not the crux of the matter. The crucial point is." He fixed his gaze on Brian. "Damn it, a troublesome one. An unguarded individual capable of approaching Brian silently." Brian yawned. already feeling drowsy. Voldemort said, "Young Barty, tell me the time." Young Barty replied, "It is July 27th, 1980, 6:41 p.m. "Oh, now it's 6:42, Master." Voldemort raised his hand and called Marley. Marley appeared in response. He clasped his hands together, addressing respectfully, "Esteemed Master, do you require Marley to prepare dinner?" Voldemort stood up, and young Barty immediately stepped forward to support his arm. "Yes." Marley returned promptly. Voldemort allowed young Barty to partake in dinner. The forgotten book was remembered only by Severus. The individuals who once held the book in high regard now turned a blind eye to it. Naturally, Severus became the guardian of the book. It was hard to articulate. It felt no different from an ordinary book. In the evening, Brian waved his hand to bid farewell to Severus, who, in turn, embraced Brian's neck and pulled him back into his room. Brian. Severus could not comprehend what that damned man's intentions were. The elusive fellow would not relent. To ensure Brian's safety, he must remain by his side at all times. Only then would he have the opportunity to protect him before any harm could befall him. He would not allow the previous incident to repeat itself. In a mere moment, Severus turned to see Brian gazing at him with his pale gray eyes, his face flushed, appearing both excited and anxious. Severus led Brian to the bedside, unfurling the neatly folded cotton sheets, and tucked Brian into them. Brian, in a daze, thought, Aren't we taking off our clothes? Is this too quick? But I haven't prepared anything for him yet." Brian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Severus looked at him and asked, "Why is your face so flushed? Are you still cold?" Brian stammered, feeling ashamed of his thoughts upon regaining his senses. He shrank his neck and replied, "Not cold." Chapter 54, Anticipated Embrace of Sleep. After washing up, the two lay in bed. They were covered with two separate blankets. Brian stared blankly at the ceiling, momentarily unsure whether to deem his thoughts too avant-garde or to consider Severus's mindset excessively conservative. To the extent that he could make the decision for his boyfriend to have a blanket to himself, Brian ground his molars. Well, perhaps given the current extraordinary circumstances, special treatment is warranted, but at least let me have a hug. He cast a furtive glance at Severus's profile. Severus merely closed his eyes, according to his usual routine. He should be brewing potions in the basement. However, since Brian preferred to retire early, he remained. He pondered whether Grindelwald was after Brian's book. When that man claimed that Brian was his son, he seemed casual, yet his expression was earnest and resolute, unlike a liar. Brian's eyes, pale gray, shone with a faint golden hue when illuminated. He bore no resemblance to Grindelwald in appearance or eyes. Young Barty's analysis was not without reason. But if Grindelwald's son were impersonating him and was so fixated on Brian, what profit could be derived from such a dispute? Grindelwald appeared to harbor a disdain for all wizards. Lost in thought, he sensed the man beside him shifting subtly. The blanket was carefully lifted, and he felt an arm slowly encircle him. The warmth of skin pressed gently against him through the thin fabric. Severus's mind went blank as his fingers moved involuntarily. In the next moment, they were clasped together by another hand. He bit his lip and opened his eyes to see first a fluffy head and then a pair of mischievous eyes. Brian's blanket had somehow fallen to the floor. Severus paused for 2 seconds in silence, then propped himself up, side-turned to lift the only blanket on the bed, enveloping both of them within it. He swiftly pulled Brian into his embrace. The rhythm of his rising chest, the powerful heartbeat, and the arm encircling his waist made Brian take a deep breath. Joyfully returning the embrace, Severus pressed down on Brian's head, kissing his forehead, and then held him close, his hoarse voice low and soothing. "All right, sleep quickly." The unintentional display of helplessness and indulgence only quickened Brian's heartbeat. Content, he nestled closer and finally closed his eyes with a soft hum. This was Severus's first night not sleeping alone in bed, and the tension and joy he could not conceal kept him awake. The scent of Brian's post-bath fragrance filled his nostrils, and perhaps due to Brian's good mood, he also sensed a warm, sunny aroma. The sunlight, which he had always resisted, avoided, and shunned, was now embraced within his arms. Moreover, it would henceforth belong solely to him. No one could take it away, not even Brian himself. In the nighttime, dark thoughts often burgeoned. Brian had chosen him. Therefore, let them sink together. The curtains fluttered without wind, and the moon had risen outside, casting a blue light through a crack onto the floor, extending to the bed where they lay entwined, finally resting upon the books on the table. A faint golden glow shimmered, silently accepting a mysterious call, unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 55, The Need for a Good Morning Kiss. The speeding tin car honked impatiently amidst the clamor of the bustling crowd. A gust of wind shattered the scene, replacing the din and the multitude with a realm of silence. Brian once again found himself on that shadowy hilltop. In his dreams, the scenery that greeted him upon awakening felt extraordinarily familiar, a disquieting sense of anxiety that disturbed his peace. The mountains, Brian murmured. The black waters. He lifted his gaze to another spot, where an expected silhouette stood. And you. The shadowy figure revealed itself, mirroring Brian's own appearance. The shadow Brian lifted his head, displaying a graceful smile, as though greeting an old friend after a long absence, with an air of familiarity and ease. Ah, we meet again. Brian scrutinized this doppelganger intently. Indeed, he replied nonchalantly. He stepped closer to Shadow Brian and remarked softly, I believe I have discerned what you truly are. The Shadow Brian chuckled. Oh, is that so? Brian affirmed. Yes, you are my book, are you not? The Shadow Brian raised an eyebrow. Brian continued, ever since the day Tom shattered you, I have been dreaming. In my waking moments. I often forget. He surveyed his surroundings, adding, but now, I am exceptionally lucid. I recall everything I chose to forget, as well as what my family compelled me to forget. With a smile, he added, I ought to thank you for your relentless insistence on allowing me to dream, even if I still forget in my waking hours. A glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. And Severus. So that was the meaning behind his promise of until we meet again. The Shadow Brian's smile faded, replaced by a dark and ominous expression that appeared truly terrifying. Who will rescue you from your fate? The Shadow Brian's form twisted grotesquely. Brian remained unafraid. I will define my own ending. He raised his hand, and his wand appeared in thin air. So, he declared in a sharp voice, I shall rid myself of Cavendish, and escape the destiny you have bestowed upon me. With those words, his wand traced a line through the air, severing the Shadow Brian and the mountains behind him. The Shadow Brian dissipated like smoke, as the dreamscape crumbled around Brian. With a hint of regret, Brian remarked, I must relinquish certain things to attain what I desire. Crack! The sudden jolt of his heart startled Brian awake. He opened his eyes, his pupils dilating, still unfocused. Severus immediately opened his eyes, his hands cradling Brian's face with concern. He noticed the cold sweat glistening on Brian's brow. Brian! Severus exclaimed, rising to support Brian's shoulders. Instinctively, he grasped his wand and scanned the surroundings for any signs of danger. After confirming their safety, he turned his attention back to Brian, wiping the sweat from his forehead and wrapping him to keep him warm. Did you have a nightmare? Brian looked up, blinking through tear-filled eyes as he gazed at Severus. With a muffled voice, he admitted, yes. The soft tone carried a hint of grievance, prompting Severus to relax his guard upon realizing it was not a matter of immediate danger. Observing the faint blush at the corners of Brian's eyes and the way he bit his lip while looking up at him, Severus felt a pang of unexplainable heartache. He gently embraced Brian, patting his back in silent comfort. Brian's gaze drifted to the magical book, upon which his 50-year existence had relied. Now, he had others to depend on, worthy of his trust. Brian finally grasped the truth behind some words. Prophets are often the most eccentric of lunatics. Reflecting on his past actions, those bizarre, peculiar behaviors were indeed signs of impending madness. He pulled the covers over and playfully pinned Severus down, placing his hands on either side of him. Severus? He teased. Brian planted a soft kiss on his lips. Severus. He blinked innocently, seizing the opportunity while Severus was momentarily taken aback, lifting the hem of his nightgown to explore beneath. Smooth. Abdominal muscles. Wow. Severus, flustered, exclaimed Brian. The usually meticulous Severus, with his nightgown buttons fastidiously fastened, now appeared particularly disheveled and anxious. Brian found himself restrained in all movements. Severus's face turned scarlet, his eyes brimming with emotion. I always thought I was the one beneath, Brian remarked. Severus? Brian added, looking at your expression. I think I could be on top as well. Severus? Brian, with a teasing gaze at the bewildered Severus, quipped. You can't be so innocent that you don't understand what I'm implying, can you? In the next moment, Severus covered Brian's mouth with his hand, gritting his teeth as he commanded, no more thoughts. Sleep. All right. Severus had indeed lost his temper. Brian settled down, contentedly drifting off to sleep. As for Severus, the next morning, when Brian awoke, he happened to see Severus emerging from the washroom, his hair still dripping with water. Upon noticing Brian's curious gaze, Severus stiffened, hastily averting his eyes. He quickly donned his outer garments and black robe, preparing to escape. Severus, Brian called softly. Severus paused at the door, his hand lingering. In a still sleepy voice, Brian requested, I need a soft, fragrant good morning kiss. Severus clenched his fist, resignedly conceding as he turned back. He leaned down to plant a gentle kiss where Brian indicated. Severus's eyelashes fluttered, and his enticing Adam's apple bobbed as he whispered tenderly, Good morning, Brian. Leaving Brian momentarily speechless, his mouth agape. Brian. He. After regaining his composure, Brian savored the sound of his own name. Severus's voice was always so intoxicating. Chapter 56, simply 56. Brian lay back down, cocooned in the blanket, unable to resist the urge to toss and turn, relishing the moment. When Severus reached the living room, he called out for the house elf. Molly. Molly appeared, and Severus instructed, prepare 2 sandwiches, one with extra meat floss. Brian loves that. And a cup of coconut milk with 7 parts sugar. Bring them up when Brian comes down. He added, when he starts eating breakfast after half an hour. Prepare some fruit. Molly nodded respectfully. Yes, Master Severus, I shall prepare it at once. Severus calmed his morning nerves, then expertly approached the table to pick up the Daily Prophet. Reliable news from the outside world had dwindled to near non-existence, clearly indicating that the prophet's office was being stifled. After a swift glance, he set the newspaper aside, turned, and retrieved the books he needed from the ring that stored items. Sitting on the sofa, he began to read, anticipating that once Brian awoke, they would have breakfast together before visiting the Longbottoms. He needed to remind them of what they hadn't had time to discuss yesterday. Lucius had nearly caused them to stumble inadvertently. He decided to delay the delivery of the beauty potion for a few days. Unable to find solace in sleep, Brian rose from his bed. The spacious living room came into view as he stepped out, revealing Severus seated with an elegant posture, leisurely turning the pages of a book. His long, pale fingers bore calluses of varying thickness, both firm and soft to the touch, exuding strength. The intense, unabashed gaze from Severus immediately caught his attention, causing him to pause momentarily before hesitantly flipping to another page. That gaze shifted subtly in response. Severus tugged at the corners of his mouth, his usually drooping lips involuntarily curving upwards. Closing the book, he turned to meet Brian's eager gaze. Brian chuckled foolishly, steadied himself against the armrest, and bounded down the stairs in a few swift steps, taking a seat beside Severus. With palpable enthusiasm, he inquired about the contents of the book. Severus replied with a gentle elegance, the Veritasium. Brian thought for a moment and remarked, I recall you are adept at this. Indeed, Severus confirmed. I am currently researching an upgraded version. Brian tilted his head, curiosity piqued. An upgraded version? Severus nodded. I have discovered certain vulnerabilities in the Veritasium under specific conditions. For instance? Brian probed. Severus fixed his gaze on Brian, stating, for example, do you prefer sugar above all else? Brian, perplexed, replied, is there something amiss? Severus elaborated. In truth, you hold a greater fondness for pineapple. Understanding dawned on Brian. It was a matter of conceptual substitution. Such inquiries would likely be rare. Severus continued. With such probabilities, there will always be those who seek to exploit the loopholes. I shall endeavor to minimize this conceptual ambiguity. Upon hearing this, Brian felt an irresistible urge to applaud Severus. Crafting a potion is challenging, yet modifying a potion's formula is even more arduous. Severus, undeniably worthy of being called a master of potions, had repeatedly addressed various issues through his own ingenuity. The admiration reflected in Brian's eyes was both familiar and foreign to Severus. He could not deny the satisfaction derived from Brian's bright gaze. Who wouldn't he desire to be a unique presence in the eyes of their partner? Severus thought to himself that he would indeed become the most extraordinary figure in Brian's eyes. Chapter 57, A Visit to the Longbottoms. The brilliant sky was adorned with swirling snowflakes, born in the air, solidifying mid-flight, and ultimately descending gracefully with the wind. They landed upon rooftops, their icy breath creating a mist upon the windows, blurring the outlines of furniture and softening the features of the inhabitants, while warmth emanated from steaming cups of tea, caressing cheeks and hearts alike. The snow settled on branches, the wind whispering softly, painting a vibrant scene for the passing clouds, standing proudly in defiance of the heavens, awaiting the day when the frost would melt away, revealing the streets. The ground was blanketed in white, a vast expanse that concealed the traces of passers-by. Severus held the excited Brian's hand as they strolled through the endless snow, leaving their footprints imprinted behind. Sev, Brian exclaimed. How about spending this Christmas in the Muggle world together? They have roller coasters. Let us experience one. Severus replied. If you seek the thrill of gravity's imbalance, we might as well leap from a cliff. Brian, taken aback, remained silent. Severus continued. Furthermore, are you certain you wish to ride a roller coaster in the dead of winter? Brian, momentarily stunned, had completely forgotten that Christmas falls within the winter season, lost in thoughts of a romantic outing with Severus. Love truly has a way of clouding one's intellect. Yet, he couldn't help but feel delighted. Observing Brian's dazed expression, Severus chuckled softly. Perhaps for Christmas, we could watch a Muggle film. Then, when winter passes, we can visit the amusement park you desire. Severus reached up to adjust the loosely draped scarf around Brian's neck, ensuring it snugly enveloped his delicate, porcelain-like skin. It is still barely August, perhaps before contemplating Christmas. We should first decide what you wish to have for lunch today. Brian, wrapping his arms around Severus, swayed gently as they meandered along. Anything is fine, he replied. Severus nodded, tilting his head slightly. Perhaps we could also discuss the gifts you've given to others. He raised his hand, revealing a ring of exquisite craftsmanship, and remarked, "Such a ring." Brian, with his bright gray eyes, admired the elegant fingers accentuated by the ring. He reached out, his warm hands carefully tracing the lines of Severus's palm and the joints of his fingers. The gentle contact sent a tingling sensation through Severus, a delightful itch. His throat tightened involuntarily. Whether it was merely an illusion, he felt an overwhelming desire to leave a mark on the hands that were exploring his. To answer your question sincerely, if it is this one, I have only gifted 2, Brian stated. Severus narrowed his eyes, already sifting through the names of those around Brian. Pondering who might have possessed the ring he deemed significant. One was given to a 21-year-old Severus, Brian chuckled, holding Severus's fingertips. The other was given to an 18-year-old Severus. A moment of reflection passed over Severus. He too recalled the day he came of age. On his birthday, the first gift of adulthood was bestowed upon him by Brian, who had stormed into the potions master's office, filled with conflicting emotions of anger and joy, presenting him with a gift that was both a source of regret and celebration. The snow continued to fall softly, yet not a flake settled upon the two of them. Unbeknownst to Brian, Severus cast a charm, keeping the cold at bay. I may be late in saying this, but I believe you would be willing to listen, Severus began. Brian's smile widened. As long as it's you, it's never too late, Severus confessed. I am truly sorry. Don't say that, Brian interjected. Both the pursuer and the pursued have the right to accept or reject. After all, who can predict how things will unfold? Stumbling and meandering. What matters is the present outcome. After a pause, Severus inquired, Then, may I request that future rings be gifted solely to me? Brian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Severus pressed his lips together as Brian nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Absolutely. Though their journey was brief, their conversation had taken quite a turn. Brian chuckled for a time until Severus narrowed his eyes dangerously, prompting him to tone it down. Brian then resumed discussing their plans for the next day, to which Severus listened intently, responding affirmatively. They finally arrived at the residence of the Longbottoms, ceasing their chatter. Severus cast a spell to open the door, stepping inside first, with Brian following closely behind. The grand hall was empty, and Brian surveyed the surroundings. In the next moment, the door from the second floor swung open. Frank Longbottom, leaning against the frame, regarded Brian and Severus with a watchful, guarded expression. He stood tall, exuding an air of authority, reminiscent of a true master of the house. This unflinching aura had once been one of Brian's students. Frank pressed against the door, his hand gently applying pressure on its back as it closed without a sound. His mental state was remarkably stable. Voldemort had not been harsh with the parents of the supposed savior. Frank understood that he could not remain at the pinnacle indefinitely. So he descended slowly, his gaze fixed on the two individuals on the first floor. Perhaps he was wary of a potential ambush against his wife? Such concerns were unwarranted, for neither Severus nor Brian, nor Voldemort himself, harbored any intentions of attacking them. I know you, Severus, Frank stated, despite their affiliation with different houses. Professor McGonagall has never been stingy with her praises for you. She often expresses her delight at your outstanding achievements. His eyes shifted to Brian, whose expression was complex, tinged with a hint of righteous indignation. Yet, he did not reveal this sentiment, for his wife and their unborn child were upstairs. And he hardly believed that those who stood with Voldemort would show mercy to their adversaries, even if they were defenseless pregnant women. It's been a long time, Professor Kavanaugh. Frank remarked, I never anticipated greeting you in such a manner. Brian mused that perhaps Frank meant he never envisioned confronting a former mentor. Severus replied curtly, We will have time for pleasantries later. At present, we have come to visit Mrs. Alice Longbottom. Frank positioned himself at the staircase's entrance, fully aware that this would provide little to no real obstruction. Their wands had long been confiscated. Severus coldly stated, Recognize the situation, Frank. Do not attempt to waste our time. If your sole intent is to provoke us, I can promptly demonstrate the horrors of dark magic. Brian shrugged and proceeded directly toward the staircase. Frank tightened his lips, and Brian comfortingly said, Do not be anxious, Frank. Severus will not harm you. Dumbledore is awaiting your return, so it would be wise to behave accordingly. Frank hesitated momentarily, while Brian moved past him, silently observing. Severus anticipated a prolonged standoff, but was taken aback when Brian ascended without delay. Thus, he too followed suit, with Frank silently trailing behind. However, when the door to the room opened, Frank was the first to rush inside. He hurried to Alice's bedside, grasping her hand. Their eyes met, seemingly exchanging unspoken communication. Chapter 58 You would not wish to become our enemy, would you? Aurors, of course, could not remain passive, yet in the face of absolute power, any struggle would prove futile. Brian cast a diagnostic spell on Mrs. Longbottom, confirming her robust health. Perhaps even she understood that the child must not be compromised. Despite their inability to guarantee the survival of their offspring for even a few days, she continued to eat and rest well. Severus also cast a diagnostic spell on Frank, who showed no signs of ailment either. It appears Igor has been adequately caring for you, he remarked. Igor, another of Voldemort's subordinates, was a Death Eater like Severus. It seems your objectives are nearing fruition, Frank observed. Severus's expression remained impassive as he issued a cold smirk. Objectives? Ah, yes, Mr. Longbottom. Severus took Brian's hand and continued. The health checks are complete. Now, I must take a stroll with Ryan. He added, and mind you, in your current state, what do you believe will change upon leaving this room? I advise you to remain compliant. Both Longbottoms felt a jolt of apprehension as their attempts to break free from the confines of the room had evidently been perceived. Frank suddenly stood, glaring at Severus, who was preparing to depart with Brian. Compliant? He exclaimed. Severus halted, and Brian turned to look back. Severus mocked, like you or like him, submitting to a treacherous, venomous, malevolent, and cunning demon? Brian, scratching his head, glanced back at Severus and said, it seems his reputation has indeed soured considerably. Before Severus could retort, he was momentarily taken aback by Brian's words. From Severus's perspective, Voldemort's malevolence could not simply be summarized as a poor reputation. It was a tapestry of evil, entangled with pure-blood aristocracy and self-interest, utilizing every means at his disposal. Ryan might acknowledge Voldemort's wickedness, but based on current observation, that malevolence possessed certain boundaries. Perhaps in Ryan's eyes, Voldemort's wickedness had form and could be reshaped. Severus chuckled softly, resignedly stating, Ryan, in their eyes, the Dark Lord is merely synonymous with negativity. Thus, regardless of whether he resembles the Tom you recognize, he will never be endearing. Even the Death Eaters only harbor fear and a desire to appease him due to his status as the Dark Lord. Voldemort was astute and acutely aware of his circumstances, which is why he had never entertained the notion of making new friends. Consequently, his circle consisted solely of Ub and Brian. No matter how fervently the Dark Lord pursued power, perhaps in moments of solitude, he yearned not to be alone. There would always be someone to soothe the late-arriving loneliness during his solitary revelries. Hence, he indulged Brian. Severus contemplated that perhaps in Tom's heart, both Brian and Ub held a special significance. Brian nodded, fully endorsing Severus's sentiments. There was no need for argument. This was the truth. He turned to Frank, his eyes earnest and sincere as he spoke. No, Frank, he said, lifting his gaze slightly, his chin raised, casually revealing a smile. Only disobedient foes must submit. You would not wish for us to become your enemies, would you? His gaze drifted to Mrs. Longbottom's rounded belly, his eyes imbued with a profound meaning as he articulated. Your unborn child would not wish for that either, would they? Severus lowered his head, observing Brian's fluttering eyelashes. Did Ryan hope for the Longbottoms to abandon the light? No. Perhaps Ryan had conceived a new idea. He intended to save the Longbottoms, perhaps even their child. Severus gently caressed Brian's hand, pondering that human greed could never be fully satisfied, much like his own. After receiving a modicum of charity, one could not help but crave the entirety. Chapter 59 Severus. Stand down. The door swung open, revealing a broad-shouldered man with wavy hair, cascading over his shoulders. As he walked in, he impatiently shook off the snowflakes clinging to him. When he inadvertently looked up, he spotted Brian and Severus descending the staircase. Severus? He exclaimed, somewhat surprised. It has been ages since I last saw you. I thought you were destined to hibernate in your basement with your cauldron, much like a true serpent. Brian and Severus had just reached the landing when Severus remarked, Igor, it appears you are quite pleased with this task. Look, you have even brought them lunch? Upon recognizing Brian, Igor met his indifferent gaze, his gray eyes silent and serene. He paused, bowed slightly, and greeted Lord Kavanaugh. Good day. Brian offered a faint smile, greeting, good day, Mr. Karkaroff. Igor's full name, Igor Karkaroff, resonated in the air. Igor set down the items in his hands and responded to Severus's words, clarifying that, indeed, this was not their lunch. He unwrapped the fabric covering the contents, revealing 2 canisters. He explained that this was baby formula. Brian stepped closer, his curious gaze fixating on the label of the formula canisters. Igor elaborated that the master had proclaimed they were about to be born. This they referred to the 2 infants, suspected to be the saviors yet to enter the world. However, Brian had already concealed the Potter family away. Retracting his hand from the formula canisters, Brian inquired, where has Voldemort gone? Igor felt a jolt of alarm at Brian's audacity to utter the master's name so casually. Although whispers of the special relationship between the master and Brian circulated outside, in their eyes, the merciless Voldemort merely looked down upon the ants below. Indeed, Apart from Voldemort himself, everyone else was but an ant. Igor's status paled in comparison to Severus's, and even more so to Brian's, leading to a disparity in their perspectives. Glancing instinctively at Severus, Igor noticed Severus's habitual demeanor before he slowly replied to Brian. I am not privy to the master's whereabouts, my lord. Brian turned, reclaiming Severus's attention, conveying through his gaze that he harbored an ominous premonition. It was highly likely that Voldemort had already discovered the location of the Potters. Severus's eyes fell slightly, his thick lashes casting a small shadow over his gaze, amplifying his brooding silence. Brian said, I still need to speak with Tom. Severus hesitated, grasping Brian's hand and shaking his head. Brian had already done so much for him. He did not wish for Brian to find himself in a predicament over this matter. Furthermore, he believed Dumbledore had already received word and would rearrange the Potters' movements. At present, the most perilous individual remained Brian. The two exchanged silent communication, hand in hand, while Igor, glancing left and right in confusion, scratched his head. His gaze returned to their intertwined hands. Recently, rumors had circulated among the Death Eaters regarding the intimate relationship between Severus and the rumored Brian. With Lucius's assertions, the credibility of such claims had surged, and it appeared to be true. Reflecting on Voldemort's demeanor towards Brian during their meetings and Brian's attitude towards Lucius, it was evident that the Malfoys held a position of considerable influence. Moreover, the renowned potions master among dark wizards was also a close friend of the Malfoys. The Malfoys were intricately woven into the web of relationships, making them untouchable. It would be wise to maintain a distance from Lucius in the future. Suddenly, Igor felt a chill in the air. Looking up, he met Severus's gaze. The scrutiny he had unwittingly directed towards Brian's features was now returned to him. Severus's dark eyes glimmered like a serpent's, coldly piercing through Igor. Retract your damned gaze. Foolish Igor. Igor's confusion was palpable. Had he done something wrong? What was with that look? Severus took Brian's hand and strode away. Brian lifted his gaze to the sky, where the clouds transformed into mountains, layered upon one another, obscuring the horizon. Severus held Brian's hand, moving in tandem. Their dark silhouettes stood in stark contrast against the brilliant radiance ahead. Brian pondered whether Severus, accustomed to the shadows, would be willing to bask in the light. Yet he knew that those who dwell in the depths often yearn for a hand to pull them up. Brian aspired to be that hand for Severus. However, at that moment, Brian realized that it was he who needed to be pulled up. A sudden throb in his heart caused his smile to falter. Severus. Brian stood still, and Severus turned to look back, catching a glimpse of the uncertainty in Brian's eyes. He furrowed his brow, asking, what is it? Brian's hand instinctively clenched, and Severus sensed his unease. The book? Severus promptly retrieved Brian's book from his ring, raising it slightly for Brian to see. Here. Though Brian had feigned indifference towards the book recently, Severus could sense the unrest beneath Brian's calm facade. Brian had been deliberately ignoring his book. His inner turmoil belied the outward calm. Severus understood the anxiety Brian experienced when he could not find his book and had made it a point to keep it close at hand. Now that Brian requested it, he produced it without hesitation. Brian stared at the book in a daze. Something felt off. He reached out to touch it, but just before contact, he withdrew his hand, instead seeking refuge in Severus's embrace, clutching his chest, listening to the steady, powerful heartbeat echoing in his ears. When Voldemort returned, he found his friend Brian nestled like a fragile bird in Severus's protective arms. He narrowed his eyes, grinding his teeth, though he had orchestrated this outcome. Witnessing this scene stirred an indescribable sensation within him. A white serpent slithered from his collar, coiling around his neck, its smooth head, indistinguishable from snow, tilting as it flicked its tongue. Voldemort stroked the little serpent's head. Nagini was a genuine serpent. After feasting, Voldemort had placed her in a secure location for her winter slumber. Voldemort's playful gaze suddenly fell upon the book Severus was holding, his expression shifting as he regarded it with seriousness. What is it, Brian? It appears someone has been bullying you. Voldemort stepped forward, crunching through the snow. A fresh layer of snow blanketed the path to the Riddle Manor once more. He smiled faintly, asking, do you require me to seek justice on your behalf? Brian tilted his head slightly, peering from Severus's embrace, his face half exposed. He pouted and muttered, don't you like children? Both Voldemort and Severus paused in surprise. Severus instinctively tightened his grip, while Voldemort chuckled. It was vexing to have a biased friend. Voldemort's smile was broad, yet this was the first time Severus felt so uneasy. Severus, Voldemort commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Step aside. He wished to discuss this matter further with Brian. 5 seconds passed, and Severus remained unmoving. His obedient right-hand man had, for the first time, lost control before him. Voldemort observed as Severus silently shielded Brian in a defensive posture, his thoughts swirling. His expression darkened, laced with a hint of anger as he muttered, This is rather amusing. Chapter 60. A change of venue for little Barty's meal. Are you threatening me? Just as the tension thickened, Brian's fierce inquiry pierced through the silence. Both Severus and Voldemort were momentarily taken aback. Voldemort's icy demeanor cracked as he helplessly remarked, "I did not, and I am speaking with Severus." Brian revealed his entire face, exclaiming, "You're scaring him." This protective nature of Brian stirred a toothache in Voldemort. He vividly recalled a time when he was the one being shielded. Thus, does the object of such affection also shift? This notion was rather troubling. He irritably tugged at the corner of his lips and said, "All right, Brian, I did not mean to. I merely require a private conversation with you." Brian inquired, "Aren't we family? Must we separate into two?" Voldemort gritted his teeth, his gaze settling heavily upon Severus. Though his mood was far from pleasant, Severus felt a surge of smug satisfaction, which he resolutely suppressed. Enough of this public display of affection. Voldemort turned, stating, "Let us speak in the room." Brian glanced at the disgruntled figure of Voldemort before exchanging a fleeting look with Severus. A sigh of relief escaped Severus. The situation had not worsened. He raised a hand, gently rubbing the corners of Brian's eyes, causing Brian's eyelashes to flutter instinctively, his clear gray pupils reflecting Severus. His heart and gaze were filled entirely with him. Severus pondered inwardly, what merit had he earned? Would we truly become each other's support? Severus longed to pose this question. Yet his intuition warned him that now was not the opportune moment. Even he could confidently predict Brian's response, a certainty more steadfast than rock. "We will." Reluctantly, Brian disengaged from Severus's embrace, his earlier turmoil dissipating, replaced by unwavering conviction and anticipation for the future. Voldemort strode ahead, a tumult of frustration and solace intertwining. A fleeting bitter smile vanishing in an instant. He stood at the threshold of his abode, wielding his wand to unlock the door. As Brian stepped inside, he beheld Voldemort once more waving his wand, introducing an array of fresh furnishings to the spacious, vacant living room. One wall bore an enormous black square, polished to a reflective sheen, ensconced in a slightly irregular outline formed by green vines. The new sofa reclined more than its predecessors and was notably softer, its base lowered. "Dobby," Voldemort called, and the house elf appeared promptly. "Prepare the lunch." Dobby nodded, replying, "At once, master." In no time, a simple lunch was arranged on the table. "Sit down. Some matters are best discussed after we eat. Otherwise, they may spoil your appetite." As Brian lowered his gaze, Voldemort silently conveyed to Severus, "Though I am somewhat displeased." "You have done well." Severus paused momentarily. Voldemort continued, "I entrust Brian to you. You must ensure his safety. If it comes from your own accord, all the better." Severus observed Brian, who was propping his chin up while poking at his lunch. For the first time, he straightened his back and met Voldemort's gaze directly. Undoubtedly, he was now his partner. Their silent exchange revealed to Voldemort a shift in Severus's demeanor. He valued Severus not merely for his potion-making prowess, but for the essence he exuded, despite Severus's attempts at concealment. However, the essence of their kind was more readily discerned and unveiled. It was a simultaneous blend of disdain and admiration, though the latter evidently outweighed the former. Thus Severus, the half-blood he despised, remained his right-hand man. "Ah, so you're not pretending anymore. That is well. Otherwise, I might have looked down upon you." Had Severus displayed such a negative attitude today while already acknowledging himself as Brian's partner, and remained concealed within his perceived safety, refraining from resistance or expression, he would have been the first to shatter the very relationship he had facilitated, regardless of Brian's reluctance or opposition. He believed that oblivion would serve as a potent charm. Brian poked at his food, and upon lifting his gaze, he found both Voldemort and Severus staring intently at him. Brian leaned back slightly, asking, "What are you staring at?" "I'm not food." Severus hesitated, thinking, every day reveals a new bad habit of Brian's. When he is in a foul mood, he cannot eat. How then can I improve his mood? After pondering, Severus subtly shifted his long legs under the table, moving closer to Brian's side, intentionally brushing against him. Placing his lunch down, Severus seamlessly took Brian's spoon and scooped up a bite, offering it to Brian's mouth. As Brian felt the repeated nudges against his leg and realized they came from Severus, he instinctively fluttered his eyelashes, his ears flushing crimson. When Severus actively fed him, Brian's fair complexion blossomed with a rosy hue, especially under Voldemort's scrutinizing gaze, causing him to feel a rare moment of bashfulness. Flustered, he stammered, I can eat by myself." Severus, unable to conceal the smile tugging at his lips, replied, "It is I who wishes to feed you." Voldemort took a bite of his meal, suddenly realizing that the deep green curtains he had meticulously arranged seemed to have transformed into a shade of pink without his notice. Voldemort, who had just experienced a toothache, now felt a familiar twinge of discomfort. Without hesitation, he summoned the dark mark of young Barty. Shortly thereafter, Barty appeared. Voldemort instructed Dobby to prepare a meal for him as well. Brian enjoyed his meal, while Barty approached Voldemort gracefully, raising his hand to receive Voldemort's, preparing to perform the customary kiss. However, Voldemort merely instructed him to sit down. Barty glanced around, then complied. He had been called over while eating, surely. The master must have pressing matters to discuss. Yet, aside from bidding him to sit and eat, Voldemort seemed to have no further intentions. Barty raised an eyebrow, resigned and amused, as he continued to eat with his spoon. Just after a couple of bites, Barty sensed the peculiarity of the situation. The pink bubbles before him burst into view, impossible to ignore. Observing Barty's stunned expression, Voldemort finally found a delicate balance, comfortably narrowing his eyes in satisfaction. Barty noticed Voldemort alternating his gaze between Severus and Brian, then back to him, suddenly grasping the underlying purpose of his summons. First, he felt a rush of understanding, then naturally maneuvered to partake in Voldemort's meal, accepting the spoon from Voldemort's hand. Master? Barty's doe-like eyes brimmed with affection. I wish to feed you, he declared. Voldemort, bemused, looked at Brian, who nearly spat his food at Severus's face. Chapter 61, I simply believe in you. Brian choked, and Severus quickly poured him a glass of water, patting his back as he sipped, aiding him in swallowing the food. Voldemort silently regarded the spoon stretching out before him, while Brian stifled a laugh, his lips quivering with the effort to contain his amusement. He struggled to reclaim his spoon and helplessly remarked, just eat your meal. I am not so childish as to require being fed. Brian, who was mentioned, felt a lump in his throat and blushed, wanting to retort but finding himself at a loss for words, his cheeks puffing in irritation. Having nearly finished their meal, Severus tore off a piece of tissue paper and attentively dabbed at the corner of Brian's mouth. They transitioned from the dining table to the sofa. Little Barty, having arrived, did not leave. He began to massage Voldemort's legs. Voldemort casually draped one leg over Barty's, allowing him to continue, while he himself lounged lazily against the sofa. Observing Voldemort's languid demeanor, Brian crouched beside him and playfully poked his head with a finger. Poking someone's head is an act of considerable rudeness. Yet given the amicable relationship between Brian and Voldemort, even the typically haughty Dark Lord showed no objection to Brian crossing such boundaries. Moreover, Voldemort had frequently tested Brian's limits as well. Suddenly, Brian stated, I believe you need 2 sons. Voldemort lifted his gaze, unable to suppress a scoff, casting a sideways glance before turning his face away, presenting the back of his head to Brian. Reason? He extended a hand, fingers splayed. You have 1 minute to persuade me. Brian fixated on one finger and proceeded to bend the rest backward. I'll give you 5 minutes to explain why they must be dealt with. Voldemort, turning his head, smirked coldly. You certainly know how to turn the tables. He sat up, reclaiming his leg from little Barty's grasp. Severus stepped forward, hoisting him up and firmly seating him back on the sofa. Brian turned and leaped into Severus's embrace. Isn't the prophecy sufficient? Voldemort inquired. Even the little wizards know prophecies are unreliable, Brian countered. And what of the prophecy you provided? Voldemort challenged. When have I ever given a prophecy? Brian retorted. A fine case of no witnesses, Voldemort remarked, shifting his stance. Very well. The Dark Lord may act as he pleases. Is that acceptable? Then you may choose another to torment, Brian replied. Voldemort sighed heavily, stating gravely, Brian, if the prophecy holds true, I will die. So, do you still wish to save those who are entirely unrelated, even those yet unborn? Brian resolutely declared, you will not die. You will not. Voldemort discerned that Brian was not jesting. He hesitated. Have you done something? Brian blinked. Regardless, you will not die. Severus, supporting Brian's shoulder, voiced the question that Voldemort also wished to ask. What impact does this have on you? Brian's gaze flickered uncertainly. Well, not much of a significant impact. After speaking, he fell silent, realizing he had inadvertently acknowledged that he had indeed undertaken actions unknown to both Voldemort and Severus. Little Barty sensed the sudden shift in atmosphere, contemplated for a moment, and spoke, Master. Voldemort instinctively turned to him, while little Barty continued, Are you troubled by the rumored savior? He chuckled lightly. Perhaps there is a way. The current savior is merely an unborn infant, which also means he knows nothing. Just as Uncle Brian said, raise him by your side and educate him. Make him your apprentice. Wouldn't it be amusing if the one prophesied to be the savior became the Dark Lord, your heir? Master? Voldemort raised an eyebrow and smiled. He could see that little Barty also scoffed at the prophecy. In this world, only he, the Dark Lord, believed in Trelawney's mad utterances. Very well, little Barty. Perhaps you are correct. Voldemort glanced at Brian, who was comfortably nestled against Severus, and rolled his eyes in annoyance. Since you put it that way, I can refrain from harming them, but only because I trust you, Brian. Upon uttering this, Voldemort himself chuckled, perhaps not anticipating that one day he would entrust his fate to the so-called trust. But only temporarily. Several preconditions must be met. Brian nodded. What conditions? Voldemort stated. First, both children must remain at Riddle Manor. Second, you must choose one to become my apprentice. Third, you shall oversee the other. Brian's eyes brightened. This was an exceedingly favorable arrangement for him. All right. Voldemort continued. There is one more thing. Brian inquired. What is it? Voldemort replied. You have 2 days to bring the Potters back. Brian nodded eagerly. Understood. He readily accepted Voldemort's terms, showcasing complete trust in him. Voldemort regarded Brian with a smirk. How naive he was. Brian. When would he fully learn his lesson? Never mind. Voldemort called Little Barty. Little Barty immediately responded. I am here, master. Voldemort instructed. Go turn on that. Oh, television. Brian's head popped up from Severus' embrace. Television? Voldemort nodded with a smile. Indeed. It's a Muggle television that Little Barty developed for use in the wizarding world. All right, master. Little Barty stood and began tapping on the blocks embedded in the wall. With a flick of his wand, the imagery began to shift. Ink droplets splattered, transforming from a brief black and white into a vibrant, colorful sky. As a pair of black and white wings unfurled to reveal the scene, Little Barty proudly introduced, this modified version of the television has a slot for memory stones. You see, there's no such thing as a signal here. Pointing to the base, he continued, are you familiar with the pensive? I drew inspiration from it, using the memory stone as a form of memory storage to present this magnificent device. Little Barty retreated to Voldemort's side, eagerly watching him. In fact, my television is far more entertaining than those in the Muggle world. He waved his wand, and the content displayed enveloped the audience in an immersive experience. The protagonist of the story stood not far away, engaged in delightful conversation. Voldemort affectionately stroked Little Barty's head as he crouched down, praising him. Excellent work, Little Barty. I may have to reward you. Little Barty grinned, delighted. It is my duty, master. Brian was aware of the pensive but had never used one. He circled the 2 figures from another world that had been conjured, observing them intently. Finally returning to Severus's side, he remarked, Severus, don't you think this person's appearance resembles Little Barty's quite a bit? Severus lowered his head. Indeed, it is quite similar. Chapter 62. Let's watch a TV show together. Voldemort stood at the pinnacle of his youth, accomplishing feats that many wizards could only dream of. A prodigious youth, he became a dark sorcerer, inventing the dark mark, transforming those who once tormented him, those he despised, and even those whom he favored into his loyal servants. Except for Brian, who, upon learning of these matters, declined the invitation to be kissed by the dark mark. This left Nabrian in a state of vexation for quite some time. Unable to comprehend the enigma that was the Dark Lord, he had become the figure of dread for all, with even his name uttered only in hushed tones. The audacious wizards who dared to test him now languished in dungeons, enduring torment until their demise. Severus was well aware of the Dark Lord's myriad cruel methods, understanding the depths of his malevolence better than most, even if he had not been the longest follower. Voldemort, in his presence, showed no inclination to conceal his true nature. He was brazenly transparent in his wickedness, serving as a reminder that any thought of rebellion would come with dire consequences. Severus tightened his grip on Nabrian's hand, grateful that his gamble had paid off. Nabrian had long been curious about what television shows Voldemort indulged in within the Muggle world, and upon witnessing it, he found himself captivated by the unfolding narrative. Voldemort began the viewing from the very beginning, while young Barty adeptly catered to his master's whims. The Dark Lord, alongside his loyal confidants and dear friends, was engaged in watching a television series, eschewing discussions of bloody conspiracies during meetings, creating a scene filled with harmony, warmth, and an almost surreal beauty. It was a sight so enchanting that Nabrian could scarcely imagine it. However, halfway through, he tugged at Severus to leave. Noticing the lingering desire in Nabrian's gaze, Severus inquired why he chose to depart. Nabrian shook his head, stating that television could be watched at any time, but they had pressing matters to attend to. With a playful wink, he suggested they inform Lily that they would no longer have to worry about threats to their safety. Severus paused, taken aback by Nabrian's constant concern for those he cherished. Nabrian grasped Severus's wrist, lifting it, and said, "You've been there once already. And the coordinates of this ring have been established, so this time you can locate them using your own ring." Severus instinctively glanced at Nabrian's fingers, only to realize that the adornments he was accustomed to seeing had vanished, leaving his slender, pale fingers bare to the air. "I remember you wore a ring. Where is it?" Severus inquired, fixated on his hand. Nabrian chuckled softly, responding that he had temporarily stowed it away. Severus, clearly not easily deceived, pressed on. "Do you not wish for your ring to be tracked?" Nabrian nodded begrudgingly, acknowledging the truth of it. Severus pursed his lips, suggesting, as your partner. Perhaps I should be privy to certain reasons. Ryan, some matters need not be faced alone. You have me, and you have Tom. Nabrian nodded, cheerfully assuring him, I know. Of course I do. Rest assured, Severus, this was merely a small ruse I devised to keep them safe. Once we bring them to Riddle Manor, I will retrieve it. Nabrian traced the cold ring on Severus's finger, remarking, after all, I specifically made a pair. After a few confirmations, the two finally stepped into the halo of the transport array. As the world spun around them, they landed steadily. Nabrian surveyed his surroundings, somewhat astonished to discover that the Potter family had been concealed within their own home. Upon knocking at the door, it was James who appeared, seemingly unfazed by the sight of Nabrian and Severus. He welcomed them inside to visit his wife with a natural ease. You two have arrived just in time. Go have a chat with Lily. She's on the verge of boredom, James lamented. Severus led Nabrian to Lily's chamber, where her complexion appeared notably pallid. Upon seeing Nabrian and Severus, Lily's face lit up with joy. I believe my child is eagerly preparing to enter this world, dancing with glee within me. At times, it is almost unbearable, she exclaimed, her happiness evident as she beamed at their clasped hands. Nabrian waved with his free hand, cheerily greeting, long time no see, Lily. Her eyes sparkled with mirth as she teased, indeed, it has been quite a while. I scarcely know what delightful tales I've missed during this time. Nabrian, feeling a touch bashful under her scrutiny, attempted to withdraw his hand from Severus's grasp, but was met with resistance. Severus held on firmly, unabashed, radiating an air of confidence. Chapter 63, Extraordinary Brothers. Having already met Severus, Lily began to engage Nabrian in conversation. As a pregnant woman, her emotions fluctuated noticeably, betraying a lack of stability. Nabrian felt a pang of unease, fearing that Lily might refuse to accompany them to Riddle Manor, especially given Voldemort's notorious reputation as the most perilous of foes. Fortunately, just as Nabrian was summoning the courage to broach the topic, Severus preempted him by articulating the purpose of their visit. After a moment of silence, Lily spoke again, albeit about another matter. Remus has actually arrived too, she disclosed. Severus scanned the vicinity once more, asking now. Lily shook her head, clarifying, no, before you both came. A mix of emotions crossed her face as she looked at Severus, revealing a blend of joy and concern. Remus shared some news about you, Severus. I truly did not expect that. With a hint of apology, she added, I am immensely grateful to you, Severus, and to you, Nabrian. You have both cared for us so deeply. Severus paused, realizing that Lily might be referring to his new membership in the Order of the Phoenix, something Nabrian was unaware of. Believing her gratitude stemmed from a sense of guilt. James, observing Severus's momentary hesitation, seemed to grasp the unexpected yet understandable revelation. Even the most ardent lovers harbor their own secrets. It is nothing of great consequence, is it? Lily continued. He conveyed that Professor Dumbledore has stated that everything will proceed according to your arrangements. Upon hearing Dumbledore's name, Nabrian was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the implications. The Potters trusted Dumbledore, and his endorsement indeed spared them much explanation. James tidied up and concealed Lily's wand on her person, just to be safe. Standing at three corners of the bed, the three prepared to transport both the woman and the bed. They arrived in one of the prearranged rooms at Riddle Manor, a space prepared for the two couples, considering Mrs. Longbottom's mental well-being, allowing them to support each other emotionally and prevent any potential distress that could affect the child. After the Potters met with the Longbottoms, the latter appeared to adopt a more optimistic demeanor, at least no longer so tightly wound. During this time, Voldemort unexpectedly appeared in the hall, looking rather pleased, even smiling at the Potters and Longbottoms. This marked Voldemort's first appearance in the presence of the Potters since his concealment. Contrary to the rumors of his fearsome appearance, he appeared strikingly handsome and radiant. However, Voldemort was not there to see the parents. He had come to seek out Nabrian. Brian leaned over the railing from the upper floor and, upon catching sight of Voldemort, felt a flicker of anxiety regarding a potential altercation. However, to his surprise, Voldemort merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction and offered no further commentary. Abu. Brian pondered the reason for Voldemort's visit, hoping it was not to critique his arrangements. Voldemort, noticing Brian, murmured, I am quite pleased. Brian, unable to hear clearly, responded with a perplexed, huh? What did you say? He hurried down the stairs, and as he descended, Severus emerged from a room. Spotting Brian's descent, he approached the stairwell, only to catch sight of James' peculiar expression, followed by Voldemort's gaze fixed on Brian, which elucidated the situation. Severus subtly signaled to James to refrain from speaking out of turn and urged him to return to the room. James, not lacking in intelligence, understood and retreated to tend to Lily. When Brian finally reached Voldemort, the latter smiled and said, There's no need to rush, Brian. I have come to present you with something. Something? Brian inquired, puzzled. Is there some sort of celebration today? Certainly not, Voldemort replied, producing an object from his pocket and revealing it in his palm. A little one has come to return something to you. A little one? Brian glanced at Voldemort's palm, where a key rested. He paused, recognizing the key as one left to him by Abu before his passing, though it had been directly given to Lucius. Are you saying it was sent by Lucius? Brian asked. Voldemort nodded, holding the key by one end, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. It seems Abu left you a fine gift, yet you have not shown your appreciation? Voldemort's fingers toyed with the key, his eyes shrouded in shadows. I seem to have received nothing. His heart has turned to you. Brian replied. If you wish to see him, you may visit the Malfoy residence. Voldemort scoffed. What is there to see at a gravestone? He thrust the key into Brian's hand, ruffling his hair with a casual gesture. The deceased are unappealing. It is the living that captivate. Brian mused to himself that Voldemort had likely seen him long ago. Yet, some truths were better left unspoken, lest someone become obstinately irate. Brian attempted to return the key, insisting, perhaps it is best to give it back to Lucius. He is now a father and requires sufficient means to raise young Malfoy. Brian's eyes lit up with realization. Yes, and we have our godson. I trust they will forge a splendid friendship and become excellent brothers, just as we have. Brian's spirit soared, and upon hearing him refer to brothers, Voldemort paused for a moment before inquiring. So, have you forgiven me? At that moment, Brian recalled that he had yet to mention how Ingebert was the true architect of their fractured friendship. With a hint of anger, he exclaimed, I have come to understand it all, Abu. It is all that wretched Ingebert's fault. A tinge of apprehension crept over him as he added, had it not been for him, we would have shared far better experiences. I realize now it was not your intention. Voldemort, momentarily taken aback, listened as Brian recounted Ingebert's words, then fell silent. Out of the corner of his eye, Voldemort glanced at Severus, then back at Brian, who had once again placed his trust in him despite the misunderstanding, before breaking into a genuine smile. Abu had once said that some matters should not be overly clarified, especially when concerning Brian, who always harbored immense trust for those dear to him. Voldemort remarked, the Malfoys are now wealthier than you might imagine, Brian. What Abu has given you, you should use to care for yourself. And, of course, for your boyfriend. Brian's face flushed suddenly. You are no longer a child, Brian. Why do you still exhibit such innocence? Brian playfully punched him in the chest. If there's nothing else, then go about your business. Severus, who had been listening nearby, was taken aback by the sudden teasing. With a huff, Brian, taking advantage of his youthful appearance, turned and leaped into Severus' embrace. Severus instinctively opened his arms, welcoming the soft, plush form of Brian into his hold. Brian relished being in his arms. Voldemort, feigning disinterest, waved his hand dismissively and departed. Severus could sense Voldemort's mood. The term brother may have stirred poignant memories within him. As he left, he appeared to smile more genuinely than when he had arrived. Brian's suggestion for their children to become brothers might indeed be a splendid idea. Chapter 64. The prophecy did not mention two. Brian closed the vented window, barring the sudden storm from entering. With a furrowed brow, he anxiously queried Severus, what time is it? Severus glanced at the Daily Prophet and replied, it is 10 o'clock. What troubles you, Brian? Brian, feeling uneasy, remarked, I remember it being around this time. It should be imminent, Severus. He referred to Trelawney's cryptic words regarding the Savior born at the end of July. Severus was more aware of this than Brian. If possible, he hoped Lily could endure a few more days, circumventing the cursed date of the prophecy. This would significantly diminish Voldemort's apprehensions. However, as a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, the atmosphere grew tense, and Brian found himself restless. Severus recited the date from the Daily Prophet, stating, Today is July 31st. Brian, increasingly agitated, was uncertain whether his anxiety stemmed from fear of the Savior or dread of other possibilities, perhaps concerning Voldemort. We must go upstairs to check, he declared. Brian and Severus were on the ground floor, while the Longbottoms and the Potters were situated above. Severus sought to calm Brian's agitation, saying, Brian, relax. There is no unusual activity on the second floor. They are all well. Unfortunately, his reassurance proved ineffective as strange noises began to emanate from above. Brian heard James moving hurriedly, interspersed with his frantic speech, alongside Lily's anguished cries. Both Severus and Brian rose simultaneously, hurrying up the stairs. The Longbottoms, hearing the commotion, emerged as well. James burst forth, panic-stricken. Lily, my God, she is in labor. We need a doctor. Brian immediately shouted, Marley. Marley appeared, responding, Sir, I am here. Brian urgently instructed, fetch the person from the adjacent room. Marley nodded, Yes, sir. The neighboring house housed a ready doctor, highly skilled. Marley promptly brought them over, but James was barred from entering. The four men stood in the hallway, listening intently. yet remaining motionless otherwise. Lily's cries of anguish were short-lived, and soon silence enveloped the room, save for the doctor advising, "Breathe deeply to the rhythm, Mrs. Potter. You must push, very well, just like that." Perhaps a pain-relieving charm had been employed, rendering Lily unusually quiet. This brought a sigh of relief to James, Brian, and Severus. "Thank goodness we are wizards," James suddenly remarked, fear creeping into his voice. "I must see my wife," Frank expressed anxiously as he swiftly entered their chamber. Severus' expression darkened slightly, prompting Brian to grasp his hand. "It seems we are nearing a conclusion," Severus stated. At the end of July, the Savior was born, the child of Lily. Although they were currently shielded from danger due to Brian's presence, this was not particularly good news. To alleviate Severus's concerns, Brian inquired of James, "Have you prepared a name for your child?" Severus cast a skeptical glance, doubting that James would choose a name of any merit. Under the scrutiny of two pairs of eyes, James began to ponder the name repeatedly in his mind and ultimately came to a clear realization: no matter what name he chose, it was unlikely to please these two individuals. With a resigned tone, he declared, "Let's name him Harry Potter." Severus frowned. "Harry Potter? James?" Brian was unsure if Severus intentionally mispronounced it as Potter, but their expressions were quite amusing. Stifling a laugh, Brian remarked, "Harry, you say? A splendid name, gender neutral." From the first floor came a commotion. Brian spotted Voldemort entering, clad in his black cloak and holding an umbrella. "It's pouring outside," Voldemort announced. "This does not bode well." Brian replied, "Perhaps you could provide the manor with an umbrella." With a hint of exasperation, Voldemort retorted, "What a brilliant idea. Perhaps you could use your starlit magic?" Imagining the scene, Brian mused, "That sounds rather delightful." However, Severus was struck by the familiar yet foreign incantation, reminding him of their silent passage into the Forbidden Forest. It made him recall that he had yet to ask Ryan why he was willing to escort them into the woods. The sound of a baby's cry resonated, striking at the hearts of all present. Voldemort remarked, "It appears the chosen child has arrived." Brian smiled at the door, responding, "Indeed." James, unable to contain his excitement, noted that the doctor had just brought the child out when another wail filled the room. "Two!" Brian exclaimed in astonishment. Voldemort paused, stating, "The prophecy did not mention two." The doctor presented another infant. Brian glanced over, seeing James slowly cradling one, peering inside at Lily but finding her absent. Severus leaned in for a closer look. Both little ones were wrinkled and not particularly attractive, their eyes slitted shut. Just as the doctor caught his breath, another cry erupted. Yes, the Longbottom's child was eager to greet the world as well. The doctor hastily attempted to hand the child to someone, but fearing he would be given the baby, Brian stepped back, resulting in the other child landing in Severus's arms. Severus felt his limbs stiffen, rendered awkward by the small bundle, unsure of where to place his fingers. Brian found the scene amusing, while Voldemort ascended the stairs at a leisurely pace, casually nudging Brian, who stood at the edge of the stairwell, further inside. Brian asked Voldemort, "How does it look?" Voldemort surveyed the infants and shrugged, "Nothing particularly special." Brian inquired, "How do you feel?" Voldemort replied, "Marvelous." Brian felt relieved as they awaited the arrival of another child. Voldemort queried, "How much time has passed?" Severus responded, "An hour." Brian added, "It has already passed midnight. How do we account for that?" Voldemort waved dismissively, "However you like. I simply wish to know if he is my godson or goddaughter." Frank, standing nearby, had previously discussed with Severus the arrangement for their child to recognize Voldemort as the godfather. Though reluctant, they had to do so to ensure their family's safety. After all, they had not become traitors, had they? They were merely ensuring their child had a formidable godfather. After the flurry of activity, Voldemort's godchild was born. The two weary mothers were quietly recuperating, while James, Severus, Brian, Voldemort, and Frank gathered in the sitting room. James stated, "Well, although this is rather peculiar, I shall go ahead and declare that my child, Ellie Potter, recognizes Severus as her godfather." The group shifted their gaze to Frank, who hesitated before proclaiming Neville Longbottom. Noting Frank's reluctance to continue, Voldemort interjected, "Tom Riddle." Frank continued, "Yes, you shall be his godfather." Voldemort then turned to the extra child, asking Brian, "What of this one?" Brian replied, "Do not entertain thoughts of this child. He already has a godfather." Voldemort asked, "Is it not you?" Severus clarified, "Ryan is the godfather of the little dragon." Brian thought to himself, "How was I not aware of this?" But it seemed for the best. Voldemort, seeing this, did not press further. "Very well," he said. "I wish to see what my godchild looks like." Surrounded by 3 cribs, 5 men gathered. Voldemort exclaimed, "Oh, Frank." Brian playfully smacked his arm, urging him to speak properly. Chapter 65, A Trip Home Together. With the assistance of Minister Barty, they swiftly completed the godparent certification. James even made a point to find Severus, requesting that he also certify Harry and Sirius. Voldemort was aware of this matter, but chose to turn a blind eye, allowing it to transpire. He seemed genuinely invested in his godchildren, having even vacated a house, adorning it with soft blankets in every corner, dedicated to the 3 infants. Brian approached Voldemort, exasperated. Do you remember? They have just been born. They are still incapable of even rolling over. Voldemort, realizing this, expressed a hint of regret. Very well. He then added, but they will grow. I believe it will not be long before they crawl all over the place. Brian sighed in resignation, but soon laughed. Voldemort mused. How many days have passed? 6 or 7? He then asked, where is Severus? Brian thought for a moment and chuckled. He is in the back house, learning how to properly hold an infant. Brian shot Voldemort a knowing glance. What, do you wish to learn as well? Voldemort shook his head vigorously. Let them lie in their cribs. If the little ones begin to cry, I shall have quite the headache. Very well, Brian shrugged. Voldemort gazed at the sun rising high in the sky, stating, today is a splendid day. Brian replied, perhaps it will bring good omens. However, Voldemort appeared momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow as he murmured, it does not seem so. Brian, looking at the large house prepared for the children, smiled. Ah, Voldemort, you will make a fine godfather. Little Neville appears chubby and delightful. Voldemort patted his shoulder, saying, you once described Lucius in such a manner. Lucius is quite good too. What a pity. Voldemort inquired. What a pity that you did not participate more in his childhood, nor did you become his godfather. Brian pouted, as if you did. Voldemort cast his gaze down, just a fraction away. Lucius, like his father, concealed himself before him, shrouded in fear. Only the foolish Brian, only the foolish. Brian returned to seek out Severus. The child had been placed beside their mother, Lily. Brian inquired, how's the learning going? Severus shook his head, distressed, and replied, this is truly the most challenging thing I have ever encountered. Brian chuckled lightly. Look at your expression. Severus raised an eyebrow slightly, approached Brian, and embraced him, resting his head upon his shoulder. Brian supported his back and asked, are you tired? Severus's deep, muffled voice reached Brian's ears. Yes. Brian felt a tingling sensation in his neck, involuntarily shrinking away. Don't breathe on me. It tickles. The more Brian resisted, the more Severus was compelled to persist. However, when his cheek brushed against Brian's cool earlobe, he paused. Perhaps he had an idea for a gift for Brian's birthday. Suddenly, Brian sensed something scurrying past his feet. Wait. Severus, something is trampling on me down there. Brian nudged Severus, who lifted his head and glared at the object beneath them. A rabbit? Brian exclaimed in surprise and delight as he bent down to scoop it up. You still kept it. Severus lowered his gaze, his eyelashes fluttering. Yes, it has always been here. The sound did not seem to emanate from his mouth, but rather reverberated from within his chest, causing Brian's eyelids to flutter and his eyes to redden. That's wonderful. Brian held the little rabbit, his voice choking with emotion. That's truly wonderful. He had always thought the rabbit had long been discarded. Severus suggested, shall we return home for a moment? Brian instinctively agreed, and they set off. The journey was not long. They stood at the entrance of Severus's home in Spinner's End. The house was modest, yet it represented Severus's sole belonging throughout his life. Upon entering the room, Severus led Brian to his bedroom. The space was filled with an array of items, shelves lined with books, a desk cluttered with design sketches, and strings hanging from the ceiling, adorned with a discernible web of relationships. On a relatively tidy wall, Brian noticed more clipped newspapers arranged into a collage, densely marked and annotated. Among them, there were photographs of Brian himself. Severus's fingers curled slightly, and without offering any explanation, he retrieved a box from the wardrobe. Brian inadvertently glanced inside the wardrobe and recognized familiar items. However, he focused on what Severus held. What is this? Severus tore open the protective fabric of the box, revealing its contents. Your 18th birthday gift. Brian chuckled. You kept this? Severus's gaze momentarily faltered before he nodded slowly. I looked at it, but I couldn't bring myself to take it out. Brian found it both amusing and exasperating. So what is this now? Severus, of course, would not divulge his thoughts. He did not wish for Brian to misunderstand and think he had discarded the gifts from Brian. See, I have preserved it well, except for those letters. Regret was now of little consequence. Brian leaned in closer, his face nearly brushing against Severus's. Let me guess, you must be wondering why you didn't keep those letters? Brian's breath mingled with Severus's. Oh, Severus, those are no longer important, he said cheerfully. What matters is the present. You really ought to consider our future together. Do not dwell on the past. Those are not happy memories, merely a source of unnecessary troubles and melancholy. Brian pressed against Severus's arm, encouraging him to bend his rigid posture, and gently pressed his lips against Severus's. Slowly, he kissed him and softly spoke, though I hesitate to say this. I can no longer hold back. The entwined breaths stirred the warm air, their gentle touches occasionally testing each other's lips as they clung tightly to one another. Brian whispered tenderly, "If you find it difficult, I can take over." Severus paused, and after a moment, he couldn't help but let out a laugh. "Brian, you truly are." His voice was terrifyingly hoarse, and Brian sensed a hint of danger, swallowing involuntarily. "I intended to learn a bit more," Severus said. "Perhaps practice is indeed more effective." Chapter 66. How is the situation in the Muggle world progressing? The esteemed master, not particularly well. You white wizards can't manage it. What? Can you not even handle a Muggle? No, my lord. It is those Aurors who continually disrupt our plans. TSK. Voldemort let out a cold hum, causing the Death Eaters kneeling on the ground to tremble. 2 rows of Death Eaters stood on either side, heads bowed in silence, fearful of provoking his wrath. Useless. One of the Death Eaters on the ground let out a pained scream before turning to ashes. Voldemort's unperturbed gaze swept around the room, finally resting on the one with pale blonde hair. Lucius. Lucius swallowed hard, my lord. Voldemort offered a disarmingly gentle smile, causing the Death Eaters present to feel a chill run down their spines. Such a smile was a harbinger of doom. Voldemort rarely smiled while in his office. When he did, it usually meant someone was about to meet Merlin. He first glanced at the wand encased in Lucius's grip and remarked, "Less of the flashy nonsense." Lucius instinctively tightened his grip on his wand, forcing a smile. Voldemort tossed an object towards him, and Lucius reflexively caught it. Upon realizing what it was, his mouth fell open in astonishment. "This is an exceedingly rare material. For a scepter?" "No, it's a wand casing," Voldemort replied, "crafted from something more practical. A wand that can actually be used, a gift for you. Do you like it?" "I love it," Lucius exclaimed, gripping it tightly, eager to replace his own wand with it. "Thank you, my lord. Now go and play," Voldemort said, turning his disdainful gaze towards the other Death Eaters. "You lot, TSK. Manage your own territories properly. It's best not to let anything go awry. I trust you understand the consequences. Disperse." The crowd hurriedly vanished from the office, and Voldemort stretched his arms, comfortably twisting his joints. Suddenly, he paused, sensing a surge of magic indicating that something had entered his domain. It had entered Riddle Manor. "Severus. What is it? Thirsty?" "Yes. All right. Wait here, I'll be right back." Sitting at the edge of the bed, Severus withdrew his hand from Brian's head. As soon as he stepped away, light streamed through the window, illuminating Brian's eyes. He yawned and rose from the bed, his oversized nightgown slipping down his body, revealing bite marks. Severus reappeared, holding a cup. Brian blinked sleepily, his gaze focusing on Severus, who stood before him against a backdrop of black walls, shadows painting his form. Brian tilted his head, trying to see the features of the hazy figure clearly. Severus lowered his head, emerging from the mist, and pressed a kiss to the corner of Brian's lips, saying, "A good morning kiss." Brian couldn't help but chuckle as Severus placed the cup in his palm, half embracing him. Leaning against one another, the water he drank quenched his parched throat. "We need to return to the Avus," Brian remarked. Severus nodded in agreement, playfully toying with Brian's fingers. Brian had reclaimed his ring, one that was gray and nearly identical in design to the one in Severus's hand. However, it lacked color, appearing dull and lifeless. Severus compared the 2 rings and noticed that aside from the color, they were indistinguishable. A fleeting wave of emotion washed over him, so quick he could hardly grasp it. After donning his clothes, Brian cheerfully announced, "Let us go." Severus nodded, taking Brian's hand as they descended the stairs. Having risen late that day, they returned directly to the Riddle Manor room, where they enjoyed lunch. Brian visited Lily's 2 children. They were so young that he could hardly discern any differences. Yet, Lily remarked that they resembled James quite a bit. Brian observed them several more times, but still failed to see the resemblance. Perhaps this was the instinct that comes from motherhood? Chapter 67. Damn, he actually found you. Lily teased her 2 children, laughing. "When do you plan to get married?" Severus watched her, observing his goddaughter, Ellie. Ellie was exceptionally well behaved. Unlike Harry, who was always bustling about, she had her eyes closed, appearing drowsy. On August 24th, Severus retracted his gently resting finger from Ellie's small hand and suddenly smiled. He hoped this would be a surprise on his birthday. "Have you prepared a proposal?" Lily inquired. "Of course," he replied. Excitement flickered in Lily's eyes. Suddenly, Severus felt a warmth emanating from his ring, causing him to furrow his brow and glance at it. He looked toward the door just as Brian stepped outside. "What's wrong, Severus?" Lily noticed Severus's sudden shift in demeanor, sensing his unease. "I need to find Ryan," he stated, rising. Lily nodded. "Go ahead." Brian was idly perusing the Daily Prophet. "Brian." Severus approached him, saying, "Let us go register." "Huh." Brian was momentarily taken aback, not grasping the meaning behind Severus's words. "What registration? What do you mean? What else could it be?" "We're going to obtain our marriage certificate," Severus replied, pausing abruptly. narrowing his eyes, and adding, "You didn't plan on giving me a title, did you?" "No, of course not." Brian stammered, I didn't expect you to be so proactive. It's best if you didn't think about it," Severus responded, taking Brian's hand as he continued. "I've already contacted little Barty. He has everything arranged. We just need to go." Brian stared in astonishment. "When did you do that? Haven't you been with me the whole time? I hope your mind isn't completely addled." "I contacted him via owl," Severus sighed. Severus swiftly guided Brian through the registration process, along with property certification. When the wizard's marriage certificate finally reached Brian's hands, he was taken aback. "Married?" Brian stared blankly at the red booklet, feeling as though the world had suddenly taken on a fantastical quality. "No, this isn't. This." Turning around, he gazed at the photograph of the two of them on the cover. Severus chuckled, excited to the point of forgetting how to read. Brian shook his head. "I might indeed be overwhelmed with joy." He looked around. Severus held his hand. He should have been ecstatic, yet he felt oddly disoriented. Staring at their clasped hands, he realized that the fingers that should bear 2 rings were now devoid of any adornment. Severus turned back, his typically impassive face breaking into a radiant smile. "For my sake, you should relinquish the privileges that are rightfully yours, the unparalleled gift of a long life. Even your closest kin." Suddenly, his vision blurred, and an empty voice arose from all directions. "Are you truly willing?" Brian felt a sharp pain in his palm, dizziness and vertigo overwhelming him, making him want to cradle his head. "Ryan?" A clear call sliced through the void, and Brian jolted awake from the sofa. Severus sat beside him, concern etched on his face. "What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Brian was drenched in cold sweat, taking deep breaths as he unsteadily replied. "Yes, I had a dream." He clutched his chest, but it wasn't exactly a nightmare. "It seems that your infatuation has clouded your understanding of the Cavendish family's significance," Severus remarked. Brian jolted, looking around. Severus was no longer there. Panic surged through him as he searched the surroundings for an exit, attempting to flee this place. But to no avail. "I'm in a dream," Brian murmured. "Yes, you are indeed in a dream." Beside him was a familiar voice, his own. Brian smiled and said, "Welcome back, Brian." Brian hesitated. Brian continued, "It appears you are ready to pay the price for defying fate. Would you care to confess to me, you arrogant little rascal? Perhaps I can assist you." Brian stared at this impostor occupying his shell, momentarily speechless. Brian raised an eyebrow. "You don't seem frightened anymore?" Brian pulled his thoughts back from the sudden panic. "I haven't dreamt in a long time," he murmured, ignoring the figure's presence. "I shouldn't be dreaming." He spoke to himself, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. The emerging Brian was not his threat. Rather, it was the one who had ensnared him in this dream. Perhaps a member of the Cavendish family had arrived. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the executor, who should have appeared at the very onset, had yet to materialize even as he regained consciousness. Seeing that Brian paid him no mind, Brian pouted and dissipated into thin air. On the table, Brian's book appeared. He halted his thoughts, gazing at the tome he once owned. Every individual born into the Cavendish family was exceptionally gifted, not merely due to their lineage, but also thanks to the aid of such books. The unknown questions would be answered by the book, and the unperceived problems would find solutions within its pages. Those favored by the book would even receive extraordinary abilities, just like Brian, whose prophetic gifts were bestowed upon him by virtue of being a Cavendish. Books were indispensable to the Cavendish family, having become an integral part of their very essence. Yet, at some point, perhaps due to Tom's actions, his books sensed a threat, leading to his powers spiraling out of control. A sudden pain throbbed in Brian's head. An apparition emerged in his line of sight. However, executors typically appeared in pairs. The silver-haired man, Al, arrived, his complexion ghastly. "Damn it," he exclaimed, his fury palpable. "He managed to find you." Brian, bewildered, shook his head and furrowed his brow, asking, "What?" Al took a deep breath, his book hovering open, emanating a dazzling light. In a cold tone, he declared, "Brian, you need to return to your rightful time. Fear not, your soul shall be nourished." After Al's words, Brian began to mumble anxiously. "My heavens, I hope Ike is unharmed, that damned traitor." Darkness enveloped Brian, and at last, his consciousness faded, plunging him into complete oblivion. As Severus transitioned from the living room to the garden, and from the garden to Lucius's home, he found no trace of Brian at Riddle's. With a pallid visage, he announced, "Ryan is missing." Chapter 68. Your future, his present. Voldemort returned to Riddle Manor to visit his godson. Although it had only been a fortnight, the infant was no longer the wrinkled bundle he had been at birth. His complexion had become considerably fairer, yet his eyes remained stubbornly shut. He appeared amiable, and had it not been for his name still being Voldemort, others might have nearly forgotten his past malevolence. For the first time, Lily sought out the Dark Lord, saying, Brian is missing, are you aware? In truth, she presumed Voldemort was already cognizant of this. Severus had been searching for him nearly to the point of madness. Voldemort, idly toying with the cradle of his godson, nodded impassively. I am aware. Awareness is all you possess. You do not care where he has gone, whether he is in danger. Are you not his closest friend? Lily pressed. Voldemort produced a handkerchief, methodically wiping his palms. Indeed, we are friends, he replied, casting a glance at Lily. You should return to recuperate, Mrs. Potter. After a brief pause, he added, Brian is merely in hiding, as he has done before. Do not fret, he shall return. His gaze lowered, for he could not bear to part with Severus, who had pursued him for so long. Subsequently, Lily was taken away by James. Voldemort addressed the Longbottoms. If you require assistance, Marlowe will aid you. Take good care of my godson. Voldemort found Severus amidst the high mountains near Hogwarts. Severus appeared somewhat frayed. After a fortnight, his beard had grown out. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with fatigue and confusion. Having not closed in ages, Voldemort was unsure of what he sought. Perhaps the paths he and Brian had traversed, or the landscapes they had discussed. Or perhaps even those places unknown to Brian, yet anticipated by Severus. Quite a state, Severus, Voldemort remarked, sauntering over, seemingly detached from the scene. Observing with a lightness before departing. Severus had scoured every conceivable location based on his knowledge and deductions, yet Brian's shadow remained elusive. He carried his heart, silently vanishing. With hollow eyes, he felt only a cold ring upon his finger, mocking his desires and delusions of the future. Half a month. And this has brought you to such despair? Voldemort said coldly. Severus stood still, unable to turn back. Despite his heart being wrenched with anguish, his face ashen. He struggled to retain his precarious sanity. Voldemort was indeed indifferent and unfeeling, and Severus was well aware of this, even though he harbored a profound fondness for Brian. Indulging him in every whim and pretense of affection, it could not be denied. Just as Brian had remained unheard from, Voldemort exhibited no signs of concern. In a low, resolute voice, Severus declared, I will find him. I must. You are my capable assistant, Voldemort suddenly stated. I do not wish for you to squander yourself. He produced an object, saying, Look, what is this? Severus paused, then lifted his gaze. His eyes widened in astonishment. A book, he exclaimed, surprised it was in Voldemort's possession. Quite surprising, isn't it? In truth, I am equally astonished, Voldemort replied, handing the book to Severus. Perhaps it contains the reason for Brian's disappearance, don't you think? Severus took the book, his parched lips moving without sound, ultimately forming a straight line. He attempted to open it, but it would not budge. I cannot open it, he said bitterly. Voldemort replied, It is normal for me not to open it. Your inability is the anomaly. Think, Severus, perhaps there is a secret? Severus hesitated. Recalling the methods Brian had used when hiding, he promptly showcased the ring on his finger. As the butterfly coalesced into existence, a glimmer of light ignited in his eyes. The book soared into the air, transforming into a doorway. Before either Severus or Voldemort could react, the door slammed open. Both men recoiled. Once Severus regained his footing, he peered inside eagerly, fearing the emerging figure might be Brian. He was ready to spring into action. However, when golden short hair appeared, he froze. It was not Brian. Voldemort examined the figure on the ground, declaring, dead. Another individual stepped through the door. The newcomer waved his hand dismissively, striding out. His impatient expression faltered upon seeing Severus. TSK, he murmured, taking in their actions. I initially thought you were accomplices, but it appears you two opened the door. Severus tightened his grip on his wand, gazing into the doorway, but saw nothing. The newcomer, noticing Severus preparing a spell, narrowed his eyes. Severus Snape, we meet again. And you, Tom Riddle. The newcomer irritably discarded the other person, saying, Let me guess, Brian's lover. You are searching for Brian, aren't you? Severus glared at the newcomer. Do you know where Brian is? The newcomer chuckled. I do not. He pointed to the silver-haired man lying on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He knows. His gaze turned frigid, yet he remained silent. He cast a spell, causing the silver-haired man, to writhe in agony. Where's my son? The newcomer demanded, his voice chillingly deliberate. Al gritted his teeth, lying on the ground without a word. Very well. I shall rephrase my inquiry. Where is Brian Cavendish? With deep emotion, Voldemort and Severus exchanged glances. The words they had to say were no longer of concern. Severus regarded the two men on the ground, stating, I have seen you both years ago. Al coughed blood, raising his gaze momentarily to the speaker before lowering it again. Fixating on the lifeless golden-haired man, Ike. The newcomer spoke coldly, if you wish for him to remain whole. Al paused. The man who should have been gentle now consumed by grief and anger, enduring the pain of losing a loved one while shackled by faith, managed to utter. You are in the future, he is in the present. He struggled to voice his thoughts, continuing with difficulty. Whether or not one can find him depends entirely on fate. Ahem, do you believe that, given your connection with him, you can locate him amidst the chaos of time and space? No. Ingebu's expression darkened ominously. In that case, you are of no use to me. Perish. I'll cast a cold glance in his direction. Unbeknownst to him, Brian's book had begun to radiate an unusual hue. I fear it is you who shall meet your demise. The book soared away, and Severus instinctively lunged for Brian's tome. As his fingers grazed its surface, the ring he wore clashed against it, emitting a brilliant white light. Initially incredulous, Al swiftly seized Ike's body, also making contact with the book's perimeter, causing a dazzling brilliance to erupt. Following a distortion of space, only Ingebu and Voldemort remained, frozen in place. Ingebu cursed under his breath. Damn it. Voldemort tilted his head, raising a hand to discreetly cast a spell. Ingebu collapsed, his vision darkening just as he glared at Voldemort. Voldemort nonchalantly approached, stepping onto Ingebu's shoulder, and remarked with a faint smile, surprise the unsuspecting, it never loses its charm. He confiscated Ingebu's wand and called to the tardy figures behind him. Bellatrix, young Barty. Come here and bind him. Bellatrix scoffed. Why not simply strangle him? Young Barty chuckled. Master, he may still be of use to you. Chapter 69. Are you homeless too? At a bustling street corner, a cacophony of sounds echoed. A shadow materialized out of thin air, nearly colliding with a passerby. Watch where you're going, sir. The shadow appeared disoriented, clutching a book and a wooden stick, as if lost in thought. The pedestrian hurriedly stepped aside, muttering, could he be an escapee from the asylum? The shadow surveyed his surroundings, perhaps realizing where he had arrived. He lowered his gaze to the book in his hands. You will find him, won't you? In 1963, a lady hurried towards a destination, accompanied by a little girl who appeared no older than 5. The girl was filthy, prompting the lady to sigh in exasperation. What a wretched state. The lady lamented, a mix of pity and anger in her tone. If only I had known that family would adopt you just as they discovered they were expecting. They insisted on keeping you. A year without any inquiry. And had I not stumbled upon you, I would have never realized you had become a waif. The lady wiped the girl's face with a handkerchief, calling, Xiao Wan. You have suffered greatly. The girl, referred to as Xiao Wan, replied, my name is Ari. Her voice was delicate and clear, tinged with a rasp, revealing that she was not a little girl, but rather a fair-featured young boy. His unkempt hair hung long and wild, framing large, expressive eyes that, despite the grime on his face, shone with a sense of purity. He appeared obedient and gentle. The lady insisted, you cannot keep your old name. You must be called Xiaowen. Ari innocently inquired why. The lady explained, you are still young and do not understand. Only by forgetting the past can you stride towards a brighter future. Ari shook his head, breaking free from her grasp. No. He suddenly dashed away, limping yet determined. I want to find my father. The lady hurried after him, exclaiming, this child. Ari concealed himself, resolute in not returning to the orphanage with the lady. He hid within a box, silently awaiting her calls for his name before she departed. Curled up inside the cardboard confines, the small box became his sanctuary. As raindrops fell, water began to pool around Ari's feet, soaking through his tattered clothing. Time passed, and suddenly the box felt heavy. Ari sensed something pressing down on it. He poked his head out and beheld a man adorned in opulent garments embellished with dark patterns and golden edges. He sat against the wall, gazing vacantly at the drizzling sky, appearing utterly despondent. A wooden stick rested in his hand. Ari fixated on the stick, having seen similar ones in the hands of his parents. Though his mother had once remarked that stealing was a most impolite act, his yearning to see his father compelled him to reach out, cautiously touching the other end of the stick. Just as he lifted his gaze to gauge the reaction of the man in black clothing, he locked eyes with a pair of weary, bloodshot orbs. Ari's heart raced, and he swallowed hard in fear. Brian. The hoarse voice, akin to seeing light in a chasm, resonated with hope and long-held anticipation. His scruffy beard and rain-soaked hair clung together in strands. Towering and fierce in appearance, he seemed far from amiable. Yet, the depth of his gaze, the dark pupils framed by trembling lashes, evoked a sense of pity and sorrow within Ari. Caught red-handed, Ari hastily withdrew his hand, retreating into the box as if nothing had transpired. He remained apprehensive of the man outside, aware that adults could be masterful pretenders, much like the one who had adopted him, appearing refined while reveling in the torment of others. Thankfully, he was swift. A knock on the box startled Ari, and after a moment of hesitation, he cautiously poked his head out. To his surprise, the shabby box had indeed been knocked upon. Such remarkable politeness. Are you hungry? The peculiar man struggled to muster a smile, yet the tears mingled with raindrops that streamed down his reddened cheeks whispered of his sorrow. Observing his grim smile, Ari felt a pang of sadness. Mister, Aerie propped the cardboard box above their heads. Are you homeless too? Chapter 70. Do you know my father? Perhaps. The man, clad in garments more lavish than any Aerie had previously encountered, almost collapsed as he cautiously, tentatively, embraced him. Aerie remained frightened but eased slightly upon realizing the man meant no harm, merely resting against him. Aerie noted the aristocratic attire reminiscent of his family's past. Perhaps this man knew his father. A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. Mister, where are you from? He asked, cautiously and tentatively. The man, perhaps regaining his composure, wept and laughed simultaneously. Perhaps even he found the situation absurd, hastily wiping his face. He produced fresh food from his possessions, bread and coconut milk. The aroma captivated Aerie's senses. The man rummaged further, producing an umbrella to shield them from the rain. As shadows enveloped them, Aerie was lifted effortlessly into the man's arms. Pain shot through his ankle, intensifying to the point of tears, yet he stifled his cries, enduring in silence. He remained rigid, overwhelmed with fear. Do not be afraid. Sensing Aerie's unease, the man's broad, heavy hands gently patted his back, soothing him with tenderness. I am Severus Snape. What is your name? Aerie gradually adapted and replied, I am Aerie Puvens. With wide eyes, he added, Mr. Snape, I saw it. You have. He hesitantly continued, you possess a wand. Do you know the Puvens family? You appear to be of noble lineage as well. Puvens. Severus's expression grew distant. He inquired, what is your father's name? Aerie responded, my father's name is Ngub Caventier. Do you know him? Severus managed a faint smile, I do know him. Before he could ponder the capriciousness of fate, he noticed the pallor on Aerie's face. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Severus examined Aerie's lower leg, which appeared unnaturally swollen. He hastily inspected it, and was instantly engulfed by a heart-wrenching pain. Aerie's leg was crudely wrapped in a piece of cloth. Severus cautiously peeled it back, revealing extensive wounds beneath. The marks of blunt force trauma were evident, with large, darkened bruises and wounds that were half congealed, half pus-filled. Normally, this leg would have surpassed the optimal window for treatment, rendering it useless. Severus hesitated to touch it, uncertain of the pain it would evoke, especially since the current Aerie was merely a child. He yearned to question who had inflicted such harm. But the fury of seeing his beloved so grievously injured left him at a loss for words. As Aerie's leg lay exposed to the air, he shifted uncomfortably, and with movement, a searing pain shot through his bones. Do not move, Severus instructed, sitting on the steps and gently holding Aerie in his embrace. Supporting his leg while retrieving potions from his satchel, Aerie recognized the potions. His mother had often brewed them, their scent unpleasant and their taste unbearable. Yet he remembered them well. The familiar aroma instilled a modicum of reassurance within him. After Severus had meticulously cleaned the wounds, he shed his outer robe and wrapped it around Aerie. When he looked again, the small Brian was already in tears. Severus hurriedly wiped his hands and then used the clean sleeve of his robe to dab at Brian's tears. Did I hurt you? I apologize, it was my fault. No. Aerie sniffled. Thank you. Chapter 71. Does he not have a family? Voldemort sat on the sofa, consuming the longan that little Barty had peeled. On the floor, Ngub, stripped of his wand, lay bound and helpless. Upon awakening, Ngub initially appeared bewildered, followed by a dawning realization. Voldemort remarked, You woke up a bit early. Ngub remained silent, staring at him. Voldemort continued, I have not finished yet. It was at this moment that Ngub noticed a Muggle television playing on the wall of the hall. Ngub, you truly are a maverick. Voldemort quipped. I shall take that as a compliment, uncle. Ngub paused before responding. Is this how you treat your elders? Voldemort chuckled. All my elders have met their demise at my hands. I trust you will soon encounter them. Do send my regards. Ngub retorted, such matters require sincerity. You must inquire yourself. Little Barty furrowed his brow. Master, I shall seal his mouth. Voldemort replied, Peel yours. I want to eat sunflower seeds. Little Barty began to peel a handful of seeds. Voldemort continued, Now, tell me, uncle, what is the relationship between Brian and your son Aerie? Ngub lay rigidly, staring at the ceiling. Aerie is my son. He paused for quite a while before adding, Brian is not my son. Perhaps he was once, but no longer. Voldemort munched on the seeds. Understood, he was before his disappearance, but not after. Ngub responded. Voldemort pressed on. Do you know where they have gone? Ngub replied, I do not know. Voldemort produced an unusual stone. This artifact does not seem to belong to you. Ngub's gaze fixated on the stone, and he attempted to crawl towards it. Give it back. Voldemort toyed with the stone, a magic stone, capable of revealing the deceased, or rather, those you long for. He paused his tossing motion, leaning forward with a smile. Tell me what you know, and perhaps I shall be inclined to grant it to you. Ngub's expression darkened as he spoke after a long silence. The Cavendish family was once a formidable noble house, specializing in alchemy. In the past, a powerful patriarch crafted artifacts that enhanced magical abilities and nurtured talent. Such gifts were unjustly reserved for the Cavendish lineage, each member possessing a tome. Over time, the artifact's capabilities evolved, becoming increasingly potent and malleable. However, the excessive pursuit and reliance on them ultimately revealed their flaws. While they elevated individuals, they also manipulated thoughts and ensnared desires, leading to an inescapable bondage, rendering them puppets. Upon recognizing the peril, I sought to extricate myself, and I succeeded in breaking free from the family's grasp, escaping a fated control. Yet, the outcome was far from satisfactory. The family strife claimed the life of my wife, and my child, Ari, was taken by the Caventiers, bearing their name. I have searched for him, but to no avail. Ingub lamented. They used the artifact to cast my Ari into another timeline. Madmen. They are all mad. Voldemort nodded thoughtfully. No wonder Brian's alchemical talent is so extraordinary. It is indeed hereditary. Little Barty reminded him. That seems to be beside the point. Voldemort shrugged. Abusi, it is not that we lack effort. Little Barty, puzzled, glanced up. Master, whom are you addressing? Voldemort tousled his hair, smiling gently. An old friend. On the bustling streets, a searching woman found her lost child. She encountered the man who had been with the child. He appeared formidable, cold, and unyielding, yet he was gentle with the boy. He claimed to know the child's father and asserted that he would take him away. Though the man's attire seemed somewhat disheveled, it retained an air of nobility, and the woman hesitantly permitted him to take the child. Days later, in similar weather, she spotted someone who bore a striking resemblance to Ari. The same gray eyes, yet devoid of luster. She paid it no heed. The rain fell intermittently. Severus exchanged the galleons stored in his ring for Muggle currency, providing Ari with a new set of clothes. Ari looked at Severus, who had not changed his own attire, and asked, "Why don't you change your clothes? Is it because there isn't enough money? If that is the case, I won't change either." Before Ari could finish his sentence, Severus interjected, "No, it's not that. I simply cannot bear to part with it." He ruffled Ari's hair, bittersweetly explaining, "This garment was crafted for me by my beloved." Ari nodded, half comprehending. After ensuring Ari had a hearty meal, Severus looked up and caught sight of a familiar figure passing by outside the window. His pupils constricted. The figure was disheveled, drenched from the rain, with mud on his face and small scratches, as if he had been scraped by branches. Severus abruptly stood. Ari turned to look. "Mother." Without a second thought, Ari stood and rushed outside, but Severus quickly reacted, pulling him back. In the same time and space, two individuals must never encounter one another. Ari watched helplessly as his mother walked away from him. Severus stared blankly at Brian as he departed. Ari pressed his lips together, his eyes rimmed with red. Severus attempted to comfort him, saying, "Ari, that is not your mother." Ari did not cry or scream. He simply stated, "Ari knows. Ari's mother has already passed away. Ari has seen it." Severus lifted Ari into his arms, suggesting, "Shall we quietly follow him?" Ari nodded obediently, replying, "Yes, I want to see Mother more." Severus wrapped Ari snugly, donning his own hood as well. Brian walked a short distance, then paused intermittently, ultimately leaning against a wall in a curled position. Ari remarked, "He has no home either." Severus fell silent. He went to purchase water and bread, setting Ari aside momentarily, taking a deep breath before approaching Brian with measured steps. He placed the items before Brian, turned without a glance, and circled back to Ari's side. Ari observed quietly, exclaiming, "He really resembles Mother." Although her hair color was not gray, Severus noticed Brian's astonishment as he regarded the food he had bought. After sniffing it, he began to eat. It was only when Brian rotated the bottle that Severus realized it contained coconut milk. A thought crossed his mind, causing his pupils to shift. Coconut milk was Brian's favorite drink. Was it a coincidence? Along the way, Severus also purchased a bottle of coconut milk for Ari. Ari took a few sips, commenting, "What a strange taste." Nevertheless, unwilling to waste it, he finished the drink. Severus continued to follow Brian until they reached Spinner's End. Ari asked, "When will we go to find my father?" Severus gazed at the man leaning against the street corner with the homeless, closing his eyes briefly. Now he decided. Severus took Ari to the Broken Axe Tavern, intending to search through the alley. However, as soon as they entered, a pair of eyes landed on them, filled with malice. Severus met the gaze, his cold and somber demeanor instilling fear in the onlooker. Soon, more eyes turned toward him. Severus seized someone, demanding answers. Through questioning, he learned that Malfoy, Lucius's father, had issued a bounty for a gray-haired, gray-eyed man, namely, Brian. Ari, sharing the same hair and eye color, attracted additional scrutiny. After obtaining a bounty poster, he returned to Spinner's End, where he found his mother and feigned a casual revelation of the information. He looked at her with a complex expression, restraining certain words before turning to leave. Although he could not persuade his mother, in a fit of vengeance, he made sure that his wretched father fell repeatedly. That man drank himself into a stupor each time, completely oblivious to why he was falling. Harry did not comprehend his motives, but since he could assist him in finding his father, he remained silent. Severus took out a book and began attempting to awaken the magical array to return to the correct time. Yet, after several days and nights of effort, there was still no sign of response. Clutching the ring Brian had given him, he murmured in despair, "What should I do? I cannot go back, Brian." Harry focused on Severus's palm, asking, "Is this a ring from your beloved?" He leaned closer, remarking, "It's beautiful." Severus paused, then looked at little Harry, saying, "Indeed." Suddenly struck by inspiration, he asked, "Would you like to try wearing it?" Harry, puzzled, responded, "Me? Is that allowed?" Ultimately, Harry donned the ring. Severus guided him to recite the incantation. The once lustrous ring lost its color in the next moment. The book emitted a familiar, dazzling radiance. Strangely, Brian stood where Severus had vanished, murmuring to himself, "That odd feeling has disappeared." Chapter 72. The disheveled Severus, alongside the delicate, slender boy, appeared in the Riddle Manor. Voldemort immediately sensed their presence and approached. "Welcome back, Severus. It has indeed been a long time," he said. Voldemort then glanced at the little one in Severus's arms, adding, "Have you had a child with Brian during your time away?" Severus remained stoic. Voldemort chuckled lightly, saying, "Little Barty claims that appropriate humor can alleviate fatigue. You certainly appear exhausted." Severus's hoarse voice, devoid of expression, slowly replied, "Under circumstances that permit, I would thank you." He gazed at Harry in his arms, stating, "There is news, uncertain in its nature, whether good or bad." "What news?" Voldemort inquired. "I have found Brian," Severus disclosed. Voldemort glanced around, and then back at the child in Severus's embrace. Severus continued, "It is 5-year-old Brian, now named Harry." Beneath Severus's eyes lay unmistakable weariness. He desperately needed rest, yet he forced himself to remain alert. Voldemort extended his hands, saying, "Hand him over, Severus, you need to rest. I truly hope you still possess a clear mind." Yet Severus did not relinquish his hold, silently rejecting Voldemort's suggestion. "Very well. You do not appear to be in a lucid state," Voldemort remarked, before suddenly collapsing. Severus evaded him, lifting his gaze to Voldemort, frowning. And just as he was about to speak, the world faded to black, and he lost consciousness. Voldemort watched as Severus collapsed while still cradling the child, nodding approvingly at the little Barty who had appeared nearby. "Well done, little Barty." Little Barty, gripping the end of his wand, waved it elegantly, bowing, surprise. "As you taught me, master." Harry felt a surge of fear, unsure of where he had arrived. The only person he could rely on had suddenly fainted. Cautiously, he surveyed his surroundings and quietly picked up Severus's fallen wand. Voldemort crouched down, coaxing like one would to a stray cat or dog. Come here." Harry clutched the wand, wary and alert. After a moment of silence, he softly asked, "Are you enemies?" Voldemort chuckled, "We are friends." He then instructed little Barty, "Fetch that fellow. He may be quite willing to care for this child." That fellow referred to Goyle. Little Barty nodded and promptly went to bring him over. Goyle appeared unscathed, seemingly well cared for, though his expression was somewhat sour. "What do you want to ask?" he began. "Wasn't Brian's body already found?" Before Goyle could finish, Harry recognized a familiar voice and excitedly lifted his head. Upon seeing that face, he could not help but exclaim, "Father!" Goyle's voice faltered abruptly. His eyes, once vacant and devoid of emotion, suddenly widened in shock. Harry, this time, without little Barty's prodding, he stumbled forward on his own. Voldemort gestured to little Barty, indicating Severus on the ground, saying, "Lend a hand, take him back to his room." In his unconscious state, Severus dreamed of a man leaping down from a tree, intruding upon the chaos of his troubled childhood. The ethereal figure raised her slender, pale fingers, imbued with a gentle warmth, softly brushing against the corners of his eyes in his dreams. "It's all right." "Is it really all right?" "No, far too much has transpired." He felt utterly exhausted. Lily gazed at the two figures lying on the bed, Brian and Severus, both wearied, stretched upon the same bed, yet it seemed as if an invisible barrier separated them. What had transpired? How had they ended up here after just a few months apart? Lily expressed her concerns, while James scratched his head, equally in the dark about the events that had unfolded. During Severus's absence, Voldemort had been clandestinely plotting numerous schemes. Initially, he exploited information leaked by Enoch, seeking out the alchemist, Nickleby, and through the Philosopher's Stone, discerned Brian's whereabouts, ultimately discovering him frozen in an icy wasteland. He even sold some ice to gather a little pocket money for his protege, cultivated a small garden, and purchased a cozy settee, bringing young Malfoy along to amuse the four little ones together. However, Lucius frequently inquired about young Malfoy, and Voldemort, aware of his desire to reclaim the child, deliberately delayed, nearly bringing Lucius to tears before finally conceding. Enoch, too, remained, and after a heart-wrenching embrace with his son, Ari, he dashed away in a frenzy. After a period of joy, Ari gradually sensed that his father's mental state was somewhat askew. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his concerns, cherishing the time spent with family. Upon waking, Severus was greeted by a ceiling bathed in sunlight. After a bewildered glance around, he realized there was another person beside him. He spotted Brian. Momentarily frozen in shock, as if his system had crashed. Tentatively, he poked Brian's cheek, feeling the warmth of flesh. And it was only then that Severus felt as if awakening from a deep slumber, pulling Brian close. Only the warmth exchange between them could assure Severus that this was no longer a dream. Brian's eyelashes fluttered, heavy lids parting slightly to allow light to seep through. Severus found himself at a loss for words regarding the torments endured during their separation, merely gazing into Brian's eyes as he slowly came to. Brian's hoarse voice, tinged with weariness, broke the silence. Severus, I had the longest dream. Severus pressed his lips together, listening intently. In my dream, you proposed to me, Brian exclaimed joyfully. Finally, Severus spoke. Brian, I missed you so much. Brian chuckled as Severus's short hair brushed against his neck. That tickles. Chapter 73. Rest assured, there was no conflict. After languishing in bed for several months, their conditions had finally improved somewhat. Winter had passed, and the white peacocks in the estate began to meander leisurely. As flowers bloomed and fell, a gentle breeze stirred, and Brian, in Severus's company, settled onto a bench. Severus, where do you think he went? Since awakening, Brian had persistently inquired about Enoch's whereabouts, having yet to see him in full. Severus, too, was uncertain. From his experiences, he pieced together Brian's past. Upon Brian's birth, a great war had erupted when he was just a child, and his family, caught in the conflict, perished, leaving only his father, Enoch, and Brian alive. Yet, for reasons unknown, Enoch and Brian had become separated. Severus speculated that perhaps Brian had been taken by Enoch's family, hidden away in an orphanage. Lost to the currents of time, Enoch had searched frantically for him. Severus reflected on the madness of it all, one moment claiming Brian as his son, the next denying it. However, Severus had brought the young Brian into this timeline, and upon seeing the child, Enoch had clung to him, refusing to let go. As for their subsequent whereabouts, Severus had inquired, but Voldemort had intentionally concealed the truth, leaving him in the dark. Brian felt an unsettling anxiety, perhaps stirred by certain emotions. He had come to realize that Enoch was indeed his father, and buried deep within him was a longing for familial connection. He desperately wished to see Enoch. Severus would not reveal to Brian that Enoch did not acknowledge him as his son. That man was truly deranged. Brian, Tom has brought the little dragon over. Would you like to see it? Severus reassured him. Once you have regained your strength, we shall go find him. Brian was not naive. He understood that he could not meet that father anymore, merely feeling a sense of reluctant dissatisfaction. If Enoch had truly wished to acknowledge him from the beginning, why go to such lengths to obscure the truth? Am I truly that unworthy? Brian murmured, unable to suppress his thoughts. Yesterday, when I visited Tom, I encountered Dumbledore. Brian was taken aback, for Voldemort was determined to seize control of the magical realm, and Dumbledore was undoubtedly his adversary. It was astonishing that Dumbledore would come here, and even more so to find him in Voldemort's company. Remarkably, the estate remained unscathed. Brian mused that the absence of chaos upon their meeting indicated a newfound patience from both sides. Severus discerned the implications of his words, unable to contain a smile. Rest assured, there will be no conflict. To my knowledge, they have established a collaboration regarding Hogwarts. Voldemort's reliance on Severus was evident, a sign of trust. Naturally, Brian felt elated that the individuals he cared for were at peace. Hogwarts? Brian pondered. Has Dumbledore relented? Is he willing to relinquish Hogwarts? Severus shook his head. It is due to his protege. Brian smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting that Dumbledore had a protege. Intending to seize Hogwarts now and await the child's maturation before enrolling him there. Severus added, in fact, he has invested and forged an unbreakable bond with Dumbledore. Lily and I stand as witnesses. Brian nodded, surprised by how far ahead they were planning. Severus had not anticipated that they would all be gathered in the living room, enjoying ice cream, with little Barty having installed a refrigerator. Brian's eyes sparkled. What? Ice cream? He eagerly tugged at Severus's sleeve. I want some. However, Brian's health was still fragile, and now was the worst time for cold foods. Severus regretted mentioning it, feigning ignorance. Did I say anything just now? Brian's eyes widened in disbelief. Don't play amnesiac. I heard you. Ice cream. Chapter 74. Up in the tree. In the blink of an eye, the little ones had grown. Brian and Severus had just returned from outside when they spotted Voldemort lounging on a chair beneath a tree, casually crossing his legs while engrossed in a book. As Brian approached, he noticed something new adorning Voldemort's eyes. Voldemort, ever the gentleman, adjusted his glasses with a smile. "Welcome back." His gaze shifted to the several large bags Severus held in his hands. "Ah, off shopping again, are we? It appears you have quite a haul." Severus glanced up to see 3 little ones dangling precariously from a branch. Good, his goddaughter was not among them. He chose to disregard the pleading cries of the small creatures and lowered his gaze. "By the way, where's the little dragon? And Harry? And Neville?" Brian inquired. Voldemort wiggled his toes and pointed in a direction. "Oh, you mean Ellie? She's over there playing." Following his gesture, Brian indeed found little Ellie, who was busily picking at the stones on the ground. Upon hearing footsteps, she looked up, and, upon recognizing Brian, her eyes lit up as she dashed toward him. "Brother Brian." The moment Brian laid eyes on Ellie, a smile broke across his face, and he opened his arms, ready to scoop her up. However, Severus took a long stride forward and lifted Brian instead, leaving Ellie empty-handed. She pouted, stamped her foot, and exclaimed, "Godfather, you're so mean. Restricting my freedom. I'm going to tell Mummy." Severus tossed a bag over to her, and she caught it effortlessly. "Godfather, you're so handsome. No wonder Godmother clings to you every day. It's your charm that has captivated her." Brian, clinging to Severus's waist, chuckled at her words. What a clever little girl. Once Severus was satisfied that Ellie was settled, he finally set Brian down. "Ellie is not a baby anymore. Can't you pay attention? She's rather thoughtless," he remarked. Brian pinched Severus's cheek playfully. "Are you really jealous of a child? You're an adult now." Severus wore an expression that suggested Brian did not understand. "Do you really believe she calls you that sweetly just for the things you buy her?" Brian nodded. "Why else?" Ellie blinked her eyes, spinning them in a mischievous manner. Brian asked, "Where are Harry, the little dragon, and Neville?" Ellie replied, "They're playing up there." "Up there?" Brian instinctively looked up, seeing only the blue sky. Ellie shook her head and pointed in a direction. Brian glanced again and spotted several children hanging from a large tree behind Voldemort. "Little dragon," he exclaimed, suddenly alarmed. "Tom, what have you done to my godchildren?" Voldemort, hearing the commotion from afar, chuckled in resignation. "Don't worry, I have my own godchildren up there as well. I'm not the least bit anxious." Brian, filled with concern, brought the small, glistening children down. The little dragon burst into tears, wailing, "Godfather." "Wah." Brian's heart ached as he observed the little dragon's golden hair lose its luster. It's all right. Your godfather is here." Voldemort could not help but comment to Severus. "Aren't you going to keep an eye on them? At this rate, their own parents have spoiled them, and now they're being spoiled by you." Severus chuckled lightly. "And you think you're capable of managing them?" Voldemort retorted, "Aren't you going to manage your wife?" Severus replied, "A wife is not managed, she is cherished." Ellie, having materialized from nowhere, chimed in, "Uncle Tom doesn't have a wife, so he wouldn't understand." Voldemort, bemused, ruffled Ellie's hair. "Little one, had you not run so swiftly, there would have been a spot for you in that tree." Severus remained silent. Ellie giggled, "It's not that I ran quickly, it's that Brother Brian threw well." Brian distributed the items he had purchased among the children, and they began to emerge from their upside-down melancholy. Voldemort observed the dazed children and shook his head, casting an admiring glance at Severus. "You truly know how to nurture. Look at Ellie, so astute." Severus could not find humor in this. Ellie and Lily are worlds apart. This little one is full of tricks. Her escape from Voldemort was likely due to him chasing her. Such a little rascal. So young yet with such grand ambitions. Ellie produced a fruit and offered it to Severus. "Godfather, eat a pear. It cools the temper." Severus squinted at her, and sensing trouble, Ellie dashed over to the little dragon. "Brother dragon, Ellie invites you to eat a pear." The little dragon, having just wiped his tears, took the pear and took a big bite. It's delicious." Ellie, clever as she was, knew Brian would protect the little dragon, so she made her way to him. Severus chuckled, thinking, Ellie's fate is unpredictable. That evening, Lily arrived with James to gather the children. Ellie thought that her godfather could not handle the game, but maintained a sweet expression. "Mummy, I missed you so much." Lily blinked her eyes. "Stop pretending, Mummy doesn't fall for that. I heard you've been clinging to Brian every day, driving the potions master out of the house." Chapter 75, the conclusion. Ellie particularly enjoyed dressing identically to Harry. This way, whenever she misbehaved, she could simply act like Harry's well-behaved doppelganger, making it sometimes difficult for others to discern between them. Before Neville turned 11, Voldemort had already imparted the fundamentals of magic to him. By the time he enrolled, he was capable of outperforming his peers. Although Draco was one of the older children, he frequently became the subject of attention, appearing to be the most coddled among them. The four entered school together. Ellie was sorted into Gryffindor, while Neville and Draco found themselves in Slytherin, and Harry in Ravenclaw. James and Sirius lamented, This is hardly Merlin-worthy. To which Harry adjusted his glasses and replied, "Knowledge changes destiny." At Hogwarts, Ellie often disguised herself as Harry, embarking on various adventures. The points deducted from Gryffindor due to her antics were uncountable, but her sweet speech and charming demeanor allowed her to get away with much. Harry sometimes found himself reluctantly transformed into an unassailable school bully. Neville excelled academically, yet his placement in Slytherin drew scrutiny. Ellie, alongside a reluctant Harry and Draco, would argue fiercely, "Whoever has a sharp tongue, let them be torn apart." And so 3 years passed. Brian attempted to locate his father, but the once stalwart Unlovable had long since lost his mind, ultimately succumbing to madness, with Harry himself laying him to rest. Brian's connection with his father was severed, a sorrow he could scarcely articulate. Who was the savior? No one could ascertain. Yet it seemed of little consequence. After Ellie's graduation, the Second Wizarding War loomed on the horizon. The brief alliance between Tom Riddle and Dumbledore came to an end. As preparations for battle unfolded, Voldemort rendered Brian unconscious and wiped his memory clean. "If I am victorious, we shall be reintroduced." The cold confines of Abbott's coffin allowed Voldemort a flicker of humanity. Power was his pursuit, and none could halt him, not even Abbott, nor Brian. Upon awakening, Brian would have no recollection of Tom. Neville inherited the family estate and forged a pact with a representative from the Ministry of Magic named Hermione Granger. The Malfoys, despite suffering losses, managed to extricate themselves unscathed. The Potters retreated after participating in the war. Epilogue about, well, perhaps I should say, I am delighted to meet you. Or rather, reacquaint myself with you, Brian. Are you speaking to me? Brian inquired, gazing at the man before him, his slender fingers pointing questioningly at himself. Indeed. The man replied with a gentle smile, introducing himself. "I am Tom Marvolo Riddle, and you may call me Tom, dear." He lamented, "Although I harbor a profound dislike for my name, I would prefer to candidly reveal to you my true identity rather than fabricating a false one. I am Tom Marvolo Riddle." As he opened his eyes, the world before him had transformed. Those who were meant to live were no longer alive, while those destined for death basked in the sun, its blinding rays scorching their eyes. He, the one who was meant to perish, thought to himself, so be it. Well then, the grand struggle to unify the world was about to ignite once more. Such turmoil would not cease, for only then would this world become captivating. Would it not? Tom mused. Perhaps he was indifferent to the outcome. Tom prepared to summon his dwindling Death Eaters, only to discover, to his astonishment, that he had forgotten his powers, or more precisely, that someone had altered the course of his destined fate. He knew who it was, and he had found him. Brian. Foolish Brian. Tom, utilizing his exceptional intellect, infiltrated Hogwarts, aware that the dim-witted Brian could not stray far from this place. The recessed windows set within the high walls were ample enough for an adult to perch upon. When Tom located Brian, he found him quietly seated there, his gray eyes observing the young wizards passing by in the corridor, oblivious to his presence, including his own shadow, until a dark figure strode past, the emerald brooch upon his chest glinting in the light, capturing Brian's attention. Tom squinted, as if unfamiliar with Severus, scrutinizing the unexpected intruder. He had never encountered this version of Severus. The somber man now exuded calmness, devoid of his usual air of gloom. A subtle difference, akin to a precipice. "Brian." Severus glanced up at Brian against the backlight, extending a book towards him. "You dropped your textbook." Brian leaned casually, smiling slightly. "I do not believe you are unaware. Even without a textbook, I can still teach the young wizards effectively." Severus paused. "Perhaps you know, this is merely my pretext for wanting to see you." The gray depths of Brian's eyes sparkled. "Indeed, I am aware, which is why I have been waiting for you." Without hesitation, Brian leaped down, and Severus failed to catch him. Brian dusted off his hands, glancing at the slow-to-comprehend Severus, and remarked, "Fool." Severus regarded him. "I heard that." Brian replied, "If you hadn't, I would gladly repeat it." No longer the weakling of yore, he would not deplete himself due to a lack of assistance. His eyes brimmed with newfound vitality. They passed before Tom, none turning back to acknowledge his presence. Tom felt a bit dazed. He wandered through every corner of Hogwarts, the ease of his exploration reminding him of Dumbledore. He could not fathom that no one truly noticed him. Upon reaching the office, he discovered that the great wizard Dumbledore had retired a year prior. The current headmaster was merely that cat. Tom mused. This butterfly's fluttering wings were far too grand. Brian was incapable of such. The scene before him vanished. In a vast, white expanse, only Tom was clad in black. Yes, he could not, but I can. Tom remained unperturbed, composed even though he could not discern the source of the voice, nor its whereabouts. There exists good and evil in this world, determined by mankind. Tom murmured, the world perceives Dumbledore as good, Brian as good, Severus as good. They have all attained favorable endings. He gazed upwards, and what of me? Whom they deem evil. What, then, is my conclusion? The answer echoed, a stench that lingers for eternity, the target of scorn. Tom chuckled, yet I do not. He conversed with himself. Someone has opened a new chapter for me. Foolish Brian. The voice stated, if the destined conclusion cannot be altered, then his existence is rendered meaningless. Tom countered, no one is bound to a predetermined fate, including you. The voice replied, indeed, so relish your designated timeline. Tom returned to his world, embracing a new identity. Tom smiled, let us reacquaint ourselves, my dear Brian. He thought this was an unattainable conclusion until a golden-haired figure appeared menacingly before him, leaving him frozen in place. All right. Perhaps I should not entertain your excuses, but Tom, you must provide me with a satisfactory explanation, otherwise. I cannot fathom why a patient would not rest upon a comfortable bed, but instead appear here. Tom stammered, abracadabra. Abracadabra frowned. The elegant platinum aristocrat began his sardonic antics. Should I reacquaint myself with you? Perhaps you ought to consult a doctor. I hope your mind is intact. Tom began to laugh. He sighed in resignation. Very well. I admit, I enjoy this conclusion. Tom was swiftly taken away by the arriving abracadabra, a description that was no exaggeration. Brian stroked his chin. Though the person he had just encountered was somewhat perplexing, he was more than willing to have such a friend, given his appealing appearance. Severus arrived fashionably late, witnessing only Brian standing still and several figures gradually departing. Perhaps I missed something? Brian crossed his arms, nodding. Indeed, you missed meeting someone. Severus inquired, an important person? Brian pondered and replied, not particularly significant at the moment. As the sun set, when night shrouded the world, sparks of light would embellish it. Brian waved his wand, reinforcing the campus's protective enchantments while mending the structures inadvertently damaged during the day. Once finished, he rushed back to his bedroom, gazing at the weary man asleep on the bed, leaning against the edge to admire him. Before long, the man stirred, turning slightly to find the intrigued gray eyes intently fixed upon him. Severus felt a sense of resignation. It is time to rest. Brian looked down at him, slowly leaning closer until their faces were mere inches apart, allowing them to absorb each other's expressions. Sleep well, Severus. As if enchanted, Severus slowly closed his eyes in drowsiness, while Brian gently caressed his face, his gaze reflecting inscrutable thoughts. My dear Severus, you are my eternal light. I exist because of you, and for you, I live. You belong to me, and only to me. Severus, what will you offer me in return? In the midst of a thunderous storm, amidst resplendent glory, the emissary of the sacred and the just, a dark soul sought the light. Perhaps there was no more absurdity than this, Severus mused. Everything. The world was bleak. Life was a failure. He possessed nothing. The only leverage he had was his shattered soul. He awaited death's arrival in numbness. No one would love a being like him. Severus never doubted this. I like you. Until someone uttered those words to him. At first, Severus found it laughable. No one would fancy an ugly bat. Least of all himself. Time and again, gestures of kindness, serendipitous encounters, and heartfelt declarations. Do not say that. He was destined to perish in conflict, like most dark wizards. Judged, condemned, imprisoned in a lightless cage. Do not proceed in this manner. It shall render him avaricious, transforming him into a shadow of his true self. He remains oblivious to the potential missteps that may arise from losing mastery over his own being. Until, in the presence of that man, he beheld Brian. It should not be, it must not be. The situation spiraled beyond control. I adore you. As he gazed upon Brian, uttering those same words, letter after letter succumbed to the flames, the fire consuming his longing for self, fervent and searing, scorching his heart. He conceded to his cowardice. Severus wearily contemplated the emotions he was destined never to reciprocate, yet they lingered in his thoughts. Ultimately, desire triumphed over reason. It was light that illuminated him, intertwining with his existence, claiming him entirely. Brian. Severus reverently embraced the encroaching light, no longer pushing it away, but rather greedily absorbing its warmth. I love you, and I implore you to forever cherish me in return. The end. Should you find pleasure in this, please bestow a like, comment, and subscribe. Your support is greatly appreciated.